Title: The Aesthetic of Apocalypse, Rebirth and Resource Accumulation. Lin Dong finds himself reborn on the eve of a terrifying apocalypse, endowed with an extraordinary storage space. While an ordinary individual might stockpile copious amounts of provisions, food, water, Lin Dong opts instead to acquire a significant quantity of raw meat and fresh blood. For he is destined to transform into a zombie. Blood and flesh serve as the very essence of a zombie's power. By consuming meat, one can perpetually evolve. A zombie nourished with ample blood and flesh grows at an unimaginably terrifying pace. The extent of Lin Dong's strength will be determined by the quantity of meat he can consume, prompting him to begin his journey by hoarding billions of units of flesh. Chapter 1. Accumulating Resources. I prefer my steak cooked to a mere 0.1 doneness. As soon as the first rays of dawn kiss the cattle, I shall begin my feast, Lin Dong mused. Morning broke. Within the confines of the livestock farm, a group of slaughterhouse workers busied themselves transporting fresh meat. Yet, oddly enough, alongside the meat, there were numerous jars filled with vibrant red blood. Bathed in the bright morning sun, the glass jars glimmered with a sanguine hue, reminiscent of exquisite red wine. Brother Liu, what do you think is going on with Boss Lin? The farm was operating smoothly, so why has he ordered the slaughter of thousands of livestock? One worker inquired with curiosity. Another worker chimed in, indeed. The crucial question is, what does he intend to do with all that plasma? Foreman Liu, though equally perplexed, preferred to maintain his composure. Mind your own business and focus on your work, he retorted. Ah, understood. The workers resumed their tasks with renewed diligence. They donned masks and white gloves. Even their hair was meticulously wrapped. The foreman, old Liu, continued to instruct. Everyone must maintain hygiene. Even a stray hair in the meat will result in Mr. Lin withholding wages. Understood, Brother Liu. Rest assured, the workers responded in agreement. However, they engaged in hushed discussions among themselves. Hey, have you heard? Mr. Lin is quite peculiar. What do you mean? I think he's rather fine. What's so peculiar about him? He has a cleanliness obsession, detesting anything filthy. Oh, that explains it. I was wondering why he... Cough. Stop talking. In the midst of their chatter, one person hastily cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. Approaching from a distance was a tall, slender young man clad in a pristine white shirt, immaculate in appearance. His fair face was marked by sharply defined features, resembling a finely crafted work of art, handsomely striking. As he walked into the morning sun, one would expect a sense of warmth to emanate from him, yet his elongated eyes revealed a hint of indifference. Foreman old Liu quickly rushed forward. Mr. Lin, your 1,500 cattle, 3,000 pigs, and over 10,000 chickens have all been processed. Lin Dong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the freshly wrapped meat and canisters of crimson blood, feeling quite satisfied. Proceed with the payment. Thank you. May our cooperation be fruitful. A smile spread across Liu's face as he instinctively reached out his hand to shake. Yet, Lin Dong remained rooted in place, staring at the outstretched hand, unmoving. Liu, the foreman, suddenly recalled something, his expression turning awkward, for Lin Dong indeed harbored a certain aversion to physical contact, a tacit understanding among those who knew him. Consequently, he departed the yard with several workers, swiftly boarding a minivan and driving away in haste. Lin Dong observed their retreating figures. Approaching the raw meat and cans of blood, he waved his hand, and astonishingly, these items vanished from sight. Of course, the blood and flesh had not truly disappeared, rather, they were transported into a storage space. This space measured 1,000 meters in length, width, and height, where time stood still. Items placed within retained their original state, emerging unchanged and unaltered. This peculiar ability stemmed from Lin Dong being a reincarnate, reborn half a month prior to the apocalyptic cataclysm, endowed with such a storage space. The harrowing scenes of the impending apocalypse remained vividly etched in his memory. Zombies roamed freely, mutated creatures abounded, and humanity faced dire shortages of resources, where a mere morsel of bread or a bottle of clean water could incite violent confrontations. Some even resorted to betraying once beloved friends and family, discarding the facade of kindness altogether. While an ordinary person reborn on the brink of an apocalypse might instinctively think to hoard vast supplies of food and water, Lin Dong, however, gravitated towards raw flesh and blood, for he was, in truth, a zombie. To a zombie, blood and flesh were of paramount importance. It transcended mere sustenance. By consuming these, a zombie could absorb energy, growing stronger and evolving into a formidable corpse king. A zombie well-fed with ample blood and flesh would exhibit an unimaginable and terrifying growth rate. In summary, the essence of flesh and blood serves as the foundation for the evolution of zombies. Thus, the strength Lin Dong can attain is contingent upon the quantity of flesh he can consume. At that moment, he received a phone call from the supermarket employee, Su Xiaoro. "Boss, the 100,000 portions of frozen beef steaks, 10,000 chicken ribs, and 10 tons of prime cuts you ordered have all arrived." "Oh, inform all major suppliers to continue placing orders," Lin Dong instructed. "What? More orders?" Su Xiaoro replied, astonished. "But boss, we don't have enough circulating funds. We can't even afford the deposit." "Leave the financial matters to me. Just proceed with the orders," Lin Dong reassured her. "All right, then," Su Xiaoro acquiesced, though confusion lingered in her mind. Why continue ordering when funds were low? Was the apocalypse truly imminent? Lin Dong owned a breeding farm, a supermarket, and 2 properties all acquired through his parents' inheritance. He lost his parents at a tender age, barely remembering them, and never even had the chance to share a meal with them. Subsequently, he was sent to an orphanage, where he spent his formative years until reaching the legal age to inherit his parents' estate. Gradually, he expanded his enterprises and achieved remarkable success. Despite the considerable size of his business, Lin Dong found himself with limited liquid assets. Presently, the most valuable possessions he had were stored in his personal space. The apocalypse is merely 10 days away. I must procure some funds to continue stockpiling supplies, Lin Dong pondered, when suddenly he noticed a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a Wuling Hongguang approaching on the road outside the breeding farm. Within the Wuling Hongguang, several young ruffians sat, their hair dyed in flamboyant hues. Were an ordinary person to encounter them, it would undoubtedly be a source of great distress. However, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile faintly. As fate would have it, the fortune bringer arrives just when I needed a pillow for my slumber, he mused. As a Mercedes-Benz came to a gradual halt, a middle-aged man emerged, clad in casual attire, adorned with a large gold chain, and carrying a bag tucked under his arm, swaying wife. ACH stepped that he was Zhao Peng, a renowned developer from Jiangbei City, who had long set his sights on Lin Dong's aquaculture land, believing that the development of a residential complex here would surely yield substantial profits in the future. Yet, Lin Dong remained obstinate, refusing to sell under any terms, which had led to a stalemate in their negotiations. With persuasion proving futile, Zhao Peng resolved to resort to intimidation. Thus, he brought along a few of his henchmen, intending to exert some pressure on Lin Dong. "Boss Lin, it's a pleasure to see you," Zhao Peng called out as he strode into the courtyard, his lackeys trailing behind, their demeanor casual yet intimidating, displaying tattoo mantis shrimp and ribbon fish across their chests and arms. Despite the palpable sense of menace, Lin Dong maintained his composure. "Greetings, Mr. Zhao. Brother Lin, you must be well aware of my intentions. Have you given any thought to the land in question?" Zhao Peng cut straight to the chase, his tone relatively polite, intending to employ a strategy of courtesy before coercion. However, Lin Dong suddenly nodded. "Indeed, I have made my decision. I am willing to sell it to you at the price you previously offered." "What?" Zhao Peng's expression turned to one of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Lin Dong's unexpected agreement. Even the ruffians behind him exchanged bewildered glances. Had they mistakenly rehearsed the wrong script? Do you really agree?" Zhao Peng asked in disbelief, seeking further confirmation. Lin Dong nodded. "Well, let not my small plot of land hinder General Zhao from making a fortune." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Zhao Peng was instantly elated, thinking to himself that this young man had a commendable insight, reminiscent of the adept Wei Junjie. "Lin, my brother, let us proceed to sign the contract." He retrieved a contract from his underarm bag, one he had meticulously prepared for days, finally finding its purpose today. Lin Dong consented and took a seat in the courtyard, producing a steel pen and began to sign, page by page. The area of this breeding farm was considerable, selling for a staggering 120 million according to market prices. Zhao Peng still felt the abruptness of the situation and inquired, "Lin, my brother, what happened to the breeding farm?" Why the sudden decision to sell? Because I am in need of money, Lin Dong replied without lifting his gaze. In need of money? Zhao Peng's eyes flickered as he found this reasoning quite plausible. Additionally, aside from his real estate development endeavors, he had a side business usury. After all, his henchmen were not maintained without purpose. A sudden spark ignited within his mind, leading him to conceive a profitable opportunity. Lin, my brother, do you still require funds? Perhaps. Brother Zhao can assist you? Oh. Lin Dong's pen paused mid-signature, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Zhao Peng's eyes. He suddenly found the man's beefy visage unexpectedly charming and endearing. As the apocalypse loomed near, he not only acquired the breeding farm, but also sought to borrow money for himself. She is truly an angel among mortals. Tears welling up. Chapter 2. Unsavory Matters. Zhao, if you could assist me, it would be immensely beneficial. I am certain that riches will follow, Lin Dong expressed earnestly. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Peng erupted in laughter, fully agreeing with the sentiment. Assisting you is certainly feasible, but let us agree on one thing. My interest rates are rather steep and collate. RAL is a requisite. You are aware of my line of work, Brother Zhao. Indeed. No problem. I own a supermarket and 2 properties, Lin Dong replied with a nod. Zhao Peng was already well acquainted with Lin Dong's assets. The supermarket, conveniently located not far from his residence, was in a prime area, easily valued at no less than 50 million. Brother Lin, if we discuss collateral, how does an 80 million loan sound? Sounds good, Lin Dong readily agreed. Zhao Peng felt a surge of delight, convinced that this was a surefire profit, reveling in his commercial acumen. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin, before we proceed, you must draft an IOU, affix your fingerprint, and hand over the property titles. Certainly, Lin Dong acquiesced. In this manner, he sold his breeding farm, secured an 80 million loan, and amassed a total of 200 million in funds. Zhao Peng, in high spirits, took the purchase contract and the 80 million IOU, driving away with his associates. Lin Dong, wiping his hands with a white towel, approached the entrance of the breeding farm, his gaze following the direction of Zhao Peng's departure, pondering what thoughts might cross his mind in the aftermath of the impending doom. Oh, perhaps he would harbor no thoughts at all. With the farm being sold, Lin Dong planned to tidy up his belongings, taking everything he could carry before making a trip to the supermarket. He intended to stockpile the newly arrived supplies. The supermarket offered a variety of items, including fresh meat, clothing, towels, soap, and detergents. Despite his transformation into a zombie, Lin Dong retained a semblance of human rationality and some of his former habits, such as his obsession with cleanliness. Just as he was about to take action, his phone suddenly rang, signaling a new message. Upon checking, he saw that it was from someone named Su Shan. There's something dirty, Lin Dong thought to himself immediately. Su Shan was the belle of Jiangbei University, known for her pure and charming appearance, embodying a sweet purse. Ona that garnered her many admirers, earning her the title of heartthrob. Perhaps due to his profound loneliness, having lost both parents, Lin Dong sought to establish a family and thus developed a romantic relationship with her. Darling, my birthday is next month. What gift you plan to give me? Su Shan inquired with a smile. That I have already prepared a gift, he replied. Su Shan seemed genuinely delighted. Thank you, darling. To be honest, the gift itself is not what matters. It is your attitude that counts. As for my attitude, you will find out in due time. In his previous life, after becoming a zombie, he had received a desperate message from Su Shan, who was trapped in her dormant Ori, running out of food and on the brink of starvation. Thus, Lin Dong, leveraging his identity as a zombie, impervious to bites, dragged his numbed body with stiff strides through the terrifying horde of the undead, determined to deliver sustenance to Su Shan. However, upon arriving at the dormitory, he was taken aback to find her in the company of 3 young men. Upon discovering Lin Dong's true nature as a zombie, they swiftly bludgeoned him to death. In that moment, Lin Dong desperately yearned to articulate an explanation, yet his capacity for speech had vanished, and all that escaped his lips was a pitiful, helpless growl, Aki. And to a defeated hound, perhaps. Their decision to extinguish Lin Dong's existence bore no relation to whether he was a zombie or a human. With the impending apocalypse looming at the end of next month, Lin Dong felt compelled to convey his sentiments, bringing with him a few surprises. Moreover, The living represented a form of resources to Lin Dong. He intended to preserve them for the time being. After responding to Su Shan, Lin Dong commenced organizing his breeding ground. Generators, solar panels, and other equipment that could prove useful in the apocalypse, even a dig, were all meticulously stored within his space. There was ample room to accommodate everything, and it was far from being filled. Naturally, he also retained some items of sentimental value. For instance, on the wall of a particular room hung a photograph. The children of the orphanage were predominantly abandoned by their parents, many bearing physical disabilities or cognitive impairments. In the photograph, the two most charming children were Lin Dong and a girl named Chung Loi. The little girl cradled a teddy bear, her porcelain-like skin radiant, with large, glistening eyes that were dark and filled with innocence and purity. However, the director later mentioned that she had certain flaws stemming from a psychological issue. At the age of 12, she had bitten off half of a boy's face. Following this incident, Chung Lui was sent to a psychiatric hospital, and Lin Dong never saw her again. Yet prior to that, their relationship had been quite harmonious. They often engaged in activities such as origami, painting, and playing games together. Lin Dong never perceived her as mentally unstable. The most vivid memory he held was of her squinting her signature large eyes into crescent shapes while smiling at him. He carefully stored a photograph of that moment in his storage space. After tidying up, he rode his white electric scooter to his family supermarket. Upon arrival, he noticed several delivery trucks parked outside, with a group of workers unloading goods inside. A young woman, her face glistening with sweat and breathless, hurried towards him, clutching an account book. She was Su Xiaoro, the supermarket's inventory manager, who had been thoroughly exhausted by the continuous influx of stock. "All right," he replied. "Oh, thank you, boss. I have classes tomorrow morning, so I might not be able to come until the afternoon," she said. Su Xiaoro was a university student working part-time to cover her tuition fees. Lin Dong gazed at her. "You need not come anymore." "Ah." Su Xiaoro's smile faltered, as she seemed to grasp the implication of his words. "Boss, are you firing me? Did I do something wrong?" "This is not a dismissal. I am currently facing some issues, and the supermarket will not be operating for the time being." "Oh." Su Xiaoro nodded obediently, but a hint of disappointment lingered in her expression. Lin Dong continued, "Thank you, Dad." Su Xiaoro felt a deep gratitude, slowly bowing her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Chapter 3. The Act of Murder. Lin Dong dismissed all the employees and removed the supermarket signage. The task for the following days was to receive goods in this place. He reached out to various suppliers, slaughterhouses, and owners of livestock farms. Delivery trucks arrived one after another. Most of the shipments consisted primarily of fresh meat, though there were also some everyday cleaning supplies. In a certain sense, these essentials held more significance for Lin Dong than mere food. "Mr. Lin, your delivery has arrived." Several couriers clad in Nadu, the uniforms, began to unload items into the supermarket. Before long, cardboard boxes formed small mountains, and they were notably heavy, for within them lay the weapons Lin Dong had procured online. Among the contents were 100 compound bows, 100 crossbows, and a variety of daggers and machetes, hundreds in total. In the lead-up to the apocalypse, the lethality of these weapons was indeed quite considerable. Though Lin Dong would ultimately become a zombie, as a zombie endowed with lychee, wouldn't wielding some weaponry be advantageous? Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the eve of the apocalypse. Lin Dong's funds were nearly depleted, with 200 million at his disposal. Yet due to only paying a deposit, his purchasing power far exceeded that amount. He was on the verge of monopolizing the market, leaving several major suppliers entirely out of stock. It was now evening, the sun setting in the west, its afterglow casting a warm light upon the vacant supermarket. All the shelves stood empty, completely filled with Lin Dong's amassed goods in his storage space. Tomorrow morning, the end is nigh. Lin Dong has already prepared himself for the inevitability of no longer being human. Yet, he still wields a mop, scrubbing the supermarket to an immaculate sheen, a habit that has become second nature to him. His gaze drifts outside, where the streets remain bustling with traffic. Numerous office workers hasten to their vehicles, while elementary school students line up orderly to cross the road. Countless parents, there to collect their children from school, wear smiles that radiate warmth. Everything appears as it usually does, just an ordinary evening. But Lin Dong knows that come tomorrow, all of this will be irrevocably altered. At this moment, he feels an uncanny tranquility. He savors the last vestiges of peace. Crash! At that instant, the roller shutter, previously drawn down, is violently yanked up, producing a jarring sound. As the remnants of the setting sun stream in, three figures are silhouetted against the light. Boss Lin, am famished, fetch me something to eat. The leader, a young man with dyed yellow hair, exudes an air of delinquency, is a local troublemaker, a petty thug, who thrives on free handouts. Business owners dread encounters with such individuals. They frequently cause disturbances, negatively impacting trade, prompting most to swallow their pride and offer a few morsels to appease them. Lin Dong does not even lift his eyes. The supermarket is closed, there's nothing to eat. What the hell? The ruffians stare, wide-eyed, at the barren shelves. They are bewildered. How could business be thriving one moment, only to cease the next? They recall just days ago, when stock was being frantically replenished. The supermarket is really shutting down. Does this mean we can no longer flirt with the beautiful warehouse clerk? One of the lackeys laments, his disappointment palpable. Brother Huang, what shall we do? Another person inquired. The young leader pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Lin Dong. Boss Lin, although the supermarket is no longer operating, you can't let your brothers go hungry. Lend us some money, let's go have a meal. Lin Dong relished the last vestiges of tranquility, unwilling to let a few ruffians disturb his mood. He casually tossed out a stack of 100 yuan bills, amounting to over 1,000. To him, on the verge of becoming a zombie, money was no different from waste paper. What the hell? Brother Huang stared, taken aback by Lin Dong's generosity, thinking that Lin was intimidated by him, hence the large sum. You've done well, showing good sense. The two henchmen beside him were equally exhilarated, feeling that being associated with Brother Huang lent them considerable stature. Any shop they entered on this street would surely hand over cash. Isn't that the very essence of being in this line of work? It's all thanks to Brother Huang. He truly commands respect. Indeed, following the big brother means 3 meals a day. Brothers, let's go. Brother Huang waved his hand, brimming with pride. However, perhaps due to excessive smoking, his throat felt slightly irritated. Heh, skeet. He expectorated a large gob of phlegm onto the freshly cleaned floor that Lin Dong had just tidied. Wait a moment. Lin Dong suddenly lifted his head, calling them to a halt, his gaze fixed on Brother Huang, his disdain for filth palpable. Brother Huang and his companions found it peculiar and turned to look. What's the matter? Do you need something? The floor is dirty. Lin Dong approached him step by step. Poof! The yellow-haired youth could not contain himself and burst into laughter. What's the big deal about spitting? The two henchmen crossed their arms and tilted their heads to scrutinize Lin Dong, completely indifferent, thinking to themselves that he had just given the money, and now he spat. What more could he do? Poof! At that moment, however, Lin Dong waved his hand and a glimmer of cold light flashed. A sharp dagger sliced through the air, directly striking the throat. The blade pierced through the yellow-haired youth's neck with a deadly precision. His eyes widened in shock. His expression transformed into one of sheer terror, filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but only blood gushed forth. Thud! The yellow-haired body collapsed to the ground, never comprehending why Lin Dong had suddenly turned on him. The two henchmen beside him were left utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Their once proud brother, had been slain. As mere thugs, they had never witnessed such a scene. Their lips quivered in fear as they turned to Lin Dong, only to find his expression utterly indifferent. Could he be a cold-blooded killer? For Lin Dong, who had endured the horrors of a zombie apocalypse, this spectacle was trivial, hardly worth noting. The two henchmen clung to the shelves, their legs weak. Big brother, please don't kill me. I realize my mistake. Yes, please forgive me. I swear I won't say a word. Lin Dong's lips curled slightly, suddenly revealing a hint of a smile. Go on, I shall not take your lives. Very well, thank you. The two felt a slight relief in their hearts and hastily turned to flee. Yet behind them, Lin Dong raised a crossbow, aiming at one of them, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp arrow effortlessly pierced through the back of his skull, causing him to collapse forward onto the ground. The other man gazed in horror at his fallen companion, an arrow lodged in his rear cranium, an utterly terrifying sight. He quickly turned to look. To his dismay, he found Lin Dong knocking another arrow, drawing the bowstring taut, now aimed directly at him. The thug was gripped by sheer terror. Wasn't it promised that he would not be killed? This fellow had no sense of honor. Be brother. Thud. Before the thug could finish his plea, an arrow pierced through his forehead, silencing him instantly as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Thus, the once desolate supermarket fell silent once more. The power of the crossbow is rather impressive, Lin Dong remarked, surveying the lifeless bodies with keen analysis. With a casual wave, he stored the 3 corpses in his spatial storage. For him, these were mere resources. Not only must the living be preserved, but the dead must be stored as well. Chapter 4. Elegance. It is a towering structure, standing proudly on the 20th floor. His abode is impeccably tidy, devoid of dust, with items arranged in an orderly fashion, embodying a minimalist aesthetic that is pleasing to the eye. The windows are fitted with sturdy white steel railings, designed to thwart any assault from mutated beasts that might soar down upon him in the apocalypse. Solar panels have been installed as well. Although Lin Dong may succumb to the fate of a zombie, electricity remains of paramount importance. Possessing human intellect, he is susceptible to bouts of ennui. Thus, he engages in watching television, playing video games, and using his mobile phone to pass the time. Furthermore, these channels serve as conduits for gathering vital information. Everything has been meticulously prepared, and the countdown to the apocalypse has commenced. As the lengthy night wanes, the dawn gradually ascends. Lin Dong recalls that the cataclysm is set to unfold at 9 o'clock in the morning. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he notes the time, 8:59. Just 1 minute remains. He approaches the window, gazing out at the bustling street below, where life continues unabated. Vehicles whizzing by, pedestrians engaged in cheerful conversation. In the background, the clock ticks steadily. The second hand aligns with the minute hand, heralding the onset of a new era. At precisely 9 o'clock, suddenly, the sky, radiant with the morning sun, is enveloped in a crimson hue, transforming into a blood-red orb. Passers-by lift their gazes, astonished by the spectacle. Why has the sun turned red? I have no idea. Could it be an astronomical phenomenon? They hastily capture photographs to share on social media. As people speculate, a number of them are struck by a sudden darkness, collapsing onto the ground. The speeding cars begin to collide in rapid succession. Bang! With a sudden crash, the car window shattered, sending shards of glass flying and transforming the street into a scene of chaos. People began to sense that something was amiss, their expressions growing increasingly anxious. Honey, what's wrong? Wake up. A woman beside the road shook a man's body vigorously. With a roar, the man opened his eyes, revealing a grotesque visage, and sank his teeth into the woman's delicate neck. Ah! She screamed in agony, her clothing quickly stained crimson with blood. Her eyes rolled back, and her body convulsed violently. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the street. Ah! There are monsters. This is a zombie. Help! The cries of despair echoed, a cacophony of screams and wails engulfing the air. The once orderly street was now a tapestry of confusion and terror. At that moment, Lin Dong, positioned by the window, also succumbed to darkness and collapsed. When he regained consciousness, he had transformed into a zombie. With a raspy throat, he opened his mouth, having lost the ability to articulate words. Indeed, it was as he feared. Lin Dong mused internally, noting that many bodily functions had diminished, including his once formidable invincible premium dragon, now unresponsive. It seemed that only through a gradual evolution could his abilities be restored. Lin Dong turned to the mirror in the living room. His appearance remained unchanged, yet his skin was unnaturally pale, devoid of color, lending him a somewhat morbid aspect. As a zombie, his limbs felt stiff and numb, his movements sluggish, and his pain sensitivity significantly diminished. Lin Dong's current speed was likely inferior to that of an ordinary person. By the standards of his previous life, he was now merely a lowly Calamity, a D-class zombie. However, the enhancements to his body manifested in his auditory and olfactory senses. His nails had sharpened to resemble iron blades, and his teeth had become remarkably resilient, capable of effortlessly tearing through flesh. Lin Dong attempted to take a bite of an apple, but what once was a sweet, crisp fruit now felt like chewing wax in his mouth. It was utterly unpalatable. Furthermore, Lin Dong felt no sense of satiety. Instead, his hunger intensified, igniting a craving for blood and flesh. He approached the dining table, his movements sluggish and body rigid, yet he managed to don a pristine white scarf around his neck. From the storage compartment, he retrieved a piece of fresh beef and placed it upon a plate. Grasping a knife and fork, he proceeded to slice the raw meat into evenly shaped morsels, much like he would during a typical Western meal. He speared a piece with his fork and gingerly placed it in his mouth. He was, after all, an elegant zombie. With his formidable teeth, he easily pulverized the meat, which previously exuded a pungent odor but now tasted exquisite. The blood from the raw beef turned remarkably sweet. Delicious, Lin Dong marveled internally. Outside, the streets remained a cacophony of chaos, filled with screams and howls, yet he dined gracefully at home. As he consumed the meat, energy surged within him, continually augmenting his physique. Once transformed into a zombie, his appetite had surged, as if his stomach were an insatiable abyss. Lin Dong devoured 10 plates of meat before feeling a modicum of relief from his hunger, yet he continued to eat voraciously. A zombie nourished with ample blood and flesh exhibited a terrifying growth rate. After feasting on the meat, Lin Dong found his limbs considerably more agile, and his strength correspondingly amplified. Even the steel knife and fork in his hands seemed less formidable. With just a slight exertion of his fingers, he could easily bend them. Yet, he continued to consume meat, plate after plate, incessantly replenishing his energy. As time meandered onward, the streets outside grew significantly quieter, the wails of the people gradually fading away, replaced instead by the guttural roars of the undead. The city had succumbed to the onslaught of zombies, leaving only a handful of survivors clinging to life. Lin Dong remained oblivious to the world beyond his window, wholly engrossed in devouring the succulent flesh. In the early days of the apocalypse, the internet and communication systems had not yet completely collapsed. The news anchor on television displayed red-rimmed eyes, struggling to hold back tears while dutifully delivering reports. Emergency broadcast. Today, a sudden outbreak of a zombie virus has plunged humanity into a grave crisis. Survivors, please ensure your safety. Those who can endure are urged to seek refuge in designated shelters within the city. The broadcast continued. Not only are there zombies, but also animals and plants that have mutated to varying degrees. Even household pets require caution. Please keep your distance from the bustling urban areas. We implore everyone. It is imperative to survive. Tragedies unfolded mercilessly across the land. Yet Lin Dong remained indifferent to the turmoil outside, continuing to feast on meat, oblivious to how much he had consumed, perhaps the equivalent of 2 cows. At last, satiated, he set down his knife and fork, unfastened the still pristine napkin around his neck, his movements becoming remarkably nimble. After such an indulgent meal, his body was no longer numb. The agility of his limbs had surpassed that of an ordinary person. It seems I have ascended. I estimate that I have become a level C zombie, Lin Dong pondered. However, at this tier, my capacity for consuming flesh is limited. Thus, after devouring 2 cows, I felt satiated. As I elevate my level further, I shall be able to digest a greater quantity of meat. Rising from my seat, I approached the window and gazed out at the scene before me. As far as my eyes could see, chaos reigned. The disordered streets were littered with shards of glass, blood, and scattered remains. Countless zombies rushed about, searching for prey, while groups of 3 or 5 knelt on the ground, fighting over the flesh and blood of human corpses. Their howls echoed incessantly, resembling ravenous guard dogs. There were also survivors, driven to desperation, plummeting from high buildings, their bodies shattering upon impact, blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome display. Yet, throngs of zombies surged forward to partake in the feast. At that moment, the sun hung low, casting a crimson glow upon the horrific tableau, rendering it particularly desolate. But what concern did this hold for Lin Dong? He leaned against the windowsill, feeling the gentle breeze, lifting a fine goblet filled with a red liquid, swirling it before taking a delicate sip. Then he picked up a pristine white towel to gently dab his lips. Elegant. Timeless. Chapter 5. Gathering followers. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Lin Dong's phone chimed. A message had arrived via VX. He picked it up to find it was from Su Shan. Darling, are you all right? There are zombies everywhere, and I am so frightened and worried about you. Are you still alive? I am still alive, Lin Dong replied. Upon discovering that he was safe, Su Shan quickly continued to speak. I find myself trapped in my dormitory, with scarce provisions remaining. Surely, your supermarket is stocked with ample supplies? Could you possibly bring some over to me? Lin Dong's lips curled into a smile, albeit a rather unnatural one, rendered eerie by his transformation into a zombie. Sushan was his sole remaining source of sustenance. Thus it was imperative he retrieve her. However, the dangers outside were still too imminent. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of meat, endowing him with strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person, Lin Dong preferred to bide his time, awaiting the moment he could grow even stronger before venturing out, ensuring absolute safety. Sushan, of course, remained blissfully unaware that the entity conversing with her was, in fact, a zombie. "Darling, you must come to my rescue. I await your arrival. I love you." This sentiment was uttered while Sushan found herself in the company of 3 men in her dormitory, engaged in activities that would surely not pass scrutiny. Yet she professed her love. At this juncture, she had only sent messages via WeChat, likely finding phone calls cumbersome. Moreover, the group chat among residents was rife with messages, predominantly cries for help. "Neighbors, there's a zombie in our hallway, pounding on my door. What should we do? Be sure to barricade the door. Do not allow the zombie to enter. I have little food left. I can barely hold out. Everyone, remain calm. The zombies are not particularly strong. I just dispatched one with a shovel. Those brave enough to confront zombies, raise your hands. We must unite and venture forth in search of supplies." Observing the flurry of messages, Lin Dong fell into deep contemplation. Although he was now a zombie, he harbored no intention of harming his neighbors, for human flesh lacked palatability and contained less energy than beef. Consuming beef would facilitate swifter evolution. Lin Dong still possesses a considerable stockpile, rendering the hunting of living beings unnecessary. However, should any foolhardy individual dare to provoke him, Lin Dong would ensure they comprehend the true meaning of brutality. Furthermore, while humanity may unite, so too can the undead. A formidable zombie king has the potential to command legions of zombies, fostering collaboration to ensnare prey. Thus, Lin Dong intends to recruit a few zombie minions, not for the purpose of hunting, but primarily to serve as sentinels, preventing any unwelcome disturbances. Seizing his key, Lin Dong stepped outside his door. In the corridor, a series of low growls echoed, indicating the presence of wandering zombies. He had no intention of venturing far. Instead, he sought to select a few subordinates within the confines of the building. With minimal expectations, just a semblance of cleanliness would suffice. As he descended the staircase, he caught sight of a figure at the corner of the hallway. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A girl emitted sounds from her mouth. As a fellow zombie, she posed no threat to Lin Dong. In fact, a flicker of fear glimmered in her eyes, suggesting she sensed his superiority. It was akin to a hungry wolf encountering a fierce tiger, an instinctual bloodline suppression at play. Lin Dong recognized the girl as a neighbor from the floor below. He recalled that she had once been a provincial high jump athlete. Due to her rigorous training, her legs were long and powerful, even in her undead form, exhibiting neither stiffness nor numbness, moving with the same agility as a living person. Remarkable, considering she had not feasted on flesh. It appeared that zombies possessed certain inherent qualities, retaining aspects of their former selves. Lin Dong deemed the female zombie to be of commendable potential. With proper nurturing, she could undoubtedly evolve into a nimble zombie king. The girl, clad in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, with her hair styled in a ponytail, appeared refreshingly clean and vibrant. She was the one. With a casual wave, Lin Dong tossed a bag of frozen steaks. The female zombie, instantly drawn by the scent of blood and flesh, knelt and bit into the packaging, voraciously devouring the meat within. After finishing the steak, the female zombie seemed unsatisfied. Her gaze turned toward Lin Dong, revealing not only fear but also a hint of desire and respect. "Follow me, and you shall feast on flesh." Lin Dong conveyed this message through a form of telepathic communication, akin to brainwave signaling. The zombie king commanded his minions in a similar manner. The female zombie appeared to grasp his intent, emitting a series of guttural sounds before lowering her head. This gesture symbolized submission among zombies. Thus, Lin Dong acquired his first subordinate. He wandered the corridor with the female zombie and soon encountered 2 more zombies of commendable quality. One had been a fitness instructor in life, his physique robust and muscular, epitomizing the archetype of a power zombie. The other, lacking physical advantages, had been an academically gifted PhD. Lin Dong was drawn to him, sensing a spark of intelligence in his gaze, glimmering with wisdom. If one were to compare the intelligence of zombies to that of dogs, this PhD zombie would undoubtedly belong to the border collie tier. Apart from these 2, Lin Dong dismissed the others. Casting his eyes over the 3 zombies, he acknowledged their potential, yet recognized that, at their current combat capability, They could not contend with armed humans. If only you could wield weapons as well. Lin Dong pondered internally. However, a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps zombies could indeed wield weapons, primarily due to the lack of training they had received. With a swift motion, Lin Dong retrieved 3 watermelon knives from his storage space and tossed them onto the ground. The clatter of the blades immediately captured the attention of the zombies. Yet they merely stared blankly, unable to comprehend the significance of the act. Without hesitation, Lin Dong issued a command for them to pick up the knives. This time, the 3 zombies understood and complied without delay, particularly the fitness instructor among them, who grasped the blade with fervor. Thud! The sharp edge sliced into its palm, blood oozing down in droplets. Given the diminished sensation of pain in zombies, it felt little discomfort. Rather, it appeared somewhat pleased, fixating its gaze on Lin Dong as if to demonstrate its obedience. Foolish creature. Lin Dong slapped his forehead in exasperation. Did you intend to use that knife on people? Meanwhile, the Dr. Zombie displayed remarkable intelligence. Under Lin Dong's instruction, it grasped the hilt and waved the knife in the air, quickly discerning its purpose. Lin Dong felt a surge of satisfaction and commanded the other 2 zombies to learn from this example. With a demonstration in place, they swiftly grasped his intent and adjusted their grip to hold the hilt correctly. This indicated that zombies were indeed trainable, but only those of superior strength, the formidable zombie king, were suitable for the task. Chapter 6. Raiding the supermarket. Lin Dong remained holed up in his home, indulging in meat and, during his leisure moments, training his zombie minions. The progress of his zombie subordinates was remarkable. They had quickly mastered the use of weapons, advancing from watermelon knives to crossbows within just 3 days. Lin Dong consumed an abundance of flesh and blood, his digestion remarkably swift, assimilating vast amounts of energy. It is conservatively estimated that he devoured at least 10 cattle. His physique was undergoing rapid evolution, becoming increasingly robust. Presently, Lin Dong's skin was as resilient as rubber. When a dagger grazed its surface, it merely left a faint white mark. Conventional human weaponry could no longer inflict harm upon him. A curious itch enveloped his mind, as if something was about to emerge. Holding a goblet aloft, Lin Dong tilted his neck with a flourish. This was a precursor to his ascension from C grade to B grade. Upon reaching B grade, a crystal core would coalesce within the skulls of zombies. This transition promised a significant enhancement in overall strength and the awakening of a unique ability. Each zombie possessed distinct capabilities. Some were fundamental, such as rapid regeneration, superinfection, and the growth of bone spurs, while others were exceedingly bizarre, including hallucination, dream invasion, and mental manipulation. Zombies endowed with such uncanny powers could eliminate their victims invisibly, causing considerable distress to all living beings. Lin Dong was uncertain as to what ability he would awaken, for in his previous life, lacking sufficient flesh and blood, he had failed to evolve to such an extent and had met his demise prematurely. Now, he raised his goblet and took a sip, exuding an air of elegance. Energy was being absorbed. Through days of consuming flesh and blood, Lin Dong had discerned that beef was the most delectable, followed by pork, with chicken ranking last. However, in terms of blood, chicken blood was the most exquisite. It was commonly said that it invigorated one like a shot of chicken blood. After consuming chicken blood, Lin Dong's cellular vitality surged, enabling swifter energy absorption, and his pallid complexion began to exhibit a hint of rosy hue. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Dong sat on the sofa, sipping a beverage, when he was suddenly disturbed by a series of loud banging noises emanating from the street outside. With his heightened senses honed by the presence of zombies, he could easily discern the commotion. Who could be causing such a ruckus? Curiosity piqued, Lin Dong approached the window and leaned out to gaze upon the scene below. He observed a group of humans, heavily armed and taking precautions, wrapping their arms in newspapers and securing them with tape to guard against zombie bites. They wielded an array of makeshift weapons, such as wrenches and crowbars, while one even brandished a frying pan. At the forefront was a burly man, towering at 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds, who swung a fire axe with fervor against a locked roller shutter. Smash it! Smash it! Smash it! The fire axe struck with a force that sent sparks flying with each blow. It was evident that this shutter concealed the supermarket Lin Dong had frequented before. The desperation of these individuals was palpable. After days of exhausting their supplies, they had no choice but to venture out in search of food. They believed that if they could breach this supermarket, their worries about sustenance would be alleviated. The imposing figure continued to strike relentlessly, fully aware that the cacophony could attract the attention of nearby zombies. "Hurry, Brother Wong. The zombies are coming," a man shouted in panic. Indeed, several zombies had already been drawn by the noise, their ghastly forms lurching toward the group with menacing growls. Some of these creatures, starved of flesh and blood, had begun to decompose, their hair nearly falling out, resembling a beleaguered novelist who had pulled an all-nighter. In their extreme hunger, the zombies appeared grotesque and terrifying, sending shivers down the spine of any onlooker. My goodness, how frightening. A man, paralyzed with fear at the sight of the undead, trembled uncontrollably. The leader, a robust figure, gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from his throat. "You must hold them off. The door will soon be breached." "Understood. Let us confront the zombies," another shouted, brandishing a crowbar as he charged towards the approaching horde. For men engaged in a fierce battle against the zombies, whose clumsy, rigid movements rendered them less agile than humans, leading to frequent headshots. Blood splattered as bodies fell to the ground. However, the sheer number of zombies continued to surge from all directions, with some even leaping from rooftops like dumplings. The men's stamina quickly waned. For an ordinary person to withstand such an onslaught for even 2 minutes was commendable. "It hurts. I've been bitten. Help me," cried the previously timid man. Pain etched on his face as a zombie clamped down on his palm. "Xiaofeng," the others exclaimed, desperate to assist, yet powerless to do so. Moreover, being bitten by a zombie meant certain transformation into one of them. They could only watch in horror as he was engulfed by 4 or 5 zombies, devoured alive. His agonizing screams echoed across the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, perched above, sipped a crimson liquid, observing the chaos below, bemused by their futile efforts to demolish their own supermarket. The contents within had long been stored away in his spatial inventory. The man's screams soon faded as he was consumed, and the leader, Wang Go, exhibited a gleam of excitement. "The lock has opened. Quickly, come inside." With a swift motion, he pulled up the rolling door. Yet, in the midst of a frantic escape, one individual was seized by the ankle by a severed zombie limb. Thud. The man immediately lunged forward in desperation, fervently attempting to crawl through the roll-up door. "Brothers, hurry. Help me." Those who had managed to enter quickly grasped his arms, straining to pull him inside. Yet, the encroaching zombies relentlessly pounced upon him. Despite their best efforts, they could not drag him in. At that moment, the fallen man's body became wedged in the door, preventing it from closing. A few zombies squeezed through the gap, frantically trying to invade. "Brother Wong, what should we do?" The two exchanged anxious glances. The burly man swung a fire axe, shattering the skulls of several zombies. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "We cannot save him. We must throw him out. We need to close the door now." "What? This?" Their faces reflected shock, reluctant to abandon their companion. Yet, they instinctively released their grip in unison. "Please, save me." The man on the ground was filled with despair as he was dragged by the zombies, his body sliding outward. However, his primal instinct for survival compelled him to cling desperately to the edge of the roll-up door. In that moment, the leading strongman's eyes blazed with determination as he raised the fire axe, bringing it down upon the man's hands. Thud. The man's palm shattered, and he let out a piercing scream as his body was completely pulled outside, swallowed by the cacophony of roars. Finally, the roll-up door came crashing down with a resounding clatter. Quite impressive, Lin Dong mused to himself as he observed from the windowsill, acknowledging their commendable performance. They had only suffered the loss of 2 lives to breach the supermarket. Particularly, the final decision made by the leading strongman was astutely calculated. Regrettably, the store is entirely devoid of any goods. Chapter 7. Armed? Within the supermarket, 3 men, their bodies smeared with blood, lean against the rolling shutter door, their breaths heady. Outside, the chilling moans of zombies resonate, accompanied by the agonizing sound of nails scraping against the iron door. Yet, the trio finds themselves exhilarated. At last, they have entered the supermarket, anticipating a bounty of supplies. Wait, hold on. The leader, Wang Tsong, narrows his eyes, quickly sensing something amiss. Before him, the shelves are utterly bare. Where are the goods? The other 2 men were expressions of confusion. Could it be that someone has already been here? Impossible. Even if someone had come, they could not have cleared it out so thoroughly. Wang Tsong, gripping the fire axe, hastily ventures deeper, inspecting the surroundings. With each inspection, their initial excitement plummets to despair, for the storeroom is completely empty. There is not a single hair left behind. Damn it! One of them erupts in anger, swinging a crowbar wildly to vent his frustration. After enduring peril to reach this place and losing 2 comrades, only to find it utterly barren, his composure shatters. Doomsday, calm down. Wang Song swiftly intervenes, for the noise would only attract more zombies, serving no purpose whatsoever. Doomsday, like a raging bull, gasps for breath. Brother Wang, we are at our wits' end. Perhaps not entirely. Wang Song furrowed his brow in contemplation and remarked, the supermarket has been cleared so thoroughly. It certainly wasn't the work of survivors. This must have been premeditated by the owner of the supermarket. The other 2 seemed to grasp the implication. Wang Song nodded. Indeed. I had previously visited this place for shopping, and the owner's residence is just above in the adjacent building. We must seek him out. Dongzi's eyes gleamed as if a flicker of hope had been rekindled. They had fought their way to the supermarket and were unwilling to let their efforts go to waste. Moreover, the building lay directly across from them, making it a manageable endeavor to reach. However, another young man wielding a frying pan expressed his concern. But what reason do they have to provide us with supplies? Whether they do or not is not for him to decide. Dongzi gripped his crowbar, his gaze fierce. They had been driven to a desperate corner and were capable of anything. Wang Song was in full agreement. Since he hoards provisions, we shall seize them. Very well. The young man with the frying pan also resolved himself. Having witnessed the prowess of Wang Gu and Dongzi throughout their journey, he felt confident that the 2 of them could easily overpower a supermarket owner. Or perhaps, thinking positively, it was possible that the owner had succumbed to zombification. If so, they could swiftly eliminate him and acquire a wealth of supplies. Approximately 10 minutes later, the zombies that had gathered at the supermarket entrance began to disperse. Wandering aimlessly, the roll-up door was gently pried open just enough to create a small gap. Fearing the attraction of the undead, the trio moved silently, making not a sound as they slipped through the opening. Dusty and disheveled, they maintained a vigilant gaze, quickly assessing their direction before darting towards the towering building. Indeed, Lin Dong murmured by the window. Having witnessed everything unfold just moments ago, he had long anticipated such an event. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. The delivery had arrived, and it provided a perfect opportunity to assess the practical combat abilities of his 3 subordinates. As the building was experiencing a power outage, the elevator was out of service. The 3 individuals had no choice but to ascend the stairs. 20 floors. During their ascent, they encountered sporadic zombies in the corridor. The trio exhibited formidable combat prowess, dispatching the undead with ease, yet their stamina was significantly taxed. By the time they reached the top floor, they were drenched in sweat. This must be it. Dongzi, go knock on the door. Wang Song instructed. Dongzi, already brimming with anticipation, stepped forward and knocked vigorously. Bang, 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 bang. Open up. Open up. However, at this moment, Lin Dong was unhurried, washing his hands. After finishing, he gently dried them with a towel, then donned a pristine scarf around his neck. It was time for a meal. I know you're in there. If you don't open up, we might just break down the door. Wang Song raised the fire axe, his gaze fierce. Old Purple Shoe Down Mountain. 3, 2, 1. The bloodied heavy axe was poised to descend. Yet, at that very moment, a sound echoed. Click. The door before them swung open. The interior was bathed in bright light, revealing a tall, slender figure. The youth boasted fair skin, chiseled features, and an exceedingly handsome visage. Clad in an immaculate white shirt, unblemished, and adorned with a scarf around his neck, he appeared extraordinarily pristine. The gazes of Wang Song and his companions were transfixed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had never encountered someone so impeccably clean. He merely observed that the man's gaze was filled with indifference, devoid of any emotion, even lacking humanity. You must be the supermarket owner, Wang Song inquired pointedly. The other 2 individuals, sensing the tension, urged him, stop pretending. I know you possess ample supplies. Hand them over, and we shall spare you. Indeed, you're still wearing a scarf, contemplating a meal, aren't you? For heaven's sake, speak up. At that moment, Lin Dong slowly parted his lips, emitting a raspy growl reminiscent of bubbling sounds. The trio stood frozen, their expressions utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? A zombie? In their minds, zombies were grotesque, terrifying, and filthy, yet this individual appeared so clean, astonishingly, a zombie. It was unimaginable. Regardless, if he had turned into a zombie, it would be simpler to eliminate him. Wang Song gripped his fire axe tightly, recalling that dispatching a zombie was considerably easier than dealing with a human. The others nodded in agreement, ready to act. However, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the hallway, as Lin Dong's earlier noise had summoned 3 of his minions. Oh, more zombies? Wang Song immediately became alert. Yet he felt no real fear. After all, he had traversed this path with considerable experience. Judging by the sound, the number of approaching zombies seemed minimal. The trio, wrapped in newspaper and bound with tape, could easily withstand a few zombies and dispose of them effortlessly. Sure enough, only 3 zombie figures emerged in the corridor. Yet unexpectedly, each of these zombies was clutching something in their hands. As the 3 of them furrowed their brows, a sense of unease washed over them. Upon closer inspection, they were instantly struck with terror. A crossbow? With a sharp click, the 3 zombies raised their bolts in unison, aiming directly at Wang Song and his companions. What the hell? Wang Song exclaimed in disbelief, utterly stunned. He could scarcely fathom that zombies could wield weapons. The trio quickly realized that these zombies were unlike the ordinary ones. Rather than lunging forward to bite, they exhibited a demeanor that suggested rigorous training. Goodness, these zombies were actually targeting them with crossbows. Was there no justice left in the world? Chapter 8. The eerie cry. This scene once again shattered their understanding of reality. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Even Doomsday, who had been so fierce moments ago, seemed at a loss. Wang Song's brows knitted together. There was no choice. They could only gamble on the hope that the crossbows would not be able to fire. All right, let us fight back. Doomsday responded affirmatively. At that moment, Lin Dong had already issued the command to shoot. Whoosh. The academic zombie-esque crossbow bolt was remarkably precise, striking true and piercing Doomsday's forehead, causing him to topple backwards. This is absurd. Wang Song's eyes widened in horror. It was evident that he had placed an ill-fated wager. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more bolts flew through the air. The athletic zombie was equally accurate, its arrow piercing another's throat, delivering a fatal blow. Only the muscular trainer zombie, with its brute strength and simplistic mind, appeared somewhat clumsy as it shot an arrow into Wang Song's chest, embedding it within his lung. Wang Song let out a pained howl. Collapsing to the ground due to inertia, just as he was about to struggle to his feet, the coach-like zombie lunged forward with a fierce growl, restraining him without biting. Like a wolf pack, these zombies would not devour their prey without the command of a leader. Wang Song gritted his teeth, finally grasping the situation. These zombies were organized and disciplined, and their king was none other than Lin Dong. Did this imply that they possessed a certain level of intelligence, capable of understanding spoken words? Analyzing his predicament, Wang Song, suppressing his agony, pleaded, I beg you, spare my life. I have my own grievances. Please, just let me go, and I will do anything you ask. At that moment, Lin Dong approached, step by step, halting before Wang Kong. He reached out, grasping the crossbow bolt embedded in Wang Song's chest, and with a sudden, forceful yank, blood gushed forth in torrents. Wang Song cried out in pain, his heart filled with dread. What could this bizarre zombie possibly want? Meanwhile, Lin Dong casually produced a straw from his storage space. Wang Song's face was instantly filled with confusion, though he seemed to have an inkling of Lin Dong's intentions. Who knows how much energy is contained within this blood? Lin Dong pondered, having never attempted such a thing before. Thus, he inserted the straw into Wang Song's wound. However, he soon frowned in dismay. Ugh! He turned away to spit out the crimson liquid. The individual before him was excessively corpulent, suffering from hyperlipidemia. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Song was left utterly bewildered. Was his own blood so repugnant that even the undead rejected it? Might this imply that he would be spared? However, in the next instant, his fleeting hope was shattered as a menacing maw lunged towards his neck. Lin Dong issued a command for slaughter. His 3 lackeys, famished and impatient, exhibited no particular dietary preferences. Before long, the gruesome feast drew to a close. Blood stained the corners of the 3 lackeys' mouths. They were insatiable, yet their loyalty to Lin Dong had intensified, bordering on reverence. To follow the big brother means sharing in the spoils. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the air, a rather outdated tone. Lin Dong cast a glance and recognized that the noise emanated from the pocket of a garment on the ground, Wang Song's. He retrieved the phone and answered, only to be met with a man's threatening voice. At that moment, Lin Dong understood. Wang Song had ventured out in search of supplies under duress. No wonder he had mentioned having his own troubles. Hello? Wang Song, speak up. Don't play dead. Listen to your wife's voice. The voice on the other end continued to menace, accompanied by the sound of a woman crying out. Husband, Save me, they are not human. However, upon hearing this, Lin Dong abruptly hung up the phone. How ironic. He was not so different himself. Yet, Lin Dong contemplated investigating the whereabouts of these individuals. After all, living beings could also be considered a form of resource. In the headquarters of the delivery service, Lin Dong fiddled with his phone, quickly uncovering clues through Wang Tsung's text messages and WeChat chat history. The location of the delivery headquarters was situated at a construction site, where Wang Tsung had previously served as a petty foreman, often exploiting the labor of workers with a ruthless demeanor. After perusing these messages, Lin Dong casually tossed his phone out of the window, silently committing the location to memory. There was no rush to retrieve the delivery as he still harbored a desire to remain indoors. Despite his considerable strength and the presence of 3 competent subordinates, he preferred to lay low for a few more days, uncertain of what dangers lurked outside. Upon returning home, he slipped into his slippers and washed his hands again before approaching the dining table to replenish his energy. He turned on the television, enjoying a leisurely meal while watching. After 5 hours of eating, he finally felt satisfied. As his body continued to strengthen, his capacity for consumption increased. From initially devouring 2 cattle a day, Lin Dong now required the sustenance of 4. Following his meal, he indulged in a hot bath, donning a set of white pajamas afterward. He meticulously washed his discarded clothing, and once everything was in order, he sank contentedly into the sofa, ready to enjoy some television. Outside, darkness had fallen, and the streets lay in disarray, permeated by a stench of decay and blood. Countless zombies roamed, hunting for their meager prey. Yet, this chaotic apocalypse seemed to bear no relation to Lin Dong, who found solace in his cozy haven, basking in comfort. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the anguished cries of a woman echoing through the building. A haunting lament of the end times. The scene was undeniably eerie. Were an ordinary person to hear it, they would surely be frightened to the core. Yet, Lin Dong merely curled his lips in disdain, devoid of any fear. The source of this sound was none other than his subordinate, the female athlete zombie. Had this creature evolved to the point of experiencing emotions? Why was she crying? Lin Dong pondered. It seemed plausible that the female zombie had consumed blood and flesh today, leading to her evolution and the emergence of basic emotions. Indeed, it was conceivable that zombies could evolve to a certain extent, attaining a level of intellect akin to that of humans, though such evolution likely required an S-grade. Of course, this was also contingent upon the zombie's inherent qualities. For instance, that astute Dr. Zombie might achieve high intelligence without needing to reach S-grade. It appeared that the female zombie was not lacking either. Having developed fundamental emotions, what could she possibly be crying about? Lin Dong felt a flicker of curiosity, and since he had time to spare, he decided to venture downstairs. Chapter 9. The Hunt. The female zombie was situated in the room below Lin Dong, as she had lived there in her previous life. The door was slightly ajar, allowing the sound of her weeping to escape. As Lin Dong pushed the door open, he discovered the female zombie kneeling in the living room, her back turned to him, her shoulders shaking with sobs. However, her acute hearing had detected the faint sound of the door creaking open. With a swift motion, she turned her head a full 180 degrees, her expression fierce, and unleashed a roar, as if preparing to launch an attack. However, upon recognizing that it was Lin Dong at the door, her roar abruptly ceased. The once ferocious expression on her face transformed into one of obsequiousness, even tinged with a hint of pity. The female zombie emitted a sorrowful wail, conveying a desperate signal. Lin Dong understood her message, which translated to a repetitive cry of hunger. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. All her sobs expressed these 3 words. Such a glutton. Lin Dong mused internally, noting that he had already consumed flesh that day, while his 2 companions were not hungry at all. Yet she alone was weeping. The female zombie seemed to grasp his thoughts, bowing her head in embarrassment and emitting a pleading whimper. Lin Dong chose not to dwell on it. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed out a corpse, the very thug he had previously dispatched. Upon the appearance of fresh blood and flesh, the female zombie instantly perked up. He. Her eyes widened, and she emitted an eerie laugh before dashing towards the body with astonishing speed, her mouth opening wide to tear into the flesh. It appeared that the female zombie was capable not only of weeping but also of laughter, and her sinister chuckle was far more chilling than her cries. Lin Dong also noted her remarkable speed, her strong, rounded thighs left behind blurred afterimages. Truly, she possessed the innate talents of an athlete. As the female zombie feasted with a series of smacking sounds, a pungent odor filled the room, accompanied by the incessant sounds of chewing and tearing. This bizarre scene of nourishing a zombie was utterly surreal. Should a normal person witness it, they would surely be terrified beyond measure. "Help yourself, it's quite a scent," Lin Dong remarked to himself as he turned to leave. Due to his recent bath, he wished to avoid any unpleasant odors, akin to the way an ordinary person might refrain from indulging in hot pot or spicy skewers that could stain their garments with a lingering scent. Meanwhile, the doctor zombie and the fitness instructor zombie remained in the adjacent room, their silence unbroken, and Lin Dong made no deliberate effort to feed them. This was perhaps a reflection of the adage, "The zombies that weep have flesh to consume." Upon returning to his own quarters, Lin Dong settled onto the sofa, his mind whirling with contemplation. Merely sitting idly while resources dwindled was not a sustainable course of action. Although the storage space brimmed with an abundance of blood and flesh, the inevitable depletion loomed on the horizon. In the early days of the apocalypse, supplies were relatively accessible, but as time wore on, they would become exceedingly scarce. Lin Dong surmised that a venture outside was prudent to replenish his stock. He retrieved his phone and opened the messaging app, swiftly locating Su Shan as contact. "Darling, how are you? Why haven't you answered my calls? I'm so worried about you. Please, don't let anything happen to you. I miss you dearly. Could you bring some supplies when you come to find me?" Messages of this nature continued to flood in, revealing Su Shan's palpable distress. "I am still here," he replied. And not long after, the indicator signaled that she was typing. "You're alive. That is wonderful. Why didn't you answer? I've been so anxious about you. There are zombies all around me right now, and I fear that answering the phone might attract their attention, so I've silenced my device." Lin Dong spoke no falsehood, for indeed, he was surrounded by the undead. Su Shan continued her discourse. "I truly miss you, whether in life or in death. I long to see you just once. Could you possibly come to find me? Very well, I shall seek you out tomorrow." Su Shan seems quite excited. "I will be waiting for you in the dormitory. You must come. Please bring as much food as you can. We must survive." "All right." Lin Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "It is time to procure some supplies." The following morning, Lin Dong donned a clean sports outfit and gazed into the mirror, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. He had transformed into a zombie, possessing human intellect. Yet the physical changes had somewhat affected him. His emotions had grown colder and more numb than those of an ordinary person, giving him an air of calm detachment. Descending the stairs, he spotted a medium-sized delivery truck parked by the roadside, the very one he had previously used for transporting goods from the supermarket. He climbed into the driver's seat and signaled his 3 subordinates to prepare for a hunting expedition. Suddenly, a cacophony of growls erupted from within the building. The female zombie, the swiftest among them, darted forth like a gust of wind, emitting an eerie laughter of ha-ha-ha, her expression brimming with exhilaration. After descending several floors, perhaps feeling it was still too slow, she shattered a window in the corridor and leapt out. She landed gracefully on the ground without sustaining any injury and promptly entered Lin Dong's vehicle. The second to appear was a fitness instructor turned zombie, now even more robust. His muscles grotesquely inflated. His skin had taken on a grayish hue, veins bulging unnaturally, and he towered close to 2 meters in height. His physique resembled that of a bull, and with each stride he took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. As the unit door stood ajar, it could no longer accommodate his physique. The coach zombie, in an outburst of fury, smashed through the door and surged forth with wild abandon. Witnessing his reckless charge, Lin Dong aptly dubbed him Tank. Once Tank boarded the vehicle, the Dr. Zombie was the last to emerge. He moved at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of calmness, and astonishingly took the initiative to close the door of the cargo area after entering. Lin Dong pressed the accelerator to the floor. The powerful cargo truck roared to life, racing down the street, relentlessly plowing through both zombies and abandoned vehicles alike, sending them flying or crushing them under its weight. The passing zombies, startled, emitted a chorus of growls. However, being fellow zombies, they refrained from mounting an attack. Lin Dong sped directly toward Jiangbei University, having ventured out for hunting. The female zombie in the cargo area was ecstatic, occasionally bursting into fits of eerie laughter. Yet, the intellectually limited Tank was perplexed, wondering why he was confined to this black box when they were supposedly out hunting. Lin Dong drove with reckless abandon, continuously colliding with obstacles, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. The hefty frame of Tank, laden with inertia, was frequently tossed about. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong arrived at Jiangbei University, where a multitude of zombies roamed outside. He barreled through them, driving straight to the girls' dormitory. 3 zombie minions leaped from the cargo area. At last, Tank was free, his fierce gaze scanning the surroundings, noting the stark transformation in scenery compared to before entering the black box. Could it be that entering the black box allowed for a change of location? With this realization, Tank threw back his head and let out a thunderous roar, a sound reverberating with primal ferocity. The roar reverberated through the heavens and shook the earth, shattering the glass of the nearby female dormitory. The lowly zombies in proximity were filled with trepidation and retreated in fear. Lin Dong was startled and turned to look. "What are you shouting about?" "Roar, roar, roar. I don't even know what I'm shouting," the tank bellowed, expressing its own bewilderment. Lin Dong felt speechless, thinking to himself, "Good grief." Chapter 10. Your heart. The ferocious roar of the zombies sent a flock of birds soaring into the sky. The survivors within the female dormitory also heard it and were greatly alarmed. Sushan trembled in fear. Could it be that Lin Dong was devoured by the zombies? "It's possible. Just now, I heard the sound of a vehicle. It must be your boyfriend, disturbing the zombies," said a sturdy young man. "It seems your boyfriend truly cares for you, braving such danger to seek you out," another tall young man commented. The 3 individuals, alongside Sushan, were all members of the school basketball team, with Sushan serving as a cheerleader, which brought them together. "Humph. Love, I see nothing but a sycophant who, in the end, gains nothing," the last person scoffed, giving Sushan a playful slap on the backside. He relished the thought of having others' goddesses bow before him, deriving an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Sushan, unperturbed, complained, "So what do we do now? This Lin Dong is truly useless, unable to even bring some food." "Wait a moment." The nearby young man's ears perked up as he grasped a steel pipe. There seemed to be movement in the corridor. Someone was approaching. Upon hearing the words, several individuals fell silent, attentively listening to the unfolding events outside. Indeed, footsteps grew increasingly nearer, accompanied by the faint growls of the undead. "Oh, it seems your devoted boyfriend has barged in," remarked one of the boys, his face alight with excitement. After days of dwindling supplies, they were ravenous. Having exhausted all food within the dormitory, and their interest in the enchanting Sushan had long since waned. "Let us proceed as planned." The 3 boys, armed with steel pipes detached from stool legs, concealed themselves on either side of the door. They intended to seize Lin Dong the moment he entered, commandeering his provisions. From the outset, they had no intention of allowing Lin Dong to leave alive. Setting aside personal grievances, every additional person meant less food to share. In essence, Lin Dong's survival held no advantages for them. Bang, bang, bang. Through the peephole, Sushan caught sight of a face, pale yet handsome, belonging to Lin Dong. "Hurry inside," she urged, swiftly opening the door. Once Lin Dong stepped into the dormitory, Sushan, seemingly fearful he might escape, hastily locked the door behind him. At that moment, the 3 boys emerged brandishing their weapons, encircling him. "Where's the food? Where have you hidden it? Hand it over now," one boy demanded. Initially, their plan was to incapacitate Lin Dong as soon as he entered, but upon noticing his empty hands, they decided to first clarify the situation. Lin Dong's expression remained impassive and cold, his gaze sweeping the room before finally settling on Sushan. In response to his stare, Sushan exhibited no sense of guilt whatsoever. "I acknowledge that I deceived you. However, at this juncture, there is no necessity for further explanation. One must look after oneself, or face dire consequences." Lin Dong continued to gaze at her in silence. Yet, the 3 young men had grown increasingly impatient. "For heaven's sake, speak up. Where on earth is the food hidden? Hand it over quickly, or I swear I will end you. After all, it's the apocalypse. Killing you would be meaningless." The overwhelming sensation of hunger twisted their features into grotesque masks. In that moment, Lin Dong perceived that the desperate hunger of humanity bore a striking resemblance to that of the undead. Reason had been abandoned, and they were on the brink of savagery. "Where's the food? Speak, or I will strike you down." Finally, one could no longer contain himself. He swung a steel pipe directly at Lin Dong's face. This particular young man, a robust athlete, possessed formidable strength. The steel pipe whistled through the air, a force that an ordinary individual would find insurmountable. Yet Lin Dong raised his hand, and with a resounding bang, he seized the steel pipe, remaining utterly unmoved, as if it were a mere twig. The young man's face registered shock as he exerted every ounce of strength to withdraw the pipe, but Lin Dong's grip was akin to that of a vice. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. The other two young men, equally astonished, contemplated rushing to assist. At that moment, Lin Dong parted his lips and, astonishingly, uttered words. After several days of evolution, he had regained some semblance of linguistic ability, albeit awkward and stiff, his raspy throat producing strange, obscure sounds. "You are the food." A sharp intake of breath ensued. The young men were struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, their bodies bristling with fear. For they had come to realize a chilling truth. Lin Dong was indeed a zombie. The boy was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He discarded the steel pipe in his hand and retreated hastily. However, Lin Dong, with a mere flick of his hand, thrust the steel pipe into the boy's mouth. With immense strength, he executed a gruesome act, penetrating straight through. Puffed. Blood splattered everywhere. Su Shan and the other two boys turned pale, their terror reaching its zenith as they witnessed such a horrific scene for the first time. "Run!" someone shouted, prompting the three to hastily open the door and tumble outside. Yet, as they turned, they collided with a wall of flesh. The tremendous recoil knocked them back to the ground. Raising their eyes, they beheld a towering zombie. Nearly 2 meters tall, its body a mass of bulging muscles. The creature roared like a tank, its voice resonating like thunder. It raised a fist and smashed it down, obliterating one boy's skull as if it were a watermelon, blood erupting in all directions. Su Shan was splattered with blood, rendering her momentarily dazed. At that moment, she heard a sinister hee-hee laughter beside her. Instinctively, she turned her head to see the grotesque face of a female zombie, licking her nails with a long tongue. Perilously close. "Ah!" Su Shan screamed, feeling a sudden warmth in her pants. The sheer physiological terror had caused her to lose control. Just then, Lin Dong emerged from the dormitory. The tank and the female zombies ceased their attacks and instead stood respectfully beside Lin Dong, their expressions a mix of deference and pride, as if showcasing their successful capture of these prey. Meanwhile, the doctoral zombie was crouched on the ground, poking at a corpse with its nails, extracting veins one by one, seemingly engrossed in some morbid research. In any case, the scene is more bizarre than the act of a tank crushing a person. Su Shan and the sole surviving male, both pale and trembling, seem to grasp the grim reality. Lin Dong is the leader of these zombies. "Please, don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I'm sorry. Woo-woo." The young man kneels in abject supplication, tears and snot streaming down his face, his earlier bravado utterly vanquished. Su Shan, regaining her composure, quickly joins in the plea. "Lin Dong, weren't you the one who loved me the most? Woo-woo, I am your wife. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you desire, woo-woo." Lin Dong strides toward her, his expression remaining cold and indifferent. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger materializes, plunging directly into Su Shan's chest. "I want to see your heart." Chapter 11. The search for supplies. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the corridor once more. Lin Dong, with a glint of malevolence in his hand, extracts a heart, enticing even the nearby tank. Su Shan has succumbed, her eyes wide open, reflecting the terror and despair she felt in her final moments. So grimy. The dagger, stained with vibrant crimson, resembles an oversized lollipop, yet Lin Dong, with disdain, would never consider tasting it. He carelessly tosses it to the tank beside him. The tank devours it, akin to how Zhu Beiji consumes the ginseng fruit. In the midst of this horror, the remaining male student weeps incessantly, confronted with a spectacle so gruesome and terrifying that it surpasses the limits of human psyche. Nearby, a female zombie, witnessing his tears, emits a chilling laughter. Perhaps it was out of curiosity, or perhaps a desire to offer solace, to assure him that today was a splendid day and that he need not weep further. Thus, with sharp claws, she plunged them directly into the young man's neck, severing his carotid artery. His cries abruptly ceased, and the corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. However, it was not long before a feast began among the undead. After dispatching these few individuals, Lin Dong felt a surge of exhilaration and suddenly recalled the resources that might still remain in the school cafeteria. There was a cold storage room dedicated to preserving fresh meats. Since he was already here, he should gather as much as possible. Immediately, he led 3 of his subordinates out of the dormitory building, traversing a playground to arrive at the cafeteria. Lin Dong observed that the density of zombies had increased significantly, particularly at the entrance, where 4 or 5 zombies were battering against the glass doors, seemingly drawn by some unseen allure, desperate to gain entry. The glass was smeared with bloodied handprints, creating a grotesque tableau of crimson. Could it be that survivors were inside the cafeteria? Lin Dong pondered. However, the zombies before him were exceedingly foolish, as the doors swung outward. Yet these creatures only knew to crowd and shove inward, utterly incapable of opening them. Seeing these dim-witted zombies as an obstruction, Lin Dong commanded Tank to clear the path. With a low growl, Tank surged forward, seizing one of the zombies and hurling it against the wall. Smack! The zombie splattered against the surface, nearly becoming a mere puddle of flesh, slowly sliding down and leaving a trail of crimson behind. The remaining zombies were similarly flung aside. They growled, yet were filled with trepidation towards Tank, refraining from launching an attack and retreating in disarray. The intellect of the Tank is scarcely superior to that of the zombies. It too extends its hand, pushing the glass door inward. However, its immense strength proves overwhelming, and with a resounding crash, the glass shatters, warping the doorframe in the process. This illustrates that in the face of absolute power, finesse is rendered unnecessary. Lin Dong steps into the cafeteria, where the first-floor hall lies in eerie silence, permeated by the stench of decay. On the floor, several corpses of headless zombies are strewn about, their blood having dried to a deep purplish hue. Clearly, they have fallen victim to human survivors. Given that the apocalypse erupted at 9 in the morning, the cafeteria is not bustling, thus rendering it a relatively safe zone. However, should there be any survivors, they would undoubtedly congregate in the storeroom, where ample supplies of food could assure their survival. Lin Dong strides purposefully toward the storeroom. Before long, he encounters a pair of large iron double doors, currently closed. He approaches and pushes against them, but the doors remain steadfastly locked. From within, a faint murmur echoes. Though the voices are soft, Lin Dong's keen hearing captures every word. "Oh no, it seems like zombies are coming. What should we do?" A woman's voice quivers with fear. "Don't worry, I will protect you," a young man reassures her, wrapping his arms around her. Yet, the woman remains apprehensive. "Perhaps we should escape quickly." "Humph. If you too wish to leave, then do so. Staying here is merely a waste of rations." A middle-aged man in a chef's attire interjects disdainfully from across the young couple. The young man furrows his brow, poised to retort. However, upon seeing the chef wielding a boning knife, they dared not utter another word. In this storeroom, there were a total of 5 individuals hiding. Besides the chef and the young couple, there were also 2 young women. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, both of them wore expressions of sheer terror. One of the young women, strikingly beautiful with her delicate, pursed lips, was none other than Su Xiaoro, the inventory clerk from the supermarket where Lin Dong previously worked. Coming from a humble background, she had always balanced work and studies. After being dismissed by Lin Dong, she found employment in the campus cafeteria, returning to her former role as an inventory clerk. In truth, with Su Xiaoro's beauty, suitors were not in short supply. She could easily secure a boyfriend who would provide her with a steady source of support. Yet, she was fiercely independent and preferred to rely on her own efforts. The zombies. They shouldn't be able to get in, right? Su Xiaoro stammered. Indeed, the chef nodded. These zombies are quite foolish. They cannot even breach the glass door outside, let alone this locked storeroom door. They're utterly incapable of opening it. The group found some solace in his words, feeling slightly reassured. But just then, a resounding clang echoed as a massive fist imprint appeared on the sturdy iron door, with the outline of 5 fingers distinctly visible, clearly indicating immense strength. Such a laborious task as pounding on the door was undoubtedly the work of a tank. It swung its fist, as large as a sandbag, and struck the iron door once more. Bang! The entire door quivered violently, sending dust cascading down, while the door panel again bore the imprint of a hand. The 5 individuals inside were left dumbfounded. What? What is that? I don't know. Perhaps the zombies have mutated? Quickly run. As the iron door failed to impede the advance of the zombies, the 5 individuals stumbled and dashed towards the corridor. At the end of this passage lay a small cold storage room. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when the tank delivered a thunderous punch. The sound of a sharp crack resonating through the air as half of the iron door was obliterated. The tank's massive form squeezed through the opening. My heavens! The chef, wielding a bone saw, was the swiftest among them, reaching the cold storage first. Hurry in, the zombies are coming. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the dim corridor, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. The chef focused intently, noticing a gaunt figure darting forward behind the tank. moving with astonishing speed, like a fierce gale. Meanwhile, the young man from the couple ran in second place, also reaching the cold storage. However, his girlfriend, along with Su Xiaoro, lagged behind. "Wait for me, darling," she implored anxiously. Yet, the young man realized that the terrifying female zombie was closing in on her, leaving no time for hesitation. "Close the door." Resolute, he seized the moment as the third girl entered, and together the three of them pushed the cold storage door shut. With a resounding bang, the cold storage door sealed. The girl had just reached the threshold, frantically pounding on the door. "Open up. Please, open the door." But despite her fists pounding painfully against the surface, there was no response from within, no indication that the door would yield. The girl felt an overwhelming sense of despair, forever haunted by the image of her boyfriend's savage demeanor as he slammed the door. Just moments before, he had professed to protect her. What a cad. The female zombie was now mere meters away, poised to pounce. In a moment of frantic ingenuity, she thrust her companion, Su Xiaoro, forward, hoping to buy herself a few precious seconds. A startled cry escaped Su Xiaoro's lips as an immense force sent her crashing to the ground. The female zombie leapt upon her, pinning her wrists to the earth with its claws, rendering Su Xiaoro's struggles futile. The female zombie chuckled ominously, perhaps elated from a recent hunting expedition with Lin Dong, having gorged on flesh and blood. Its mood was unusually exuberant, grinning at anyone it encountered. Yet that eerie laughter was truly terrifying. Su Xiaoro gazed into the frenzied visage inches from her own, her heart pounding with terror, overwhelmed by utter hopelessness. In that moment, she yearned for a swift death. Thus, she ceased her struggles, closing her eyes in resignation, awaiting the moment the gaping maw would descend upon her. However, the female zombie, after relishing its laughter, did not attack Su Xiaoro. Instead, it sprang forward, lunging at another girl nearby. "Ah!" A scream erupted from the girl as searing pain radiated from her neck. The zombie sank its teeth into her flesh, inflicting such intense agony that her body convulsed uncontrollably. Her eyes widened in despair, reflecting her utter hopelessness. Yet, she found it utterly incomprehensible why the zombies chose not to abandon Su Xiaoro, instead opting to attack her directly. However, her agonizing screams soon ceased, and she lost consciousness. At this moment, Su Xiaoro lay on the ground, her eyes still tightly shut. Though a perplexing thought crossed her mind, why did she not feel any pain? Could it be that she had already succumbed to death? Yet, considering it further, that notion seemed implausible. She was likely still alive. Thus, she cautiously attempted to open her eyes, and as her vision gradually returned, she discerned a tall figure standing before her. His skin was pallid, and his features were strikingly handsome as he gazed down at her. "Is that the boss?" Su Xiaoro's eyes widened in astonishment as recognition dawned upon her. It was indeed Lin, the manager of the supermarket where she had previously worked. She could hardly fathom encountering him in such circumstances. Lin Dong tilted his head and scrutinized her, his decision not to harm Su Xiaoro not significantly influenced by their past acquaintance. Rather, he regarded her as a capable girl, adept and efficient in her tasks. Coincidentally, he found himself in need of a servant to assist with cleaning, laundry, and dishwashing. To perceive Su Xiaoro merely as a piece of flesh would be a considerable waste, especially since he had no shortage of food. He could afford to keep her for the time being. "Get up," Lin Dong commanded in a curt tone. At that moment, Su Xiaoro sensed something was amiss. Lin Dong appeared to have transformed into a zombie, and the imposing tank-like figure stood obediently by his side. With her legs trembling, she leaned against the wall for support, managing to rise unsteadily. "Boss, are you all right?" she stammered. Lin Dong nodded, perhaps buoyed by the recent demise of Su Shan, and in a surprisingly jovial mood, he inquired, I am willing. Of course I am." Su Xiaoro, not one to be easily fooled, immediately grasped the implication. This was her chance at survival. She nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, terrified that uttering a single no would result in her immediate demise. Although many aspects remained unclear to her, preserving her life took precedence. Previously, she had worked for Lin Dong to earn money for tuition. Now, her labor was directly a matter of life and death. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Lin Dong disregarded her further and strode past her towards the cold storage entrance. The supplies he sought lay within. The tank advanced, its massive fist raised high, and struck the cold storage door with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow resonated like a heavy hammer, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rain down from the walls. Yet, the cold storage door remained steadfast, leaving the tank's arm numb from the impact. Inside, three individuals leaned against the door, their nerves taut as a tightly wound spring, utterly tense, holding their breath, afraid to exhale. How can this zombie be so formidable? One young man furrowed his brow in concern. Meanwhile, the chef retained some confidence, assuring, "Rest assured. The door to this cold storage is crafted from 5 centimeters of white steel. Not even a truck could breach it. No matter how strong this zombie may be, it cannot enter." The other two felt somewhat reassured by this statement. Outside, the tank continued its relentless assault on the door, yet after a moment, there was still no sign of progress. Frustrated, the tank let out a furious roar, becoming increasingly agitated, contemplating what awaited inside. They must be crushed into a pulp. Yet, given his current strength, it is indeed impossible to enter. Lin Dong observed intently from behind. Since the tank was ineffective, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Just as he was about to act, Su Xiaoro approached, her bright eyes reflecting a resolute determination. She harbored an equal measure of resentment towards the three individuals who had locked her out. "Boss, I possess the key to the cold storage." "Oh." Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, finding this to be quite fortuitous, as it spared him considerable trouble. Truly, she was the finest worker, accomplishing a feat upon joining the team. As the warehouse manager, Su Xiaoro naturally had access to the cold storage key. However, it was rather cumbersome and impractical to carry, always hanging on the wall of the adjacent room. After retrieving the key, she handed it over to Lin Dong. He commanded the tank to retreat and, taking the key in hand, stepped forward. The tank, of course, could not comprehend his actions. If his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, could not break through, how could that small stick of his? Meanwhile, inside, the three individuals heard an unexpected silence from outside, and their hearts soared with joy. "Huh. I told you that zombie couldn't break in. It must have given up," declared the chef triumphantly. However, just as those words left his mouth, a sudden crackling sound emanated from the lock's edge. It was the unmistakable noise of the lock cylinder turning. The chef's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to having bitten into a rotten fly, as he realized that the zombie was indeed unlocking the door. The boys were equally incredulous, their faces paling to a ghostly hue. "How is this possible? What are we going to do?" The girl trembled uncontrollably, sobbing softly. Even if they racked their brains, they could not fathom why the zombies were capable of unlocking doors. As the lock turned, the door was on the verge of being opened. "Quick, move something to brace the door," the chef urged, knowing this was their last resort. Of course, it was all in vain. The moment the lock clicked open, tank surged forward with a resounding crash, forcing the door wide open, scattering everything that had been used to block it in all directions. Chapter 13. The roadblock. Once the door swung open, a young figure stood at the threshold, clad in a pristine white shirt, his handsome face bearing an air of coldness. The three chefs stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this a man or a ghost? Behind him stood Tank and the female zombie, exuding an aura of menace that filled the air with oppressive dread. The chef's eyes darted, and they noticed a girl among them. It was Su Xiaoro, the one who had been locked outside. Their faces registered shock, disbelief coursing through their minds. You are alive? Indeed, quite a surprise, isn't it?" Su Xiaoro replied, her cheeks flushed with indignation. She was furious with the three for having left her outside. Had she not encountered her boss, she might have perished because of them. At that moment, the three zombie minions advanced menacingly. Tank remained agitated, growling continuously, yet he couldn't help but admire Lin Dong. Truly the leader, he had effortlessly unlocked the door with that small stick. Previously, while outside, I pondered that should I find myself inside, I would ensure that these three individuals would not have a pleasant fate. Meanwhile, the female zombie remained exuberant, her pale and terrifying visage adorned with a peculiar expression that straddled the line between a smile and a grimace. "Oh, Xiaoro, I beseech you, save me. I do not wish to be devoured by zombies. I truly do not want to die." The girl knelt, pleading for mercy, utterly devoid of the resolute demeanor she had displayed when the door was shut. In truth, the two had long been acquainted, their prior relationship having been rather amicable. Su Xiaoro shook her head. "Your fate is not for me to decide. It depends on how my boss chooses to handle you." The trio's gazes shifted towards Lin Dong, the immaculate, fair-skinned, and handsome youth who was, in fact, the leader of the zombies. "Please, do not kill me. If you spare my life, I will do anything you ask," the girl sobbed. The chef chimed in, "Brother, I can cook. Hi, I can prepare meals for you. My culinary skills are exceptional, having won championships in the city. They had realized that attempting to gain Lin Dong's sympathy would be utterly futile. They needed to demonstrate their worth. Perhaps that might offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, Lin Dong looked at the chef and spoke slowly. There is no need for such complications. Let us commence the feast. What? The chef's eyes widened as he seemed to grasp the implication. With a roar, the three subordinates charged forward, eager to pounce upon the group, and screams instantly filled the air. Within mere seconds, it was all over, followed by the gruesome sounds of gnawing and tearing flesh. In this horrifying tableau of the zombies' predation, the scene unfolded. Lin Dong remained untainted, strolling through the cold storage as if taking a leisurely walk, observing the surrounding inventory. The variety of goods was extensive, encompassing beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and more, with substantial quantities available. With a mere wave of his hand, he gathered everything into his storage space, replenishing nearly all that had been consumed in the previous days. He felt quite satisfied with this harvest. Meanwhile, the three zombie companions greedily indulged themselves. The tank and the female zombie voraciously devoured their meals, consuming them as if they were mere morsels, creating an exceptionally gruesome and terrifying scene. The doctor zombie, however, was rather peculiar. He first eviscerated the corpse, meticulously extracting the internal organs one by one, as if performing an autopsy, and then consumed them individually. Although the doctor zombie appeared somewhat refined, his actions were even more bizarre than those of the tank and the others. Who could endure witnessing a zombie dissecting? Yet, the one enduring the greatest torment was undoubtedly Su Xiaoro, the only normal human present. Upon witnessing the gruesome spectacle of the zombies feasting, she felt her stomach churn violently. Unable to suppress her retching, on the verge of vomiting. Given her understanding of Lin Dong's somewhat obsessive cleanliness, she feared that if she were to vomit, it might upset him, potentially leading to her demise. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong completed his collection of goods, which included not only the fresh meats from the cold storage, but also rice, flour, oil, and other provisions from the storeroom. Additionally, the cafeteria housed a convenience store stocked with beer, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, beverages, mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, and a plethora of snacks, all of which were swiftly gathered into his storage space. These items were indeed rare commodities. Outside, humanity might resort to violence over a mere loaf of bread, descending into chaos and mutual destruction. In any case, Lin Dong's space is vast, allowing for the storage of supplies that may prove useful in the future. Everything was meticulously organized. The three zombie minions had finished their meal, seemingly entertained by their leader's peculiar interest in this little pet, akin to playing with a cat or teasing a dog. Su Xiaoro huddled in a corner, resembling a frightened chick trembling in the wind, her delicate face pale with fear. She could hardly fathom the day when she would be subjected to the gaze of the undead. "Let us go," Lin Dong commanded. The female zombie patted Su Xiaoro's head before turning away. Su Xiaoro felt as if she might perish from fright, contemplating the reality of having to coexist with these zombies. "Boss, you won't kill me, will you?" she stammered. Lin Dong nodded, in a good mood today and wishing to tease her a bit. "Have you forgotten? I used to run a breeding farm." "Ah." Su Xiaoro looked utterly bewildered. What did that mean? Was he likening her to livestock? Soon after, they departed from the campus. On the way back, it was Su Xiaoro who drove, willingly taking on the role of the chauffeur to demonstrate her worth as an employee, hoping to avoid the grim fate of being eliminated. Having driven that very cargo truck during her time at the supermarket, she maneuvered with ease, proving herself to be quite the seasoned driver. The tank in the back expressed its approval with a 5-star rating. The streets remained in disarray, littered with scattered zombies, yet posed no threat to the truck. However, at an intersection, a heavy-duty truck came to a halt. Perched above were two middle-aged men, now gaunt and emaciated from hunger. One, sporting a scruffy beard, clutched a half-burnt cigarette, inhaling its aroma without the heart to ignite it. "Blast it! That scoundrel Wang Tsong. Wasn't he supposed to procure supplies? Where on earth has he vanished?" He lamented. "Perhaps he's met his end in a zombie's belly. It's been far too long. He must be cold by now." The other, a thin man, conjectured. "Surely not." Brother Long claimed he managed to reach him on the phone, albeit without a word before the call ended. He probably abandoned his wife and fled. "Ugh, let us not dwell on that. We need to find something to eat. I'm on the brink of starvation." The emaciated man despaired. The scruffy-bearded one continued to inhale deeply from the cigarette. "There's nothing left to eat. It's all been scavenged long ago." "Wait." Just as they spoke, the roar of engines filled the air. From the left fork in the road, a delivery truck approached in the distance. Chapter 14. Construction site. These two men were seasoned veterans. By assessing the tire pressure and the trajectory of the vehicle, they deduced that the truck was laden with goods. Look, here comes our food. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the thin man's eyes. They naturally concluded that it must be a survivor who had gathered ample supplies and was returning triumphantly. I wonder if there are any cigarettes inside. The scruffy bearded man mused with anticipation. As the truck drew nearer, they discerned more clearly that a beautiful girl was behind the wheel. Well, encountering us can only be deemed unfortunate for her. The gaunt man's eyes flashed with a menacing glint as he slowly revved the engine of the large truck. Seizing the opportune moment to accelerate forward with a surge of power, he positioned the vehicle squarely in the middle of the road, effectively blocking all passage. Screech. Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, Su Xiaoro hastily slammed on the brakes. The jarring sound of friction filling the air as the truck's wheels left dark marks on the asphalt, coming within less than a meter of the massive truck. The delivery vehicle came to a sudden halt. What a close call. Su Xiaoro felt a lingering dread as the abrupt stop caused the entire cargo truck to shudder, and, due to inertia, the trailing tank collided with a loud thud. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, deciding to give Su Xiaoro a 5-star review on an installment plan. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained remarkably composed. Even a cursory thought could reveal the unfolding situation. Sure enough, two men leapt from the truck, their arms bound with tape and newspaper, brandishing blood-stained steel pipes. You two, get out of the vehicle, barked the man with the scruffy beard. Su Xiaoro glanced over and quickly grasped the reality of the situation in a world ravaged by chaos. Cannibalism had become a grim norm, driven by a singular purpose: survival at all costs. What should we do, boss? Lin Dong remained silent, observing the men's attire, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Wang Tsong, the man who had previously vandalized his supermarket. They were likely from the same faction. A fleeting glance towards the distance revealed a construction site, home to the delivery headquarters. Regarding the current predicament, Lin Dong felt no inclination to intervene personally and opted to delegate the matter to his subordinates. Yet, the two middle-aged men appeared blissfully unaware of the impending consequences, approaching the cargo truck with lascivious grins plastered across their faces. Beautiful one, do not fear. Your brother shall take good care of you, the emaciated man said with a sneer. At that moment, the female zombie in the compartment suddenly perked up, her neck straightening as if she had regained consciousness. Beautiful? It seems someone is calling me. Loving. I wish to be cherished by humans. The two humans appeared to exude warmth. Consequently, she pushed open the compartment door and leaped outside. Just then, the emaciated man arrived at the door, prepared to force it open if the other party did not comply. Oh, this little girl is rather pretty, isn't she? If you cooperate, perhaps I shall spare your life. See, cooperate, he chuckled ominously. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed in the man's ears. It was evident that the female zombie had consumed a substantial amount of flesh today and had undergone an evolution. In addition to basic expressions of joy and sorrow, she could now replicate simple musical notes. However, upon hearing that sound, the man felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he beheld the gaunt figure of the female zombie, her face adorned with a sinister smile. Cherish. The female zombie swayed and lunged at him like a gust of wind, her speed unparalleled, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. What the? The man was instantly struck with terror. He raised the steel pipe, but the zombie's velocity was too swift. She tackled him to the ground and slid him several meters away. Second, come help me, he cried desperately, struggling against her. Yet, the bearded man ignored him, instead walking towards the back of the vehicle. Cigarettes, I need to find some cigarettes first. You. The emaciated man was on the verge of cursing, yet a sudden wave of excruciating pain gripped his neck, a consequence of the affection bestowed by the female zombie. At that moment, the agony was all too real. Meanwhile, the bearded man rushed to the rear of the truck, his mind racing with thoughts of abundant supplies within, perhaps not only cigarettes, but also fine wine and a plethora of delectable treats. His anticipation was palpable as he abruptly yanked open the cargo door. However, what met his gaze were merely the faces of two zombies. The Dr. Zombie regarded him with an air of intrigue, as if finding the situation exceedingly amusing. The tank-like figure remained irritable, pondering that the jolt he had just experienced from the black box was undoubtedly the fault of this scoundrel. The bearded man's eyes widened in shock. his entire demeanor frozen in disbelief. Clearly, the delightful scene he had envisioned had vanished entirely. Inside the truck, two terrifying zombies awaited him. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to grasp the situation, hastily removing a half-smoked cigarette from behind his ear, igniting it, and taking a couple of deep puffs. A look of satisfaction washing over his face amidst the swirling smoke. Suddenly, a massive hand seized him and forcibly dragged him into the cargo hold. Within mere moments, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. In the vehicle, Su Xiaoro grimaced repeatedly. It was tragic, truly tragic. It seemed these two had ventured out without consulting the auspiciousness of the day, daring to confront her boss. At that moment, Lin Dong finally spoke. "Let us head to the construction site nearby." "Oh, all right." Su Xiaoro readily acquiesced. Though she was uncertain of the purpose behind this destination, as a diligent worker, she understood the necessity of following her employer's directives without question. Restarting the vehicle, she maneuvered around the obstructing truck and drove towards the construction site. The construction site was surrounded by blue iron sheets, with the main entrance having collapsed. Numerous corpses of zombies, crushed by trucks, lay scattered about, their dismembered limbs and bloodstains creating a gruesome sight. A van had evidently crashed through, following the tracks left behind. Lin Dong surmised that there must be several survivors on this site, having established a small stronghold. Previously, individuals like Wang Tsong had harassed him, and today he encountered two more roadblocks, likely originating from this very place. To prevent further disturbances, Lin Dong resolved to eradicate this location entirely. Upon receiving the hunt signal, 3 of his subordinates leapt from the vehicle, their expressions transforming into a state of exhilaration. They felt fortunate to be under their leader's guidance, always encountering prey and indulging in ample flesh and blood. The construction site was eerily quiet. All the zombies had been dispatched with makeshift weapons, thoroughly cleared away. It appeared that the inhabitants possessed considerable combat prowess. Ahead loomed an abandoned building, the construction of which was only partially completed, exuding an aura of desolation. Yet, in one corner of this derelict structure stood an unusual edifice. The entire building was constructed from reinforced concrete, remarkably solid and devoid of windows, with the entrance made of white steel plates. The door lacked glass, featuring only a few fist-sized vents. The structure rose 3 stories high and occupied a substantial area, resembling a fortress. Clearly, it had been deliberately designed for the defense against zombies. Chapter 15. Excavator with the keen sensory perception typical of zombies. Lin Dong could hear human activity emanating from within, accompanied by a faint whiff of blood, leaving him to wonder what had transpired. 3 young men detected the scent of their prey, their faces alight with excitement as they sprinted toward the fortress-like structure. Inside that edifice, a considerable number of survivors were indeed present, more than 10 individuals. Among them were several construction workers, some street enforcers, and the developer of the site, Zhao Peng, who was also the one responsible for acquiring Lin Dong's breeding farm and had foolishly extended a loan to him. At the onset of the apocalypse, Zhao Peng had been inspecting the site with his subordinates when he encountered zombies. He promptly organized a team to construct a fortress of steel and concrete, thereby narrowly escaping disaster and surviving to this day. Zhao Peng remained the leader within this bastion, alongside his capable lieutenant, Xing Tianlong, who, with a few henchmen, exerted control over the construction workers. However, Zhao Peng was now beset by worries. Although the fortress offered safety, their supplies were severely limited. They had run out of food and were left starving. If it came to it, they might have to resort to consuming some meat. Though the thought lingered in his mind, would they contract the prion disease? "Boss, that is unlikely," interjected a bespectacled woman beside him, Zhao Peng's educated secretary. "The prion disease only manifests in the body after death, so as long as we consume living prey, we should be safe." "Zhao, why don't you allow me to lead a team outside to search for food?" proposed Xing Tianlong. Zhao Peng shook his head. "No, it's too perilous out there. Rest assured, Zhao, in my street fighting days, I wielded a machete and fought through 3 blocks without even flinching. The strength of those zombies is no match for the living. Do you not blink? Won't your eyes dry out?" Zhao Peng inquired. Xing Tianlong was rendered speechless. He had been talking about slaying, yet here was Zhao questioning the dryness of his eyes. Just then, they heard the rumbling of engines outside the fortress. Vehicles were entering the construction site. Xing Tianlong's gaze flickered. "Let us hurry and take a look." Zhao Peng, invigorated, promptly made his way towards the fortress's grand entrance. The massive white steel doors were remarkably sturdy, featuring fist-sized vents that served not only for ventilation but also for peering outside. As Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong crouched by the door, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. Instead of encountering the expected figure, they were confronted by several terrifying zombies. The female zombie's sinister grin loomed at the vent, mere inches away from them, creating an unnerving atmosphere. Eagerly, the female zombie clawed at the steel door, her sharp nails scraping against the white steel, producing a grating sound that made their teeth ache. Good heavens! Zhao Peng and his companion recoiled a few steps, nearly losing their balance. What on earth? Zombies? Fear not, Mr. Zhao. The zombies cannot breach our fortress, Xing Tianlong reassured him. Indeed, Zhao Peng nodded. Although the zombies were unsettling, the fortress's robust structure assured him of their safety. Suddenly, a series of thunderous knocks echoed, unmistakably the work of a tank. With each powerful strike, the entire building trembled. The survivors within the fortress, alarmed by the commotion, hastened to the entrance, eager to discern the unfolding events. With a resounding roar, the tank unleashed its might. Though powerful, its current strength was insufficient to breach even the cold storage, let alone this specially constructed fortress. After a few futile blows, it gave up and obediently stood behind Lin Dong, awaiting the elder brother's intervention to produce a small stick to unlock the steel gate. Could this zombie have mutated? Its strength is formidable, Zhao Peng thought, feeling a chill of trepidation. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Since the apocalypse began, bizarre occurrences had become increasingly prevalent. Xing Tianlong waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, even a dinosaur cannot enter here. Unless zombies have somehow acquired the ability to operate excavators and dig their way in. Zhao Peng nodded, emboldened by this assurance. Let me take another look at what this zombie looks like. He approached the ventilation hole again, tilting his head to peer outside. This time, he spotted a youthful figure standing outside, surrounded by 3 eerie zombies. That is Lin Dong. Zhao Peng's expression shifted to one of surprise as recognition dawned. The sight of him ignited a flicker of anger, for Lin Dong had sold him a breeding farm before the apocalypse, leaving him with an 8 million loan. To this day, he still owed Zhao money. Serves him right. Has he truly turned into a zombie? What poetic justice! Zhao Peng muttered to himself. Though he couldn't help but admire the fact that even as a zombie, Lin Dong remained remarkably pristine. Xing Tianlong remarked, Zhao, we need not concern ourselves with them. They cannot breach our defenses. Let them flounder for now. They are likely to leave soon. Indeed, Zhao Peng replied. Outside, Lin Dong gazed intently at the structure. Even with a key, it would be impossible to unlock it from the outside. However, given his current physical prowess, he could easily shatter it with a single punch. Yet, that would surely soil his attire. Thus, with a flourish of his hand, he summoned an object from his storage space, a colossal metallic machine, with a steel arm connected to a massive bucket. It was indeed an excavator. He had procured it from the breeding farm, and today it was fortuitously of use. With a thunderous roar, the iron beast came to life. Lin Dong maneuvered the excavator towards the fortress. The reinforced concrete was too dense for straightforward excavation, so he decided to commence digging a tunnel from the surface soil. Suddenly, within the fortress, Zhao Peng and his companions were jolted by the thunderous noise of the machinery. What could it be? They hurried to the entrance and peered through the ventilation hole, only to behold the steel behemoth slowly approaching. The sight left them utterly dumbfounded. An excavator? Could it be that the zombie was an alumnus of the Blue Sky Vocational School? The scene before them completely shattered their understanding of reality. Xing Tianlong was equally bewildered. He had just mentioned the excavator, and lo and behold, it manifested. He could scarcely fathom that a zombie would actually operate such a contraption. Now the pressing question arose. Which company truly mastered excavator technology? As Lin Dong continued to dig, a large pit rapidly formed at the entrance, causing the ground within the fortress to collapse continuously, while sunlight streamed in through the opening at the bottom of the door. Quick, fetch the weapons. Prepare to confront them. Regardless of whether they were thugs or construction workers, individuals brandished machetes or steel pipes. In one instance, a chainsaw could be heard buzzing ominously as someone produced it. Their numbers were overwhelming, exuding an air of intimidation. Yes, let us confront them head-on. Chapter 16, Awakening Abilities. Before long, the ground at the entrance was excavated. A roar erupted as a tank thundered in, lifting a chunk of granite and hurling it into the crowd. The stone, propelled with immense force, immediately felled 2 individuals to the ground. Hee. Upon the entry of the female zombie, one of the thugs seized the opportunity. lunging with a knife aimed at her head. However, the female zombie was astonishingly swift. With a mere flick of her hand, her razor-sharp claws shredded his forearm. Ah! The thug screamed in agony, and the knife slipped from his grasp. Yet, the female zombie, in midair, grasped the knife with eerie precision, a sinister smile adorning her face as she swung it toward the thug's neck. My goodness! The thug was utterly bewildered. This was the first time he had witnessed a zombie wielding a weapon. The female zombie, trained in combat, executed the strike with such finesse that it was akin to slicing through tofu, severing his neck cleanly. The onlookers stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. This zombie can wield a knife. What the hell is happening? How do we deal with this? However, the absurdity did not cease there. While several individuals were deliberating, a crossbow bolt suddenly soared through the air, piercing one man's skull. A glance revealed the Dr. Zombie, poised with a crossbow, preparing to load a second arrow. This is unbelievable. Just moments ago, they were ready to fight to the death, and now they had all but collapsed in despair, for they were utterly no match for their opponents. It would be a massacre. A few, in a panic, abandoned their armor and began to flee within. By the time Lin Dong arrived, the battle had nearly come to a close. The fortress was strewn with corpses, drenched in blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong stepped inside, with 3 zombie minions obediently trailing behind him, having ceased their carnage. They could still sense the presence of the living within. Upon entering a particular room, he discovered extinguished campfires on the ground, accompanied by a chilling pile of white bones nearby, bearing the marks of gnawing teeth. Yet, these were not the bites of zombies, but rather human teeth. Without further contemplation, Lin Dong understood the grim events that had transpired here. In the corner of the room, the faint sound of labored breathing could be discerned. Roar! The tank immediately let out a ferocious growl in that direction. As Lin Dong approached, he found a woman lying bare upon the ground, her legs brutally severed. The stumps were bound with rubber bands, crudely dressed in ragged cloth to prevent excessive blood loss and imminent death. For once a person succumbs, prion viruses would emerge within. The woman's complexion was pallid, her breath shallow, hovering on the brink of death. Hearing the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Dong and his entourage of zombies, there was no trace of fear in her gaze. Instead, a glimmer of relief flickered across her features. Lin Dong comprehended her silent plea. She yearned for him to end her life, for in her eyes, Zhao Peng and his gang were far more brutal than the zombies before her. Thus, the tank, embodying the role of a gentleman, fulfilled her wish with his own hands. Due to the fortress having only a single entrance, Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong, along with others, found themselves hiding in the last room, with no escape route available. What shall we do, General Zhao? The zombies will be here soon. Xing Tianlong expressed his despair. However, Zhao Peng remained relatively composed. Those zombies wield weapons and operate excavators. They undoubtedly possess human-like intelligence. Perhaps we can negotiate with them. Yes. Xing Tianlong nodded vigorously, deeming the idea quite reasonable. If a negotiation could be successful, survival would be possible, rekindling a glimmer of hope within him. Zhao Peng continued. Moreover, I have some acquaintance with Lin Dong from before the apocalypse. He might spare us. That would be splendid. Xing Tianlong immediately felt admiration for him. As expected of General Zhao, your connections are vast. Even in the face of the apocalypse, they prove invaluable. Just then, Lin Dong and his entourage emerged from the corridor, their footsteps echoing ominously as they drew near, instilling a profound sense of dread. Gulp. Zhao Peng's lips felt parched, and he instinctively swallowed, his nerves reaching a breaking point. Wait, Lin Dong, please don't kill me. You remember me, right? It's Zhao Peng. He called out from several meters away as Lin Dong approached, scrutinizing him with recognition in his gaze. Oh, Lin Dong merely nodded, and the 3 henchmen behind him refrained from launching an immediate attack. A flicker of hope surged within Zhao Peng as he sensed a possibility. Thus, he continued to reminisce and strengthen their bond. Lin Dong, do you recall? I acquired your farm initially and even lent you a considerable sum of money. So, you are the creditor. Lin Dong pondered for a moment, and soon concluded that the only solution was to eliminate him. Zhao Peng nearly spat blood, realizing he had misspoken. Beside him, Xing Tianlong felt anxious, thinking why utter such words at this critical juncture? Just as Zhao Peng intended to clarify, alas, the opportunity had vanished. 3 of Lin Dong's subordinates surged forth, swiftly dividing the spoils. Within the fortress, there were no survivors. Lin Dong collected all useful items, and led his 3 subordinates outward. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoro awaited in the van, having just heard the continuous, desperate screams from the building. A cacophony that hinted at scenes far more harrowing than those in any schoolyard. At that moment, Lin Dong approached, his pristine white shirt still immaculate, creating an illusion as if nothing had transpired. "Boss, where shall we go next?" Su Xiaoro inquired succinctly. With her inclusion, she was assigned to the adjacent house, diligently attending to Lin Dong's laundry, cleaning, and dishwashing, ever earnest in her responsibilities, for failing to do so might cost her life. Lin Dong, in turn, did not neglect her. He provided her with human food daily, rice, flour, and on good days, even frozen steaks or fish, allowing her a taste of variety. Gradually, over the course of several days, Su Xiaoro began to acclimate to her new reality. In comparison to the survivors outside, Lin Dong finds great contentment in his daily sustenance within the confines of the towering edifice. He no longer endures the hardships of exposure to the elements, which he considers a form of bliss. Lin Dong indulges in copious amounts of meat, and as he continues to evolve, his capacity for digestion increases remarkably. By conservative estimates, he has consumed nearly 100 tons of beef alone, not accounting for other sources such as chicken blood. Lin Dong distinctly senses his strength intensifying with each passing day. However, the extent of his newfound power remains somewhat elusive to him. It is not until 10 days later that Lin Dong undergoes another evolution, achieving a significant qualitative leap. Within his cranial cavity, a crystal nucleus forms. Simultaneously, a flash of crimson illuminates his eyes. His head itches intensely, heralding the awakening of his abilities. Chapter 17. The Domain of Corpses. With a mere thought, Lin Dong extends a sphere of influence centered around himself, emanating outward. This marks the emergence of his awakened ability, the Domain of Corpses. Given his current prowess, the radius of this domain spans approximately 10 meters. Unintentionally, it envelopes Su Xiaoro, who is mopping nearby. Instantly, she freezes, as if gripped by an unseen force, rendered motionless in place. Tremors course through her delicate form, as though she stands amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. This illustrates the immense suppressive power the Domain of Corpses exerts on humanity. Unaware of the unfolding events, Su Xiaoro casts a glance, only to discover that Lin Dong, who was previously seated on the sofa watching television, has inexplicably vanished. Where has the boss gone? The Domain of Corpses possesses another ability, concealment. Yet, it is not limited to this alone. At this moment, Lin Dong perceived the surroundings shrouded in a crimson haze. The once formidable walls had transformed into mere illusions, rippling like the surface of water. As he reached out to touch, his palm astonishingly passed through the wall. Subsequently, his entire body followed suit. As he traversed from the living room into the kitchen, of course, this bizarre scene was invisible to others. One of the peculiar abilities of the corpse domain allowed Lin Dong to disregard physical boundaries, enabling him to walk through walls and objects, or even to burrow underground. Within this terrifying realm, if Lin Dong so desired, he could extract another's heart without the need for physical contact. Such formidable power, Lin Dong mused silently. Capable of both murder and survival, it was nothing short of perfection. A corpse king that could render itself invisible and traverse walls. Who could withstand such a force? However, this ability, classified as a spatial anomaly, consumed mental energy and could not be employed indefinitely. As Lin Dong emerged into the kitchen, Su Xiaoro, having exited the domain's influence, sank to her knees, gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. What on earth had transpired? Where was the boss? Just then, Lin Dong opened the door to the living room and stepped in from the kitchen. Su Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief. The boss had clearly been seated on the sofa moments ago. How could he now emerge from the kitchen? The strangeness of it all sent a wave of unease through her. It's nothing, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. With his continuous evolution, his linguistic capabilities had been fully restored. He spoke fluently, and his voice resonated with a magnetic allure. To an observer, he appeared no different from an ordinary human. Oh, Su Xiaoro replied softly, not daring to inquire further, and continued to diligently clean the floor. Over the course of the past half-month, Lin Dong's 3 zombie subordinates had significantly strengthened. The tank-like zombie had grown in size, now towering over 2 meters, its muscular frame resembling a diminutive version of the Hulk. The female zombie had become remarkably swifter. Lin Dong witnessed her pounce upon unsuspecting humans in search of sustenance with the swiftness of a gale. Her sharp bone claws left a trail of afterimages as she eviscerated her prey. Her movements were reminiscent of a character from the King of Fighters video game, leading Lin Dong to affectionately name her Xiaoba. However, the most peculiar among them was the Dr. Zombie, who not only relished in dissecting humans, consuming their entrails piece by piece, but had recently taken a disturbing turn by also experimenting on fellow zombies. He would frequently open one up, dismembering it and scattering its various parts around. Notably, these three zombie subordinates had garnered quite a few additional followers. Possessing the innate qualities of a zombie king, they were capable of commanding other zombies. In their idle moments, they would gather near the building. Moreover, Lin Dong observed another troubling phenomenon. The zombies on the streets had greatly accelerated, their speed now surpassing that of ordinary humans. In stark contrast to their initial rigidity when the apocalypse first struck, it was evident they were undergoing evolution. A zombie evolution frenzy had commenced, rendering them increasingly formidable. What could be the state of humanity amidst all this? Lin Dong settled onto the sofa, retrieved his mobile phone, and began to gather intelligence. For the living still managed to transmit signals. Upon unlocking his phone, Lin Dong was immediately captivated by a notification. Tech Biotech Corporation has devised a zombie eradication plan. Zombie eradication? Lin Dong had heard of this company, renowned for its research in viruses and genetics, boasting formidable strength and at the forefront of global technology. Akin to the Umbrella Corporation in the film Resident Evil, Tech is a multinational entity with a branch in Zhongbei City. Intrigued, Lin Dong wondered about the nature of the zombie eradication plan. Upon clicking, he read, "Our tech company has developed a biological weapon, Hunter 1, capable of effectively eliminating zombies, soon to be mass-produced for deployment across various departments." Below the text was an accompanying image. The so-called Hunter was, astonishingly, a synthetic bioengineered entity, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Wielding a Gatling gun in its right hand, its body ensnared with belts of ammunition. Behind it, it carried a colossal iron hammer. Its oversized head was marred with stitches, adorned with numerous centipede-like scars, presenting a grotesque and terrifying visage. Lin Dong mused that it was less aesthetically pleasing than a zombie. He hoped it would not come to disturb him. As he continued scrolling, he encountered a statement from Tech Company. Currently, our major corporations have established shelters for survivors to seek refuge. Our company will ensure your safety. This announcement elicited a plethora of comments from survivors. Tech Company is impressive. No wonder they are at the forefront of world technology. Even in the apocalypse, they are thriving. Yet, many cautioned, do not seek refuge at tech shelters. They merely intend to use humans for live experiments and will not protect us at all. Is it possible that Hunter number 1 is constructed from living humans? Indeed, for those capable, it would be prudent to seek refuge in our official sanctuary. The comments varied greatly, yet Lin Dong paid them no heed, as the matter of refuge did not concern him. However, the subsequent piece of news proved to be immensely beneficial for him. It was released by the official sanctuary. After extensive testing, it was revealed that certain human bodies were undergoing evolution, capable of sprinting 100 meters in 6 seconds and delivering a punch with a force of 1 ton. Experts suggested that the source of this newfound strength stemmed from a substance known as brain dan that grew within the skull. If anyone experienced an itch in their head, it could very well be a precursor to evolution. Indeed, humanity was beginning to transform, yet, as it appeared, no one had yet awakened their abilities. According to the experts, brain dan would evolve into crystal core after reaching a certain stage, at which point, extraordinary powers would be awakened. Evolution occurs gradually. No one suddenly gains extraordinary abilities. Such a notion is unrealistic. Lin Dong believed that with his ample supply of flesh and blood, having absorbed countless energies from both humans and zombies, he should be the first to condense a crystal core and awaken his powers. Chapter 18. Is it delicious? He contemplated capturing 2 awakened humans to sample their essence. Lin Dong pondered this as he resolved to venture out, intending to test his newly awakened abilities and the potency of the zombie domain. He wondered which fortunate soul would cross paths with him. Thus, he rose and stepped outside. Upon arriving outside the edifice, the ferocious undead on the street lowered their heads upon encountering Lin Dong. The zombie king had emerged, commanding the allegiance of countless corpses. Meanwhile, his 3 subordinates roamed freely, absent from the vicinity, and Lin Dong had no intention of summoning them. Lacking a definitive destination, he refrained from driving and instead meandered along the street. The disheveled thoroughfare was littered with shattered glass and mottled bloodstains. while patches of moss had begun to sprout in the dimmer corners. Occasionally, a rat would emit a shrill squeal, clutching a severed finger, before scurrying into the sewers. The landscape was one of desolation. In this apocalyptic city, Lin Dong, untouched by the chaos, appeared remarkably at ease, as if merely taking a leisurely stroll. After approximately half an hour, he abruptly halted. Through his keen sense of smell, he detected the scent of fresh blood, an indication of living beings nearby, which he could easily discern with his heightened olfactory abilities. Turning his gaze, he noticed a large gate adorned with 3 bold characters, Zoo. Strangely, the premises were eerily vacant, devoid of any zombies, and not a single corpse lay upon the ground, only the remnants of dried, purplish blood. It seemed this place had transformed into the territory of some creature, an ominous warning to intruders. For an ordinary person, this locale would undoubtedly be perilous. Yet Lin Dong was unfazed, proceeding through the gate. The zoo was enveloped in an unsettling silence, with only the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind breaking the stillness. The cages that once housed animals now stood empty, their interiors stained with blood. Fragments of animal fur and gnawed bones remained, creating a gruesome tableau. Clearly, whatever had once inhabited this space had been consumed by some unseen predator. Lin Dong ventured further inside, arriving at the place where the caretakers worked. Before him stood a building, its doors and windows firmly sealed, reinforced with steel. Although silence enveloped the interior, Lin Dong could still discern the sound of human breathing, rapid and tense, as if the occupants were in a state of great anxiety. There were individuals, Lin Dong surmised internally, yet he refrained from advancing directly. For not far off, 2 men were approaching, their sights set on the very same structure. One man was short and stout, his rough skin marred with pockmarks reminiscent of the lunar surface, bearing an unappealing visage. The other was tall and slender, clad in a suit, resembling a corporate professional, exuding an air of refinement. The attire of these men suggested they were not zoo personnel. Rather, they appeared to be scavengers in search of supplies. However, their demeanor betrayed a sense of vitality, lacking any signs of hunger, and they moved with a vigorous stride, their physical prowess surpassing that of the average human. Could they be awakened beings? Lin Dong pondered, contemplating the notion of delving into their minds. Meanwhile, the 2 men, upon observing the sealed building, had recognized the presence of survivors within. Ah, there are indeed living beings here, the refined man remarked with a slight smile. The stout man nodded in agreement. Indeed, this promises to be entertaining, though I wonder, are there any beauties inside? Certainly. I recall that the caretakers here were quite lovely, the refined man replied. 2 individuals, relying on their status as awakened beings, roamed fearlessly through the desolate remnants of civilization. With the order now in ruins, they scoured the surroundings for supplies and beautiful women, indulging in their desires upon encountering any female. Do not rush. Let us first deceive them into opening the door, suggested the cultured man. Although both were physically formidable, the building was securely barricaded, and attempting to force entry would undoubtedly require considerable effort. The stout man nodded, indicating his familiarity with such endeavors. He approached and gently knocked on the door, fabricating a tale. Hello? Is anyone inside? We are a team of awakened ones from the official shelter, here to rescue survivors. Upon hearing the mention of the official rescue team, the occupants within felt a surge of excitement. At last, assistance had arrived. Inside were 4 individuals, 3 caretakers, and an elderly night watchman from the zoo, armed with a tranquilizer gun typically used for subduing wild animals. Shoo, keep your voices down. We must not attract that beast, the old man cautioned. And what if they are deceivers? Should we open the door? Inquired a petite girl, her concern palpable amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Who knows whether those outside are humans or phantoms? Another girl chimed in. I have seen announcements from the official shelter confirming the emergence of evolved individuals forming rescue teams, one of them stated. Then, shall we unlock the door? Yes. Let us open it. Our food supplies are nearly depleted. Remaining shut would lead to our demise as well. After a brief discussion, they collectively decided to slowly open the door. 2 men immediately slipped inside, their eyes slyly surveying the scene. Indeed, there were beauties here. You are the rescue team from the shelter? One of the girls inquired. Of course, the short, stout man nodded. Another petite girl added, That's wonderful. Hurry and take us away. Don't be in such a rush. We can save you. But there is a condition, he chuckled mischievously. What condition? The girl asked, puzzled. The stout man grinned wickedly. You must first allow me some pleasure. What? The girl realized his implication, her expression one of shock, but the other girl had already caught on. Everyone be careful. Look at their attire. They are not a rescue team at all. You are quite astute. In an instant, the stout man revealed a malevolent expression, grasping the girl's neck and lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. The girl gasped, her legs flailing uselessly against his overwhelming strength. Observing this, an elderly man raised his gun to fire, but the tranquil man effortlessly caught the dart as it was released. The reaction speed of an awakened individual is far beyond that of ordinary people. Despair filled their hearts. They had not perished at the hands of zombies and monsters, but were instead facing death from their own kind, destined to endure torment. In such a light, it seemed preferable to die at the jaws of a zombie. At least it would be swift. Help! One of the girls screamed, determined to bring forth monsters and die alongside them. Bang! Yet the tranquil man struck her down with a mere wave of his hand. Damn it, seeking death. The short, stout man was eager to unleash his feral instincts. In this apocalyptic world, who could possibly save you? Furthermore, I am an awakened one. The entire world belongs to me. Clearly, these two had already transformed into ancestral beings. Just then, an unexpectedly deep voice resonated. Awakened ones. Are they delectable? Chapter 19. The focus is on consumption. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to gaze in its direction, only to discover a handsome young man standing quietly at the entrance. His expression tranquil. How is there another man here? The short, stout man frowned. Meanwhile, the three caretakers and the old watchman were filled with terror, their hearts pounding with dread. They understood that no one by the name of Lin Dong existed here. He had materialized out of thin air. A chill ran down their spines as they collectively inhaled sharply. Was he human or specter? The refined man, however, appeared utterly indifferent, desensitized from having taken countless lives. A man is easily dispatched, he thought, as he advanced step by step toward Lin Dong, oblivious to the abyss he was approaching. You, kid, are dressed quite neatly. Prepare to die? The man swung a fist aimed at Lin Dong's chin, confident that with his strength, he could easily deliver a fatal blow to an ordinary person. Yet, Lin Dong stood motionless, an eerie red glow flickering in his eyes. What followed was a bizarre occurrence. The man's fist passed right through Lin Dong's body. The refined man immediately sensed that something was amiss. Before him, the figure appeared almost ethereal, seemingly present yet utterly untouchable. A sense of unease swiftly enveloped him, igniting a surge of terror within. The bewildering scene before his eyes left him utterly perplexed. The onlookers behind him were equally transfixed, realizing that something was amiss with this individual. In a swift motion, Lin Dong summoned a dagger, thrusting it directly into the man's chest. Surprisingly, no blood flowed from the wound, but the man's expression froze, his pupils dilating as he succumbed to death. This was one of Lin Dong's abilities within the realm of the dead. The dagger had pierced through his chest, targeting the heart directly. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong extracted the man's heart, its vibrant crimson hue exuding warmth as it dripped with fresh blood. Monstrous. The remaining witnesses, unaccustomed to such a horrific spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines, even the brutish, stout man trembling in fear. Lin Dong scrutinized the heart, discerning that the awakened one's blood was far from pristine, containing energy not unlike that of an ordinary person. However, a fleeting thought struck him. According to official reports, the source of an awakened one's power resided within the brain's core. With this realization, Lin Dong glanced at the lifeless body at his feet. He casually discarded the heart and plunged the dagger into the man's forehead, cleaving it open. Inside, he discovered a round, fleshy orb, roughly the size of a thumb. It radiated pure energy and emitted a delightful fragrance. This seems promising. Lin Dong extracted the orb and, intrigued, placed it in his mouth. To his delight, it tasted remarkably sweet, reminiscent of cherries enjoyed by an ordinary person. The power within transformed into a warm stream, flowing into his limbs and bones, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. Regrettably, the energy contained was insufficient. Lin Dong felt somewhat unfulfilled. Thus, his gaze shifted towards the stout man. The stout man trembled instantly, as if a fierce beast had fixed its gaze upon him. Nearly wetting himself in terror, he hastily cried out and fled towards the doorway. Oh my, a ghost! Spare me! Just as he reached the threshold, about to burst through the door, Lin Dong, with a mere flick of his hand, plunged his slender fingers into the back of the man's skull. Utilizing his corpse domain ability, he extracted the man's brain core through the cranium. The stout man's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. With effortless grace, Lin Dong had dispatched 2 awakened beings, showcasing his ruthlessness. "I beg you, spare my life. Woe is me, have mercy on us." Several survivors, paralyzed by fear, huddled together, incessantly pleading for mercy. Lin Dong surveyed them with a discerning eye. The flesh and blood of ordinary humans held little significance for him, typically regarded as mere dog food. "Well, I shall not kill you." "Oh, really?" The survivors appeared bewildered, clearly astonished. Lin Dong nodded. "I am not a demon." They opened their mouths in disbelief, having previously found Lin Dong more terrifying than any devil. At that moment, however, a rancid wind swept through the outdoors, a menacing aura enveloping the surroundings. A chilling wolf howl echoed throughout the zoo, a sound so piercing and hysterical, it resonated as if the very ghosts were wailing, sending shivers down one's spine. The old night watchman's eyes widened in sheer terror. "Oh?" Lin Dong turned to gaze outside. Through the gap sealed with steel bars, he beheld a crimson eye, as large as a light bulb, radiating a bloodthirsty malice, straining to peer into the room. Several survivors appeared ashen-faced. It was that mutated beast. All the creatures in the zoo had been devoured by it. It had returned to feast upon us. Boom. As he spoke, the walls of the building were struck with tremendous force. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. The beast possessed immense strength. After several violent impacts, the reinforced steel began to warp, emitting a disconcerting grinding sound. Rumble. At last, a gaping hole was smashed into the wall. 2 grotesque heads emerged before the onlookers. It was a towering wolf, standing nearly 2 meters tall, its physique more robust than that of a yak. Most bizarrely, this wolf had 2 heads, for bulbous eyes glinted with ferocity, and its razor-sharp fangs were as long as daggers. Clearly, this was a mutated creature. Roar! The 2-headed wolf bellowed at the few individuals inside, its demeanor fiercely triumphant. The old man, armed with a tranquilizer gun, raised it and pulled the trigger. "If you can escape, do so. I, with my frail bones, have lived long enough. Let it consume me first." However, the double-headed wolf's fur stood erect like steel needles, and its skin was extraordinarily resilient. The bullet might not even penetrate it, merely deflecting the tranquilizer dart. This was dire. Faced with such a ferocious giant wolf, they found themselves devoid of any means to resist. The recent attack had only incited the giant wolf's fury further. It was poised to breach the shattered wall at any moment. As Lin Dong stood his ground, he surveyed the scene with keen interest. The colossal wolf before him was a formidable sight, its robust, streamlined body exuding an air of ravenous appetite. Being a corpse king, his primary focus was sustenance. What could the taste of wolf meat possibly be? A few survivors were momentarily taken aback. Was he truly considering indulging in wolf flesh? At that moment, the giant wolf had fully entered the vicinity, towering over 2 meters in height. Its dual heads gazing down upon Lin Dong with an imposing presence akin to a small mountain. Yet, Lin Dong met its gaze unwaveringly, unperturbed, as he unleashed his domain. A crimson glow intensified in his eyes, and a blood-red sphere began to expand outward, enveloping the 2-headed wolf. The overwhelming pressure of the Corpse King's domain permeated the air. The massive wolf trembled as though submerged in the depths of the ocean, succumbing to the immense weight that rendered its limbs weak, leading it to kneel with a thud. A mournful whimper escaped its lips, reminiscent of a defeated hound. Its once menacing glare now replaced by palpable fear. It seemed that a mere glance from Lin Dong had compelled the giant wolf to bow before him. This scene was utterly staggering. It appeared that the Corpse King's domain wielded a formidable suppressive force over mutated beasts. The survivors stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom such an outcome. This man was extraordinarily powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Dong pondered the peculiar nature of the giant wolf's 2 heads. Did it possess 2 separate brains, or merely one? To seek clarity on this matter, he stepped closer and used his dagger to pry open the wolf's skull, discovering to his astonishment that each head contained its own distinct brain. Regrettably, the brain gem is rather diminutive, lacking in comparison to that of the earlier awakened individual. If the awakened one's brain gem could be likened to a cherry, then that of the 2-headed wolf resembles but a small cherry. Lin Dong consumed both brain gems, relishing their delectable flavor and the purity of their energy, which invigorated him further. Subsequently, he picked up a dagger and licked the blood from its blade, discovering that the blood of the 2-headed wolf was equally exquisite, containing an energy far surpassing that of cow or chicken blood. Indeed, as for the few living individuals behind him, Lin Dong paid them no heed, for their demise held little significance. They could serve to perpetuate their lineage. Or perhaps he might eliminate them once they became awakened themselves. Lin Dong's form traversed the wall, vanishing like a specter. The individuals behind him were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the terrifying giant wolf had been dispatched so effortlessly. What manner of creature is he? Meanwhile, Su Xiaoro had completed her household chores for the day. "Boss, your clothes are all washed and ready for a change," she announced. "Very well, you may take your rest," Lin Dong replied. Yet, Su Xiaoro, clutching the back of her neck and shaking her head, remarked, "Boss, I feel an itch in my brain. Could it be that I am on the verge of awakening?" "Oh?" Lin Dong glanced at her, scrutinizing her for a moment before responding. Su Xiaoro felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as her initial hopes were dashed, and she turned to exit the room. Lin Dong then indulged in a warm bath, donning the freshly laundered garments and fastening a pristine scarf. He approached the dining table, took up a knife and fork, and began to carve and savor the meat from his recent hunt. The taste of wolf meat is quite exquisite, possessing a remarkable chewiness akin to that of ordinary beef jerky. Before him, the television received signals from survivors. There are monsters. Beasts have not only mutated, but some have fused with zombies. I just captured footage with a drone. Everyone, take a look. Lin Dong chewed thoughtfully, lifting his gaze to the screen. To his astonishment, there appeared a colossal python, as thick as a barrel. Yet the most bizarre aspect was that it bore the head of a zombie. It coiled ominously around a house, exuding an aura of terror. This grotesque fusion resulted from the serpent consuming too many zombies. Moreover, numerous official shelters disseminated news of hybrid creatures, such as a giant spider with a human face, roughly the size of a car, covered in fur, its silk stronger than steel. There were also rodents the size of sows, their backs bristling with human heads, a multitude of them still howling in agony. Quite the appetizing sight, Lin Dong mused inwardly. It was evident that the outside world remained fraught with peril, teeming with mutated beasts, where the drama of flight and slaughter unfolded incessantly, and a moment's inattention could cost one their life. Human survivors were compelled not only to guard against these monsters, but also to be wary of their own kind, as they would turn upon each other in a savage bid for food or beauty, shedding the veneer of kindness entirely. However, such bloodshed and violence held little significance for Lin Dong. He resided comfortably in a pristine home, attended by servants, leading a life of utmost ease. It was as if he inhabited two entirely different worlds compared to the chaos outside. Additionally, 3 subordinates stood guard outside, their ranks swelling to over 1,000. Neither awakened humans nor mutated beasts dared to trespass recklessly in this domain. Thus, Lin Dong survived for over 10 days once again, consuming an enormous quantity of flesh, amounting to hundreds of tons. The intake of meat was incessant. Consequently, Lin Dong's strength surged remarkably. At this juncture, the domain of corpses expanded, doubling its range to an impressive 20 meters, becoming even more potent and enduring. However, in recent days, Lin Dong noticed helicopters frequently whirring past the sky outside, indicating a significant increase in human activity. According to the intelligence he gathered, this was due to the rising number of awakened individuals who were actively engaging in rescue operations. Presently, the official shelter in Jiangbei City housed approximately 50,000 individuals, among which 7,000 were awakened. Furthermore, a ranking of the top 100 awakened individuals had been established, numbered from 001 to 100, ordered by strength. Number 001 was the most formidable, while number 100 was the weakest. It is worth noting that this ranking was based on data analysis and had not undergone practical assessment. In addition, they released daily updates regarding rescue teams venturing out to prevent survivors from misidentifying or falling prey to those with ulterior motives. On this particular day, Lin Dong happened to be watching television. Today's rescue team announcement. We have dispatched rescue personnel, Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, both awakened individuals, who will soon land in the university town. Survivors in the vicinity, please await rescue. Initially, Lin Dong paid little heed, but upon hearing these names, he set down the goblet in his hand and scrutinized the screen intently. He noticed 2 photographs of individuals appearing on the television. The first was a girl with straight black hair and blunt bangs, her skin exceptionally fair. Her round, dark eyes, devoid of luster, seemed eerily hollow, as if stripped of emotion. However, the girl's beauty is undeniably exceptional. Paired with her expressionless visage, she evokes an almost surreal sense of allure, resembling a lifelike doll. The second individual is a man with dark skin, gaunt cheeks, and naturally curly hair. What stands out most are his eyes, one gazing directly forward while the other gazes askew, giving him an appearance imbued with a peculiar kind of wisdom. When juxtaposed, the disparity in their appearances is stark, akin to a striking contrast between heaven and earth. Remarkably, Lin Dong is acquainted with both individuals, who appear together in the photograph. Among them, Cheng Luai leaves the most profound impression on Lin Dong. They often played together in their childhood. However, things took a turn when the director declared that Cheng Luai suffered from a mental illness, sending her to a psychiatric facility. And he never saw her again. The other, Sun Xiaoqiang, also lingers in Lin Dong's memory. He recalls that Sun Xiaoqiang was born with a congenital defect and was considered mentally challenged, with one eye patrolling while the other stood guard, ultimately abandoned by his parents. This brings to mind a notorious incident. At the age of 12, Sun Xiaoqiang had a pet hamster that fell ill, and he callously administered rat poison to it. Childhood companions who had not met for a decade unexpectedly united in a rescue team. One a mental patient, the other mentally challenged. Could they truly save anyone? Chapter 21. Rescue Cheng Luai indeed suffers from a mental illness. During her time in the psychiatric hospital, she exhibited tendencies for self-harm, but after the apocalypse, she became one of the first awakeners. In the refuge, she holds the distinguished rank of 001, reputed as the strongest among them. Her awakened ability is fatal pain. The more pain she endures, the stronger she becomes, with an exceptionally high potential. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqiang ranks as number 002, possessing the ability Fearless Frenzy. Individuals with lower intelligence tend to exhibit greater boldness, and Sun Xiaoqiang can enter a frenzied state where his intelligence plummets to 0, significantly amplifying his strength. At this moment, Cheng Luai stands in the corridor of a university classroom, clad in a white and blue-striped patient gown, her right arm wrapped in bandages. Wielding a fire axe in her hand, she roars as two zombies shriek and lunge towards her. Cheng Luai, her expression devoid of emotion, swings the axe, shattering their skulls. Blood splatters across the corridor walls, leaving glaring stains in its wake. Hurry! Behind Cheng Luai, several trembling survivors follow closely. At this juncture, the cacophony of disarrayed footsteps and the ferocious roars of zombies reverberate from the corner of the corridor behind them. Turning her head, she discovers a horde of zombies surging forth, jostling against one another, flooding the corridor like a relentless tide. Oh my God! So many zombies! Run! The survivors cry out in sheer terror as they race alongside Cheng Luai. Yet, the speed of ordinary humans pales in comparison to that of the zombies, the distance between them narrowing ominously. Fortunately, just ahead lies a staircase. If they can reach it and secure the door, they can sever the zombies' pursuit. Cheng Luai swings her fire axe, dispatching several zombies obstructing their path, then sidesteps into the stairwell. The survivors follow suit in quick succession. However, one girl inadvertently steps on a pool of zombie blood, slipping and falling to the ground. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. However, Cheng Luai glanced at the girl, realizing she was on the verge of being engulfed by the tide of corpses, and thus chose to disregard her plight, shutting the stairwell door behind her. As silence enveloped the surroundings, several students gasped for breath. Yet, one boy stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Why didn't you save Xiaoya? You left her outside. It is too late to save her, Cheng Luai replied coldly. Nevertheless, the boy remained insistent. Xiaoya is our classmate. She is a good person. We must save her. We cannot abandon anyone so easily. However, she unexpectedly seized the boy's arm and forcefully shoved him outside. Bang! Then she slammed the door shut. In times of apocalypse, one must eliminate the naive first. Is there anyone else who wishes to rescue someone? Cheng Luai surveyed the remaining survivors, who trembled uncontrollably, scarcely daring to breathe, and fervently shook their heads. They had come to realize that the individual before them was formidable. The helicopter is on the rooftop. Let us ascend, Cheng Luai declared as she made her way up the stairs. The corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of zombies, with only a few corpses scattered about, already dispatched by someone. It appeared that other awakened beings were present in the school. Just as they were about to reach the rooftop, a young man appeared at the entrance of the stairwell, wielding a blood-stained paper cutter. He stood there, gazing coldly at them. Did you kill the zombies here? Cheng Luai inquired, raising her gaze. Yes, it was I, the young man replied, a fellow student who had already become awakened. Very well. Cheng Luai nodded gently, inviting me to the shelter. Yet the young man shook his head, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Why should I go to the shelter? There, I would be subjected to control. Out here, Life is splendid and free. I think you all should stay and accompany me. Jiangsu, have you lost your mind? A girl from behind shouted. Some individuals, upon suddenly acquiring abilities, inevitably undergo a transformation in temperament. Oh, dare to speak against me? The young man's face twisted with a fierce expression as he gripped the paper cutter tightly, lunging forward with a swift motion, the blade aiming downwards. Thud. Yet the paper cutter did not strike the girl. Instead, it was intercepted by an arm wrapped in bandages. The blade plunged deep, blood gushing forth, staining the bandages a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a large red flower gradually blooming. The owner of that arm was none other than Cheng Luoi. Despite being stabbed, her expression remained remarkably unchanged. The young man's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling feeling creeping in. Did this person lack the sensation of pain? At that moment, the bandages on Cheng Luoi's arm began to loosen, revealing the skin beneath. The young man looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable sight. For on Cheng Luoi's arm lay a multitude of scars. Some healed while others bore fresh scabs, a horrifying testament to her past self-harm. Ah, pain, how exquisite. Cheng Luoi's lips curved into a slight smile, activating her ability, deadly pain. With a powerful push of her left hand, she thrust upward under the young man's chin, sending his head snapping back. Crack! A young man's neck was abruptly broken, causing him to collapse to the ground. The 2 kilograms of flour were gone. When Cheng Luoi brought the survivors to the rooftop, a helicopter was stationed in the distance, and there stood a gaunt figure with his back turned to them. This individual was Sun Xiaoqiang. Curiously, he was gripping a zombie in his hand. Hey, what are you doing? Cheng Luoi inquired from behind him. Sun Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, turning to reveal his characteristic intelligent gaze. I have rescued everyone. I wanted to ask you about the situation. Have you encountered any trouble? Is that a person you saved? Cheng Luoi retorted, casting a sidelong glance. Sun Xiaoqiang turned to look and realized he was holding onto a zombie, which was extending its neck to bite his arm. This was a person just a moment ago. When did they mutate? My apologies. With a swift motion, he swung his fist, striking the zombie's face with such force that it was sent plummeting off the building. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was comfortably watching television at home. He never anticipated that he would see the name of a childhood friend on the rescue team roster. Perhaps out of curiosity, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Dong retrieved his phone and logged onto the official website of the shelter, seeking further information about the two. Indeed, on the list of rescue team members, he spotted their photographs. Beneath Cheng Luoi's image was inscribed, I am a gentle girl, afraid of pain. Sun Xiaoqiang's line read, I am a handsome boy, possessing unmatched wisdom and courage. Chapter 22, The Tide of Corpses. These 2 individuals. Had it not been for the sight of Sun Xiaoqiang's message, Lin Dong might have been convinced. The official website of the refuge not only contained information about rescue teams, but also sections for calls for help, mutual assistance, and communication. Many inhabitants of the refuge were airing their grievances there. I'm starving. Can anyone spare me some food? I can offer my services in exchange. I'm a professional model. Lin Dong thought, I would be inclined to assist you. But alas, I possess nothing myself. In dire straits, one might even suggest, how about I provide you with some milk? To which a voice from above retorted, is that even real milk? Just yesterday, I was digging a foundation, and the refuge rewarded me with 1/4 of a block of instant noodles. It's far too much. I can't possibly finish it all, exclaimed another. I gulped down the broth without even diluting it with water. It's all about the waste. It was evident that resources within the refuge were exceedingly scarce, yet the population remained a source of productivity, which compelled them to rescue survivors indiscriminately. Among the messages, one individual shared a research report from Thai Corporation. According to our company's research, high-tier zombies possess cranial matter that can produce brain essence. When absorbed by awakened humans, it significantly enhances their strength. Thus, our company is currently engaged in capturing the Zombie King, designated as Operation Hunter. This Thai corporation had previously initiated a zombie extermination plan and now boasted of Operation Hunter, displaying an audacious demeanor of late. Lin Dong was deep in thought when suddenly he heard a rough and mournful wailing emanating from outside the door. Why is he crying now? Upon discerning the sound, it was evident that it was not the female zombie, Xiao Ba, but rather the imposing figure of Tank. Lin Dong approached the door and, upon opening it, was greeted by a robust silhouette. Tank's physique was a tapestry of bulging muscles, yet his countenance bore dark marks reminiscent of fire's wrath. His body displayed scars from bullet wounds, but his formidable constitution had healed them, leaving him relatively unscathed. Due to the effects of evolution, Tank exhibited primitive emotions, and at that moment, he wept with profound sorrow, resembling a hefty child of over 200 pounds. His cries conveyed a singular sentiment: "I am being bullied by humans." Lin Dong inquired, to which Tank responded with a series of inconsolable sobs and animated gestures, akin to a child seeking parental intervention. However, with his current level of intelligence, he struggled to articulate his plight fully. At this juncture, the Dr. Zombie emerged from behind him. "Your Majesty, it is humans. They have taken over the prison, intent on hunting us. Among them are those who have crystallized their brain dantian, granting them the ability to manipulate flames." Once the human awakener's brain dantian evolves into a crystal core, they awaken their powers. It was evident that one among them was a fire-based supernatural being. But what does a crystal core taste like? Lin Dong had sampled the flesh of mutated beasts and brain dantian, both delectable. Yet he had never experienced the flavor of a crystal core. However, it was reasonable to surmise that the crystal core would surpass the brain dantian in taste. After residing at home for half a month, Lin Dong felt it was time to venture out. He signaled to his subordinates for a hunting expedition. With that, Tank ceased his weeping, letting out a resounding roar. The roar echoed, seemingly triggering a chain reaction, as thousands of zombies in the vicinity of the building stirred with excitement, their growls incessant. Lin Dong stepped onto the chaotic street, accompanied by 3 loyal followers: Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor. However, trailing behind them was a formidable horde of zombies, which had amassed into a considerable tide. Given the ferocity of this undead swarm, they could easily dominate this terrifying post-apocalyptic world. The mutated rats and snakes along the roadside, upon witnessing the aggressive tide of zombies, shrieked in panic and fled. All troops advance. With Lin Dong's command, the tide of zombies erupted into a thunderous roar, then surged forward, racing towards the prison. Meanwhile, within the prison, over 100 guards were stationed, armed and clad in standard combat uniforms. Representing the tech company, utilizing the high walls and watchtowers, ordinary zombies posed no threat, allowing for a rather leisurely atmosphere. In one room, a young man reclined on a sofa, attended to by 2 alluring women. This young man, Zhang Xiaoyuan, possessed the ability of fire manipulation. For him, acquiring women in this apocalyptic world was a simple task, requiring nothing more than offering them a couple of pieces of bread. Before the onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoyuan was merely a 996 workaholic. Now, as an awakened being, he was invited by the tech company, enjoying a life of luxury and comfort. How pleasant, Zhang Xiaoyuan mused. Having slain high-level zombies and absorbed their brain cores, he was undoubtedly a powerful figure within the human faction. Yet, he yearned to hunt more zombie kings, continuously evolving. In this apocalyptic narrative, am I not the protagonist? He pondered to himself. In a world on the brink of collapse, where sustenance is scarce, those who once overlooked their deities now find themselves subservient, catering to their every whim. A quintessential tale of the underdog's triumph. Just then, a figure rushed in, breathless. "Zhang, our drones have captured footage of a horde of corpses advancing towards us." "A horde?" Zhang Xiaoyuan remained unfazed, his countenance steady, harboring no fear. Upon reflection, he realized that such a horde would undoubtedly be led by a zombie king, providing a prime opportunity to hunt it down and procure its brain essence. Let us venture out and investigate. Ascending to the watchtower atop the high walls, Zhang Xiaoyuan peered into the distance and, indeed, beheld a dark swath engulfing the streets. Countless zombies surged forth, their howls echoing ominously. They seem rather ferocious. Once they enter our firing range, we shall open fire. Understood, replied a companion at his side. As the undead masses drew near, a command rang out, and the fortified positions atop the walls unleashed a torrent of gunfire. Bullets cascading like rain, conjuring a tempest of metal. However, many of Lin Dong's subordinates had undergone evolution, their physiques remarkably robust, endowed with regenerative capabilities. Sustaining several shots posed little hindrance to them, as they rose from the ground, undeterred, and continued their relentless advance. Before long, the horde reached the base of the high walls, commencing their ascent to form a human wall. Small 8 cackled ominously, his leaping ability now tremendous. He sprang off a zombie, vaulting directly atop the walls. With a swift motion of his claws, he eviscerated a guard. Meanwhile, Tank seized a massive boulder. akin to a discus thrower, spun several times and hurled the stone skyward. Boom! The boulder shattered the watchtower, sending its occupants tumbling from the walls. This is not right. Zhang Xiaoyuan vaguely sensed something amiss, realizing that this group of zombies was anything but ordinary. It wasn't until a crossbow bolt whizzed by, piercing the skull of a nearby guard, that he truly grasped the gravity of the situation. What the? Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoyuan finally acknowledged the impending danger. Chapter 23. The Assault on the Prison. This was a horde of highly evolved zombies, capable of cooperation and displaying considerable intelligence. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyuan observed that Tank was ferociously engaged in a rampage, slaughtering with abandon. He had previously encountered Tank and managed to drive it away. These creatures, could they harbor a grudge? Zhang Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow. Brother Yuan, look over there, exclaimed a nearby guard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Amidst the tide of corpses stood a young man, dressed in an immaculate white shirt, completely at odds with the surrounding grotesque zombies. His expression was void of emotion, as he apathetically surveyed the chaos. Was he human or specter? Zhang Xiaoyuan was equally taken aback. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to find a human so pristine. The young man's presence felt surreal, reminiscent of a glitch. His background is far too unrealistic. Quick, aim and fire at him. Zhang Xiaoyuan commanded immediately. The guard beside him swiftly redirected his firearm, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Yet, Lin Dong stood his ground, unmoving. In a fleeting moment, a crimson glint flashed in his eyes, and the bullets that had been directed at him passed right through, striking the ground behind him. What the hell? Zhang Xiaoyuan was left utterly astonished. The scene before him was simply too bizarre. As the guards on the wall continued to be slaughtered, their firepower diminished with each passing moment. In the corner, the zombies crowded together, layer upon layer, forming a makeshift human ladder as those at the top clawed their way onto the wall. Their grotesque faces twisted in rage. They howled and lunged at any sign of human presence with ferocity. Several guards were knocked to the ground, subjected to frenzied gnawing. The remaining defenders, gripped by terror, found themselves in disarray, witnessing the imminent breach of the outer wall. Quick, retreat to the safe house, Zhang Xiaoyuan ordered urgently. However, Xiao Ba was the swiftest. Her claws stained with blood, her expression one of ecstatic bloodlust as she reveled in the carnage. The sight of fleeing humans only fueled her predatory instincts, and with a graceful leap, she pursued them, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. In the briefest of moments, she felled another 5 or 6 humans. She was a nimble zombie king. Zhang Xiaoyuan assessed the situation, igniting flames in his hands, a scorching aura enveloping him as he prepared to unleash his fire-based abilities. If he did not act swiftly, there would be few left among his subordinates. With a flick of his wrist, 2 fireballs hurtled toward Xiao Ba. She reacted with remarkable speed, leaping back to evade the attack. Boom, boom. The fireballs erupted, creating a wall of flames. It was only under the cover of this fiery barrier that the guards managed to retreat into the nearby structures. Zhang Xiaoyuan glanced over his shoulder and noticed Lin Dong advancing through the horde of corpses, step by deliberate step. Hiss! Zhang Xiaoyuan dared not linger, promptly leaping down from the high wall to take refuge within the building. He found Lin Dong exceedingly enigmatic, still unable to discern the nature of his abilities. Now that the outer wall had been breached, Lin Dong approached the building with an unhurried demeanor, refraining from immediate action. I also wish to observe the prowess of the awakened humans. Although my domain of the undead is formidable, its full manifestation can only be sustained for a mere 5 minutes. Should I act recklessly, I might end up soiling my attire. After a brief skirmish, 2/3 of the over 100 guards within the prison have been decimated, leaving fewer than 40 remaining. Meanwhile, Lin Dong has suffered hardly any losses, leading the horde of zombies with relentless vigor. The tank follows closely behind, its grotesque visage adorned with a childlike grin, signifying a sense of satisfaction. At last, vengeance has been served. Let them bully me no more. Inside the prison, Zhang Xiaoyuan and his companions have constructed a safe haven, entirely forged from 10-centimeter thick alloy, including the ceiling and the floor, leaving no corners unfortified. Only the front wall bears several fist-sized openings, serving as both firing ports and ventilation. Upon retreating into the sanctuary, the group finally exhales a sigh of relief. These zombies are exceedingly ferocious. Indeed, they are unlike the previous waves of the undead. It is no exaggeration. Have you ever witnessed zombies wielding weapons? You may find it hard to believe. but I nearly met my demise at the hands of a zombie with a cleaver just moments ago. These abominable creatures are evolving at an alarming rate. Several guards expressed their astonishment. However, Lin Dong's vanguard has already pursued them to this very spot, their faces contorted with rage as they claw at the walls, incessantly roaring. Yet, the alloy walls are far too sturdy, preventing the zombies from breaching their sanctuary. Utilizing a satellite phone, they contacted headquarters to request reinforcements. Although we are currently secure, we cannot afford to be ensnared by the zombies here. Zhang Xiaoyuan commanded. Understood, replied the guard beside him promptly. Suddenly, the sound of rumbling echoed as the tank relentlessly smashed through several walls, charging straight towards the safe house. Witnessing his adversary taking refuge within the turtle shell, he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, raising his massive fist to deliver several forceful blows. Bang, bang, bang. The safe house trembled incessantly, yet the alloy walls proved too formidable for the tank to breach. Humph, silly giant, you can't get in, can you? Zhang Xiaoyuan remained unfazed. The construction of the safe house was precisely to guard against powerful, brute-like zombie kings or formidable mutated creatures. Roar, roar, roar. Detestable humans. The tank seethed with rage, its furious roars echoing. Zhang Xiaoyuan analyzed the situation, concluding that with the tank's limited intellect, it could not possibly lead such a well-trained horde of zombies. The true mastermind must be someone else. Surely, it must be that clean-cut young man. Just as he pondered this, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. And all the zombies outside suddenly fell silent, as if a noisy classroom had quieted upon the entrance of a strict teacher. What caused this abrupt stillness? This group of zombies is rather peculiar. The sudden tranquility left everyone astonished, as it was the first instance of such an occurrence since the apocalypse began. Observing closely, they noticed the zombies standing in orderly fashion. Then, astonishingly, they automatically parted to create a pathway. This was truly remarkable. They had never witnessed such behavior from zombies before. Soon after, a young figure slowly approached from a distance, flanked by Xiao Ba and the Dr. Zombie on either side. A clear display of hierarchy. Far, brother Far, these zombies are incredibly strange. A subordinate was filled with trepidation. Zhang Xiaoyuan's gaze was fixed, his heart equally astonished. It's all right. After all, they cannot breach our defenses. We shall wait for rescue. Yes, the subordinates nodded, their hearts slightly reassured. Given the robustness of the safe house, even missiles would fail to penetrate it. Thus, there was no need to worry about zombies intruding. Bah, those wretched zombies, dare they come in and bite me? Exactly. Putting on a show. Are you not formidable? Damn it, my brothers have fallen victim to you. Several guards, overwhelmed by the pressure and having witnessed gruesome scenes, with comrades dying before their eyes, sought to release their pent-up frustration, believing themselves safe for the moment. They even fired a volley towards the firing port. Yet, just as the flames erupted, Lin Dong's approaching figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 24. The action continues. Stop. You fools. Zhang Xiaoyuan hastily commanded his subordinates, as their actions served only to waste ammunition without any real effect. Moreover, he had already noticed Lin Dong's disappearance, as if he had evaporated into thin air. A profound sense of unease enveloped him, an eerie sensation creeping in. Where could he have gone? However, in the next instant, the tall figure reappeared, but unlike before. Lin Dong had directly entered the room. What the hell? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, some even rubbing their eyes in suspicion, questioning their own vision. How? How did he get in? He is not a zombie. He is a ghost. The people were instantly struck with terror, their hair standing on end like frightened cats. In the grip of overwhelming fear, one individual instinctively raised his weapon, ready to pull the trigger. However, Lin Dong had already activated the Corpse King domain, and an immense sense of oppression descended upon them, as if they were burdened by an enormous mountain. Their bodies rendered immobile in an instant. Zhang Xiaoyuan, as an awakened one, possessed heightened perception. He seemed to perceive an endless sea of blood surging behind Lin Dong, encircling everyone. Under the immense pressure, flames ignited spontaneously in his hands. As an awakened being who had condensed a crystal core, his physique surpassed that of ordinary humans, allowing him to struggle to move within the Corpse King domain. Die. He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to swing his flame-encased fist directly at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's gaze was unwavering. It was also his first experience battling an awakened one, and he lacked significant experience. Moreover, he did not possess a clear understanding of his own strength. Just how strong was he? Even he himself was uncertain. It was time to test it. Lin Dong contemplated. Yet, despite the notion of testing, he could not afford to underestimate his opponent, who had condensed a crystal core. So he too exerted his full power and threw a punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed as their fists collided. The flames on Zhang Xiaoyuan's hand extinguished, and his entire arm shattered like a fragile piece of foam, exploding into pieces in an instant. The sound was worse than falling from the 30th floor, resulting in a complete obliteration of his form. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Was he truly dead just like that? It seems that the Awakeners who are not as formidable as one might expect. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyuan's subordinates are left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had fervently prayed for Zhang Xiaoyuan's salvation, but to their utter disbelief, in the blink of an eye, he has met his demise. The adversary is overwhelmingly powerful. He is not merely a ghost, he is a devil. The apocalypse has truly descended. A profound sense of despair envelopes the guards. Under the oppressive influence of the Corpse King's realm, they find themselves immobilized, with some of the weaker-willed already succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Dong strides forward, extracting a crystal core from Zhang Xiaoyuan's shattered cranium. Unlike the brain Dan, this crystal core is entirely transparent, resembling the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a richer fragrance. The energy contained within it surpasses that of the brain Dan. As if it were a delicacy, Lin Dong consumes the crystal core, which melts instantly upon contact, exuding an exquisite sweetness, accompanied by a warm current that flows through his limbs. The pure energy is rapidly absorbed, invigorating his physique. Lin Dong feels a profound sense of satisfaction. The energy within this singular crystal core is at least equivalent to 10 brain dawn. He retrieves a tissue to wipe his hands repeatedly and turns to exit, effortlessly opening the security door. Little ones, it's time to feast, he calls out. Instantly, the horde of zombies erupts into frenzied roars, surging into the safe house to devour the guards, their frantic screams resonating through the air. Yet, tranquility soon returns. Thus concludes a haunt. The prison, recently seized by a tech company, has once again fallen into desolation, with zombies aimlessly wandering through its forsaken corridors. Occasionally, dark crows caw and descend upon the scene, feasting upon the rotting flesh of the undead. As per his usual routine, Lin Dong first indulges in a bath and changes into clean attire. Perhaps due to the consumption of the crystal core, he feels no pangs of hunger. Instead, he retrieves a goblet and pours himself some blood, drinking leisurely, his demeanor remarkably tranquil. He seems to have transformed from a figure of dread into the charming boy next door. "Boss, where have you been?" inquired Su Xiaoro, who was mopping the floor. Given that Lin Dong is her sole conversational partner, her days often feel unbearably monotonous. "Nothing much, just went out for a meal," he replied nonchalantly. Su Xiaoro paused, taken aback. In this apocalyptic world, where could one possibly find a meal? With her astute mind, she quickly deduced the truth. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further conversation. There was simply no common ground between them. After each hunt, Lin Dong would linger in his lair for several days. Indifferent to the chaos and dangers that raged outside, he continued to absorb energy daily, persistently evolving. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the flow of blood and flesh had never ceased. Consequently, Lin Dong's perception of his own strength had become somewhat hazy. He had initially considered testing his might against Zhang Xiaoyuan, but the latter was far too weak, perishing with a single blow. Is there no stronger opponent? However, the act of Lin Dong dispatching Zhang Xiaoyuan, resulting in the prison's downfall, had ignited a significant uproar online. Both the official shelters and Tech Corporation were particularly attentive to this incident. Upon the release of the prison downfall incident on Tech Corporation's official website, a flurry of comments ensued. Tech Corporation is faltering as well. Weren't they previously involved in the Hunter King operation? It appears this endeavor has met with failure. Zhang Xiaoyuan is, after all, an awakener of crystallization nuclei, a presence that ranks within the top 10, even in our official sanctuary. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. It is utterly horrifying that he was slain without even receiving assistance. My goodness, has the Corpse King evolved to such formidable strength already? How alarming. Surely, this Corpse King will not launch an assault on our sanctuary, will it? The populace buzzed with speculation. Though the world has succumbed to chaos, there remain 3,000 comments. As the network has collapsed, the only signals reaching survivors are from the official sanctuary website and the Tech Corporation's homepage. In light of these events, Tech Corporation expressed its indignation and swiftly released a statement. Regarding the prison collapse incident, Our company will not stand idly by. We have uncovered traces leading to the corpse king responsible for the death of Zhang Xiaoyuan, and we will soon ascertain the location of its lair. We shall dispatch a team of awakeners, alongside the ultimate killing machine, the hunter, to eradicate all zombies from its stronghold. The King Hun operation continues. Chapter 25. Assassination to continue? A faint smile graced Lin Dong's lips as he deemed this plan quite promising. He should persist in hunting down human awakeners to acquire crystallization nuclei and replenish energy. He has not yet satiated his appetite for cherries. Furthermore, Lin Dong, ensconced in his lair, preferred solitude and sought the most effective method to deter others from seeking him out, to venture forth and eliminate them all. Thus, Lin Dong issued a directive to Xiao Ba, instructing her to seek out traces of human awakeners. Due to Xiao Ba's remarkable speed, she is a qualified and agile scout. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Ba swiftly departed from her lair, vanishing around a distant corner. As night enveloped the land, darkness descended upon Jianbei City. And with the power outage, the streetlights remained extinguished, leaving the surroundings in utter obscurity. In that inky blackness, the chilling roars of zombies and the ferocious howls of mutated creatures echoed, continually enacting a gruesome spectacle of carnage. Lin Dong stood at his window, gazing outward. The zombies possessed formidable night vision. Even from the 20th floor, the intricate details of the streets below unfolded before his eyes. At that moment, a ghostly figure darted into the building. "Your Majesty, I have discovered a group of humans taking refuge in a large supermarket, guarding a warehouse, among whom are more than 10 awakened individuals clad in uniforms identical to those of today's people," Xiao Ba reported. With her intellect now akin to that of a 10-year-old child, she could articulate even the simplest matters clearly. More than 10 awakened individuals, wearing the same uniforms. Without hesitation, Lin Dong deduced they must belong to the tech company, for in this apocalyptic world, no other faction would adhere to a uniform dress code. In this dire reality, transportation posed an undeniable challenge, as not everyone possessed storage capabilities. "Let us go investigate," Lin Dong stated succinctly. Xiao Ba immediately perked up, her mouth stretching into an eerie smile that reached the roots of her ears. Nightfall was indeed the optimal time for hunting zombies. Yet, this time was different from the last. A throng of zombies followed him silently, stealthily advancing towards their intended destination. The horde of zombies seemed to merge with the shadows, resembling phantoms of darkness. Inside the vast supermarket, over 200 humans were present, among whom more than 100 were ordinary survivors, while the remainder comprised employees of the tech company. Notably, there were 12 awakened individuals among them. This large warehouse housed goods worth millions, essential for the sustenance of tens of thousands, illustrating its critical importance and the necessity for flawless execution. A young night watchman voiced his discontent. Nearby, another individual took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Who cares? We'll just wait for reinforcements from above. After all, we have food and drink, and plenty of cigarettes and alcohol to keep us company." The young man felt a sense of unease. The other chuckled. "You can't be serious. Are you worried about zombies coming in? We have 12 awakened ones here. Any zombies that dare to enter would be courting death." "Let's hope so." The young man sighed, as fatigue began to set in with the deepening night. "Nan, could you spare me a cigarette to perk me up?" Little did they know, outside the supermarket, they were encircled by over 1,000 zombies, standing still like wooden stakes. Yet their eyes glinted with increasing ferocity, akin to malevolent spirits lurking in the dark. At the slightest command from Lin Dong, they would charge recklessly, unafraid of death. With so many awakened individuals present, Lin Dong sensed the human presence within and realized that, given the current situation, a direct assault would be unwise. He was confident in his own safety, yet the potential losses among his subordinates could be devastating. "Today, I have brought forth these elite zombies, capable of comprehending commands and adhering to directives." Thus, Lin Dong resolved to take the initiative this time, seeking an opportunity to silently eliminate a few awakened individuals before launching a full-scale assault. He promptly instructed his subordinates to remain on standby and stepped forward alone, his figure gradually merging with the shadows until he vanished from sight. Utilizing his ability to traverse the realm of the dead, Lin Dong seamlessly passed through the walls, entering the interior of the supermarket. He moved soundlessly, like a specter. While remaining vigilant, Lin Dong surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware that 12 awakened individuals were present. He unleashed the full extent of his necromancer domain, which could only last for a maximum of 5 minutes. Should he become embroiled in a protracted battle, it could lead to complications. As Lin Dong attuned himself to the human presence, he advanced cautiously. Despite being enveloped in darkness, the surroundings were vividly apparent. The ground floor of the supermarket was designated for the sale of gold and silver jewelry, precious gems, and diamonds. In this apocalyptic world, these items held no value, and they lay untouched in plain sight. Continuing forward, Lin Dong arrived at the main hall on the first floor, where the sounds of human respiration became even more distinct, interspersed with faint snoring. A cursory glance revealed dozens of individuals sleeping on the floor, most of whom were already in slumber. However, some remained awake, engrossed in their mobile devices, the dim glow illuminating a balding visage. How curious that one would stay up late in such circumstances. This expansive supermarket was equipped with generators, making the use of mobile phones quite ordinary. Lin Dong refrained from disturbing them, recognizing them as mere ordinary survivors. Furthermore, he had already pinpointed his target, located in a nearby private room. There were 3 presences within the room. One was an awakened individual, accompanied by 2 women. Lin Dong approached silently, utilizing his corpse domain ability to pass through the wall effortlessly. The space, once a shop, had been transformed into a bedroom with the addition of a bed, and the air was thick with an atmosphere of debauchery. On the bed lay a young man and the 2 women, all completely unclothed. It was evident what had transpired. In this apocalyptic world, awakened beings had become highly sought after, with countless women eagerly offering themselves. Faced daily with fierce and monstrous threats, the women bore immense psychological pressure, uncertain of when their lives might end, leading them to regard their chastity with less importance, opting instead for indulgence. Lin Dong drew a dagger, plunging it directly into the young man's forehead. To avoid making a sound, he employed his corpse domain ability to penetrate the skull, dispersing the brain, and with a deft motion, extracted a brain core. Clearly, this awakened individual was of a lower tier, having yet to solidify a crystal core. Lin Dong, unpicky in his consumption, devoured it, relishing its taste reminiscent of cherries. Meanwhile, the 2 women remained in a deep slumber, exhibiting no reaction. They were evidently exhausted. Upon awakening to find themselves beside a corpse, they would likely be filled with dread. Lin Dong, with a sense of compassion, aimed to spare the women from fear. He withdrew the dagger and pierced each of their hearts in turn. Chapter 26. Midnight Slaughter. Continuing to harness his corpse domain ability, Lin Dong struck internally, ensuring no blood spilled forth to disturb the other awakened beings, whose acute senses were ever alert. After eliminating these 3 individuals, Lin Dong proceeded to the adjacent room. There, he found a female awakener deeply asleep. Employing the same method, he extracted her brain core. Thus, Lin Dong systematically dispatched 5 awakeners, absorbing their brain cores. This sensation suddenly evoked memories from his childhood, specifically of the cherry tree in the backyard of the orphanage. Each time the cherries ripened, he would join Sheng Loi and a group of children to pluck and relish the cherries. Even after all these years, Lin Dong's recollection remained vivid. As though it had transpired yesterday, it represented the lost fragments of his childhood. Lin Dong intended to continue his spree of violence. However, as he traversed the wall once more, he found himself in a vast warehouse brimming with supplies: oil, salt, rice, sauces, beverages, instant noodles, sausages, bread. Everything one could find in a supermarket was present. Lin Dong showed no restraint as he swept his hand, collecting everything into his storage space. Moving further, he encountered yet another large warehouse filled with fresh meat, frozen shrimp, and crabs, all perfectly preserved due to the backup generator. With a mere wave, he gathered all the contents. Continuing his advance, he discovered yet another warehouse of similar magnitude. Astonishingly, there were 4 such warehouses, indicating an immense stockpile of household appliances, brooms, mops, and detergents. The only exception was the vegetable storage, which was in a state of significant decay. However, Lin Dong remained unfazed, for he was a carnivorous creature at heart. At that moment, the 2 awakeners on night watch outside began to sense that something was amiss. Nonggu, it's already past 2 o'clock. Why hasn't Go Shen come to relieve us from the watch? I am uncertain. Middle-aged men can be rather peculiar. Could it be that he was utterly exhausted last night? I shall go check on him. Perhaps he is deliberately avoiding his duties. Wishing to linger a little longer, the young man's expression was one of indignation as he strode directly to the first room, knocking fervently. Dogsheng, Rise and take your shift. Hurry up. Hey, are you even listening? Don't pretend to be dead. However, no matter how insistently he knocked, there was no response from within. The young man felt an increasing sense of unease. Without hesitation, he summoned his strength and forcefully pushed the door open. Upon entering and glancing towards the bed, he was met with a shocking sight. One man and two women lay there, their skin an alarming shade of pallor. Devoid of any color, they appeared utterly lifeless. Good heavens! Something has gone awry, the young man exclaimed in horror. His voice trembled, laced with panic, echoing like thunder through the hall and shattering the night's stillness. Countless individuals were roused from their slumber, bleary-eyed and rubbing their eyes as they approached. What is happening? What is going on? Could it be that zombies have invaded? A throng of survivors gathered, exchanging hushed whispers of speculation. Yet, amidst the crowd, stood a tall, expressionless young man, observing the scene with indifference. Among them was the night watchman, Brother Nan, whose name was Lin Nan, a crystallized core awakener, regarded as the leader here. Xiao Lu, what on earth is going on? Brother Nan, Dogsheng, he is dead, the young man hurriedly replied. What? Lin Nan peered into the room, his brow furrowing instantly. The survivors behind him began to murmur among themselves. How did they die? Surely it wasn't due to overexcitement, was it? That cannot be. Those two women are also dead. Could it be? Did they suffer from some contagious disease? As Lin Nan's frown deepened, his keen perception alerted him to the fact that Dogsheng's energy was entirely depleted. It was evident that his brain core had been extracted. Yet, there were no visible wounds on him. This was impossible. His head appeared intact, yet the brain core had vanished. What about the person next door? They should be summoned for questioning. I don't know, Xiao Lu replied, utterly bewildered. Lin Nan looked ahead and noticed that the doors to 4 consecutive rooms remained tightly shut, causing his heart to skip a beat. Awakened individuals possess heightened senses. There's no way they could have missed such a commotion. Unless... Bang, 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 bang. Lin Nan forcefully opened the 4 doors in succession. Unsurprisingly, each room contained a lifeless, cold body. A collective gasp echoed among the group. They were all dead. Just then, a girl rushed over from the direction of the warehouse. Her delicate face etched with urgency. Brother Nan, the warehouse. All the supplies are gone. What? Lin Nan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. He hurried to the entrances of the large warehouses, only to discover that what was once filled to the brim was now utterly vacant. An illusion. This must be an illusion. I am undoubtedly under someone's mental control. Lin Nan shook his head repeatedly, unable to fathom the reality before him. For indeed, some awakened individuals or mutated creatures possess the ability of mental manipulation. Yet, no matter how hard he concentrated, he could only ascertain that what lay before him was the unvarnished truth, far from any illusion. How could this be possible? His countenance darkened to an extreme, as if he were on the verge of shedding tears. The other individuals remained silent. Among the 100 or so present, an oppressive stillness enveloped them, with not a single voice daring to break the quietude. Of the original 12 awakened, 5 had inexplicably perished, leaving only 7 survivors. Most troubling of all was the complete disappearance of the supplies in the warehouse. How would they survive from here on? There must be something that infiltrated their sanctuary. Lin Nan reasoned coolly. A woman beside him inquired, Brother Nan, what kind of power could stealthily eliminate 5 awakened individuals and abscond with supplies worth millions? I am uncertain, Lin Nan replied, furrowing his brow as he scanned his surroundings. However, it is possible that the perpetrator has yet to leave and is lurking somewhere within this building. A wave of dread washed over the crowd. The entire hypermarket loomed 6 stories tall, and they dared not turn on the lights, fearing the attraction of zombies or formidable mutated beasts. Instead, they relied on dim illumination, casting visibility no greater than 20 meters. Everything around them was shrouded in darkness. The mere thought of a creature capable of slaying 5 awakened individuals lying in wait within that impenetrable blackness instilled a profound sense of unease. People cast wary glances about, apprehensive of an impending ambush from some lurking monstrosity. Yet, amidst the crowd stood Lin Dong. The opposing side comprises 7 awakened individuals, among whom 5 exhibit a vigorous vitality, presumably having condensed their cores, their abilities remaining uncertain. Presently, there is no urgency for a full-scale assault. Rather, we can engage them in a game of wits. In light of these developments, all survivors were expressions of dismay, their hearts heavy with negativity. They are more concerned about sustenance and the lurking monsters in the shadows than the demise of 5 awakened souls. There's no food left here. What shall we do in the future? Xiaoxua, didn't I give you a piece of chocolate yesterday? Please return it promptly, people chimed in. Lin nodded in response. I will consider it, he stated, though internally he pondered the gravity of losing over 100 million in resources and 5 lives, while simultaneously requesting reinforcement from the company. Such a failure could lead to dire consequences. If the company were to assign blame, he might even become a subject of live experimentation. Chapter 27. Merging with Darkness. Subsequently, the 7 awakened individuals convened to strategize. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Nan was the first to speak. The other 6 nodded in agreement, cognizant of the stakes involved. Should the upper echelons of the company become aware, the repercussions would be severe. Yet, the earlier young man hesitated and inquired, Brother Nan, we currently have no leads. How shall we proceed? We will undoubtedly uncover some clues, Lin Nan asserted. With such a significant theft of resources, it is implausible that there are no traces left behind. Furthermore, that monster is likely still within the marketplace. We can mobilize the survivors to assist in the search. I am confident we will find something. Survivors? They were nearly terrified to death, lacking the courage to seek out the monsters. Those individuals would undoubtedly refuse. Xiao Lu spoke up. Lin Nan furrowed his brow. Even if they disagree, they must comply. Our company is not a sanctuary. We rescue them solely to transport supplies. This is the apocalypse. Only those of value deserve to survive. As these words hung in the air, an abrupt silence enveloped the room, and no one dared to utter another sound. The 6 awakened individuals comprehended his intent. Even if it meant using the survivors as bait, they needed to locate the monsters. After all, it concerned billions worth of resources. In this dire era, such assets outweighed mere human lives. What? The murmurs that once filled the air ceased immediately. Seek out supplies? Was this a mistake? In this pitch darkness, there could still be monsters lurking in the marketplace. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I certainly shall not. Indeed, 5 awakened individuals had already been slain. We are merely ordinary people, and encountering monsters is tantamount to certain death. Dealing with the monsters is the responsibility of the awakened. I am not one of them. Listening to the discussions among the crowd, Lin Nan's expression darkened further, his inner fury igniting as he spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Whether you wish to or not, you will go. I am under no obligation to protect you. If you are unwilling to contribute and only wish to reap the benefits, I shall cast you outside the marketplace. This a shock rippled through the crowd. Witnessing his demeanor, it was clear he was not jesting. Furthermore, the pressure exerted by the awakened was formidable, instilling a sense of fear that left them with no inclination to resist. Of course, some among them were in agreement. Our survival until now relies heavily on the supplies stored in the warehouse, and it is only right that we search for what we can find. Indeed, with so many of us gathered, what is there to fear? What if that creature possesses peculiar abilities but lacks formidable combat strength? It stands to reason that it must have weaknesses. Nothing can be invincible in every aspect. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, observing the burgeoning spirit among the people. Lin Nan decided to deliver a sharp reminder followed by an enticing promise. I, Lin Nan, assure you that anyone who can locate supplies or provide valuable leads will be rewarded by Tech Corporation with enough food to last an entire year. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A year's worth of food. In this apocalyptic world, even those who had guarded the warehouse had lived frugally, rationing their meager portions daily to ensure they would not starve. The prospect of a year's worth of sustenance was indeed a rare treasure. Several burly men suddenly appeared invigorated, as if imbued with newfound energy. Let us go. I must see where that monster lurks. Yes, let us seek it out. Stealth is our ally. We shall strike from the shadows. With that, the crowd switched on their flashlights or illuminated their surroundings with their phones, creating a multitude of intersecting beams that dispelled the surrounding darkness. They formed small groups of 3 or 5 and began to disperse in search of the creature. Among them, Lin Dong focused intently on the 7 awakened individuals, plotting to seize an opportunity to eliminate them. He gradually withdrew, merging seamlessly into the inky blackness. The shopping mall was vast, typically accommodating thousands of customers. Now, the presence of 200 survivors felt diminutive, and as they ventured further, they became increasingly scattered, with some choosing to hide away in apathy. However, Lin Dong's attention was not on them, for these individuals were of little interest. The 7 awakened ones remained exceedingly cautious, always huddled together, never parting ways. Brother Nan, I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us. A female awakened one furrowed her brow and remarked. Li Nan spoke up to offer comfort. Do not frighten yourself. You are merely overly tense. Indeed, Brother Nan is right. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. When I used to walk at night, I often felt someone behind me. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. You simply need to stop thinking about it. Is that truly the case? The girl expressed her skepticism. As they searched from the lobby on the first floor all the way up to the sixth, they encountered no discoveries. How peculiar. Li Nan's brow furrowed. Could it be that we are truly haunted? Pondered Xiao Lu. I suspect that the creature must have fled. After plundering so many resources and eliminating us 5, why would it linger? Indeed, that would pose a problem, Li Nan mused, gazing down from the railing on the 6th floor. The view was splendid, providing a clear sight of the lobby below and the situation on each floor. Numerous survivors wandered about with flashlights, and thus far, no casualties had been reported. Perhaps it really has departed. The female awakened one, upon hearing this, let out a long sigh of relief, her taut nerves finally easing. We've been searching for half an hour, and I've been holding in my bladder. I didn't dare to relieve myself earlier. I shall take a trip to the restroom now. Go ahead, Li Nan nodded, but after a moment's contemplation, added, Chen Li, accompany Xiao Jing. It is prudent for the two to look out for one another. Ah, very well. Chen Li shrugged her shoulders, her expression tinged with exasperation. She thought to herself, is it really necessary? Even going to the restroom requires supervision. The two of them took a detour and decided against visiting the restroom. After all, it was the end of the world, and finding a secluded spot to resolve their needs would suffice. In the desolate corridor, the atmosphere grew even darker. However, the awakened possessed vision beyond the ordinary, allowing them to see with some clarity. Hurry up, Chun Li urged, turning away, for no one wished to witness another's private moments. All right, Xiao Jing replied, moving towards the wall. Just as she unfastened her pants and was about to crouch down, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within her. It was the instinct of the awakened, warning her of imminent danger. Filthy creature. From the shadows emerged an eerie whisper. Soon after, a young figure gradually materialized, his pallid complexion and icy gaze laced with disdain, as if accusing her of the audacity to relieve herself in such a manner. You. Xiao Jing's heart raced with anxiety, and she raised her hand, ready to unleash her powers. Yet, a dagger had already been plunged into her temple. Chapter 28. Loud conspiracy. The woman's eyes widened in horror, retaining the terror and disbelief of her final moments. Her pupils slowly dilating as her lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiao Jing. In the darkness, Chun Li swiftly turned her gaze and was met with the sight of a figure thrusting a dagger into the girl's skull. A wave of terror washed over her, her eyes nearly bulging with shock. The monster had appeared. Chun Li emanated a chilling aura, her awakened ability belonging to the frost element. With a swift clasp of her hands, ice crystals formed, extending 2 sharp ice spikes. In an instant, she propelled herself towards Lin Dong with astonishing speed. Akin to a leopard pouncing on its prey, the ice spikes sliced through the air, producing a series of sonic booms, their lethality surpassing that of bullets. Lin Dong, unwilling to confront the attack directly, evaded, vanishing into the wall. Where? Chun Li found herself momentarily disoriented, having lost sight of her target. Just as doubt crept in, a dagger emerged from the wall, aimed directly at her crown. The speed of the dagger was astonishing, leaving her no time to react. By the time she attempted to evade, the blade had already pierced her skull, extracting her crystal core. Another lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jing, Chun Li, what has happened to you two? A voice echoed from the entrance of the corridor, filled with urgency. It was Li Nan and others, who, upon noticing the anomaly, hastened over, only to arrive a moment too late. Before them lay 2 corpses, devoid of any wounds, yet their crystal cores had been excised. The manner of death mirrored that of the previous 5 victims, a strong sense of unease enveloping the group. Another 2 lives extinguished. Where has the monster gone? The remaining 5 scanned their surroundings, their expressions grave, fearful of becoming the next targets of a surprise attack. Yet, the area had returned to an eerie silence, as if nothing had occurred, had it not been for the 2 bodies at their feet. They might have believed they were hallucinating. The situation was undeniably bizarre. This revelation made a few individuals realize that the monster had not departed. It remained lurking in the shadows. The moment someone let their guard down, it would strike. Linan pondered another matter. With 200 survivors in the mall and not a single casualty thus far, it suggested that the creature's sole target was the awakened. Perhaps Xiao Jing's intuition was indeed correct. The monster had been following him all along. At that moment, Xiao Lu's eyes were bloodshot, his breath ragged, and the immense pressure weighing on his heart was nearly driving him to madness. Where's the monster? Show yourself. What kind of skill is it to use underhanded tactics? Have the courage to face me in a duel. Xiao Lu, remain calm, Linan urged in a low voice. This outburst serves no purpose. Instead, we should analyze how the monster executes its kills. Brother Nan, did you discover something earlier? Asked a female awakened beside him, the only woman among the five. Linan nodded. Indeed, I have made some observations. Oh, the other's eyes gleamed with curiosity as they eagerly awaited his insights. Linan focused his gaze and spoke. Do you not find the position of Chun-Li's death rather peculiar? She was facing the wall, which implies that she was about to strike the wall before her demise. Attack the wall. The others were puzzled, but soon a bizarre thought emerged. Could it be that the monster resided within the wall? No, it does not dwell within the wall. Rather, it possesses the ability to traverse through objects, including the human body, Linan deduced. The four individuals found the reasoning quite compelling. Otherwise, the deceased would not have been without wounds, and the brain had been extracted. In truth, they had contemplated this notion earlier, but deemed it hard to believe. Could such an ability truly exist? Undoubtedly, for he could swiftly transport a considerable amount of resources. The combination of these factors suggested that he belonged to the spatial domain, perhaps even having awakened a realm of his own. What? A realm? The four were taken aback once more. The tech corporation had studied the apocalypse, capturing numerous zombies and mutated beasts for sampling and experimentation. They discovered that a rare few among them could awaken peculiar abilities, including the realm itself. Monsters that possess such realms can move unseen and kill without a trace. Some researchers labeled these zombies as phantom corpses. Had they encountered a phantom corpse? Xiao Lu's eyes widened in horror. Indeed, and it is evident that this zombie possesses a high degree of intelligence, adept at concealment and evasion. This type of zombie wields formidable lethality. It must be eradicated before it evolves into a corpse king, or it will become an insurmountable entity. Linan stated with unwavering resolve. The others gasped, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Xiao Lu seemed to recall something and spoke to reassure them. There is no need for alarm. Researchers have indicated that zombies possessing realms are generally physically weaker, which constitutes their fatal flaw. Oh, that is somewhat reassuring. No wonder it refrains from confronting us directly, choosing instead to engage in covert ambushes. The group felt a slight sense of relief. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. The most pressing issue now is how to locate it. Indeed, given our current capabilities, if that zombie has no intention of emerging, it may remain undiscovered for a lifetime. Linan offered this analysis, but swiftly shifted his tone. However, perhaps we can devise a strategy, no matter how high the intelligence of that zombie. It will undoubtedly fall short of human cunning. Humanity has survived on this planet for millions of years, relying on intellect. For instance, if one fails to catch a wild rabbit while hunting, they can design a trap to ensnare it. After a thorough discussion among the five, they devised a plan to lure the enemy. One person would act as bait, feigning separation to draw the zombie out, while the others would converge to attack. However, being the bait carries inherent risks, necessitating a strong individual for the role. Linan, displaying commendable resolve, declared, I shall be the bait. I will proceed to the lobby on the first floor shortly. You all remain on the sixth floor, where visibility is optimal. The moment a target is spotted, launch a swift assault. Moreover, remember that zombies with domains possess frail bodies. Engage in close combat to prevent them from escaping. Brother Nan, it is far too perilous for you to act as bait alone. It would be wiser for both of us to go, as the zombie is more likely to engage with two individuals. A tall, robust man expressed his concern. Linan nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Li Tao and I shall serve as the bait. Xiao Lu, you lead the team on the upper floor to keep watch. You three must not disperse. Understood, Brother Nan. You can count on us. Xiao Lu patted his chest, determination radiating from him. Having previously been led around by the monsters, resulting in the loss of 7 teammates, he had long felt stifled. Now, the clarion call for counteroffensive had finally sounded. With renewed vigor, the group commenced their mission. What they were unaware of was that Lin Dong was merely 30 meters away, right next door. with the acute hearing of a zombie. He could capture every sound with precision. Lin Nan's strategy to lure the enemy was heard distinctly. Their conspicuous whispers echoed in the air. Lin Dong swiftly reappeared in the corridor, precisely where the individuals had just vacated. He perceived that these people possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Chapter 29, The Bait? Confronting them directly posed no challenge for Lin Dong. At this moment, Lin Nan, accompanied by a tall man, had made their way to the first-floor hall. A group of survivors rushed towards the two, exclaiming, "Captain Li, we have scoured the entire mall and found no trace of the creature. Of course, you wouldn't find it. That thing is exceedingly elusive." Lin Nan regarded the survivors with a hint of annoyance, pondering that the monster did not target ordinary people, but fixated solely on awakened individuals like themselves. They seemed to be untouched by the chaos. "What now?" the crowd inquired, scratching their heads. "Rest assured, we will resolve this swiftly." Lin Nan spoke with confidence. On the 6th floor of the mall, Xiao Lu stood at the railing alongside two companions, one male and one female, their eyes keenly surveying the surroundings. Determined not to miss any clue, they remained vigilant, ready to rush down for support should Brother Nin come under attack. Understood, the two nodded earnestly. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong's figure had emerged from the corridor, making his way directly towards their backs. Yet the female awakener, with an acute sense of intuition, suddenly felt a wave of unease, as if something lurked behind her. However, the scene before her momentarily stunned her. A tall young man, impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome, was slowly approaching. Such a visage easily garnered the affections of women. She gasped, initially thinking a monster was upon her. The girl exhaled deeply and patted her ample chest. Monster? What monster could there be? Lin Dong did not subscribe to such notions. Xiao Lu and another man glanced over, instinctively regarding Lin Dong as a survivor. "You've performed admirably, making it all the way to the 6th floor, he remarked. After all, idleness prevailed. Lin Dong offered a slight smile, stepping forward to join the three of them, resting his hands on the railing while gazing down into the hall below. Due to their proximity, the female awakener caught a faint scent of laundry detergent, and as she turned her head, she beheld Lin Dong's chiseled profile, flawless and striking. Her heart involuntarily fluttered. Were it not for the life-and-death situation at hand, she would have insisted on his company. In this apocalyptic world, female awakeners were likewise in high demand, and polyandry posed no issue. "There truly are monsters in the mall. You should follow us. There might be danger on the 1st floor soon," the girl stated. "What danger could possibly exist on the 1st floor?" Lin Dong casually inquired. Xiao Lu, with a fiery temperament, felt a surge of irritation. "You wouldn't understand even if I explained, so stop asking questions that distract us from our task. Why do you not perceive the dangers of the 6th floor?" Lin Dong replied, a playful glint in his eye. As Xiao Lu opened his mouth to curse, he hesitated, sensing something amiss. The tone he had adopted did not resemble that of a survivor. Could it be, especially that girl? He recalled how Lin Dong had approached silently moments ago, effortlessly navigating the pitch-black surroundings. An ordinary survivor would require a flashlight or a phone to illuminate the darkness. Yet, he had brought nothing and was able to perch on the 6th floor railing, gazing directly into the hall on the 1st floor. At this realization, the girl felt her body stiffen, a chill racing down her spine as goosebumps erupted across her skin. What, then, was lurking beside her? Xiao Lu reacted swiftly, charging towards Lin Dong. "Quick! It's him! Attack!" However, Lin Dong evaded him with an ethereal grace, slipping away like a wraith. Xiao Lu recalled the teachings of the researchers. Zombies in certain areas possessed relatively weak physiques, and he happened to be an awakened one with enhanced strength. Did he think he could escape? It was time for retribution. Xiao Lu pursued relentlessly, raising his fist to strike, determined to avenge the countless teammates he had lost. His arm muscles swelled like small mountains, threatening to tear through his uniform. This punch was nothing short of formidable, fueled by all his might. Meanwhile, Lin Dong contemplated testing his own strength. The last encounter with Zhang Xiaoyuan had resulted in a decisive blow. Thus, this time, he exerted only half of his power. He raised his hand and struck back. The clash of their fists echoed like hammers colliding, a shockwave bursting forth that rattled the 6th floor railing, creating a cacophony of sound. Accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, Xiao Lu felt an excruciating pain as his arm shattered, contorting grotesquely and hanging limply at his side. How formidable! The agony was unbearable. He clutched his arm with one hand and staggered backwards, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, he realized that the being before him was astonishingly powerful, entirely unlike what the researchers had described. That single punch could undoubtedly obliterate a tank. In an instant, a profound sense of despair surged within him. Damn it! Which researcher produced this so-called result? If there is a next life, I will surely confront him. This was the last thought that crossed Xiao Lu's mind before his demise. In a swift motion, Lin Dong pierced the necks of the two individuals. Meanwhile, in the lobby on the first floor, Li Nan was still engaging in conversation with the survivors when a muffled thud resonated from the sixth floor, causing the entire railing to tremble and clatter ominously. Something has gone awry. Li Nan furrowed his brow, hastily looking up to survey the scene. However, after scanning the area, he found no trace of Xiao Lu and the others. This is bad. The tall man accompanying him also seemed to grasp the situation. Xiao Lu and his group must have been ambushed. We need to ascend promptly to offer assistance. Wait, Li Nan called out to him, suddenly struck by another realization. He might have gravely underestimated the opponent's strength. Xiao Lu was already a formidable member of their team, second only to Li Nan himself. With the other two awakened individuals alongside him, weren't they supposed to be capable of holding their ground against a monster? Moreover, even if they couldn't win, surely they could have prolonged the struggle for at least a moment? Yet, it was evident that Xiao Lu and the other two vanished in the blink of an eye. The tall man remained anxious. Nan, what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we help Lu? It's already too late. Li Nan's pupils dilated as a profound sense of crisis enveloped his heart, as if he were being targeted by some unseen force, with death looming at every moment. At that instant, the group of survivors exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. The surrounding darkness rendered them unable to see anything. Suddenly, one burly man felt a chill at the nape of his neck, as droplets of something fell onto him. What is this? He instinctively reached back to touch it, feeling a sticky substance that emitted a faintly acrid odor. With urgency, he shone his flashlight on his hand, only to pale at the sight of his palm drenched in crimson. Blood. It was blood. Chapter 30. Dinner is served. The crowd was startled by the sudden scream, turning in unison to discover that not only was the man stained, but a pool of blood had already formed beneath him, having dripped from the sixth floor. A wave of terror washed over them, prompting them to shine their flashlights upward. In the dim light, they discerned a shadowy figure at the railing. Yet, the apparition flickered and vanished in an instant. A ghost! A ghost! I saw it. It was just there, then it disappeared into thin air. But, where did it go? In their state of fear and confusion, the people frantically searched with their flashlights, but the elusive shadow remained unfound. Li Nan's expression was grave as he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. It has come. A wave of panic surged among the crowd, their eyes darting about, their nerves fraying to the utmost. Li Nan understood that the intense unease he felt was a direct result of being watched by that entity. He was an awakened individual with exceptional mental acuity and could sense danger drawing near. This time, the monster's target was none other than himself. Lin Dong utilized the power of the corpse domain to descend from the sixth floor to the first, revealing himself without further concealment. As he materialized before the crowd, a cacophony erupted. At the sight of Lin Dong, people scattered like leaves in a storm, some rushing so hastily that they stumbled and fell. Yet, this did not deter them. They fled as far as they could, rolling and scrambling away. Instantly, a vacuum of space formed around Lin Dong. A clear warning: do not approach. The onlookers gazed at Lin Dong's visage, their hearts a tumult of fear and astonishment. They were taken aback by how strikingly handsome and impeccably clean the monster appeared, starkly contrasting with their preconceived notions of a grotesque, bloodthirsty villain. However, Li Nan and the tall man did not retreat, feeling as if they were prey caught in the sights of a ferocious beast, paralyzed by fear and unable to make a single move. This sensation was akin to wandering along a forest path only to encounter a mighty tiger. Turning to flee would undoubtedly invite an attack. The only prudent course of action would be to kneel and submit, for tiger's poison does not consume its own cubs. Of course, Lin Dong was no tiger. At that moment, both men found themselves devoid of any viable plans. Brother Nan, shall we confront him? The tall man suggested. Li Nan shook his head. His brazen appearance indicates he is fully confident. We are no match for him. If the opportunity arises, I will hold him off. And you should flee. Oh. The tall man nodded. Subsequently, Li Nan closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit to unleash a psychic attack. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, and his mental force transformed into countless steel needles, surging forward like a tidal wave. This ability is incredibly potent. If an ordinary person were struck, they might experience a fleeting daze or faint. In severe cases, it could lead to paralysis or a vegetative state. Indeed, he possesses formidable skills. As his eyes glimmered with crimson light, the domain unfolded. The powerful domain of the Corpse King spread outward, instantly blocking the psychic attack. Lin Nan's thoughts were obstructed, and he felt a piercing pain in his brain, darkness engulfing him, nearly causing him to faint. However, he bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain focus. Hurry, I cannot hold on much longer. The tall man hesitated, for to him, the path ahead seemed like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To step into it would surely mean a perilous struggle for survival. Lin Nan urged. My mental strength can still endure, but soon there may be no chance left. Very well. The tall man's gaze hardened. Even if it is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, we must press on. He arched his body like a released arrow, charging towards Lin Dong. While his muscles bulged and his skin hardened, resembling rock. This was his awakened ability, toughened skin. As the man entered the realm of corpses, his speed abruptly diminished, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and, relying on his formidable physique, launched a powerful punch towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong stepped back to evade the blow, his fingers reaching for the man's head. Alarmed, the man furrowed his brow. Recalling Lin Nan's warning that this adversary could phase through the body to strike internally. This meant he must not allow himself to be touched. Swiftly, he sidestepped to avoid the attack. Within the realm of corpses, he was already under immense pressure, as if battling while bearing the weight of a small mountain. He narrowly escaped, his body nearly faltering as he struggled to regain his footing. That was too close. In just a fleeting encounter, he had nearly met his demise. The exhilarating sensation of flirting with death sent his adrenaline soaring. However, at that moment, the man's body sank once more, the oppressive force of the realm intensifying, rendering him rigid and incapable of launching an effective counterattack. He swiftly turned to glance behind him, only to be astonished to find that Lin Nan had vanished. The latter had not initiated a mental assault, but instead fled towards the mall's entrance. Clearly, he was escaping. Your captain has abandoned you. Lin Dong's calm voice echoed in his ears. The man stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Lin Nan had insisted on holding the opponent at bay to provide him with an opportunity to flee. Yet, he had deceived himself into stepping forward to withstand the pressure while he himself retreated. The depths of human hearts are often concealed. It is difficult to truly understand a person until one encounters a crisis. In ordinary times, Lin Nan was attentive to everyone, earning their trust. However, in a critical moment, he unexpectedly betrayed his teammates. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had meticulously devised this plan, never intending to descend into the chaos himself. Furthermore, Lin Nan did not flee alone. A multitude of survivors followed closely behind him. They had already discerned that remaining there was tantamount to certain death. With Captain Li having fled, it was only natural for them to follow suit. To hell with morality, in a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse. What was the point of brotherhood? Survival was the only truth that mattered. Lin Nan's visage twisted in rage as he muttered to himself. After all, he was an awakened one. In this desolate world, he could endure. He moved with remarkable swiftness, quickly reaching the entrance of the shopping mall. The entrance had long been sealed with steel plates and bound with numerous iron chains. In a flurry of activity, Lin Nan hastily began to dismantle the chains. Captain Li, wait for us. A throng of survivors called out as they rushed towards him. Even if they managed to escape, survival apart from Lin Nan was inconceivable. So they resolved to follow him. United in purpose, the people collectively pushed against the heavy steel plates. With a thunderous crash, the plates toppled, stirring a cloud of dust. The entrance to the mall swung open. The night breeze wafted in, carrying a refreshing chill that invigorated their spirits. At this moment, dawn was approaching, and a faint light tinged the horizon with a pale hue. The dim illumination barely revealed their surroundings. Yet, when the doors opened, rather than fleeing with joy, the crowd stood frozen in their tracks, their expressions filled with horror. For outside the mall, there were thousands of zombies, densely packed, completely blocking the entrance. At the forefront stood a tank, accompanied by Xiao Ba and the doctor, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Most bizarrely, this group of zombies stood like wooden stakes, utterly silent, as if they were awaiting the command of their king. In this deathly stillness, a low voice echoed from behind the crowd. Dinner is served. Chapter 31. The territory. The voice resembled the call of the Grim Reaper, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers, their hearts filled with despair. The terrifying horde of zombies in front appeared to be activated, emitting ferocious growls, their eyes glinting with bloodlust. Particularly, Tank's expression was one of extreme exhilaration. Today, the boss had arranged a buffet, boasting over 200 dishes. With a roar, Tank let out a ghastly cry and charged into the crowd with his minions. The people shrieked and wailed, beginning to flee in all directions, yet the zombies knocked them down one by one, pinning them to the ground to feast upon them. The scene descended into utter chaos. The moment the crowd opened the door, they had already stepped into the abyss. Lin Dong was enveloped in complete despair. Having exhausted his mental energy moments before, he was left without the strength to resist. It was then that he realized it had been this well-trained group of zombies that had overrun the prison and killed Zhang Xiaoyuan. Lin Dong had already evolved into a zombie king. A zombie king with dominion was nearly an insurmountable force. How could humanity possibly survive? This was the last thought that crossed Lin Dong's mind before his demise. A tremendous pain coursed through his body as he felt himself being eviscerated by Xiaoba. After the demise of the tech corporation's personnel, any resistance from the remaining ordinary people was futile. One by one, they fell, becoming prey to the ravenous zombies. This is the true apocalypse, rife with bloodshed and slaughter, leaving one feeling helpless and lost. Before long, the piercing screams of humanity have faded into silence, replaced by the gruesome sounds of zombies feasting upon flesh. The entire shopping mall has succumbed, with no survivors in sight. Lin Dong's expression remains indifferent as he strides toward the exit, followed closely by his companions, including the Tank and Xiaoba. After eliminating Lin Dong and his associates, Lin Dong acquired 5 crystal cores. Upon consuming 3 of them, he felt a surge of vitality, as if he were on the brink of evolution once more. As he makes his way home, the first light of dawn begins to break through the darkness. Had this been a morning before the end, it would have been one of radiant sunshine and hope. Yet, before him lies a scene of devastation, with corpses strewn across the ground. The city resembles a desolate ruin. At this moment, Lin Dong and his followers traverse a park where bloodstains and the pungent stench of decay are ubiquitous. Scattered zombies roam the area, some even clinging to vestiges of their former lives. For instance, an elderly man is seen repeatedly ramming his back against a tree, exercising with relentless enthusiasm, despite the flesh being torn from his body, leaving a trail of blood on the cracked bark. Nearby, an old woman pushes a wheelchair, her movements stiff and mechanical, endlessly circling the square in a tireless ritual. Lin Dong glances over and is startled to discover a large rat perched atop the wheelchair, its tiny paws clutching something as it voraciously gnaws away. Before long, a few youthful zombies emerge ahead, yet they are not as rigid as the previous ones. It is evident they have feasted on flesh. A zombie, with its mouth agape, revealed sharp teeth and issued a fierce roar directed at Lin Dong. Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance, surprised that such a diminutive undead creature dared to challenge him. However, the roar conveyed a clear message. This territory belonged to its master, and no intruders were permitted. It was evident that this little zombie owed allegiance to a different overlord, indicating that this area fell under the dominion of another zombie king. No wonder it had the audacity to roar at him. Understanding the situation, Lin Dong noted Tank's explosive temperament. Witnessing the zombie's defiance, Tank strode forward with 2 great strides, seizing the creature by the neck as if it were a mere chick, lifting it effortlessly before slamming it violently to the ground. The impact produced a sickening sound as the small zombie was obliterated, its blood splattering in all directions. Tank, still not satisfied, unleashed his fury on the surrounding zombies, reducing them to a pulpy mess with a flurry of fists and feet. Yet, on a distant hillside within the park, a group of zombies observed the scene intently. At the forefront stood a towering zombie, nearly 2 meters in height. Its skin bore a pale red hue, with prominent black veins pulsating grotesquely across its face. Furthermore, a dark, furry appendage resembling a thick scarf coiled around its neck, enhancing its menacing appearance. This leader, known as the King, was responsible for hunting down humans in the marketplace. Beside him, another zombie communicated signals, evidently possessing a remarkable level of intelligence akin to that of a small child. The King emitted a series of low growls from his throat, signifying his displeasure and intent. He regarded the mall as his territory, where the humans within could be slowly consumed. Yet now, they were being hunted by other zombies. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Slaughter is an instinct of the undead, who can devour each other's cores to absorb energy. It was time to expand his dominion. The zombie king's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam, perceiving Lin Dong and his companions as prey. Moreover, to amplify his horde, he must eliminate the other zombie kings. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The grand scarf he wore suddenly emitted a chilling noise, revealing a large rat. Even more unsettling, for it bore a human head, covered in dense black fur, appearing utterly terrifying. Su Xiaoro moved with agility, tidying the room to a pristine state, arranging various items with meticulous precision, creating a sense of comfort even for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After all, while other servants faced wage deductions for negligence, a poor job on her part could cost her life. Noticing Lin Dong change his attire, she promptly took it for laundering. Although Lin Dong had no physical contact with anyone in the mall, his white shirt was still tainted with traces of blood. Su Xiaoro could distinctly smell it. "Boss, did you go out to eat again?" "Yes, a buffet," Lin Dong replied casually. Su Xiaoro recoiled slightly, realizing the situation must have been significant, yet she dared not inquire further and hurried to wash the clothes obediently. Lin Dong retrieved his phone to browse online information. Reflecting on the fact that his grand scheme had just unfolded and the Tai Corporation had yet to notice. The official website continues to announce that the Hunter operation is progressing smoothly and is about to commence. The comments below are plentiful. "If we could eliminate the zombies, it would be best, allowing us to rebuild our homeland. Let us hope this operation succeeds." The tech company engages in human experimentation, clearly not with humanity's best interests in mind. Their pursuit of zombies serves merely to advance their own agenda and selfish desires. One wonders how this operation will unfold. We shall wait and see. Chapter 32. Insect Rain. The tech company boasts global technological leadership, having previously launched rockets into outer space and established collaborations with numerous nations. Holding vast resources, the branch in Jiangbei City is merely a fraction of its operations, yet it continues to thrive amidst this apocalypse. It is likely that the tech company possesses many valuable assets. Lin Dong calculated his options. However, the tech company has at least 1,000 awakened individuals. Although Lin Dong is formidable, he has not yet reached an invincible stature. He cannot single-handedly defeat them all. Even with a tank, Xiaoba, the doctor, and 2,000 elite zombies, breaching their defenses may still prove unfeasible. Unless he could command a million-strong tide of corpses, at which point he could choose his targets freely. Perhaps it is time to expand his territory. Lin Dong's more than 2,000 subordinates currently occupy only the vicinity of the building. He initially recruited them merely to secure his refuge from disturbances. Now, however, the prospect of enlisting more troops and expanding his domain has taken root in Lin Dong's mind. In the days that followed, he continued to consume flesh and blood, absorbing all 5 crystal cores, significantly enhancing his strength once more. The realm of the undead expands, and if unleashed to its full potential, it can persist for 20 minutes, exhibiting even greater ferocity. As night falls, darkness envelopes the earth, and a blood-red moon hangs ominously in the sky, casting a sinister hue across the heavens. Another night of slaughter. In recent days, the area surrounding the building has been far from tranquil, as hordes of zombies from neighboring territories wander here, howling defiantly at the minions of the tank, laden with provocation. These two factions of the undead often engage in brutal skirmishes. However, the tank is no stranger to conflict, swiftly obliterating the intruding zombies with merciless precision. At this moment, Lin Dong stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the abyss of darkness outside. Suddenly, from the disheveled streets, a series of unsettling squeaks pierce the silence, revealing pairs of eerie green eyes glimmering with a predatory glint. From the sewers lining the roadside, a swarm of oversized rats emerges, their bodies as large as piglets. With grotesque cries and twitching nostrils, these rodents seem to be on the hunt, quickly setting their sights on the zombies beneath the building. In a frenzied rush, they pounce upon their prey, sinking their sharp teeth into the decaying flesh. The unfortunate zombie, now overwhelmed by the mass of rats, sways precariously, emitting a wretched howl of agony. Its resistance is short-lived. It collapses to the ground, consumed entirely by the ravenous horde, as if it were dissolving into the very swarm itself. These mutated beasts consider zombies a delectable feast. However, the cacophony of gnawing quickly alerts other zombies, prompting them to charge towards the rats, even engaging in erratic leaps to taunt their foes, inciting furious cries of frustration. Among them is the female zombie, Xiaoba, whose remarkable speed allows her to crush the rats effortlessly. With a sinister smile, she treats the slaughter of the rodents as a delightful game. Moreover, beneath the cloak of night, a towering figure emerged. With his large hands, he seized a mouse, his fingers exerting force as the creature flailed helplessly, emitting piercing cries that proved futile. Ultimately, it was crushed mercilessly. Tank licked the blood from his hands, his face alight with exhilaration. He then lunged forward, stamping the mouse into a pulpy mass, or perhaps grasping it to twist it mercilessly in two. Tank's motions resembled the act of breaking a cucumber. The remaining mice, intimidated, began to scatter, vanishing into the darkness, the entire horde dispersing in disarray. Hee, Tank chuckled foolishly, carrying two blood-dripping mice, trotting into a nearby alley, and gnawing on them as if they were watermelons. Blood splattered, leaving his face smeared in juice. He refrained from feasting openly on the street, for Lin Dong had cautioned against consuming unsanitary food, deeming it trash. If the boss were to witness it, he might express disdain. Incidents involving mouse attacks and zombie provocations had become frequent in recent days, and Lin Dong had grown indifferent, no longer inclined to intervene. The following morning, heavy clouds shrouded the sky, dark as ink. Before long, rain began to pour. However, these droplets were no ordinary rain. They were interspersed with falling black insects. This was a rain of bugs. The insects, about the size of a pinky finger, struck the streets and abandoned vehicles, creating a crackling sound. In no time, they amassed in thick clusters. The room was filled with a chilling silence as Su Xiaoro involuntarily gasped, a shiver crawling up her spine. The bizarre occurrences of this apocalyptic era were multiplying. Now, it had begun to rain insects, leaving her to ponder what other horrors lay in wait. Lin Dong's gaze was fixed outside the window, his brow furrowed in concern. The weather today was abysmal. Yet, before the onset of this cataclysm, the news had reported instances of fish rain in certain locales, a phenomenon attributed to tornadoes that lifted fish into the sky, only for them to plummet back down. Presumably, this insect rain bore a similar explanation. However, these insects were far from ordinary. They possessed a ring of razor-sharp teeth and burrowed into the flesh of the zombies. Formerly agile, the zombies became rigid as the insects invaded their bodies, appearing as though they were no longer in control of their own forms. Fortunately, Lin Dong's comrades were all elite fighters with exceptional intellect. Before the insects could penetrate their bodies, they swiftly extracted them, even consuming them with gusto. Particularly Tank, with his rugged exterior and resilience, showed no fear of the insects, scooping up a handful and devouring them like childhood snacks. Perhaps he found their flavor rather delightful. He tilted his head back, mouth agape, as if savoring the rain. A heartfelt thanks to nature for its bountiful gift. Yet, within mere minutes, the insect rain ceased, leaving the streets outside strewn with the creatures. Shunning the sunlight, they hurriedly burrowed into drains, soil, or the crevices of walls, seeking refuge from the harsh rays. In the alley beside the building, the tank-like figure crouched against the wall, reaching down to grasp a handful of insects from the ground, which he then began to consume one by one, akin to cracking sunflower seeds. Xiao Ba and the doctor approached, tilting their heads to observe him. "Hey, the boss said no junk food," Xiao Ba remarked. "Shoo." Tank gestured for silence, signifying the need for discretion. He then extended the insects in his hand toward Xiao Ba. She cocked her head, her eyes appraising the offering for a moment. It appeared to pique her appetite. Consequently, she picked up an insect and tasted it. Quite delicious," she exclaimed. Soon, she and Tank were squatting together in the corner, indulging in their secret snack like children caught sneaking treats. The doctor crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, observing the pair with a bemused expression. "You two will be caught by the boss. Not a chance. The boss prefers to stay indoors and rarely ventures out," Xiaoba replied, revealing her familiarity with Lin Dong. Just as they conversed, a sinister face suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. Chapter 33. Feeding the zombies, are you eating? Lin Dong inquired calmly, as if engaged in casual conversation among friends. However, Xiaoba and Tank quickly sprang to their feet, standing rigidly like schoolchildren in detention. In the process, Tank discreetly tossed the insect he had been holding behind him. He then broke into a wide, goofy grin and said, Boss, it was all Xiaoba's idea. I didn't want to eat it all. Xiaoba turned to him, feeling a mix of exasperation and irritation. With a swift motion, her sharp nails sank into Tank's side. She silently cursed. Are you truly that insufferable? Yet Tank, with his tough exterior, remained unfazed. The pinch elicited no pain, and he continued to wear a goofy grin. Lin Dong, however, did not chastise him harshly. I need to step out for a while. You two keep a close watch. Oh, of course, Tank and Xiaoba replied in unison. Though curiosity lingered in their minds. What could the leader be up to? If it involved hunting, could they accompany him? But given their previous misdeeds, they dared not voice their inquiries. Lin Dong shot them a disapproving glance. The two nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grains. Lin Dong exited the building. Having absorbed all 5 of his soul crystals, he sought to venture out and see if he could encounter any fortunate souls to hunt for additional crystals. Furthermore, he intended to investigate the recent rat swarm attacks and the disturbances caused by zombies. Since the specifics of the situation were still unclear, he decided against bringing his thousands of zombie subordinates. It would be easier for him to remain concealed alone. Should danger arise, he could unleash the domain of the dead to either retaliate or retreat at will. His subordinates, however, would not fare as well. Should they encounter mutated beasts or a larger wave of hostile zombies, they would likely meet their demise. At that point, Lin Dong would be left alone to command the remnants. Moreover, regarding the rat swarm attacks and the zombie disturbances, Lin Dong had some leads. He suspected they originated nearby, likely from the zombie forces he encountered in the park that day. Thus, he made his way towards the park. For a month, the apocalypse has cast its shadow, leaving the streets littered with rusted, abandoned vehicles. Once bustling thoroughfares are now overrun with weeds, and the entire city stands desolate and dilapidated. The only entities that remain active are the zombies, standing still at times and wandering aimlessly at others. Yet, upon the slightest disturbance, they seem to spring to life, rushing forth with alarming speed. Their ghastly visages, accompanied by low, guttural growls, and their bloodthirsty gazes, betray an insatiable hunger for flesh. When these feral zombies encounter Lin Dong, they do not attack. Rather, they instinctively yield, parting to grant him passage. However, as Lin Dong proceeds, the number of wild zombies diminishes. Corpses begin to litter the streets, mangled remains that appear as though crushed by a heavy truck, reduced to mere meat patties. This carnage, however, is not a human endeavor, but rather the result of a catastrophic zombie horde, a stampede of sorts. Low-tier zombies, devoid of intelligence, recklessly trample over one another, leading to the unfortunate demise of several hapless souls. The larger the horde, the greater the number of casualties from missteps. Swarms of flies buzz incessantly around the putrid corpses. Even the size of the green bottle flies has increased dramatically in this dystopian world, now as large as a thumb, their incessant buzzing a source of irritation. At this juncture, Lin Dong has ventured into the territory of other zombie overlords. Scattered across the streets are tufts of hair and spherical droppings of mice, eliciting a profound sense of disgust. Lin Dong can only imagine that beneath the very ground he treads, countless rats lie in wait within the sewers, clinging to their instincts, emerging only under the cover of night to scavenge for food. In the distance, a flock of ebony crows cawed raucously, swirling around a towering edifice. Crows are harbingers of death, symbols of ill omen. It seemed as though they were irresistibly drawn to the mysteries within that building, eager to enter. Are there survivors? Lin Dong pondered, making his way toward the high-rise. As he drew nearer, the unmistakable scent of blood wafted through the air, confirming the presence of the living within. Yet, what perplexed him was the fact that alongside the living essence, there existed the stench of zombies, as if they cohabited within the same room. Lin Dong invoked his ability to enter the realm of the dead, assuming an inconspicuous state as he passed through the walls, ascending toward the upper levels of the skyscraper. He concealed himself within the void, invisible to the outside world. In this perilous apocalypse, stealth was undoubtedly a formidable skill. However, a drawback accompanied Lin Dong's hidden state. He could not launch an attack while concealed. Any offensive action would inevitably reveal his true self. Upon reaching the 18th floor, he sensed that within the room before him, for humans, and a lone zombie resided. Intrigued, Lin Dong ventured through the wall once more. The first room he entered was a cramped bedroom, and the sight within was harrowing. Bloodstains marred the walls and floor. An overwhelming metallic scent assaulted his senses. accompanied by the clinking of chains echoing ominously in his ears. Turning his gaze, he beheld a female zombie, her hands bound with chains, tethered to the headboard, shrieking in a futile attempt to break free. Opposite her sat a male human, with small eyes and thick lips, fixated on the female zombie with an almost trance-like gaze. Ying, my goddess, though you have transformed into a zombie, I shall remain true to my vow and care for you for all eternity. Do you remember? I once proclaimed that no matter how you transform, my affection for you remains unwavering. The female zombie growled at the man ferociously, saliva dripping from her mouth. Stretching as it fell, her thick lips seemed accustomed to the situation, narrowing her eyes into a smile. You remain unchanged, so fond of intimidating me. For a decade, from middle school to university, I pursued you, waking early each day to bring you breakfast. Even when you cohabited with your boyfriend, I dutifully brought 2 portions, yet you never spared me a glance, often hurling insults my way. Goodness, Lin Dong thought to himself, astonished at the existence of such a devoted admirer. Even the likes of Fei Yangyang would hand him a cigarette. Yet, as the thick-lipped man spoke, he wore an expression of sweetness. Now, it seems, we are finally together, allowing me to protect you always, even amidst the apocalypse. Darling Ying, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Having said this, he turned and exited the room. Lin Dong promptly followed. Due to his state of invisibility, the man remained oblivious to his presence. Lin Dong sensed that the thick-lipped man possessed a vigorous vitality, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. He was, in fact, an awakened one. The thick-lipped man entered another room. Upon opening the door, he revealed 3 men, their hands and feet bound, mouth sealed with tape, only able to emit muffled sounds. At the sight of the thick-lipped figure, the 3 men were engulfed in terror, struggling vehemently. But their bindings were too secure to yield any results. The thick-lipped man smiled as he surveyed them one by one. Let me see. Who is fortunate enough today to treat my dear Ying to a meal? Chapter 34. The Crow. The 3 individuals wore expressions of terror, for they were acutely aware that this man was a deviant, intent on feeding them to the zombies. One of them trembled uncontrollably, desperately trying to retreat. Observing this, the man with thick lips declared, well, you shall be the one. Woo. The man, his mouth sealed, could only emit muffled whimpers. The man with thick lips approached and seized him by the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly, akin to a chick, before turning to exit. Regardless of how the man struggled, it was to no avail. He watched helplessly as the distance to the zombie chamber diminished, his heart plunging into despair. As the door swung open, a strong stench of blood wafted forth. Inside, the female zombie appeared exhilarated, emitting a series of guttural roars. Look how delighted my precious Ying is, the man with thick lips remarked, filled with a sense of awe. Whoa. The man, now reduced to tears, whimpered in distress. The man with thick lips tore the tape from his mouth. What? Do you have any final words? Whoa, I beg you spare me. I truly do not wish to die. The man pleaded, his voice choked with sobs. The man with thick lips shook his head. It should be your honor to witness my love for Ying. He dragged the man step by step toward the zombies, the inevitable doom of becoming fodder for the undead drawing ever closer. Just at that moment, an unexpected figure materialized behind them. Lin Dong had lost the desire to continue watching, for this spectacle held no value for him. The only thing of worth was the soul crystal nestled within the thick-lipped man's skull. He resolved to eliminate him and seize the soul crystal before departing. However, the thick-lipped man was quite perceptive. The moment Lin Dong made his appearance, he immediately sensed it and turned his head to look. How is there another person? Where did he come from? But as soon as Lin Dong appeared, the female zombie suddenly fell silent. She felt the oppressive aura of the zombie king, and her originally fierce expression transformed into one of reverence, even hinting at submission. The thick-lipped man's brows furrowed deeper. He suddenly recalled the past, when he had pursued his goddess with utmost respect, only to witness her bowing and scraping before others. A wave of intense jealousy permeated the air. Now that I am an awakened one, people like you deserve to die, he roared. Lin Dong scrutinized him. Perhaps the advent of the apocalypse and prolonged suppression had twisted this man's psyche. He wondered if devouring his crystal core would affect his own mental state. Meanwhile, the bound man, upon seeing Lin Dong, seemed to glimpse hope. Brother, please save me. This man is a pervert. He wants to feed me to the zombies. Oh. Lin Dong remained indifferent. What of being a pervert? He himself was a zombie. The thick-lipped man's face contorted in rage as faint red light enveloped his hands, his aura becoming overwhelmingly powerful, clearly indicating he was an awakened one with enhanced physical abilities. Let me show you the strength of an awakened one. He extended his mutated hands, lunging toward Lin Dong with remarkable speed. Yet in Lin Dong's eyes, it was merely mediocre. With a mere thought, the domain of the zombie king unfurled. A formidable pressure radiated outward. Instantly, the thick-lipped man was enveloped, his figure halted as if time had paused, leaving him rigidly frozen in place. Due to Lin Dong's absorption of 5 crystal cores, the realm of corpses has become increasingly formidable. Ordinary awakeners find it nearly impossible to navigate this domain. The man with thick lips feels as if he bears the weight of a mountain, his legs trembling uncontrollably. To him, the surroundings appear drenched in crimson, as if he stands before a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with Lin Dong reigning supreme atop the summit. How could this be possible? The thick-lipped man is filled with terror as his body quakes even more violently. Typically, he is the one who holds dominion over the lives of others, taking pride in his status as an awakener. Yet now, confronted by this man, he finds himself utterly powerless. Lin Dong, indifferent to the turmoil, strides toward him with deliberate steps. The thick-lipped man senses the chilling breath of death, as if the grim reaper himself is approaching. He understands what is about to transpire. Summoning all his strength, he slowly turns his head like a marionette, fixating his gaze on the female zombie. If he cannot resist death, then let him behold her one last time before his demise. This is the final thought of the thick-lipped man. Lin Dong's slender fingers penetrate his skull, extracting the crystal core within. The man instantly loses consciousness, darkness enveloping him as he collapses to the ground. Is this how it ends? The man beside him stands in stunned disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. He merely observes Lin Dong approach the thick-lipped man and effortlessly take his life. Brother, that was impressive. Hurry, come and free me from these bindings. Yet, when Lin Dong glances at him, he remains unmoved. Did he ever promise to rescue him? Oh, the man comprehends the implication of Lin Dong's gaze, and the flicker of hope within him plunges once more into despair. At that moment, at the window of the bedroom, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. A colossal crow alighted upon the balcony. Standing nearly a meter tall, its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and its feathers shimmered with an inky sheen reminiscent of a dagger. Clearly, it had been lured by the scent of blood. Its red gaze pierced through the gaps in the metallic railing, fixated on the interior. I want to eat. Please help me open it. Thank you. Oh? Lin Dong was taken aback. He had not anticipated this crow could articulate human speech. Whether it was a hybrid with a magpie or something else entirely remained a mystery, yet it exhibited a surprising politeness. Lin Dong regarded the thick-lipped corpse on the ground, recognizing it served him no purpose. Driven by curiosity, he approached the window and forcefully pushed open the metallic railing. Thank you, thank you. The obsidian crow immediately shattered the glass and dove into the room, voraciously feasting upon the thick-lipped body. Its beak was remarkably sharp, akin to a cleaver, effortlessly severing the arm and swallowing it whole. Not a single bone fragment was left behind. It was a terrifying sight. The men nearby were rendered speechless, astonished that the apocalypse harbored such creatures beyond mere zombies. Although the crow was not particularly large, its appetite was insatiable. The thick-lipped corpse was soon devoured entirely, leaving the creature still yearning for more. Subsequently, the crow's crimson eyes turned towards the man bound nearby. Yet, sensing Lin Dong's presence, it hesitated, as if feeling embarrassed to feast openly. It inquired in a distinctive avian tone, I am not full yet. May I eat him? If you wish to eat, then do so, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. The crow surprisingly nodded, expressing a hint of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for not consuming the meat yourself and offering it to me. You truly are a good soul. Not at all, Lin Dong replied. At that moment, a nearby man, overhearing their conversation, wore a bewildered expression. Is this what you call a good person? Is this politeness? Chapter 35. The bait, but in the next instant, the crimson-eyed crow lunged at him, and the man lost consciousness entirely. The crow's sharp beak pierced his heart, and it began to feast voraciously. After devouring the man, the crow seemed sated, flapping its wings before soaring out of the window. Goodbye, goodbye. I shall repay your kindness. In the sky, the distinctive call of the bird echoed, gradually fading away. This creature possesses a certain intrigue, Lin Dong mused. He had obtained a crystal core, rendering his journey somewhat fruitful. Suddenly, he remembered the two survivors in the adjacent room. They were still trembling, their spirits shaken, although they had narrowly escaped earlier. They could not evade the grim fate of becoming fodder for the zombies. The agonizing wait for death was tormenting them, making them long for a swift end instead. At that moment, footsteps approached the room. Why has he returned? Did the zombie not have its fill? The hearts of the two men raced, climbing to their throats. However, when the door swung open, it was not the thick-lipped man, but rather a tall and handsome young man who stood before them. Oh! The two individuals were momentarily taken aback, and then it seemed as though a realization dawned upon them, their faces alight with joy. Could it be that the rescue team from the shelter had come to their aid? Lin Dong scrutinized them, contemplating how best to proceed. To eliminate them outright appeared to serve no purpose. As ordinary individuals, their only potential use lay in becoming bait. Lin Dong harbored a suspicion that the vicinity of this towering building was not swarming with zombies. Instead, it was littered with rat fur and droppings, suggesting that something lurked in the shadows. He could leverage these two to draw it out. You two should flee at once. Lin Dong unsheathed his dagger and severed the ropes binding them. Instantly, their delight was palpable, having resigned themselves to their fate. They were astonished that someone had come to rescue them. Miracles do happen. Thank you. We are truly grateful. One of the men exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. The other, surveying Lin Dong, inquired, You are with the rescue team, aren't you? Can you take us to the shelter? No, Lin Dong replied, shaking his head. I have other matters to attend to. You must leave first. What? This? The two men exchanged hesitant glances, acutely aware of the dangers outside. Without the protection of an awakened individual, their chances of survival were slim. Yet, after a moment of deliberation, they resolved to depart from this cursed place. They could not linger here any longer. Before leaving, they hurried to the kitchen to gather some provisions, including a cleaver and a boning knife, equipping themselves as best as they could. However, Lin Dong knew that their probability of surviving in this area was less than 1%. Ultimately, whether they could escape would depend on their own fortune. In truth, this vicinity is not excessively perilous for the average individual. However, if one were to find themselves on their own territory, the two would undoubtedly meet their demise. After tidying up, they quietly opened the door and stealthily made their way down the stairs. The distant echoes of zombie growls could be faintly heard in the corridor. Should they disturb the creatures, they would be immediately devoured. At that moment, Lin Dong stood on the balcony above, surveying the situation below, pondering whether the bait he had released would perish before even exiting the corridor. How utterly mundane that would be. Fortunately, about 10 minutes later, two figures emerged from the building and stepped onto the street. They moved with utmost caution, pressing themselves against the wall to avoid alerting any lurking dangers. Lin Dong watched with keen interest, eager to see if they would survive or how they might ultimately meet their end. On the street, one of the men voiced his frustration, Young, that rescue personnel was exceedingly irresponsible, allowing us to escape on our own. If we reach the shelter, I shall certainly report him. What are you thinking? The fact that they allowed us to leave is already quite commendable. Moreover, have you considered, is he truly a member of the rescue team? Let us not forget how we were captured, replied the middle-aged man. The young man gasped in realization, recalling their previous encounter. That thick-lipped man had posted on the official website of the shelter, proclaiming himself a member of the rescue team and urging those in need of assistance to contact him. Consequently, they excitedly reached out to him, only to find themselves bound in that room, destined to be fed to the zombies. But, if he is not part of the rescue team, why did he allow us to leave? How can I know? In any case, let us strive to survive. Yang spoke with a steady gaze. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings and noted the sparse presence of zombies. As long as he treaded carefully, he could navigate without disturbing them. If he could escape the urban confines and reach the sparsely populated outskirts, there would be a significant chance of reaching the sanctuary. If only I had a heavy-duty truck. Yang muttered to himself. Suddenly, his foot squelched upon a pile of rat droppings. What a massive heap of filth! How utterly revolting. Just then, a wave of black mist began to spread across the desolate street, enveloping everything around. It seemed to emanate a magnetic field of mental energy. So it has appeared. Lin Dong, from above, contemplated. He could already sense that power capable of manipulating the human psyche. If it continued to evolve, it might very well establish a domain. Indeed, this area held something significant, and its potential was not to be underestimated. Curiosity stirred within Lin Dong as he yearned to uncover its true nature. Meanwhile, Yang and his companion remained blissfully unaware, continuing their walk along the street, their bodies now shrouded in the encroaching black mist. "Ah, I am so hungry. Let us find something to eat," the young man suddenly remarked. Yang furrowed his brow. "What are you thinking? Eating in the middle of the street? Are you trying to get us killed? Isn't this a restaurant?" The young man retorted unexpectedly. "Have you lost your mind?" Yang snapped back, incredulous that the young man viewed this zombie-infested, rat-dropping-laden street as a dining establishment. However, he soon discerned something amiss with the young man. In his eyes lingered a hint of confusion, and his lips curled into a foolish grin, betraying an intoxicated demeanor. "Xiaoliang, what is wrong? Wake up." Yet, Xiaoliang merely chuckled foolishly, so much delicious food. Alarm bells rang in Yang Ji's mind. He feared that Xiaoliang had fallen victim to some sinister influence. In this apocalyptic world, many monsters possessed bizarre abilities. Could it be that he had encountered a ghastly corpse? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly beheld an elderly woman ahead, her face strikingly familiar, carrying a steaming plate of dumplings, calling out to him, "Son, come eat." "Mother?" Yang Ji's eyes filled with a similar haze as he gazed upon her kindly visage, a wave of longing engulfing him. Though his mother had departed from this world over a decade ago, he remained ensnared in nostalgia, lost in the warmth of a bygone era. Dumplings. Dumplings are delicious. With a sense of joy, Yang Gu accepted the plate of dumplings, an overwhelming hunger clouding his judgment as he devoured them voraciously. Meanwhile, Xiaoliang, captivated by a nearby restaurant, feasted upon a pig's trotter with unabashed delight. However, from the vantage point of Lin Dong above, the scene appeared starkly different. To him, the two were merely standing in the street, locked in an embrace, tearing at each other. Chapter 36. The Tide of Rodents. Indeed, such an eerie ability Lin Dong observed silently, yet the source of this malevolence eluded him. On the street, the two engaged in a grotesque feast upon one another, blood spilling forth, their life force dwindling. Before long, they both collapsed to the ground. Originally, two living beings were inexplicably driven to the point of devouring each other. Any ordinary person witnessing such a horrifying scene would likely be paralyzed with fear. At that moment, from a nearby sewer, a shadowy figure emerged, exclaiming with excitement and high-pitched squeaks as it scurried towards the lifeless bodies. It was, in fact, a gigantic rat. As large as a wolfhound, its fur deep, lustrous black, and its incisors sharper than daggers. With unabashed enthusiasm, it began to feast upon the flesh and blood of the two unfortunate souls. Evidently the orchestrator of this gruesome spectacle, a mutated beast possessing a crystallized core, endowed with the ability to manipulate the minds of others, and the ruler of this territory. One couldn't help but wonder, what might the essence of this mutated creature's core taste like? Thus, thoughts of acquiring the Rat King's core began to take form. However, though the colossal rat was engrossed in its meal, its formidable mental prowess and keen senses suggested it was aware of being watched. It swiftly turned its gaze upward and, as anticipated, spotted a figure atop a high building. "Oh, has it been discovered?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. The man and the rat, separated by 100 meters, locked eyes. In that moment, their gazes met. The rat suddenly became agitated, its dark red pupils glowing with a menacing light. Simultaneously, a wisp of faint black mist began to emanate from its body, rushing in Lin Dong's direction. Its mental assault had an extensive range. However, it paled in comparison to Lin Dong's domain of corpses, a stark contrast between the two. Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with crimson light as he unleashed his domain, which rapidly expanded outward. The ethereal black mist was instantly dispersed, dissolving like snow under the sun, unable to approach him at all. The mouse's whiskers quivered, clearly displaying a sense of terror. Its gaze was fixated upon the figure atop the towering building, as if it beheld a sovereign of the world. Feeling an unparalleled pressure of authority, creatures such as mice possess an inherent capability to sense danger, often being the first to detect natural disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis. In this moment, the large mouse sensed the chilling breath of death drawing ever closer. Consequently, it abandoned the two corpses and turned to flee. Yet, before it could escape, Lin Dong leaped from the heights of the building, landing swiftly on the street, moving with remarkable speed, covering a distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, akin to a phantom that could vanish and reappear at will. The few hundred meters between them were traversed in mere moments. The Mouse King emitted a sharp, piercing cry that echoed throughout the street, a sound both jarring and penetrating. Instantly, Lin Dong perceived a rustling from the soil beneath his feet, accompanied by the mouse's shrieks. In an instant, countless rodents surged forth from the sewers, a dense, black mass resembling a dark fountain. The erupting horde of mice swiftly encircled Lin Dong. Moreover, rats from every corner of the streets and alleys came rushing towards him, as if summoned to his aid. Thus, Lin Dong found himself isolated, surrounded by a torrent of countless rodents. The mice varied in size, some resembling dogs, others cats, each with differing levels of evolution. In this moment, they all appeared fiercely aggressive, preparing to charge at their foe. However, Lin Dong's domain was formidable. Any mouse that dared to breach it was akin to a watermelon crushed by a hammer, shattering into countless pieces. Although the rodent tide was ferocious, a genuine vacuum zone had emerged around Lin Dong, rendering it impossible to approach. Nevertheless, those audacious rats remained undeterred, charging forth like moths drawn to a flame. Lin Dong transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Fragments of flesh flew through the air, and blood erupted in torrents. In mere moments, a layer of corpses accumulated around him. Above and below, rats swarmed relentlessly. As Lin Dong gazed intently, he discerned that the initial rat king had mingled with the horde, eluding his grasp and rendering him aimless. This rat was indeed elusive. Scanning the vicinity, he suddenly spotted a large rat lounging at a bus stop, half-closed eyes and a swaying tail. Its demeanor nonchalant and seemingly mocking, exuding a palpable air of provocation. How dare it challenge him? Lin Dong was certain it was the Rat King and immediately surged towards it. Yet, the rat remained unperturbed, leaping gracefully into a nearby drainage ditch, merging seamlessly with the tide of rodents. Once more, Lin Dong lost sight of his target, unable to lock onto it. A sense of urgency began to dawn upon him. With the cadaverous domain fully deployed, he could only sustain it for approximately 20 minutes. And already 2 minutes had passed. If this continued, his odds of survival dwindled significantly. As Lin Dong pondered this predicament, the large rat re-emerged, this time perched atop a dilapidated car shelter, wearing a bemused expression as it regarded him. Just as Lin Dong prepared to pursue, the rat executed the same trick once more, escaping yet again. Meanwhile, the endless swarm of rats continued to surge towards him like a relentless tide. It was evident that the large rat intended to exhaust him. Lin Dong contemplated his options, realizing that should the cadaverous domain deplete, the rats would inevitably converge upon him. Though Lin Dong's formidable physique rendered him invulnerable to the sharp incisors of the rats, the filth of the creatures dwelling in the sewers was utterly repugnant to him. He had no desire to become a mere vessel swarmed by rodents. More critically, without the support of the corpse domain, hunting the elusive Rat King became an increasingly daunting task. Even with his abilities, he could not guarantee a successful hunt. Yet, the loathsome giant rat reappeared. As it had before, perched atop a trash bin, its narrowed eyes fixated on Lin Dong in a taunting manner. This time, Lin Dong resolved not to pursue it. Instead, he intended to utilize the remaining time of the corpse domain to vacate the area, planning to return at a later date to eliminate the creature. However, just as he was on the verge of conceding, an unexpected transformation unfolded. The once bright sky suddenly darkened, a massive shadow looming overhead. The chilling cries of crows echoed from the distance, intermingled with a peculiar avian call. "Good person, hello." Upon glancing upwards, Lin Dong observed a large crow circling above him, the very one he had fed previously. It seemed to have come to his aid. The crimson-eyed crow surveyed the tide of rats with unyielding ferocity, its murderous intent palpable, before emitting a piercing shriek. In a breathtaking display, tens of thousands of crows dove towards the ground, their forms resembling cannonballs in their rapid descent. Their sharp beaks effortlessly pierced the rats as they plunged, creating a formidable barrier against the onslaught. The giant rat atop the trash bin, witnessing this turn of events, was stripped of its earlier complacency, its nostrils flaring in frustration. Chapter 37. The Crow Brother. He never anticipated that the flock of crows would come to the aid of this human. A profound sense of crisis washed over him once again. Realizing the dire situation, the large rat felt compelled to vacate the area swiftly, preparing to leap into the sewer. However, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and several crows swooped down, encircling him. One of them collided forcefully with his body, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. Lin Dong cast a keen glance and sensed an opportunity had arisen. This crow brother was indeed formidable. He must act decisively. With a vigorous leap, he unleashed his domain to its fullest extent, causing the rats ensnared within it to explode in a shower of fragments. The Rat King, filled with trepidation, attempted to flee but was suddenly beset by an overwhelming pressure. His body stiffened, rendering him immobile. Looking up, he beheld a tall figure standing before him, his gaze icy and brimming with murderous intent. Enveloped by the domain, the large rat's arrogance dissipated, replaced by a tremor of fear. In his eyes, a glimmer of desperation emerged, evoking a sense of pity. With a mere thought, Lin Dong concentrated the pressure of his domain into a singular point. And with a resounding bang, the large rat's body shattered into pieces. A crystal core was ejected from the remains, which Lin Dong deftly grasped in his hand. In the instant of the rat's demise, the once ferocious tide of rats, having lost their leader, fell into disarray, squeaking in alarm as they began to scatter in every direction. The throng of rats receded like a receding tide, and within moments, they vanished completely. The streets now lay in disarray, littered with the carcasses and remnants of rats, the stench of blood pungent in the air. A group of large crows pecked at the remnants on the ground. A good person, farewell. The initial great crow circled around Lin Dong a few times before soaring away with its flock. Subsequently, the entire street returned to a serene stillness. Lin Dong watched the crows take flight and reflected that this was the essence of good deeds being rewarded. He resolved to feed small animals more often, to embody the spirit of a good person. He glanced around. Although the rodent king of the street had been vanquished, there surely remained other entities in the vicinity. After all, the rodent king was not the true sovereign. The genuine ruler here ought to be a corpse king. However, not long after Lin Dong departed, a multitude of zombies emerged from the street littered with dismembered bodies. Leading them was the corpse king, its skin a dark crimson, with black veins protruding. Recognized as the red-faced corpse king from the park. Adorning its neck was a furry, pitch-black accessory, which it raised to reveal a face covered in dark fur. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This rodent with a human face leaped down from its neck and approached a pile of dismembered rat corpses, emitting a mournful wail, filled with profound sorrow. My beloved, how did you perish? Who could have done this? I shall avenge you. The rodent with a human visage rubbed its grotesque face against the bloody remains. In no time, it was smeared with blood. Do not grieve too deeply, my dear. Those who dare trespass into my domain shall surely meet their end. The voice of the red-faced corpse king was hoarse, akin to stones grinding against one another. Behind it trailed several capable subordinates, highly evolved and comparable in intelligence to Tang Xiaoba. Boss, I have inquired with my underlings. It was that zombie from the building. Oh, the red-faced zombie, eyes glinting with murderous intent, had initially intended to eliminate its target to expand its territory. To its surprise, the tables had turned, and it found itself under threat. How many zombies did it command? After a period of investigation, it had become apparent that the number was approximately 2,000. The zombie king behind it remarked, Only 2,000. The red-faced king tilted its head in disbelief, having anticipated a far more formidable foe. After all, it had amassed a horde of 20,000 under its command. A clash of 20,000 against 2,000 would be a mere trifle. Prepare yourselves. I shall soon exact my vengeance. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained blissfully unaware of the brewing conflict. Following his customary routine, he indulged in a warm bath and donned fresh attire before commencing the absorption of crystal core energy. The core from the Rat King was a deep ebony, akin to a ripe cherry, exuding an enticing sweetness. The energy contained within was exceptionally pure, significantly enhancing his abilities. This phenomenon might be attributed to the Rat King's spiritual magnetic field, which bore a resemblance to his own domain of the dead. In the subsequent days, Lin Dong continued to dwell in the comfort of his home. Ever since vanquishing the Rat King, he had been free from disturbances caused by rats or zombies. However, an occasional crow could be seen circling in the sky. During this time, Lin Dong utilized his phone to gather information from the outside world. The official website of the tech company was abuzz with activity, as news of the marketplace incident had been disclosed, awakened beings had been slain, and billions worth of supplies had vanished. Numerous survivors left comments, questioning the nature of the creature responsible for the brutal demise of more than 10 awakened beings in a single night. What kind of zombie king could possibly possess such power? It is utterly terrifying. The key issue is that there are still over 200 survivors, and an astonishing amount of resources has been completely depleted. The tech corporation is faltering as well. They previously spoke of the Hunter's Initiative, only to be outmaneuvered by the very zombies they sought to combat. Could it be possible that it is not the undead, but rather other human factions responsible for this calamity? Indeed, I have heard rumors of some malevolent awakened individuals who have formed their own organizations and have even looted our official shelters. The incident at the mall remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the public inquisitive about the events of that night. However, there are no living souls left to provide answers, rendering it a profound enigma of the apocalypse. Yet, the tech corporation has not relinquished hope. The loss of such invaluable resources is simply too grievous to accept without resolution. Consequently, they swiftly issued a statement. This group of individuals has begun to act restlessly, murmured Lin Dong. At that very moment, the tech corporation was strategizing their operations. With a gathering of awakened individuals seated in a conference room, the large screen before them displayed a map of Zhongbei City. After a month of drone reconnaissance, we have acquired a fundamental understanding of the zombies' distribution. In the vicinity of the mall, approximately 10 territories belonging to zombie overlords have been identified, categorized by varying degrees of danger, from 1 star to 5 stars. Among them, the 5-star zones are the most perilous, while the 1-star areas are relatively safer, such as the vicinity of this building. A middle-aged man elucidated the details while marking a circle on the map. There are approximately 2,000 zombies here, which is considered the smallest territory of the Corpse King. Hunting the Corpse King here is designated as a 1-star difficulty level. The awakened individuals below exchanged glances, feeling as if they were engaged in a game of dungeon raiding. Yet, it was evident that this 1-star difficulty was a favorable task. Consequently, they eagerly raised their hands, vying for the opportunity. This place is good. I'll go. I'll go. Chapter 38. Delivering the message at the back of the conference room sat a middle-aged man named Yi Jian, the head of this operation. Observing the lackluster demeanor of his subordinates, he felt a twinge of frustration, for it was only by hunting formidable corpse kings that one could evolve into something stronger. However, they seemed apathetic, opting for a location of 1-star difficulty. Nevertheless, this may prove beneficial. A smooth operation would bolster morale, enhance the company's reputation, and earn the trust of the survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained ensconced in his home, sipping a crimson liquid from a goblet, exuding elegance and enjoying a comfortable life. Outside the building, a red-eyed crow circled in the air several times before alighting on a street lamp. Oh, a little blackbird? In the adjacent alley, Tank peered out with half his head visible, observing in secret. His territorial instincts were strong. He had long noticed this crow, which frequently wandered nearby. With a mischievous spirit, he planned to catch the crow. Thus, Tank stealthily approached, moving like a cat, his steps light and silent. Due to his excessive caution, it took him a full 5 minutes to cover a mere 30 meters. Yet, in the depths of his heart, he felt a flicker of relief. The raven seemed oblivious to his presence, remaining perched upon the street lamp without any intention of taking flight. At that moment, the Tank was less than 10 meters away from the raven. He slowly bent his knees, gathering his strength, and then leaped into action. Come forth. The Tank, possessing remarkable agility, shattered the ground beneath him as he surged forward like a cannonball, barreling towards the raven. As the raven drew ever closer, he extended his large hand, eager to ensnare it. But at that critical juncture, he could not grasp it. The raven's distinctive call echoed through the air, tinged with a sense of pride and mockery. With a furious roar, the Tank was incensed, seizing a nearby manhole cover and swinging it with all his might towards the raven. Missed, he bellowed. Come down, you little blackbird. Realizing he could no longer reach it, the Tank resorted to shouting in frustration. The raven, however, paid him no heed, flapping its wings and ascending to greater heights, gradually drifting away. Fool, absolute fool, the Tank cried out in exasperation, pounding his chest and stamping his feet, yet he found himself powerless to act. The raven soared to the height of the 20th floor, landing gracefully upon a metallic railing, where the window behind it was pristine and immaculate. Indeed, it was Lin Dong's residence. Hello, good sir. Hello, good sir. Lin Dong glanced over, recognizing the large raven with fondness. Had it not been for the creature's assistance, he would have struggled immensely to hunt the mutated Rat King. One must certainly treat Brother Crow to some chicken legs. Lin Dong, displaying a spirit of generosity, opened the window and retrieved several large chicken legs from his storage space, tossing them outside. The great crow devoured them with the delight akin to that of a child savoring candies. Thank you, kind soul. Thank you, kind soul. It's my pleasure. Lin Dong leaned on the windowsill and continued to chat leisurely. What brings you here today? There are individuals, along with zombies, preparing to assault you. A significant force, the crow proclaimed. Evidently, it had detected some troubling situation while soaring through the skies and had come to inform Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. The news did not come as a surprise. After all, he had made quite a few enemies recently, and it was only a matter of time before they sought vengeance. Should they dare to provoke him, they would soon learn the meaning of cruelty. It was fortuitous that he had already absorbed the 2 crystal cores from his last hunt and had been contemplating where to replenish his supplies, and now fate had delivered them to his doorstep. Nevertheless, vigilance was paramount. Hence, Lin Dong signaled to his subordinates, alerting them to the impending invasion of their territory. Upon hearing of the intrusion, Tank was incensed. His fury, already ignited by the crow's earlier antics, now reached a boiling point. With a thunderous roar, he summoned a chorus of growls from the surrounding area. One by one, the elite zombie minions surged forth. Typically lethargic during the day, they were now invigorated, eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty fervor, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. How dare they invade the boss's domain? Were they truly seeking their own demise? A formidable horde of 2,000 elite zombies surged forward, exuding an aura of terror. At the forefront of this undead tide stood Tank, Xiaoba, and the Doctor, 3 of their most capable allies. The zombies arranged themselves in a menacing formation, poised to commence a gruesome feast. Xiaoba wore a peculiar grin, emitting a series of eerie chuckles. Upon hearing of an intrusion, she harbored no anger, but rather an exhilarating excitement, as if she found the situation amusing. Her thirst for bloodshed surpassed even that of Tank and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood atop the skyscraper, the fierce wind tugging at his hair. His piercing gaze scanned the horizon, embodying a spirit of triumph as if he were gazing down upon lesser mountains from an apex. In the distance, several small dark dots emerged, rapidly approaching. These were reconnaissance drones from the Tech Corporation. Below, an armored convoy, led by a colossal bulldozer, cleared the streets, effortlessly pushing aside wrecked vehicles and scattered zombies alike. This was the Hunter Operation Team of the Tech Corporation, consisting of 10 awakened individuals, 4 of whom had coalesced their cores. Accompanied by a 500-strong armed force, they were equipped with firearms and donned sleek black nano-combat suits, each emblazoned with a striking red tech emblem. These nano-suits were remarkably sturdy, designed to withstand the clawing and biting of zombies. Even daggers could not penetrate their defenses. Additionally, Tech Corporation had dispatched 2 bioengineered weaponry vehicles, the Pursuers. One of these vehicles housed 4 core-awakened individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who represented the absolute backbone of this operation. This mission is a splendid opportunity. We are quite fortunate to be part of it, one young man declared with pride, to which the young woman nodded in agreement. In the realm of one-star zombie nests, this serves as a fitting opportunity for honing one's skills, particularly as it marks my inaugural participation in such an endeavor. Haha. You ought to pay close attention and learn diligently, one of the young men chimed in. Meanwhile, Captain Lu Hao, standing nearby, cautioned, Xiaowen, even when facing a rabbit. A lion employs its full strength. Do not underestimate any zombie, for they are all perilous. But Captain Lu, there are merely 2,000 zombies here. I doubt the Zombie King possesses any extraordinary abilities, merely great physical prowess. Otherwise, it would not lay claim to such a modest territory, Xiaowen replied, raising his hands in exasperation. The final towering figure concurred, as long as we do not encounter the elusive zombies. The purely physically formidable ones are among the easiest types to deal with. The young lady listened intently to the trio's discourse, as it was her first foray into action, and she was realizing that there were indeed numerous nuances to the art of hunting zombies. Clearly, it would be prudent to learn more from her experienced predecessors. Chapter 39. Invasion. In addition to the Hunter King action team, another faction was also converging upon this location, the red-faced Zombie King from the Park region. With its scarf in tow, it aimed to exact revenge on the mutated Rat King and simultaneously eliminate Lin Dong, intending to annex his territory. The red-faced Zombie King commanded a formidable horde, numbering a staggering 20,000 zombies, an overwhelming tide that cast a dark shadow over the landscape. They roared and surged forth like a torrential flood, with over 100 agile elite zombies leading the charge, leaping and bounding with the grace of monkeys. Amidst the throng, numerous mutated giant rats could be seen, their red eyes gleaming with ferocity. The sight of the vast horde of zombies crowding the streets was indeed a spectacle to behold. The red-faced corpse king and a few of his subordinates trailed behind. He believed it unnecessary to intervene personally, confident that the 2,000 corpses would easily overwhelm Lin Dong, with the odds being overwhelmingly in their favor. Your Majesty, the battle is likely to conclude swiftly. You need only collect the crystal cores afterward, one of his subordinates remarked. The red-faced corpse king nodded, pleased by the sentiment. Meanwhile, the hunter action team had arrived at their target location, and the armed personnel began to eliminate the scattered zombies on the periphery. With the sound of gunfire, the undead continued to fall. Elhao and 3 other awakened individuals disembarked from their vehicle to survey the surroundings, as stray zombies emerged from the streets and alleys, swiftly gunned down without concern. Their gazes shifted towards the direction of a towering figure standing in the middle of the road. It was the notoriously irritable Tank. With a roar, Tank caught the scent of humanity and bellowed towards that direction, his voice echoing thunderously. He was in a frenzy, and had it not been for Lin Dong's yet-to-be-given command, he would have charged forth eagerly. Indeed, a powerful corpse king, Xiaowen analyzed. Judging by its clumsy demeanor, it likely possesses no extraordinary abilities. True, Elhao nodded. But we must remain cautious. There may be other corpse kings lurking nearby. Look at that horde of zombies. They appear to be of a significantly advanced evolution. How terrifying. The only female awakened individual gasped, feeling a twinge of fear as it was her first mission. Xiaowen, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, reassured her, fear not. It is merely a 1-star corpse nest, with just over 2,000 zombies. The distribution is not particularly dense, and they will be cleared away swiftly. The final towering figure remarked, although tech company boasts advanced technology, food remains scarce. As the hunter action team gradually advanced, the 2 factions drew increasingly closer, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a great battle were imminent. Tank stood at the forefront, exuding an aura of invincibility, his fists clenched, the exaggerated muscles of his arms bulging, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity. He awaited Lin Dong's command, eager to charge forth and rend those humans apart. Xiaoba, too, had quelled her smile, tilting her head as she fixated on the humans ahead, a restless itch stirring within her. Why isn't he the boss given the order yet? She was desperate for bloodshed. The throng of zombies anxiously awaited, their guttural growls echoing, yet Lin Dong remained eerily silent. The humans were now mere 500 meters away, approaching the very threshold of their range. The Dr. Zombie cast a glance at him, thinking, fool, do you believe the boss is like you? Without a command, we simply wait. Wait. At this rate, their wheels would soon be rolling over my face. Xiaoba scratched her hair in frustration, teetering on the brink of madness. However, after advancing a few meters, the hunter action team halted. Captain Lu Hao narrowed his gaze, observing, these zombies are rather peculiar. What is the matter, Captain Lu? Xiaowen inquired as she stepped forward. Lu Hao gazed ahead and remarked, if they were ordinary zombies, they would have charged at us by now, but they remain motionless. Indeed, the female awakener nodded, acknowledging the anomaly before her. The towering man also concurred. In such a scenario, it is likely that a highly intelligent zombie is leading them. What if they are merely foolish beings unwilling to venture beyond their territory? Xiaowen speculated. The 4 individuals observed from the periphery, engaging in a tactical discussion, hesitating to advance, remaining in a stalemate for several minutes. The tall man questioned, could this be a strategy of feigned retreat? Pooh. The notion of a feigned retreat is absurd. Do you believe zombies possess the cunning of Zhuge Liang? Can they even devise strategies? Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle. After all, there are merely 2,000 zombies. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, we can manage. Let us prepare to act. All right, Xiaowen replied, already eager to engage. The others took a deep breath, their gazes resolute, ready to face the impending onslaught of the undead. However, in that moment of heightened tension, the earth suddenly rumbled ominously. Chaotic footsteps echoed, accompanied by howls and eerie screeches from all directions. This is not right. LV Hao's brow furrowed, his expression darkening instantly. The armed personnel exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes, as they had all encountered such situations before. Only a massive horde of zombies could produce such an effect. Indeed, a few agile zombies leaped onto the rooftops surrounding them, landing on all fours, their fierce eyes scrutinizing the group. Then, from the street corners and alleyways, an overwhelming tide of zombies surged forth, alongside ferocious mutated rats. Where did all these zombies come from? LV Hao and his companions were taken aback. as the scale before them far exceeded 2,000. Elder, what? What should we do now? A female awakener inquired. The remaining individuals wore grave expressions, now devoid of any viable plans. El Hao glanced around, dismissing further considerations, and prepared for battle. The zombies surged forward with alarming speed, closing in rapidly. Fire! El Hao commanded, and an immediate cacophony of gunfire erupted around him. 500 armed personnel formed a precise formation, unleashing a concentrated barrage that swept across a vast expanse like a harvest of wheat. Yet, the tide of the undead was ferocious, continuing their relentless advance. Even when tripping over their fallen comrades, they rolled forward without a care. The most lethal among them were the agile, elite zombies, who leapt from high buildings with startling velocity, catching the armed personnel off guard, frequently knocking them down and biting them mercilessly. These zombies could only be dealt with by El Hao and the other awakened individuals. Suddenly, the concrete beneath their feet began to crack and emitted eerie squeaks. As swarms of large rats emerged, the rodents scurried onto the armed personnel, gnawing at their ankles, causing them to howl in pain. The two factions clashed fiercely, engaged in a brutal skirmish. At this moment, tanks and other vehicles in the vicinity ceased their urgency, gazing at the unfolding chaos with bewilderment. What was happening? Was it truly a brawl on their own territory? The tank commander scratched his head, pondering if they had unwittingly become spectators to a territorial dispute. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood tall atop a building, having previously observed the horde of zombies rushing towards them, wisely refraining from sending his subordinates into the fray. At present, the two factions are locked in a fierce struggle, a veritable dog-eat-dog scenario, and I can only relish the spectacle. Go on. Even Lin Dong cheers for them, secretly wishing for their conflict to grow more brutal. The red-eyed crow circles around Lin Dong, inquiring, "Good sir, when does your household commence dining? No need to rush. The pot has yet to boil." It appears that Brother Crow has come to visit, arriving just in time for a meal, hoping to snag a bite. In the distance, the battlefield erupts with gunfire, flesh and blood scattered everywhere, remnants of limbs strewn about, the air thick with a pungent stench reminiscent of a hellish arena. Humanity has unleashed its ace in the hole, two towering, 3-meter-tall bioengineered predators. They possess the physique of behemoths, with a prominent scar running across their massive foreheads, resembling great centipedes lying in wait. The predators are adorned with belts of ammunition, their backs burdened with colossal iron hammers, and in their right hands, they wield Gatling guns. At this moment, 6 barrels whirl into action, tongues of fire roaring forth. An onslaught of bullets cascades down, transforming into a tempest of metal. Zombies that fall are cleaved in half or blown to pieces, their fates exceedingly grim. Should elite zombies draw near, the predators remain undeterred by their bites, swiftly brandishing their immense hammers and bringing them down with tremendous force. The precise material of these hammers is unknown, but their density is staggering, likely weighing in at around 20 tons. When they strike the ground, they leave behind deep craters, and any zombie struck is instantly reduced to a pulpy mass. As Lin Dong observes this scene, he cannot help but reminisce about his childhood, recalling the times when the orphanage would prepare dumplings during the new year. It was Lin Dong's duty to crush garlic. He finds the plight of the zombies reminiscent of that very garlic. The appearance of the two predators grants humanity a distinct advantage. Even in the face of a fierce zombie tide, they cannot penetrate the defenses. Indeed, it is the formidable weapon of the zombie extermination plan. The only threat to humanity lies in the large rats scurrying beneath their feet. However, the armed squad, clad in nano-combat suits, remains impervious to the sharp teeth of these rodents, which can only inflict minor wounds. This demonstrates that the Hunter action team possesses considerable strength. In approximately 5 minutes, they annihilated 6,000 to 7,000 zombies, reducing the once mighty tide of the undead by a third. At that moment, the red-faced zombie king, adorned with a scarf, approached at a leisurely pace. Uncertain of the situation, he pondered whether his minions had successfully captured Lin Dong. As he gazed intently, he quickly sensed something amiss. His subordinates were engaging in battle alongside humans, particularly 2 hunters who stood out conspicuously, as if they were grinding garlic in the midst of the fray. Among them were also awakened humans, wielding their unique abilities to wreak havoc, utterly unstoppable. "What is happening?" the king inquired. "Your Majesty, there are awakened humans here, and we are fighting against them," reported an elite zombie. "Oh, that much is evident," the red-faced zombie king acknowledged. "But what about the zombie king inside the building?" "I am unsure," It seems he is yet to emerge. What? The red-faced zombie king seethed with rage, realizing that his primary objective was to attack. Yet his forces had already sustained considerable losses without even encountering the enemy leader. How can this be? How could there be awakened humans here? One of his subordinates questioned. The red-faced zombie king struggled to comprehend the situation. Although he had evolved to possess intelligence, he was not particularly clever. Could it be that he has colluded with the humans? Your Majesty, one subordinate inquired, is it possible that humans are also planning an attack, and we merely encountered them first? The red-faced corpse king glared, feeling the validity in this assertion. Could it be that a misunderstanding had occurred? As he contemplated this, his frustration mounted, causing him to emit a cacophony of exclamations. Behind him, a minion asked, "Boss, what should we do? Should we retreat? Retreat?" The red-faced corpse king's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Having already suffered significant losses, retreating would only deepen his humiliation. With the sunk costs incurred, only a decisive victory could compensate for his losses. Moreover, humans remained adversaries, their crystal cores even more delectable. There was no path of retreat. Kill. Annihilate them all. With the red-faced corpse king's command, his followers unleashed a collective roar. Since the boss had declared no retreat, they charged forward with relentless fervor, their eyes bloodied with rage. These highly evolved zombies, ranking among the elite of the undead, surged into the fray with formidable might. Squeaking, a creature leaped from the red-faced corpse king's shoulder, agilely bounding onto a towering structure. As it did, a shroud of dark mist began to disperse from its form. It possessed an uncanny ability, mental domination. A corpse king has appeared. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, having surmised the implication of the thunderous roar he had just heard. With such a large-scale, undead tide, the emergence of a corpse king was inevitable. Everyone, be cautious. The true battle is about to commence. Understood. The surrounding individuals responded in unison. However, tendrils of black mist began to waft towards them, enveloping several armed personnel. I am so hungry. I too. What do you see? The ocean. I wish to go to the seaside, enjoy a beer, and savor some crab. One of the armed individuals, his gaze becoming hazy, mimicked the action of grasping a beer, only to unexpectedly retrieve a grenade from his waist. Hey, stop. What are you doing? Elhao sensed something amiss and hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, the man had already pulled the pin from the grenade. Cheers. Boom. The grenade exploded, engulfing him in flames, while countless shrapnel shards pierced through his comrades nearby. This fragmentation grenade possessed tremendous lethality. Yet, this was not the end. Several other armed personnel simultaneously produced grenades. Cheers. They collectively raised their glasses, then met their demise together. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, and a tempest of sand and shrapnel swept through the area. Elhao thrust his hands forward. As an Earth Awakener, he conjured the soil into a formidable earthen shield, shielding himself from the explosive force. The remaining armed personnel took refuge behind an armored vehicle to evade the shrapnel's wrath. Yet, within their hearts, a wave of panic spread as their comrades, who had just fought alongside them, inexplicably turned on themselves. It was eerie. That insidious ability to kill unseen instilled the deepest fear. Elhao furrowed his brow, having discerned that they were under mental control. Xiaowen, activate the mental barrier and locate the enemy's position. Understood. Xiaowen nodded emphatically. As a mental awakener, with but a thought, he unfurled the mental barrier, isolating the dark mist, and swiftly sensed its source. Found it. Up there. Following his gaze, the crowd discovered a large, ebony rat perched on the windowsill of the third floor, sporting a furry human-like face. Chapter 41. Joining the fray gasping in unison, the spectators realized the existence of a bizarre creature. At that moment, a zombie leaped from the high building, landing directly upon the shoulder of an armed personnel. This was a formidable lieutenant of the red-faced king, an agile zombie monarch known as the monkey. The monkey, robust in physique and covered in festering sores, tightened its grip around the man's neck and twisted mercilessly, decapitating him. Quick! Attack! As the surrounding individuals prepared to retaliate, the monkey nimbly sprang again, landing on the back of the pursuer's neck. The pursuer, thrown off balance, swayed violently, causing his right hand, which held the Gatling gun, to discharge unexpectedly. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. In the chaos, a hail of bullets rained down upon the armed personnel. Take cover. With a collective cry, the people hastily dropped behind the armored vehicle. Bullets ricocheted off the armor, sending sparks flying, and a few unfortunate souls were struck, their bodies exploding upon impact. As the zombie monarch joined the fray, humanity gradually found itself at a disadvantage. At this juncture, the red-faced king also took action. Raising its arm, it grotesquely inflated, veins surging forth as if animated. These veins slithered like serpents, ensnaring several armed personnel before piercing their bodies. The armed personnel screamed in agony as their bodies rapidly withered, all their blood being siphoned away, reducing them to the state of desiccated corpses. Impressive. Lu Hao cast a sidelong glance, observing its method of attack, which inevitably reminded him of a film, Venom, Let There Be Carnage. However, it was somewhat reassuring that this ability was not particularly bizarre, remaining within the realm of the ordinary, not quite qualifying as a ghastly corpse. Watching the crimson-faced corpse king, its blood vessels thrashing wildly as it relentlessly harvested lives, Lu Hao planted one foot firmly. Several oval-shaped earthen walls erupted from the ground ahead, effectively obstructing its assault. "Captain Lu, the horde of corpses is advancing," came the report from a nearby comrade. With the loss of concentrated firepower, the tide of the undead surged forward. "I am aware." Lu Hao turned his head, feeling as though he were grappling with an unending cycle of challenges. Amidst the relentless onslaught of zombies, they were nearly overwhelmed. At that moment, a tall man from their ranks took action. His name was Su Jian, an awakened individual with lightning attributes, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. He stood alone before the advancing horde, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, his hair standing on end. The surging energy intensified. "Die!" he bellowed, raising his fist and striking the ground. Boom! The earth fractured in a spiderweb pattern, while arcs of electricity danced about. A 20-meter radius was enveloped in lightning. Any zombie that dared to make contact convulsed violently, emitting wisps of blue smoke as they were charred to ashes. "Captain, this approach is unsustainable. We will be exhausted." Although the awakened were powerful, their stamina was limited. The main combatants bore expressions of fatigue, their energy nearly depleted. Indeed, this horde of zombies has originated from elsewhere. Their strength is comparable to a 3-star zombie nest. Lu Hao had already grasped the gravity of the situation. What? The female awakener appeared ashen, caught off guard by the unexpected situation on her first mission. "Why have they come here?" she pondered, frustration evident in her voice. "How should I know? The zombies in the first-tier nest have yet to emerge," Hao exclaimed, exasperated. The group fell into a profound silence, bewildered by their predicament. Their mission objective remained unscathed, untouched by a single hair. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. If the zombies in the first-tier nest did not come forth, it would be easier for them to break through. Hao analyzed the situation. Yes, the others nodded in agreement, already overwhelmed as it was. They fervently hoped the zombies would remain dormant. Rest assured, those zombies are rather foolish. They have yet to stir, even with us at their doorstep. They likely won't emerge, Shaowen reassured. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood atop the building, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. Surrounding him were numerous crows, the subordinates of Brother Crow, eagerly awaiting their share of the spoils. "Thank you for your patience. Is the pot boiling yet?" Lin Dong inquired. Noticing the flickering red light in the crow's eyes, their excitement palpable. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded. Below, the battlefield was a scene of desperation. Armed personnel were nearly out of ammunition, and the awakeners were thoroughly exhausted, their energy depleted. The once mighty tide of 20,000 zombies had dwindled to a mere remnant. "It is time for us to make our entrance," Lin Dong commanded. The thousands of zombies below seemed to be activated, their roars echoing ominously. A palpable aura of menace surrounding them. With a thunderous growl, a tank charged forward like a rampaging bull, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its advance. Behind them, a multitude of elite zombies surged forth like unbridled wild horses. Yet, the most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Xiao Ba, whose heart brimmed with emotion as the leader finally issued the command. Tears welled in his eyes, for he had long been itching to unleash his affection upon those hapless humans after witnessing the carnage ahead. A sinister grin stretched from ear to ear, revealing a wicked smile as Xiao Ba vanished in an instant, darting forward like a wraith. Atop the skyscraper, countless crows took flight. Amidst the swirling mass of black feathers stood a stoic young man, his eyes flashing with crimson light. Suddenly, he vanished from sight. The tank was the first to plunge into the battlefield, its colossal form resembling a speeding locomotive, scattering zombies across the street. Some unfortunate souls were even left hanging from lampposts. The tank tore a gaping hole through the horde. The elite zombies, swift in their movements, pounced upon their adversaries, their razor-sharp teeth severing necks with ease. Heads were flung aside as they continued their relentless pursuit of the next target. But wait, what was that? Lu Hao and the others felt the ground tremble beneath them and turned to see a colossal zombie king parting the horde, charging directly toward their position. My heavens, they have emerged. The faces of the group turned ashen. The female awakeners gasped in shock. Shaowen, didn't you say they wouldn't come? Aye. Shaowen was left speechless, the slap of reality arriving too swiftly. Could it be mere coincidence? At this moment, everyone felt that their already precarious situation had been exacerbated. However, they soon realized that this was no simple task. The colossal tank had charged into the human ranks, causing the ground to tremble with increasing intensity, an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. We must halt its advance, exclaimed Lu Hao urgently. A group of armed personnel opened fire at the tank, but its tough exterior remained unfazed. It pressed on through the hail of bullets, its speed unabated, even accelerating further. Allow me, a female awakener interjected, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her ability to manipulate metal came into play as she deftly positioned a heavy armored vehicle in front of the tank. With a tremendous crash, the two collided, sending the armored vehicle spinning through the air before it was flung far away. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such ferocity? Chapter 42. The emergence of the king. This zombie possessed an extraordinarily powerful physique, resembling a humanoid beast. Nonetheless, the weighty armored vehicle succeeded in momentarily slowing the tank's advance. Yet, before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, a slender figure emerged from behind the tank, her face adorned with a sinister smile, exuding an aura of terror as she charged towards them at an alarming speed. Xiaoba, having undergone significant evolution, had now condensed her crystal core and awakened the ability known as Rapid Shadow. Once her speed reached a critical threshold, she would enter a state of invisibility, a rather eerie power that allowed her to approach her target undetected. One of the armed personnel was firing ahead when he suddenly noticed the female zombie racing towards him, her velocity increasing exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Huh, where did she go? The armed personnel suddenly lost their target, finding themselves in a state of bewilderment. In a frantic attempt, he scanned the surroundings, searching for that terrifying figure. However, in the next moment, a chilling visage materialized before him, mere inches away, almost touching the tip of his nose. This, the man gasped in horror, instinctively retreating. Yet, with a swift motion, the sharp bone claws of Xiao Ba pierced through his neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Then, with a violent flick, they sent his head flying far away. This is disastrous. It has come. In a flash, Xiao Ba vanished once more, only to reappear behind the awakened individual. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp claws plunged into his lower back, yanking out his kidney. A scream of agony escaped the awakened one as he writhed in pain on the ground. It was utterly terrifying. This is a ghastly corpse. Run for your lives. The remaining armed personnel lost all resolve to resist and turned to flee. Xiao Ba cackled eerily, immediately pursuing them, knocking down one person with each few strides. Her claws dripped with blood, the crimson liquid continuously falling, and her eyes gleamed with exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. El Hao and the main forces sensed the anomaly, realizing that even the awakened brain Dan was no match for Xiao Ba. They had to put a stop to this. The slaughter must not continue. I will take action. Su Jian volunteered once more, believing that with his lightning-based awakening, he could match her speed. Out of the 500 armed personnel he had brought, 2/3 had already been slain, leaving just over 100 remaining. Su Jian's body crackled with vibrant lightning, an intense surge of energy pulsating around him. Just as he was about to intervene and halt Xiao Ba, an even more formidable pressure enveloped the scene, as if a sea of blood were surging towards them from the distant street. A chill swept through the crowd, an unsettling sensation beginning to take root. It was a genetic suppression that made their very souls shudder. The true king had arrived. The onlookers turned their gaze to the street, where stood a tall young man clad in a pristine white shirt, untouched by dirt. His expression was indifferent, his eyes hollow, gazing at the crowd with an emotionless stare, as if he were observing corpses. What is that? A zombie, perhaps? The female awakeners felt a twinge of uncertainty. Lu Hao's brow furrowed deeper. Indeed, this was the first time he had encountered such a zombie. It was likely he was the true corpse king. This felt exceedingly troublesome. Xiao Wen, as a mental-type awakener, possessed an exceptionally keen intuition. The successive appearances of various corpse kings filled them with an acute sense of urgency. as if they were inexorably slipping into an abyss. Su Jian shared this urgency. If they did not eliminate a few corpse kings, their situation would become increasingly dire. Thus he felt a sense of impatience. Then let us deal with you first. Su Jian abandoned his pursuit of Xiaoba and turned to confront Lin Dong. As a lightning-type awakener, his speed was astonishing, his body radiant with lightning, resembling a bolt of pure electricity. Seeing this, Lu Hao did not intervene. For in terms of offensive capability, Su Jian was the strongest among them, akin to the blade tip of the Hunter King action team. However, the next scene rendered them utterly speechless. As Su Jian approached Lin Dong, his speed suddenly diminished, as if he had become ensnared in a quagmire, his movements growing exceedingly cumbersome. A sense of dread washed over Lu Hao as he realized the peril Su Jian was in, pondering how best to provide assistance. However, Lin Dong's domain of the Corpse King had engulfed Su Jian. Seizing the moment, while Su Jian's body lay rigid and his actions sluggish, Lin Dong effortlessly reached into his skull and extracted a luminescent white crystal core. The sensation was akin to strolling through one's own living room and casually plucking an apple from the coffee table, so effortless and natural. Su Jian's eyes widened in shock. His pupils beginning to glaze over, incredulity etched upon his astonished visage. Soon after, his lifeless form collapsed softly behind Lin Dong. A horde of elite zombies surged forward, ravenously devouring the remains of his body. Heavens! This zombie is utterly terrifying. A malevolent corpse. This is a genuine malevolent corpse. Lu Hao's brow furrowed deeply, his spirits plummeting to the depths of despair. The others, upon hearing this, felt an intensifying sense of unease. Elder, are we all destined to perish? A female awakened one asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Lu Hao quickly replied, no, if we can discern his abilities, there may still be a chance for survival. We cannot linger here. We must seek refuge within the building. Understood. The others responded in unison, making their way towards a nearby structure. The female awakened one summoned her power to manipulate metal, warping the steel reinforcements to create a large opening. The three of them immediately slipped through, followed closely by several awakened individuals and a dozen armed personnel. Outside on the street, 100 armed personnel were engaged in combat, and it was too late for them to retreat. We can no longer concern ourselves with them, El Hao remarked with a resolute gaze, intending to leave them behind. The female awakened did not question his decision. Once again, she harnessed her abilities to repair the breaches in the wall. Yet, El Hao felt an unease and employed his earth-based powers to manipulate the sand, meticulously reinforcing the walls layer by layer. Every entrance, be it door, window, or wall, was sealed with utmost precision, the walls themselves nearing a thickness of 10 meters. This formidable fortress effectively insulated them from the cacophony outside, granting them the illusion of having escaped the battlefield as tranquility enveloped them. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the people, as a semblance of safety began to settle within their hearts. Among them, several armed personnel felt an overwhelming sense of fortune for remaining in proximity to the awakened ones, for it afforded them the chance to seek refuge. Had they been abandoned outside, their fate would have been sealed in death. However, as they savored this fleeting moment of peace, the outside had morphed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The armed personnel, in their counteroffensive, suddenly realized the awakened ones were nowhere to be found, their faces paling in despair. We have been forsaken, they exclaimed in panic. Just then, a pack of elite zombies pounced upon them, devouring them with ferocity as blood splattered. The air was rife with the anguished cries and screams of the people, who found themselves trapped with no escape, a profound sense of helplessness consuming their souls. They could only await their demise, lost and helpless in this cruel apocalypse. Chapter 43, The Battle of the Undead. However, Xiaoba soon bestowed upon them a merciful end, releasing them from their suffering. As one corpse after another fell, they bore witness to the price of invasion. Over 100 humans perished within mere minutes, devoured by the ravenous undead. With the humans eliminated, the red-faced corpse king finally encountered Lin Dong. Roaring with fury, the red-faced corpse king was incensed by the significant losses suffered that day. At last, it came face to face with Lin Dong, a meeting fraught with animosity. Its remaining undead minions echoed its roar, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the air, a scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Of course, the tank, Xiaoba, and the elite undead were also warriors at heart. Rather than feeling anger at the provocation, they were invigorated by the challenge. With a command from Lin Dong, his underlings charged forth. The two ferocious waves of undead raced toward each other, colliding violently. Yet, Lin Dong's subordinates were exceptionally skilled, akin to professional football players barreling through mere mortals. In an instant, they sent their adversaries flying. Particularly, the tank relished such combat, as it plowed through the horde, scattering them like leaves in the wind. Meanwhile, atop a towering building, a rat-faced figure, filled with rage, witnessed the killer of its beloved spouse. Consumed by resentment, it unleashed its sinister power, mental manipulation. A faint black mist began to waft through the air, enveloping the tank and Xiao Ba's undead minions. In a nearby alley, the doctor observed clandestinely, his gaze malevolent as he fixated on the humanoid rat. Perhaps owing to his superior intellect, the doctor lacked the brutishness of a tank, instead exhibiting a cunning demeanor. Now awakened to his abilities, he possessed the power of mental penetration. In this confrontation, he had scarcely utilized it. However, he now set his sights on the humanoid rat, intending to seize control as its mental energy waned. Concentrating his mind, he struck suddenly. His mental force transformed into a steel spike, aimed directly at the humanoid rat. As the creature was hit, it felt a jolt of pain in its brain, unable to suppress a wretched howl, subsequently collapsing, frothing at the mouth, convulsing violently. Uncertain of its fate, the red-faced corpse king, incensed, recognized that his side was no match for Lin Dong's group. Their evolutionary advancements were too formidable. Meanwhile, his formidable subordinate, the monkey, leaped onto the tank's neck, baring its vicious jaws in an attempt to gnaw at his scalp. Yet, the tank extended a massive hand, thrusting it into the monkey's mouth, delivering a deep throat maneuver, then seizing its upper jaw and executing a powerful shoulder throw, slamming it onto the ground. "Do you dare attempt to bite my head?" The tank fumed internally, delivering 2 heavy kicks to the monkey. Lin Dong's subordinates, with overwhelming force, toppled the opposing horde of zombies, suffering minimal casualties. The red-faced corpse king, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "You all shall perish." He thrust his hands forward, his arms swelling as veins erupted like countless tendrils, sweeping across the street. Instantly, a multitude of zombies fell victim to his penetrating blood vessels. The younger brothers of Lin Dong, fearless and relentless, opened their mouths wide and sank their teeth into the blood vessels. Some displayed even greater ferocity, disregarding their own pierced bodies, and continued to charge forward with unwavering determination. They resembled savage wolf cubs, determined to bite off a piece of flesh from their enemies, even at the cost of their own lives. With a thunderous roar, Tank, witnessing his younger brothers being used as mere candy skewers, could no longer stand idly by. He leaped towards the crimson-faced figure, raising his fist to strike. However, his strength was insufficient to match that of the red-faced opponent. Suddenly, the chest of the red figure split open, and countless blood vessels surged forth, ensnaring Tank and piercing into his body to siphon away his flesh and blood. Tank felt a searing pain and let out a cry, struggling violently. Yet, those blood vessels lifted him into the air, rendering him powerless and unable to resist. "Die, all of you." The red-faced figure absorbed a significant amount of blood, his skin growing even redder, while the veins on his face bulged grotesquely, exuding a terrifying aura. But just as he reveled in his triumph, a dark cloud drifted across the sky. It turned out to be a swarm of large crows, cawing ominously, their red eyes glinting with malice. Subsequently, the crows dove down like cannonballs, their sharp beaks targeting the blood vessels, easily severing them as if they were mere threads. Streams of blood gushed forth, filling the air with a pungent stench. While crows, Tank, once ensnared, was finally freed. He looked up to see the red-eyed crows, the very little black bird he had previously sought to capture. Tank had not anticipated their timely assistance. The little black bird, repaying kindness with kindness, bore no grudge against him for his earlier attempt to seize it, instead coming to save his life. His heart swelled with profound gratitude. "Little blackbird, you are truly wonderful, I assure you. I shall never capture you again." "Fool, fool." The crow flapped its wings and soared away, just as it had before. Tank, with the assistance of the ravenous flock, the red-faced one lost his trump card, seething with rage. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he discovered he was encircled by a throng of relentless zombies. These were the elite troops under Lin Dong's command, exceptionally formidable. "It is over." A sense of foreboding surged within the red-faced one. At that moment, Lin Dong flickered into motion. utilizing his ability within the realm of the undead to pass through walls and infiltrate the structure where Lu Hao lay concealed. This was once a hotel, now a scene of utter devastation, with bloodstains ominously splattered across the marble floor. When the apocalypse descended, the hotel was bustling with patrons, rendering it a heavily afflicted zone. Presently, the walls had been sealed by Lu Hao and his companions using their extraordinary powers, their thickness reaching an impressive 10 meters. Such abilities should not be squandered on mere construction sites. Lin Dong used internally, enclosed within this dark space, devoid of sunlight. A few flickering beams of light from tactical flashlights wielded by armed personnel illuminated the area not far ahead. Lu Hao and his companions were seated on the ground, resting. "We must take this opportunity to recuperate. The previous exertions have drained us considerably," Lu Hao remarked. "Indeed," Xiaowen nodded, recognizing the wisdom in seeking refuge here. "After all, the zombies cannot infiltrate, and we have ample time." I felt utterly drained after thwarting the mental control of the rat-like creature. "Little one, perhaps it is best if you refrain from speaking." The female awakener, with a sorrowful countenance, was engulfed with worry. Just moments ago, witnessing the abilities of that corpse king, which were utterly bizarre, she felt a chill as it effortlessly dispatched Su Jian, as if it were a mere stroll in the park. She had perused reports on eerie corpses before. Encountering one could yield a staggering 80% mortality rate. Even for awakeners, who could have possibly gathered such intelligence to classify this place as a one-star corpse nest? Her emotions began to unravel as she exclaimed. Chapter 44, Massacre. This time, the intelligence was indeed erroneous, given the Corpse King's uncanny capabilities. It should have been assessed at a difficulty level of at least 4 to 5 stars. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, still haunted by the previous encounter. The elongated figure was simply terrifying. Faced with such dire circumstances, the female awakener could not contain her tears, her voice quivering as she lamented, I do not wish to die yet. Fear not, for we are still safe at present. Let us recuperate our strength." Little One attempted to offer her solace, but his voice abruptly faltered. An ominous sensation cloaked his heart. As a psychic awakener, his perception of danger was acutely heightened, and he felt as though something was encroaching upon him. "Little One, what troubles you?" Lu Hao noted his unsettling demeanor. Little Wen's brows knitted tightly. "It seems something has entered." "What?" The surrounding individuals were struck with disbelief. "Little One, please do not frighten me," one exclaimed. "Indeed, the walls are so thick, and they remain unscathed. How could anything possibly enter?" Moments ago, safety was the topic of discussion, yet now people are embroiled in a whirlwind of speculation. I remain uncertain. Perhaps my earlier exertion has left me on edge. Xiaowen pressed her forehead, equally incredulous. It is not uncommon for one to experience illusions under extreme stress. Perhaps my instincts have led me astray. Lu Hao and the female awakened one, seated opposite him, witnessed the unfolding scene with utmost clarity. Their eyes widened in horror. As though confronted by a specter, their expressions fraught with disbelief, even questioning their own sanity. He has entered." The female awakened one stammered in terror. Xiaowen, bewildered, inquired who. Yet, as the words escaped her lips, she sensed the gravity of the situation. For all eyes were now directed behind her, their faces etched with sheer dread. There truly was something there. With a sudden turn of her head, Xiaowen's body crumpled to the ground. In her final moments, she faintly discerned a pristine white shirt. The figure that demanded a life had indeed crossed the threshold. A chilling thought flickered in her mind. All those present must perish. Lu Hao's eyes bulged in disbelief. At such close proximity, he witnessed Lin Dong's method of murder, a frigid shiver coursing through him. Despite his experience in hunting corpse kings, encountering such an extraordinary scene for the first time left him unnerved. The key detail was the fortified walls around them. How could he stealthily infiltrate this space? A sense of the uncanny enveloped him. This was a true specter of the undead. Meanwhile, the female awakened one, stricken with fear, gazed intently at Lin Dong's silhouette, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. The cemetery is remarkably constructed. Lin Dong's gaze swept across the scene. The hotel walls, towering at 10 meters thick, create an elliptical interior that indeed resembles a tomb. Lu Hao, unwilling to succumb to despair, urged, "Quick, open fire." The sound of gunfire erupted. Da-da-da-da-da. A group of armed personnel squeezed the triggers, the tongues of flame from their weapons dispelling the darkness. Bullets raining down like a torrential storm. Lin Dong's body shimmered with a crimson glow, seemingly dissolving into nothingness, as the bullets passed through him, striking the wall behind. This rendered the onlookers aghast. The uncanny corpse was indeed extraordinary, as firearms proved utterly ineffective, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping them. Yet they continued to pull the triggers, the gunfire roaring deafeningly, not merely aimed at Lin Dong, but as a final lamentation against this cruel world. Why must it be this way? In the next instant, Lin Dong's domain of corpses unfurled, enveloping the surrounding space, and the gunfire abruptly ceased. The armed personnel, mere mortals, could not withstand such pressure. Their bodies shattered like overripe melons, bursting one after another. As Lin Dong observed the blood splattering around him, he was reminded of the garlic sauce from his orphanage days. After the firecrackers had been set off, it was time to enjoy dumplings. Confronted by this band of defeated warriors, it was nothing short of a massacre. Lu Hao and the female awakener, having expended considerable energy, now found themselves drained. Ensnared within the domain of corpses, suffering immensely. The female awakener gritted her teeth, realizing that facing such a ghastly being, the mortality rate was not 80, but rather an astonishing 99,999. Die. She screamed, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, having pushed her body to its limits, unleashing her final reserves of strength. Amidst the heavy walls surrounding them, an innumerable array of steel rods erupted forth, slicing through the air like arrows, converging upon Lin Dong from all directions. As these steel rods were infused with the energy of awakened cores, Lin Dong refrained from meeting them head-on. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned the power of the corpse domain, shattering the incoming steel rods. In that instant, he approached the female awakener, and in the depths of her despairing gaze, he extracted her core. Her lifeless body crumpled to the ground. A singular thought consumed him. Who, in their right mind, would collect intelligence and label this a one-star corpse nest? He wished for that informant to encounter such zombies every day. With the death of the female awakeners, the Hunter King's task force was nearly annihilated, leaving only El Hao standing. However, this individual possessed an unwavering will to survive. At the very moment the powers of the corpse domain momentarily dispersed, he unleashed his final surge of energy. Armor of Earth. With a focused thought, the soil from the surrounding walls rapidly converged upon him, enveloping his limbs and body, transforming him into a colossal figure of earth in the blink of an eye. With the Earth-S fortification, El Hao's stature swelled to 3 meters, his robust arms as thick as an adult's waist, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Defying the pressure of the corpse domain, El Hao swung his heavy arm, delivering a punch toward Lin Dong, the sound of rushing wind accompanying the blow. Lin Dong did not evade. Rather, he retaliated with a punch of his own. This opponent possessed a modicum of intrigue. Thus, he exerted 80% of his strength. In the darkness, a sonic boom resonated through the air as his iron fist surged forth like a dragon breaking free from its confines, unstoppable in its momentum. The collision was thunderous. Upon impact, it resembled 2 mountains colliding, the resounding boom echoing in their ears, followed by a sharp crack. The colossal giant's arms appeared formidable, yet at that moment, they were marred by spiderweb-like fissures, fracturing and beginning to crumble. Before long, the true form of Lu Hao's arms emerged, now hanging limply and devoid of sensation. How powerful! Lu Hao gritted his teeth, increasingly burdened by the gravity of the situation. The corpse king before him not only possessed enigmatic abilities, but also boasted an exceptionally resilient physique. It was nearly an insurmountable existence. Chapter 45. His words were kind. Lin Dong was equally contemplative. Among the numerous awakened he had hunted, Lu Hao was undoubtedly the strongest. With earth-based powers that seamlessly integrated offense and defense, it was, however, time to bring this to a close. In a fleeting thought, Lin Dong unleashed his domain to its utmost limits, a tremendous pressure descending upon Lu Hao, causing his body to buckle, nearly toppling to the ground. He was severely drained. Having reached his limits, Lin Dong swiftly advanced, raising his fist to strike Lu Hao's chest. Boom! The force of the blow shattered the earth around Lu Hao, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing through the rear wall and out of the building. Cough! Coughing up blood, Lu Hao lay on the ground, unable to rise. The bright light outside felt painfully blinding. A host of zombies began to encircle him. Among them was a tank, casually weighing a severed head in its right hand, treating it like a plaything. It was the head of the red-faced corpse king. Alongside was Xiaoba, its sharp bone claws still dripping with fresh blood, A sinister grin plastered across its face as it tilted its head, scrutinizing the man on the ground. Behind them loomed 1,000 elite zombies, having just vanquished the red-faced adversary, their spirits still exhilarated from the recent carnage. As death approached, Lu Hao gazed into the terrifying visages surrounding him, his vision growing increasingly blurred. He had anticipated this day, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. He was on the verge of departing from this cruel world. From this moment forth, everything would no longer concern him, and an expression of relief washed over his face. Well then, let us bid farewell properly. Lin Dong stepped forward, lowering his gaze to observe Lu Hao, whose eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. Yet there lingered a sense of liberation. Is there anything you wish to convey? Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the zombie could speak. Its voice, deep and magnetic, entirely devoid of the cold-bloodedness exhibited moments before. A sudden illusion gripped him, as if the entity before him were human. Cough, cough. Young man, I recognize your strength, but do not grow complacent. The Tech Corporation is not as simple as you perceive. They possess numerous confidential plans, all of which will remain undisclosed, and therein lies the crux. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded, having already surmised this. The true trump cards would certainly not be carelessly divulged online. The zombie extermination plan and the hunter operation were merely devised to bolster credibility. Lu Hao's gaze grew increasingly vacant as he began to mutter two words: eerie, eerie. They are nurturing zombies, cultivating the uncanny. A chill wind swept through, and Lu Hao's pupils dulled, ultimately succumbing to death. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the tank ceased its playful antics, turning to the nearby doctor to inquire quietly, what did that human just mean? Given your intellect. I find it challenging to articulate my thoughts, pondered the doctor. Tank nodded in a seemingly understanding manner, yet a lingering doubt gnawed at him. Was he implying that he was foolish? Xiao Ba and the others approached Lin Dong, tilting their heads to scrutinize the lifeless body of El Hao. Your Majesty, I believe this human spoke quite well in his final moments. This is what one might call the words of a dying man. Their utterances possess a certain grace. Lin Dong extracted a phrase, which, given the limited intellect of the surrounding zombies, was utterly incomprehensible, especially for Tank, whose thirst for knowledge was particularly fervent. Hey boss, what do you mean by that? It means that if a human speaks unkindly, when you beat them to the brink of death, their words will become much more pleasant. Oh, so that is how it is. Tank finally grasped the concept, acquiring a new nugget of wisdom, and felt immense joy, venerating it as a profound maxim. Truly, the boss speaks with reason. He shot a disdainful glance at the doctor beside him, implying that the inability to explain clearly was indicative of a deficiency in the doctor's intellect. Thus, this grand battle came to a close. The streets lay strewn with remnants of flesh, scattered limbs, and severed arms littering the scene, a sight of utter devastation. A flock of raven-black crows cawed raucously as they pecked at the dismembered remains. For scavengers, the flesh of the undead proved particularly delectable. Lin Dong issued his commands. The horde behind him emitted a fierce roar, their spirits soaring with the thrill of victory, akin to triumphant warriors. They had vanquished the red-faced zombie king and expanded their territory. The location of the building has expanded threefold, reaching all the way to the park's boundaries. Following this battle, Lin Dong acquired 6 crystal cores, marking a significant triumph. In the ensuing days, Lin Dong continued to remain in the confines of his home. He absorbed the crystal cores, feasted on flesh, and drank blood, incessantly consuming energy. Meanwhile, Tank, Xiao Ba, and the doctor have been quite occupied, as the territory has grown, and the 3 kings have recruited numerous new subordinates. The ranks have swelled from 2,000 to an astonishing 10,000, with numbers still on the rise. Consequently, Lin Dong has ascended to the status of the king of corpses, commanding an overwhelming horde. Yet, he feels it is still insufficient. If only he could precede the number with 100, it would barely suffice. Moreover, the newly recruited subordinates lack the requisite prowess, primarily stationed at the periphery of the territory. The previous 2,000 elite remained steadfast around the building, serving as Lin Dong's personal guards. After the expansion of his domain, on fortunate occasions, he manages to capture a few survivors for sustenance, living quite blissfully. With his subordinates thriving, Lin Dong revels even more in his newfound freedom. Following that battle, no one dares to provoke him, and unbeknownst to him, he has become a nightmare for humanity. On the official website of Tech Corporation, The photographs of Liu Hao and his team have turned a ghostly gray, indicating that this Hunter King task force has been utterly annihilated. Since Tyke Corporation initiated its operations, casualties have been frequent, but this marks the first complete extermination. The public is particularly intrigued by this incident. Liu Hao, a B-class awakened, was shockingly killed by a zombie. Such a tragic fate, an entire squad wiped out. One can only wonder what they truly encountered. A ghastly undead, perhaps. It has been reported that a drone captured a photograph. Is that true? Lin Dong scrolled down and indeed found a photograph. Due to the considerable distance, the image was rather unclear. It depicted a young figure standing at the edge of a skyscraper, surrounded by a flock of crows. The atmosphere appeared somewhat dark and ominous. The commentary regarding this photograph had already surpassed the extermination of the Hunter squad. Goodness, could this truly be a zombie? It feels so oppressive. Unfortunately, the image is too blurry, obscured by the crows, making it impossible to discern the face. This is no ordinary zombie. It is a sinister corpse. I wonder how many lives it has claimed. Chapter 46. Black Scorpion. The online discourse was rife with speculation. Meanwhile, within the tech company, the head, Yi Jian, was exceedingly furious, inwardly cursing. Liu Hao and his associates were utterly useless. They were annihilated by zombies, even if just one or two had survived. Yet, he was aware that a formidable zombie king resided near the skyscraper, and it was likely that even the strongest awakened individual in the company would struggle against it. It seems, zombies are indeed more powerful. The entity capable of vanquishing the sinister corpse must be an even greater zombie king. The zombie cultivation plan must persist, ideally yielding controllable sinister corpses, Yi Jian pondered. In truth, he understood that nurturing zombies was akin to playing with fire, yet for the sake of such immense power, he was willing to embrace the risk. Alternatively, if the opportunity presents itself, one might consider collaborating with the formidable corpse king, provided that a supply of flesh and blood is offered. It is essential to alert the rescue team to expedite the search for survivors. Lin Dong remained oblivious to the plans of Tech Corporation, and, truth be told, he was indifferent to them. The populace was well aware of the powerful corpse king residing in the building district, a perilous entity that rendered the area a forbidden zone. This region had transformed into a sanctuary for the undead. Lin Dong enjoyed a life of comfort, with ample provisions to sustain him. He consumed energy daily, continuously evolving, and during moments of ennui, he would indulge in television or gaming. In the midst of a terrifying apocalypse, his existence resembled that of a vacation, devoid of any pressing concerns. Headline from the shelter: Our researchers have enhanced guanine soil. Consuming a small amount will not lead to fatal bloating. It can serve as a temporary sustenance. The water purification system has been fully restored, and we assure everyone that there will be no further outbreaks of parasites or viral infections. Tragic news: our personnel, dispatched to procure supplies, have been ambushed by an unidentified force. Should anyone possess pertinent information, please relay it to us immediately. The television broadcast relayed updates from the official shelter, revealing the dire scarcity of resources they faced. The situation had deteriorated to the point of subsisting on dirt, and the water supply was equally grim. Most critically, after a painstaking search for supplies, they had fallen victim to marauders. It was truly lamentable. Lin Dong, feeling a fleeting pang of sympathy, swiftly turned his attention back to his game. At that moment, on the periphery of Lin Dong's domain, a group of individuals lay concealed within a building. Originally, this place was a KTV, a 3-story building. Now, its doors and windows have been sealed, leaving only a few gaps to observe the outside world. Hush, the zombies are coming. One must remain silent. A man crouches by the window, peering through the crevice. Behind him stand 2 others, not daring to breathe. Outside, on the street, a massive figure sways as it walks, trailed by numerous zombies, indeed. A patrolling tank. Fortunately, the tank's perception is rather weak and has failed to detect the humans within the building. Gradually, it and its entourage drift away. With a sigh of relief, the occupants of the room feel a sense of security return. Thankfully, these brood zombies are rather dim-witted. Within one of the private rooms, a few individuals lounge on the sofa. Thanks to the KTV's excellent soundproofing, they are untroubled by the outside zombies. As long as we remain hidden here, the officials at the shelter will surely not find us, declares a bald man. Indeed, the leader is wise. Even if they suspect our presence, they would likely refrain from searching here, for this is the territory of a formidable zombie king. Another agrees. This group is known as Black Scorpion, a faction that plunders resources from official shelters. Prior to the apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization had already existed, frequently operating on the dark web, akin to a cult, espousing extreme freedom, unbound by any constraints, doing as they please. However, due to the societal order at the time, they never stirred significant upheaval until the apocalypse arrived, fulfilling their desires. Those awakened with abilities gathered together, seizing resources, committing murder and plunder, engaging in every conceivable atrocity. In this apocalyptic era, a bald man exudes an aura of authority. Within the confines of a KTV private room, 3 individuals are bound and kneeling on the floor, their mouths gagged with rags, allowing only muffled sounds of distress to escape. These 3 are awakened survivors from the refuge, tasked with transporting supplies, only to fall victim to the ruthless Black Scorpion gang. What shall we do with these 3? Inquires a lean man. The bald man ponders for a moment before responding. Let them live for now. Their existence serves as our bargaining chips. Should they perish, their essence can nourish us, and their flesh can be consumed as sustenance. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Lin Dong's territory, another group emerges, led by a girl with large eyes, straight black hair, and a fringe that frames her exquisitely beautiful yet world-weary face. She is none other than the official Awakened One, designated Refuge 001, Chung Loi. Chung Loi harbors a profound disdain for this world, having been raised in an orphanage and later confined in a psychiatric hospital. After enduring such trials, she emerges only to confront a world in ruin. It is indeed a rarity for someone with her experiences to appreciate the state of the world. Beside her stands her partner, Sun Xiaoqiang, whose eyes reflect a keen intellect. Gulu. He groans, clutching his stomach, overwhelmed by a fierce hunger that torments him. Were it not for the robust physique of an awakened individual, he might have succumbed to faintness from starvation long ago. When shall we find supplies? I haven't eaten in 10 days since I emerged. Xiaoqiang, we've only been out for 3 days, she replies. Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head, his squinting eye darting about. Has it only been 3 days? I must be so hungry that I'm losing my wits and can't even count, he remarked, as if he were the one who had experienced it all. Before him lay a desolate street, littered with wrecked vehicles, their surfaces marred by rust, some even adorned with patches of moss. The surrounding buildings were equally dilapidated. Through the shattered glass, faint sounds of zombie moans echoed. A brain-enhanced awakener cautioned. Ahead lies the site of the tech company team's demise. It is said a powerful and sinister zombie king resides there. Oh, Brother Chun, is the individual who plundered our supplies hiding in that area? Sun Xiaoqiang inquired. Qinming nodded in affirmation. Based on the direction they retreated, it is highly probable they are in the vicinity ahead. Then let us seek them out, Sun Xiaoqiang declared, exhibiting a reckless bravado. Qinming nodded, offering a reminder. Remember, our primary objective is to locate supplies. We mustn't disturb the zombies here. Chapter 47. A reunion with old friends. The 6 individuals proceeded with caution, each coated in a special ointment that masked their scent, as long as they remained silent. The surrounding zombies were not densely packed, allowing them to navigate without alerting the creatures. From a distance, Chunming spotted several zombies swaying in the street, their demeanor somewhat dazed and bewildered. The 6 of them pressed against the wall, moving stealthily, using the abandoned vehicles as cover, intending to circumvent the zombies. However, midway through their maneuver, Sun Xiaoqiang's stomach suddenly emitted a resounding growl. Huh? The expressions of Qinming and his companions shifted dramatically, their hearts leaping into their throats. Although the sound was faint, the zombies possessed an exceptionally keen sense of hearing. The previously swaying figures of several zombies immediately froze in place, their alertness heightened, as they emitted low growls from their throats, seemingly attuned to their surroundings. Cheng Luai's beautiful eyes were fixed in determination, fully prepared for battle. The others crouched behind a derelict vehicle, holding their breath, not daring to exhale. Fortunately, the zombies only maintained their vigilance for a brief moment before settling back into their dazed, swaying state. Chunming and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief and hurriedly circumvented the perilous area. Once they observed a safe distance from the zombies, an awakened individual, still shaken, remarked, Xiaoqiang, you nearly alerted the zombies. Wasn't I just hungry? Sun Xiaoqiang retorted nonchalantly. Chunming quickly interjected, all right, let's focus on completing the mission. Once we secure supplies, we will have something to eat. Indeed, Sun Xiaoqiang replied, his spirits lifted at the thought of delicious food. He envisioned indulging in bread and then savoring a drink of 6 nuclear cores, relishing the thought. Thus, the 6 of them proceeded cautiously, navigating their path with care, evading wave after wave of zombies. When necessary, they would even ascend to rooftops, traversing the tiles like ancient assassins gliding along eaves. Nevertheless, Chun Ming remained tense. For as they delved deeper into the heart of the area, the zombies below exhibited heightened evolutionary traits and acute awareness. According to supplementary information later provided by Tech Corporation, this location was designated as a 5-star zombie nest. Suddenly, a woman's wailing pierced the air, a sound so mournful it seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld. Oscillating between piercing highs and sorrowful lows, utterly eerie. Merely listening to it sent a chill down one's spine. 6 individuals lay prostrate on the rooftop of a building, hastily turning their gazes towards the source of the cries, only to behold the silhouette of a female zombie, kneeling on the ground, weeping with her head bowed. Chun Ming inhaled sharply, a shiver coursing through him as his hair stood on end. It was terrifying. How could she weep when I am this famished? Sun Xiaoqiang craned his neck to peer closer. Cheng Luai remarked, she might be even hungrier than you. We cannot traverse this area. We must circumvent it. Chun Ming promptly concluded, for surrounding the female zombie were numerous others, their movements swift and far from mindless, clearly exhibiting a high degree of evolution. Furthermore, the faction responsible for looting resources could not possibly be hiding here. They would have long since been devoured by the zombies. As the 6 were about to take a detour, Xiao Ba, with her keen senses, had already detected their gaze. Her disheveled hair obscured her entire face save for one eye, which suddenly darted towards them. Upon spotting her quarry, the pupil of that eye constricted to a pinhole, rendering her appearance even more unsettling. What had once been a heart-wrenching cry transformed instantaneously into a sinister laughter. In a flash, she surged towards the group like a gust of wind. This is bad. We have been discovered. Chun Ming's expression turned grave, his heart pounding with fear at the sight of such a terrifying zombie. As Xiao Ba dashed forth, she also disturbed the nearby zombies. A cacophony of hundreds of elite zombies roared as they coalesced into a small horde, rushing forth with reckless abandon. Their agile forms scaled the rooftops with astonishing ease. Even though the 6 individuals sought refuge at a height, it proved futile. What should they do now? In the midst of their panic, Chun Ming found himself bereft of ideas. Yet, Cheng Luai maintained an air of calm. What else could they do but prepare to break through? With that, Chun Ming and his companions, awakened ones, drew forth their alloy knives from their waists. These weapons were meticulously crafted by researchers, composed of resilient and razor-sharp materials capable of slaying high-tier zombies. However, confronted by such a multitude of formidable undead, doubt gnawed at their hearts. Even though Cheng Luai was the awakened one from shelter number 001, renowned as the strongest, the sheer number of zombies was daunting. They feared that even the mightiest tiger could falter before a pack of wolves. Moreover, among the horde lurked a terrifyingly agile zombie king, Xiao Ba, whose figure sped towards them. The recent tranquility of their territory had rendered these battle-hungry individuals restless, almost to the point of tears from sheer boredom. Upon finally discovering prey, excitement surged within them. Yet, just as they approached their target, Xiao Ba received an unexpected command in his mind. Wait, do not kill yet. Startled, Xiao Ba abruptly halted, recognizing the voice of his leader. Though the urge to slay was strong, he knew he must exercise restraint. Casting a glance at Chun Ming and the others, he veered away. This caused Chun Ming to shudder, for he would never forget the mournful gaze of that female zombie. However, what transpired next left them even more astonished. The once ferocious horde of zombies suddenly fell silent, dispersing in all directions until they vanished without a trace. The 6 individuals were incredulous, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Initially, they had braced themselves for a fierce battle, prepared to fight to the death, only to find the tide of corpses receding. Ah, I see now. They were merely attempting to frighten us, Sun Xiaoqiang deduced earnestly. Chun Ming, rendered speechless, questioned the purpose of such intimidation. What could be the special circumstance? Cheng Luai pondered, equally perplexed. However, she soon realized that not everything in this world was as dire as anticipated. Occasionally, delightful surprises awaited. At that moment, a tall figure emerged on the street, exuding charm and surveying the group with keen eyes. Lin Dong fixed his gaze upon Cheng Luai, and the visage before him gradually aligned with his memories, evoking cherished childhood scenes in his mind, prompting him to reminisce about his lost youth. Long time no see, he exclaimed. Cheng Luai, momentarily stunned. Had spent a decade in a psychiatric hospital, her heart grown as cold as a wooden plank. Yet, upon seeing that figure, her heart raced unexpectedly. It was one of the few warm memories from her life. Sun Xiaoqiang felt a surge of excitement as well. Lin Dong had left a profound impression on him, and tears began to well in his unique eyes. In this desolate apocalypse, encountering a childhood companion was a remarkable stroke of fortune. Without hesitation, he leaped from the rooftop and landed before Lin Dong. Lin Dong, it truly is you. I never expected to meet you here. The more Chunming pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. He recalled the events that had just transpired, coupled with the photographs circulating online. Although the images were quite blurry, their resemblance to the figure before him was strikingly high. Xiaoqiang, be cautious. He could potentially be a zombie. Don't speak nonsense, Sun Xiaoqiang retorted, somewhat irked at the notion that his long-lost friend, whom he hadn't seen in a decade, was being labeled a zombie. Lin Dong cannot possibly be a zombie. My eyes are my measure. Chapter 48. Eat if you will measure? Chun Ming and the others exchanged glances, perceiving a hint of absurdity in his declaration. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they had last met. Cheng Loi leapt down from the rooftop, a rare sense of admiration in her eyes. She had never anticipated encountering Lin Dong amidst such a brutal apocalypse. What a stroke of luck. What are you doing here? I was merely passing by, Lin Dong replied casually. Sun Xiaoqiang, filled with excitement, beamed. This place is a 5-star zombie nest. Numerous zombies appeared just moments ago. It's incredibly perilous. It's truly remarkable that you survived. Lin Dong gazed at Sun Xiaoqiang, noting the distinctiveness in his eyes, realizing that despite the passage of years, he had not changed in the slightest. What brings you here? They're robbing us of our supplies and are hiding in this area. We came to track them down, Sun Xiaoqiang explained. Oh. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, aware of the incidents involving the theft of supplies from the shelter. He was taken aback to learn that the bandits had infiltrated his territory. When did this happen? How could I be unaware of it? I am quite familiar with this area. Perhaps I can assist you in your search. Is it true? How wonderful. Sun Xiaoqiang harbored no desires beyond the joy of reuniting with an old friend and welcoming him into his ranks, which he deemed a fortuitous occurrence. However, behind him, Chun Ming and the others gasped in disbelief. They surmised that Lin Dong was likely the enigmatic Corpse King, the very source of all peril. And yet Sun Xiaoqiang was inviting him to join their team. This world was utterly deranged. It felt as though a mouse was serving as a bridesmaid to a cat. Cheng Loi nodded in agreement, continuing, once we procure supplies, we can escort you to the shelter. It is quite secure there. Chun Ming and the others nearly choked in shock. They believed Sun Xiaoqiang's actions were already absurd. But Cheng Luoyi's intention to bring him to safety was even more outrageous. They pondered. The safety of the shelter might very well depend on the whims of its inhabitants. Lin Dong contemplated this, refraining from a direct refusal. We'll discuss it later, he finally said. Indeed, Cheng Luoyi acknowledged, then turned to the four behind her. Come over here. Why are you still hiding on the rooftop? All right. Chun Ming and the others replied hesitantly, their expressions betraying their trepidation. Yet they cautiously descended to the street, approaching with care. As they drew nearer to Lin Dong, an inexplicable feeling of unease washed over them, whether it was mere psychological projection or something else entirely. They observed that Lin Dong's gaze was devoid of emotion, regarding them as if they were mere livestock. Only when he conversed with Cheng Loi and Sun Xiaoqiang did a fleeting spark of vitality flicker in his eyes. Allow me to introduce these four individuals, all awakened beings from the sanctuary. Chen Ming, Su Tianhao, and Cheng Loi, one by one. At this moment, Lin Dong merely acknowledged them with a nod, his demeanor suggesting a complete disregard for their presence. Chun Ming, with great reluctance, forced a smile. Hello there. The four felt an undeniable tension, yet it appeared that their adversary harbored no intent to harm them. Otherwise, the recent horde of zombies would have surely claimed their lives. Thus, they chose not to shatter the fragile facade, treating Lin Dong as an ordinary human. However, Sun Xiaoqiang was genuinely oblivious and remarkably generous. Lin Dong, once we secure some supplies, let us feast heartily. We shall indulge in a grand reunion meal. Very well, Lin Dong acquiesced. Yet, at that very moment, Sun Xiaoqiang's stomach betrayed him, emitting a loud growl, a testament to his overwhelming hunger that left him light-headed and weak, on the brink of collapse. Lin Dong quickly discerned his condition and thought, he is this famished and still proposes to treat me to a meal? Perhaps I should invite him instead. What? Do you have food now? Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes widened with curiosity. A little, not much. With a casual gesture, Lin Dong retrieved from his storage space some bread, sausages, and a packet of spicy strips, items seized from their last foray into the warehouse, worth millions, of which he had ample supply, and they served little purpose for him. Sun Xiaoqiang stood transfixed, staring at the bounty before him. It feels utterly magical, as if Lin Dong materialized out of thin air. Uncontrollable tears escaped from the corners of his mouth. To his astonishment, there are spicy strips inside, his favorite snack. Thank you. I shall not be polite. Sun Xiaoqiang takes it, tearing open the packaging haphazardly, and begins to stuff it into his mouth. The grease of the spicy strips spreads across his taste buds, tingling and aromatic. How delightful it is. Hunger is the finest chef, and in Sun Xiaoqiang's current state, the spicy strips are a culinary delight. He fears that other children might snatch it away, so at bedtime, he hides the spicy strips under the covers, only to have them inevitably squished out, leaving his bedding greasy, and he receives a stern scolding from the director. Gulps. Cheng Luoi, witnessing Sun Xiaoqiang's blissful indulgence, finds her own mouth watering uncontrollably, swallowing reflexively, while waves of hunger ripple through her stomach. Lin Dong glances at her, offering no further words. He similarly produces bread, sausage, and spicy strips, along with an extra bottle of nutritional drink, presenting it before her. I am not hungry. Cheng Luoi shakes her head in refusal. Lin Dong observes her, noting that she remains as soft as she was in childhood, yet stubborn in her demeanor. It's all right, eat. Oh. Cheng Luoi slowly accepts it, though she still hesitates, for in this apocalyptic era, food is exceedingly precious. Just moments ago, Lin Dong mentioned he had little for himself, making her think he should keep it. What troubles you? Lin Dong asks casually, noticing her fidgeting and her expressions shifting, pondering something unknown. Cheng Luoi gazes at him blankly. Picking up the bread. Expired. Lin Dong felt speechless, eat it or not. Although the bread's label indicated it was past its expiration date, it remained perfectly edible when stored properly. Cheng Luoi, no longer in a state of indecision, thought she could simply return it later. She thus opened the packaging and began to eat. Behind her, Chen Ming and his three companions stared intently, their stomachs churning and growling, their eyes filled with envy. Yet, they dared not ask Lin Dong for any. Witnessing his uncanny ability to conjure food out of thin air, they understood how peculiar his powers were. If things went awry, they might end up as the meal themselves. The four of them promptly turned their heads away, preferring not to see. Before long, Cheng Luoi had her fill, feeling revitalized. I will return these provisions to you, or exchange them with a brain pill or a crystal core. In the shelter, a single brain pill could trade for a bag of instant noodles, while a soul crystal could procure an entire box. They had grown accustomed to such exchanges of value, hence their reluctance to consume Lin Dong's food. Indeed, beside them, Sun Xiaoqiang, with grease glistening on his lips, expressed his hearty agreement. I won't take it for free either. Chapter 49. The gentle girl. After Cheng Luoi and her companion finished their meal and replenished their strength, they continued their search for members of the Black Scorpion organization. With Lin Dong by their side, their journey was remarkably smooth. The ferocious zombies had inexplicably vanished. Cheng Luoi even experienced a fleeting illusion of an ordinary afternoon stroll through the streets. Lin Dong engaged in nostalgic conversation with two companions, mentioning cherry picking and dumpling making. As they leisurely strolled down the apocalyptic street, Chen Ming and others exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire or comment, choosing instead to silently follow behind, attempting to remain inconspicuous. However, they noticed that the usually taciturn Cheng Li was somewhat more loquacious today. In the distant background, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor stood atop a high building, their fierce eyes fixed intently on the scene below. How has the leader begun to mobilize humanity? Xiaoba seemed slightly envious. Do not underestimate that female human. I doubt you could match her prowess, the doctor remarked. Huh, nonsense, Xiaoba retorted. If not for the leader's orders, I would have already feasted on her brain. The doctor chose not to respond further, but turned his attention to Tank. The leader is seeking the intruding humans. The direction they are headed is within your patrol area. Correct? Indeed, they must be mistaken. I have roamed that area several times, and it is utterly devoid of human presence, Tank confidently asserted. The three subordinates stood below, amidst a throng of elite zombies, ever ready, while simultaneously enjoying the unfolding drama. At this moment, Lin Dong had arrived at the edge of their territory. Since the expansion of their domain, this was his first patrol to this location. From a distance, he caught a whiff of blood, confirming the presence of humans. The street ahead, once lined with KTVs, had been a bustling hub, alive with music and vibrant lights. Now, the place lies in utter ruin, with buildings cracked, plaques fallen, shattered glass strewn across the ground, and bloodstains visible everywhere, alongside the mangled corpses. Abandoned vehicles parked at the entrance are ensnared with thick webs. Among the structures, one building stands out, its ground floor glass doors shattered, with weeds sprouting on the steps, and an eerie silence within, seemingly no different from the others. However, on the second floor, the windows have been boarded up, indicating clear signs of human alteration. Cheng Loi gazes intently, evidently sensing something amiss. Behind her, Chun Ming furrows his brow. The Black Scorpion organization is known for its ruthlessness and extreme brutality, prompting him to utter, "Hostages?" Lin Dong instinctively underestimates the term, feeling an inexplicable unfamiliarity with the phrase, as if those two words do not exist in his mind. Chen Ming, taken aback, falls silent. Sun Xiaoqiang turns to Lin Dong, stating, "I've heard that the Black Scorpion organization is quite vicious. Perhaps you should stay here and wait for us." Vicious? Lin Dong finds this term rather familiar. "It's all right. I'll accompany you inside to take a look." "Very well, just stick close to me," Sun Xiaoqiang replies, brimming with confidence in his abilities. After all, he is an awakened individual from Shelter 002. They promptly make their way toward the KTV ahead. At that moment inside the KTV, there are 13 members of the Black Scorpion organization, 6 of whom have crystallized cores, awakened abilities, and possess formidable strength. Among these 6 is a woman with short hair and a black scorpion tattoo etched on the right side of her face, exuding an unsettling aura. She is an awakened spirit user, endowed with formidable perception. Suddenly, the woman rose from the sofa. "Young, someone is approaching us." "Oh." The lead bald man narrowed his eyes, revealing a menacing glare. "Even hidden in a place like this, we have been discovered? How many are there?" 6, with only 2 being core awakeners. Given her abilities, she cannot even sense Lin Dong's presence. The bald man scoffed. "Only 2 core awakeners dare to confront us? How overly confident they must be. Let us go meet them." "Indeed, ha ha ha." They left 3 individuals to guard the hostages while the remaining 10 ventured outside. At that moment, Lin Dong and his group, stepping on the shattered glass that crunched beneath their feet, had already entered the lobby on the first floor. Before long, they heard the sound of shuffling footsteps descending from the upper floor. They were coming down. Cheng Loi maintained a calm demeanor as she advanced alone. The combat abilities of Chun Ming and the others were far too weak. She had no expectations of them and preferred to resolve the conflict swiftly on her own. Soon, a group of people appeared at the stairway on the second floor. Leading them was the bald man with triangular eyes and shaved eyebrows, his fierce countenance unmistakable. He was Song Yang, a minor leader of the Black Scorpion organization. Behind him stood individuals of various appearances, some adorned with nose rings, lip piercings, or tattoos, all casting hostile glances at Cheng Loi. "Ah, so it truly is her who has arrived," a youth in a leather jacket remarked, his eyes gleaming with surprise. A curious companion inquired, "What? Do you know her?" "Indeed, I have perused her profile on the shelter's official website." The leather-clad figure wore a lecherous expression. Yet upon first glimpsing the photograph of Cheng Loi, he was struck by her astonishing beauty. It was simply breathtaking. In his heart, he began to fantasize about the possibility of encountering her. Little did he know, today was his lucky day, as she had indeed come seeking him. Furthermore, he vividly recalled the description beneath Cheng Loi's photo that had left a profound impression on him. "I, a gentle girl, fear pain." His admiration for gentle souls was evident, and he declared, "Yang, entrust her to me." The leather-clad man was not to be underestimated, nor were those around him lacking in intelligence or overly complacent. Rather, Cheng Loi, in her normal state, exuded a rather subdued presence, merely an ordinary B-level awakener, undetectable by the average person. His eyes glinted with excitement as he leaned down, drawing a gleaming alloy dagger from his pant leg, its blade flashing with lethal sharpness. "My dear, allow me to entertain you," he exclaimed, as he darted forward with the weapon in hand, his speed a testament to his enhancement as a swift awakener. Yet, Cheng Loi remained rooted in place, her large eyes fixed upon him, displaying no intention to evade. The cold glimmer of the blade grew larger within her gaze, approaching perilously close. In a sudden motion, she raised her hand, gripping the blade itself. With a sharp sound, crimson blood flowed forth, cascading down her wrist, staining her fair skin with a striking hue. Chapter 50. Not elegant enough. The intense, searing pain jolted her nerves, awakening every cell within her. The murderous instincts within her were on the brink of awakening. With a swift strike, Cheng Luoi activated her awakening ability, Deadly Pain. Her aura surged as a bracelet on her right wrist displayed, pain value 10. In the struggle with the leather jacket, the dagger plunged deeper into flesh, warm blood oozing from between Cheng Luoi's fingers. The pain value continued to escalate, reaching 15. Suddenly, with a fierce exertion of strength, Cheng Luoi snapped the blade in two and, gripping the jagged edge, lunged towards the man's temple. The man, caught off guard, felt a sharp stab of pain in his head as warm blood streamed down his cheek. His consciousness began to fade. Is this the gentle girl? The man's pupils dilated as his last thought surfaced, and then he succumbed to death, his body crashing to the ground. In mere moments, Cheng Luoi had dispatched a crystal core awakener. Song Yang and the others were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly fragile girl could be so ferocious. Did she really kill him so effortlessly? I sense there is something amiss with her. Everyone, be cautious. This person is indeed dangerous. A tense atmosphere enveloped the group. Just moments prior, when Cheng Luoi took a life, her expression had been serene and unflinching. Her movements precise and lethal, indicative of a seasoned perpetrator, likely well-versed in such acts. Cheng Luoi cast her gaze down at the lifeless body, as if suddenly recalling something. She slowly crouched, prying open the man's skull with the alloy blade, and then, with her delicate fingers, delved into the cavity, stirring the contents within. What could she possibly be doing? Lin Dong felt a twinge of curiosity as her movements reminded him of the days spent in the orphanage, filled with making dumpling fillings. Soon, Cheng Luoi found the man's crystal core and forcefully extracted it, her hands smeared with fresh blood, accompanied by some indistinguishable red and white substances. She then turned and approached Lin Dong, offering him the item in her hand. You give me bread, and I give you the crystal core. Oh. Lin Dong nodded, realizing she had been preoccupied with this matter, still as impulsive as before. However, her blood-soaked palm bore remnants of unidentified brain tissue. The blood mingling with other fluids, continuously oozing. It seemed rather unsanitary, didn't it? Freshly extracted, still warm, clean and hygienic, Cheng Luoi remarked, aware of Lin Dong's obsession with cleanliness. In Lin Dong's eyes, it was akin to soup-soaked rice, yet the broth was splattered everywhere, rendering it somewhat unappealing. He hesitated to move, standing still. Cheng Luoi glanced at him, her expression one of confusion. What are you still dissatisfied with? Not elegant enough, Lin Dong replied. Cheng Luoi rolled her eyes, mimicking his previous tone, eat it or not. A collective gasp escaped from Song Yang and the others. The brutality of this individual stood in stark contrast to the gentleness spoken of by the man in the leather jacket. He certainly met a fitting end. Simultaneously, they pondered, was this truly a person from the official shelter? How could one be even more ruthless than themselves? The Black Scorpion organization has partaken in cannibalism, even engaging in the cruel torture and murder of others, yet they lack a certain quality that Cheng Luoi possesses, an air of detachment. Suddenly, Song Yang was struck by a grave realization. There seemed to be an inconsistency in the number of individuals present. His gaze swept from Lin Dong to Qin Ming, scrutinizing each one. No matter how he calculated, there appeared to be an extra person. Yuan, didn't you mention sensing 6 individuals? Why are there 7? The short-haired girl furrowed her brow, her expression unusually grave. Yang, among them, one seems not to be human. What? Song Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had a certain faith in psychic perception. Not human. Then what is it? Following the girl's gaze, he turned to Lin Dong, who had picked up a blood-stained crystal core and was savoring it as if it were a delicacy. The answer was becoming increasingly apparent. Zombies. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that the people from the official shelter were mingling with zombies. The events of the day had taken on a surreal quality, igniting a fierce sense of impending danger within him. He glanced around. His greatest asset at that moment was their numerical superiority. It was crucial to act swiftly, eliminate them, and everyone should join forces. Agreed. The others nodded in silent accord. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted and battle was imminent. The members of the Black Scorpion organization unleashed their awakened abilities, exuding an aura as fierce as that of a tiger. Cheng Luoi turned her gaze, her demeanor remaining unfazed. You stay here and don't move. I will fetch some more crystal cores. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, taken aback. The sentence feels somewhat peculiar. At this moment, Song Yang and several key players had already approached Cheng Luai. Song Yang's awakened ability was the metallic transformation of his skin, endowing him with extraordinary strength. His skin was shifting, enveloped in a layer of silvery brilliance, and as he moved, the sound of clashing steel resonated, as if he were donned in a suit of metallic armor. With a swing of his fist, imbued with immense force, a gust of wind surged forth, hurtling towards Cheng Luai's face. Undaunted, Cheng Luai raised her slender arm to block the impending strike. Bang! Pain value, 17. A sinister grin spread across Song Yang's silver-hued face as he called out to his teammates. Now is the time. Good, came the response from the rear as Yuan simultaneously unleashed a mental assault, her psychic energy flooding into Cheng Luai's mind, initiating a brainstorm. Cheng Luai felt as though her brain had been doused in boiling oil. An overwhelming pain surged through her, rendering her consciousness hazy. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yang swung his massive fist once more, seemingly intent on shattering her skull. At that moment, Cheng Luai's pain value shifted. Pain value, 26. With a single fist, moving at an almost imperceptible speed, she struck Song Yang squarely in the chest. Buzz. Boom. Song Yang crashed through a wall, buried beneath the rubble. How could this be possible? Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being subjected to a mental attack, Cheng Luai had sent their leader flying. Her expression morphed into a fierce snarl, the black scorpion tattoo on her face appearing to come alive. Yet, recognizing the urgency of the situation, she hastily turned her head to locate Cheng Luai, preparing to launch another mental strike. But a delicate, fair visage had already materialized before her. Chapter 51. Spare me the trouble in the next moment. Cheng Luai's fingers, sharp as blades, plunged into the carotid artery of her foe. Yuan's expression of horror was instantaneously frozen. She parted her lips as if to utter something, yet only a stream of blood poured forth. A lifeless body crumpled at Cheng Luai's feet. What would happen if it reached 100? Suddenly, a magnetic voice echoed in her ear. Turning her head, she beheld the handsome visage of Lin Dong. Cheng Luai offered a faint smile. Perhaps I shall meet my demise. The bracelet she wore was specially crafted by researchers, intricately linked to her pain receptors, alerting her to the threshold of suffering she could endure. Upon reaching 100, she would unleash her utmost potential. Yet it would also signify the limits of her life. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqiang was locked in battle with a formidable awakened being. A power enhancer wielding a colossal alloy axe that weighed several tons, yet appeared almost weightless in his hands. The massive axe whirled through the air, crashing towards Sun Xiaoqiang. Cheng Luai has already repaid her debts to Lin Dong. I must do the same. His wise eyes flickered, and suddenly, his body crackled with sound as his previously gaunt frame swelled with muscle, becoming somewhat more robust. This was Sun Xiaoqiang's awakened ability, Fearless Frenzy. His intelligence plummeted dramatically, while his other physical attributes surged. The once intelligent expression on Sun Xiaoqiang's face now approached a state of bewilderment. Facing the oncoming giant axe, he exhibited no fear. Raising his fist to meet it head-on, a resonating clang echoed as metal met flesh. The axe handle contorted and bent under the impact. Even as a power-awakened individual, the shock reverberated through his hands, causing them to crack in agony, and the axe flew from his grasp. The man's expression was one of sheer horror. He had not anticipated such fierce bravery. While he stood there, stunned, Sun Xiaoqiang had already approached him and delivered another powerful punch to his chest, a sharp cracking sound echoing in his ears. The man's bones shattered under the impact, contorting grotesquely as he flew backward like a ragged sack. Victory was within reach. Sun Xiaoqiang clenched his fist. The minions of the Black Scorpion were no match for Cheng Luai and her companions. They were simply on different planes of existence, after all. Cheng was the awakened one from shelter number 001, renowned as the strongest. Even Chen Ming and his trio displayed remarkable synergy, wielding alloy knives and forming a tactical formation to engage the cerebral awakened. Before long, they had slain two of their adversaries. Damn it, how could they be this formidable? So Yang, who had been sent flying, struggled to rise from the debris, only to realize that his side had lost two key players, both of whom were pivotal. Particularly concerning was Cheng Luai, who continued to converse with Lin Dong, their laughter echoing as if they were merely catching up. It was clear they held him in utter disregard. A profound sense of crisis engulfed So Yang. as if a steel spike hovered above his brow, threatening his very existence at any moment. He immediately contemplated retreating, wishing to escape this dire situation. However, he did not believe he could elude Cheng Luoi. Thus, So Yang remembered that 3 of his subordinates remained upstairs, guarding the hostages within the shelter. That was his last resort. With determination, So Yang leaped directly to the 2nd floor. His men on the 1st floor, already struggling in battle, were plunged into despair upon seeing their leader flee. Overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness, their minds echoing the sentiment, "What the hell?" Suddenly, they were all slain by Chan Ming and his companions. The battle on the 1st floor came to an end. Lin Dong did not intervene, for they were merely insignificant minions, and he preferred to observe the spectacle. "Here, take all of these." Sun Xiaoqiang offered a crystal core and several brain pills. Lin Dong glanced at him and replied, "Isn't this a bit excessive? Take it." The dean used to say, "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. You provided me with bread when I was at my hungriest, and I must repay you to the fullest," Sun Xiaoqiang proclaimed earnestly. Lin Dong said nothing further and accepted the crystal core and brain pills. In the grand hall on the 2nd floor, the once bustling KTV now lay desolate, a tense atmosphere permeating the air. In the center of the hall, 3 individuals knelt on the ground, bound by iron chains, emitting muffled sounds. Song Yang tore the tape from their mouths, intending to let them plead for help, hoping that Cheng Luoi might show mercy and spare them. Before long, Lin Dong and the others arrived. "Sister Cheng, save me. I don't want to die." A male student cried out in despair. Song Yang immediately warned, "Stop right there. Don't come any closer, or I will kill them at once." "Huh." Cheng Luoi looked up. She saw the 3 hostages trembling, still crying out for help, nearly frightened to death. Lin Dong quietly observed, curious about how Cheng Luoi would handle such a situation. At that moment, upon hearing the commotion, Cheng Luoi indeed remained in place, contemplating her next move, deep in thought. As Song Yang observed Cheng Luoi's stillness, he genuinely believed she was intimidated by his threats, which filled him with a sense of delight. The inhabitants of the shelter were indeed constrained by order, having long grown accustomed to regulation. How foolish they were. Cheng Luoi nodded, not disputing this notion. Upon hearing her acknowledgement, Song Yang felt a surge of confidence. "Very well. If you release us, I will allow you to take those 3 with you." "No need. For I have never submitted to the commands of the higher-ups," Cheng Luoi replied. Song Yang was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping her meaning. Even the 3 hostages wore expressions of bewilderment, having thought they were on the brink of salvation. Their hearts plummeted once again into despair. In an instant, Cheng Luoi launched a sudden offensive, her form flickering as she darted forward with astonishing speed. With gritted teeth, Song Yang felt an overwhelming pressure, yet simultaneously, a fierce resolve ignited within him. "Brothers, let us fight," he managed to utter through clenched jaws, and with a swift motion, he drew his hand like a blade, intending to eliminate a few hostages. Even if he were to perish, he would take several down with him. "Indeed. Damn it, let us go," his 3 subordinates shouted, their spirits soaring. All were awakened crystal core users, possessing considerable strength. Boom. The confrontation began with Cheng Luoi trading blows with Song Yang. Her immense power sent him hurtling backward, crashing through 2 walls of the compartment before finally coming to a halt. Nonetheless, relying on his metallic skin, Song Yang sustained minimal injuries, clawing his way out from the rubble to continue his assault on Cheng Luoi. On the other side, 3 awakened individuals fought alongside Sun Xiaoqiang. Their synergy was commendable, and through their agility, they managed to hold their ground, preventing immediate defeat. The entire hall descended into chaos, with shattered tiles and collapsing walls, as waves of energy surged uncontrollably. Among them, Cheng Luoi and Song Yang engaged in the most intense battle. Time and again, Song Yang was sent flying, yet he persistently rose to his feet, reminiscent of an indomitable pest. Cheng Luoi's strength was derived from her accumulation of pain, while Song Yang's defensive capabilities prevented her from inflicting significant harm, making it difficult for her to break through his defenses. Faced with this predicament, she resolved to resort to an old method. Cheng Luoi's gaze sharpened. There were numerous ways to induce suffering upon oneself, and one of the most convenient methods was self-harm. She had engaged in such acts during her time in a psychiatric hospital. However, just as she prepared to act, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "Hey, don't trouble yourself." Chapter 52. Frugality. Cheng Luoi possessed formidable strength, yet unlike Lin Dong, she lacked elegance. Her methods were rather bloodthirsty and violent, leaving sauce splattered everywhere. She turned to see Lin Dong approaching steadily, his demeanor calm and composed, and she understood his intentions. She took a few steps back, relinquishing the battlefield to Lin Dong. Meanwhile, Song Yang squinted, a jolt of realization hitting him as he recalled the fierce battle that had ensued, momentarily forgetting the most dangerous individual present. Throughout the entire confrontation, Lin Dong had not made a single move. What his awakened ability was remained a mystery. Song Yang dared not to be careless. He forced himself to concentrate, directing all his attention towards Lin Dong. Yet, Lin Dong continued his relentless advance, the distance between them diminishing with each moment. What could this signify? A sense of confusion enveloped Song Yang as he watched Lin Dong approach, leaving him no choice but to strike. Die! He roared, the sound akin to steel grinding against steel as he swung his heavy fist toward his adversary. In an instant, a crimson glint flashed in Lin Dong's eyes as he activated his domain of the dead. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Song Yang, a consequence of Lin Dong's recent days of seclusion and relentless evolution, which had rendered his domain even more formidable. Song Yang felt his body grow heavy, as if he were plummeting to the ocean's depths, rendering him momentarily immobile. With a deft sidestep, Lin Dong evaded the incoming punch and, in passing, thrust his fingers into Song Yang's skull. He effortlessly penetrated the cranium, extracting the crystalline core within. The fluidity and precision of his movements resembled that of a mere gesture, executed with the utmost ease. Song Yang's expression morphed into one of horror as his life force waned swiftly, his metallic skin fading to reveal his original form. His body then lurched backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, lifeless. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments. As Lin Dong traversed a few paces to retrieve Song Yang's core, akin to plucking an item from a pocket, Chen Ming and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing such a method of murder for the first time. Externally, Song Yang appeared unscathed, yet his core had been extracted. It was utterly bizarre, profoundly uncanny. A wave of fear coursed through them, every hair standing on end, as they became increasingly convinced that Lin Dong was indeed the enigmatic king of the dead, capable of taking lives without leaving a trace. At this moment, Song Yang's three subordinates stood in stunned disbelief. Was their leader truly dead, without any explanation? Seizing the opportunity while one was momentarily dazed, Sun Xiaoqiang struck him fiercely in the chest, shattering his bones and sending him crashing to the ground with a chilling scream. After which he lay still and lifeless. Oh no! The remaining two soon realized the futility of their resistance. No matter how valiantly they fought, it was all in vain. Their spirits crushed, they quickly succumbed to defeat at the hands of Sun Xiaoqiang. With that, the battle came to a close. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. While the KTV lay in disarray, strewn with bodies, 3 hostages and 13 members of the Black Scorpion, all lifeless upon the floor. Lin Dong, you are incredible. You dispatched that metal man with such ease, exclaimed Sun Xiaoqiang in wide-eyed amazement. You are quite formidable yourself, Lin Dong replied, genuinely surprised that, given his intelligence, he could awaken such formidable abilities. Sun Xiaoqiang erupted into laughter. Ha ha, you've noticed that, have you? Meanwhile, the others were busy clearing the battlefield. Cheng Luoyi approached the bodies of the 3 hostages, her gaze fixed upon them with a profound sense of regret for not being able to save them. Then, she knelt down, her fingers delving into their skulls, meticulously extracting their brain cores one by one. The enemy's crystal cores were valuable, and one must not waste the brain cores of their own. Beside them, Chun Ming and the others were communicating with the headquarters of the shelter, reporting the situation. The members of the Black Scorpion organization have been dealt with. A total of 13 assailants were neutralized, with the actual kill count at 16. Sun Xiaoqiang watched in bewilderment, quickly interjecting with his question. Where's the corpse? Did you take it away? Lin Dong casually responded. Goodness. Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Was he really eating here and planning to take leftovers? In addition, Cheng Luoyi and others found the plundered supplies, which were rather meager. Lin Dong glanced around and noted 5 boxes of instant noodles, a few bags of dry noodles, 2 bags of rice, and 1 bag of flour. There were also some canned fruits, chocolates, and snacks, although most were expired, and many had already been consumed by Song Yang and others. It was evident that the supplies in the shelter were critically scarce. The fact that they dispatched the high-ranking Cheng Luoyi and Sun Xiaoqiang for such a trivial amount underscored its significance. Cheng Luoyi remarked, while Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He exclaimed, "Hey, we finally have something to eat." The four from the rear, Chun Ming and his companions, took on the role of porters, struggling under the weight of the rice and boxes, appearing somewhat disheveled. Moreover, they were exceedingly intimidated by Lin Dong and dared not approach him, trailing behind at a distance. No, Lin Dong shook his head in refusal. Sun Xiaoqiang looked puzzled. "Why not? I do not require refuge," Lin Dong replied. "Oh." Sun Xiaoqiang nodded, seemingly understanding, yet not fully grasping the situation. At that moment, they reached the street where they had encountered each other, signaling the time to part ways. Cheng Luoi gazed at Lin Dong with wide eyes. "When will we meet again? If the shelter is in need of food, you may exchange it for crystal cores." Lin Dong contemplated briefly before responding. "All right," Cheng Luoi readily agreed, marking the beginning of a cooperative relationship. To facilitate communication, the two individuals added each other as friends online, allowing for casual conversation. After handling the matter, Lin Dong bid them farewell. "That will be all for now. See you next time." "Yes, goodbye." Chun Ming and his companions, burdened with their belongings, hurriedly circumvented Lin Dong and quickly caught up with Cheng Luoi. Sun Xiaoqiang also turned to wave goodbye. At that moment, the sun descended in the west, casting a golden hue that elongated their shadows as Cheng Luoi and the others gradually distanced themselves. Lin Dong watched them until they vanished at the end of the street. Soon after, a horde of ravenous zombies began to emerge from alleyways, lanes, and buildings, including Tank, Xiao Ba, and the doctor, gathering orderly behind Lin Dong. "Boss, are those your friends?" Chapter 53, Redemption. Lin Dong acknowledged, pivoting towards the building. Xiao Ba tilted his head, seemingly puzzled by the notion that the boss might have friends. However, a waft of delectable food soon enveloped him. As Lin Dong departed, he casually tossed aside a heap of corpses, some still warm. Hee. Xiao Ba grinned, dismissing any further contemplation. Cheng Luoi and her group traveled quite a distance without encountering any zombies until they exited Lin Dong's territory, where the terrifying figures re-emerged. Yet, they were merely low-level zombies, easily vanquished by ordinary individuals, posing no threat to the awakened. "Luoi, did you notice?" Chun Ming suddenly inquired. "What?" Cheng Luoi turned to him. Chun Ming elaborated. "As we emerged from the five-star nest, we encountered zombies once again, leading us to almost conclusively determine that your friend is indeed the king of that five-star nest." "Oh." Cheng Luoi nodded, her expression remaining unchanged. "Huh? You?" Chen Ming was taken aback, feeling a dissonance with his expectations. Was she not surprised? Beside him, Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head, despite his simplicity. He had begun to grasp something through the events that had transpired. "Sister Cheng, do you really think Lin Dong is a zombie? Does it truly matter whether he is human or undead?" Cheng Luoi paused momentarily before continuing. "What matters is that he is Lin Dong." Nearby, the remnants of a setting sun painted the sky a dark crimson, while several black crows cawed and circled overhead. In this desolate apocalypse, a few zombies were feasting upon flesh and blood. Xiaoba's chin was smeared with blood, and nearby, the other zombies nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. In contrast to other nests, which were comprised of subordinates hunting to offer tribute to their zombie king, Lin Dong stood apart, which deeply moved Xiao Ba and the others. The zombies indulged in their feast, while Tank sat apart, lost in thought, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Xiao Ba looked up at him. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I have no appetite." Tank crossed his arms, turning his head away in a proud manner, silently contemplating the need to hunt some humans to honor his leader and redeem himself. While Xiao Ba possessed a measure of intelligence, he was far from discerning Tank's inner thoughts and remained oblivious to his contemplation. "If you do not eat soon, there will be nothing left, and you will find yourself unable to indulge." Tank cast a fleeting glance at the flesh, feeling an undeniable stir within, his lips instinctively curling in anticipation. A few bites wouldn't hurt. In the following days, tranquility returned to the territory, with little of note occurring. Lin Dong languidly remained at home, diligently gathering intelligence and absorbing energy, occasionally engaging in online conversations with Cheng Luoi. The external hunger, bloodshed, and peril seemed to bear no relevance to him. This area of the building had transformed into a secluded paradise. Indeed, Lin Dong contemplated that both Cheng Luoi and Sun Xiaoqiang possessed formidable abilities. With ample provisions at his disposal, he could easily invite them to stay. In times of trouble, they would serve as invaluable allies. However, As awakened individuals designated as Shelter 001 and 002, they were inherently figures of significance, drawing attention like a tall tree in a breeze. Allowing them to remain would surely disrupt the peace. Thus, Lin Dong momentarily relinquished this notion, believing it would be best for them to stay within the shelter. Fostering a cooperative relationship instead. Downstairs, Xiao Ba and the other zombies languished in boredom, wandering the streets and patrolling the territory, yet alas, they always found little reward for their efforts. The most disheartened among them was Tank, whose intellect now mirrored that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, still brooding over his previous failures. At this moment, his imposing figure sat forlornly by the street, his back reflecting a sense of solitude. Where could he go to find some prey? In an effort to atone for past misdeeds, one must primarily capture prey and demonstrate filial piety to the elder, lest one be plagued by a lingering sense of guilt. However, the main urban area has long since succumbed to the clutches of zombies, rendering it a desolate realm devoid of humanity. The most one could hope to salvage from the sewers are a few large rats. Yet, the protagonist, Tank, mused that presenting a couple of these rodents to the elder might very well lead to his own demise. In the midst of his despair, a sudden flurry of wings caught his attention as a crimson-eyed crow alighted upon a nearby lamppost. Beneath the dark red sky, the crow's beak was smeared with blood, and it clutched a human eyeball in its mouth. The scene was undeniably grotesque. Tank, disregarding the unsettling sight, fixated on the bird, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The crow, sensing his gaze, tilted its head back and swiftly swallowed the eyeball, casting a disdainful look in Tank's direction. Fool, Tank thought to himself, feeling both speechless and mildly irritated. Yet, given his current predicament, he had no choice but to suppress his annoyance. Little black bird, do you know where I might find some prey? Of course I do. The crow blinked its red eyes. Tank's heart raced with excitement. Where? Tell me quickly. I shall not divulge that information, replied the crimson-eyed crow. Tank scratched his head, pondering why the little black bird harbored such a grudge. After all, he had merely attempted to catch it upon his arrival, albeit unsuccessfully. Please, you must tell me. I need to hunt to honor the elder. Ha, as if I would. The crow scoffed. Pray tell, when the time comes to ensnare our quarry, you shall receive your due share. The raven remained silent, its eyes darting about as it contemplated for a moment before flapping its wings and taking flight. Follow me, it cawed with a mischievous chuckle. Observing the raven's acquiescence, Tank broke into a broad grin, exuding the exuberance of a hefty child, his robust frame rising from the roadside. The crimson-eyed raven soared along the street, incessantly murmuring, "There are treasures, there are treasures." Oh, Tank's mouth gaped in astonishment, for it seemed that not only was there prey, but also treasures. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him. What treasures could it be? Could it be a particularly bountiful catch? Without hesitation, he trailed closely behind the raven. The raven glided through the air with remarkable speed, but Tank, agile and spry, leapt through the clusters of buildings, navigating rooftops and walls like a nimble giant ape. Their pursuit intensified as they ventured farther away, clearly surpassing the boundaries of Lin Dong's territory. Chapter 54. The treasure tank and the raven hastened forward, sweeping over the disheveled streets. A few zombies caught sight of them, raising their heads to emit low growls, evidently straying from their own domain. After approximately 10 minutes, Tank glimpsed a towering edifice ahead, from which billowing black smoke ascended, forming a thick cloud. A helicopter had collided with the midsection of the building, igniting into flames. The large glass windows shattered, revealing several humans engaged in a fierce struggle against the zombies within the interior of the first floor. Not only that, surrounding the edifice, countless zombies surged forth like an unrelenting tide, encircling humanity with an ominous presence. The undead breached the building, some scaling the walls with alarming swiftness, creating a scene of extraordinary spectacle. Indeed, there are still humans, Tank muttered to himself. There is treasure, treasure, the crow echoed, flapping its wings in a frantic rhythm. Upon closer inspection, Tank noticed one of the humans clutching a box, handcuffed securely to their wrist. The others formed a protective barrier around this individual, indicating the box's immense significance to them. What could be contained within that precious vessel? Tank's curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, a large black bird, resembling a projectile, collided with a helicopter's glass, shattering it effortlessly. Its sharp beak penetrated the pilot's eye socket, precipitating the aircraft's catastrophic descent into the realm of the undead. Fortunately, they were all awakened beings. Aside from the pilot, no lives were lost in the crash. However, the throngs of zombies in the vicinity plunged them into a perilous predicament. "Hurry! Zombies are climbing up," Sun Dabiao shouted urgently. A nearby awakened being emanated an icy aura, conjuring a multitude of icicles that formed before the floor-to-ceiling windows. He unleashed these lethal shards upon the advancing zombies with deadly precision. The icicles, sharper than any blade, pierced through the undead, sending them plummeting from the heights. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, relentlessly ascending. In the distance, a formidable figure known as the Zombie King loomed atop a 3-story building opposite, a towering silhouette with razor-sharp fangs and blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of menace as it patrolled its territory. Unexpectedly, today the heavens bestowed a windfall. An aircraft plummeted from the sky. Consequently, it promptly rallied its minions to launch an assault. Although the awakened humans were formidable, they could not withstand the onslaught of a pack of wolves. The awakened continued to exert their abilities, but could hardly endure for long, as their strength was being depleted. All that was required of him was to reap the rewards of their efforts. Meanwhile, in the distance, a tank and a raven locked eyes, both fixated on the scene before them. The crimson-eyed raven remarked that the helicopter had indeed been shot down by it. Witnessing the precious prize slip into the hands of others was intolerable. "Let us engage. Who fears whom?" The tank was no coward either. Despite being on enemy territory and surrounded by a horde of zombies, it dared to seize its opportunity. Thus, a creature and a bird swiftly charged into the fray. The tank, agile and robust, barreled through the horde, scattering several zombies in its wake, and thundered down to the base of the building. With a powerful leap, it ascended the wall, resembling a spider, climbing rapidly and gracefully. Beware! A mutated zombie. The tank's formidable physique and speed swiftly distinguished it from the tide of corpses, immediately capturing the attention of Sun Dabiao. The ice element awakened beside him promptly conjured ice spikes, launching them downward once more. With a roar, the tank bellowed and raised its right hand to shield its face as the sharp ice spikes pierced into its palm. However, the tank's tough skin and robust flesh rendered the ice spikes incapable of penetrating deeply, inflicting only minor superficial wounds. This posed no significant threat to it. With a crunch, the tank, fierce and relentless, clenched its fist, shattering the ice spikes within its palm. Then, with sheer power, it propelled itself upward, soaring over 20 meters, closing in on the human's defensive level. This zombie was indeed formidable. As the tank drew closer, Sun Dabiao's brow furrowed ever deeper. Meanwhile, the towering corpse king observing from the opposite side was equally astonished. He recalled that none of his subordinates bore such a formidable presence. Whose subordinate is this, exhibiting such valor? Yet, witnessing the tank assaulting the humans, he gave it little thought and even instructed his minions to assist in the endeavor. The tank was indeed fearsome. One of its hands rested on the windowsill, and with a powerful motion, its muscular form vaulted through the opening. Several humans, upon seeing this, immediately retreated. The windowsill was lost, and the horde of zombies began to ascend one after another, their faces twisted in a bloodthirsty grimace as they roared at the few remaining individuals. "I will hold them back," declared the ice element awakened, thrusting both hands forward as a chilling aura enveloped the air, frost beginning to crystallize with a series of cracking sounds. An ice wall was on the verge of forming before him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark shadow darted in at an astonishing speed, launching a lateral ambush akin to a dagger's beak, piercing directly into his temple. With a sickening squelch, warm blood sprayed forth, and the ice element awakened collapsed in a heap. Sun Dabiao's eyes widened in shock as he turned to the shadow, realizing it was none other than the enormous black bird that had attacked the helicopter. This was no mere coincidence. It had been premeditated. Brother Crow was no ordinary bird. It could consume 2 people in a single meal, illustrating its immense potential. After the ice element awakened was eliminated, the zombies surged forward, clustering in pairs to pounce on the remaining humans, tearing them to shreds. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with the cacophony of roars, growls, and anguished screams. The tank, disregarding all else, rushed forward with clear intent, his hand reaching out to seize Sun Dabiao's box. "Treasure." Sun Dabiao furrowed his brow and struggled with all his might. "Get away from me." Yet, the tank's strength was formidable. With a sudden tug, he nearly pulled both the box and Sun Dabiao into his embrace. Sun Dabiao's eyes reddened, a searing heat radiating from him, as a fire element awakened one. He had expended most of his energy in the earlier battle and was now left with little, drawing on his last reserves. Flames erupted from his left arm as he clutched the tank's wrist, attempting to force him to release his grip. The air was soon filled with the acrid scent of burning flesh, a whiff reminiscent of singed hair. "Let go of me, treasure." At that moment, the tank was singularly focused on the box. Despite the excruciating burn, his stubborn resolve prevented him from relinquishing his hold. Sweat beads began to slide down Sun Dabiao's forehead, his face ashen and his vision blurred, his body on the brink of collapse from exhaustion. With a sudden surge, the tank seized the opportunity and yanked the box with all his might, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh and bone snapping. Sun Dabiao's right arm was torn away. Chapter 55. I Can Fly. Sun Dabiao let out a wretched scream as he fell to the ground, bereft of the flames that had once shielded him. He was swiftly engulfed by the horde of zombies surrounding him. The treasure was now in the tank's possession, cradled in his arms, the handcuffs still attached to his severed arm. The remaining humans in the vicinity had been completely devoured. The zombies, having secured victory in this battle, were filled with an exhilarating sense of triumph. The tank, similarly elated, raised a box above his head and let out a roar, reminiscent of someone hoisting the World Cup, imbued with a hint of boastfulness, even though he had no inkling of what lay within the box. Interestingly, the surrounding zombies joined in his celebration, emitting low growls in unison. "Foolish creature, what is there to boast about? You ought to leave quickly." The distinctive caw of a crow pierced the air. Ah, indeed. The tank suddenly snapped back to reality. This was not his territory. The danger was palpable, and he needed to depart at once. Thus, he tempered his demeanor, clutching the box tightly and prepared to retreat discreetly. "Hey, stop right there." A voice like grinding stones echoed from behind him. It was the imposing zombie king, who presided over this territory. The tank paused momentarily, halting his steps but refraining from turning around, presenting only his back. With the appearance of the zombie king, the other zombies fell silent, following their leader's gaze toward the formidable tank. In that instant, the tank became the focal point of the horde. Sometimes, being the center of attention is not necessarily a blessing, the tank mused. The towering zombie king had long discerned that he did not belong to this region. "Hand over what you have in your possession." "Not a chance." The tank retorted defiantly, shouting to the crow, "Run." The zombie king's fierce gaze narrowed, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. "Seize him," he bellowed. The horde of zombies, commanded by their leader, roared and surged toward the tank and the crow. Yet, both of them moved with remarkable speed, especially the tank, resembling a humanoid bulldozer, shattering everything in its path while maintaining a straight trajectory until the very end. The tank reached the edge of a building and leaped into the air, plummeting down from a height of several dozen meters. Alas, in midair, the tank realized something was amiss. It was not the fear of falling that troubled it, but rather the sight of a dense horde of zombies below, as if they were deliberately waiting for its arrival. Thud! The tank landed amidst the pile of corpses, its tremendous force cracking the pavement and sending several zombies flying. However, the remaining undead lunged towards it with fervor. The tank, like a rampaging bull, charged through the mass of bodies, entirely indifferent to the zombies gnawing at its back. Just then, the towering zombie king, accompanied by a band of elite minions, approached menacingly. Should they capture it, even the tank's formidable strength would be rendered futile. Torn to shreds. "Run to the rooftop. Run to the rooftop," cawed the crows in midair, offering their counsel. Oh! The tank looked up and beheld a tall building ahead. It surged forward and leaped, scaling the wall with agility. In no time, it reached the summit. The ordinary zombies lacked the ability to climb, leaving only the elite to pursue its pace. "Don't run." Glancing back, the tank saw the towering zombie king and its minions closing in. Thus, the tank sprinted across the rooftop, leaping from one building to another, akin to the finest parkour athlete in the world. Yet, the zombie king was swifter. After all, the tank was built for strength, and in terms of speed, it was at a disadvantage against its formidable pursuer, who was drawing ever closer. Behind him trailed hundreds of elite followers, relentless like ravenous wolf cubs. "We cannot outrun them," the red-eyed crow remarked once more. "You must devise a means to conceal yourself." Ah, indeed. Tank thought this suggestion quite astute. How had it eluded him? Ahead loomed the precipice of the rooftop, the building towering over 100 meters. Instead of leaping to the opposite rooftop, Tank plunged down towards the street below. The towering corpse king sensed something amiss as Tank's form plummeted rapidly, vanishing from his line of sight in an instant. He hurried to the edge of the building and peered down, only to be astonished to find the street vacant. Tank had seemingly vanished. "Boss, where has he gone?" A subordinate arrived, glancing down with equal bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, the towering corpse king declared, "He must be hiding nearby. Find him at once." "Yes." The elite followers dispersed in search. Meanwhile, Tank and the crow had already sought refuge in a small room within the building. When Tank had leaped from the rooftop, he had not landed on the street but had instead grasped a windowsill mid-fall, pulling himself into the interior of the structure. His massive form curled into a corner, cradling a box in his hands. "Little Blackbird, your idea was quite brilliant." Of course, the red-eyed crow replied without hesitation. "But what shall we do next? We cannot escape." The Tank found itself in a predicament, for the corpse king would not relent, and his minions continued to multiply, ultimately surrounding him and leaving no escape. With time slipping away, the Tank's situation grew increasingly perilous. The red-eyed crow was always resourceful. The Tank implored earnestly, yet the crow merely blinked, falling into a momentary silence before regarding him with an expression akin to patronizing concern. "I can fly, you fool." It flapped its wings and soared out of the window. The Tank was rendered speechless, suddenly recalling that birds possessed the gift of flight. Indeed, a fine bird. The crow alighted on the windowsill, scrutinizing him. The Tank was immediately perplexed. "Give me the treasure." A series of knocks echoed, bang, bang, bang. Before long, the window of Lin Dong's home was rapped upon. Turning to look, he saw the red-eyed crow perched upon the ledge. What struck Lin Dong as peculiar was that it clutched a box in its beak, gleaming with a metallic sheen, adorned with a red circle featuring a T-shaped emblem at its center. That was the exclusive insignia of Tech Corporation. "Why such courtesy today, bringing me a gift?" Lin Dong queried lazily as he opened the window. The crow's red eyes sparkled. "This is a surprise." Chapter 56, The Z-Virus. A surprise? Lin Dong's curiosity piqued as he contemplated the meaning of this surprise. The box, crafted entirely from a robust alloy, felt as pliable as Play-Doh in Lin Dong's hands. With a gentle flick, he easily opened it. Lin Dong's gaze was fixed as he discovered, within the box, a series of ampoules containing a pale blue, transparent liquid. Beside it lay an experimental report detailing the properties of the liquid. Upon examination, Lin Dong noted the label, Z-Virus. The report stated, experimental results. Injection of the Z-Virus into low-tier zombies can enhance cellular vitality, bestow rapid healing abilities, and induce a state of exhilaration, stimulating reflex nerves and augmenting response speed. Zombie Sample 1. After the injection of the Z-Virus, a D-tier zombie exhibited signs of healing from decay, achieving optimal physical condition within 24 hours, successfully integrating with the virus. Zombie Sample 2. The subsequent entries detailed the experimental procedures and meticulous records, documenting a total of 15 successful trials, with the zombies exhibiting no adverse reactions. This was a zombie evolution agent. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had heard someone mention that Tech Corporation was cultivating zombies, making the existence of such a substance unsurprising. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Given Lin Dong's prowess, he had no need for these low-grade products, as his own healing abilities were extraordinarily robust. The most crucial aspect was that he rarely sustained injuries. However, this Z-Virus could be employed by his subordinates. According to the experiments, the injection into D-tier zombies could enhance their healing capabilities and improve their reaction times. What if it were to be administered to elite zombies? Lin Dong surmised that the Tech Corporation's experimentation was not sufficiently comprehensive, and he ought to engage in some research of his own, adding to the data. Where did this come from? I acquired it while raiding another territory with the Tank. The red-eyed crow proudly proclaimed, quite impressive. Lin Dong complimented, then inquired, what about the Tank? The red-eyed crow appeared to recall its mission at that moment. Lin Dong, rendered speechless, felt compelled to praise it further, as it had indeed left him at a loss. Naturally, he had to rescue it. Thus, he promptly issued commands to Xiao Ba and the doctor. At that moment, Xiao Ba was kneeling on a rooftop, weeping uncontrollably, for the recent tranquility of its territory had rendered it unbearably bored, fostering a deep yearning for carnage. Upon receiving Lin Dong's directive, the sobbing ceased abruptly, its head snapping up to reveal a sinister grin. He. Meanwhile, the doctor traversed the streets, flanked by a throng of zombies trailing behind him. Several of them roared in fury, their anger palpable as they realized their big brother had been cornered by the undead. This was intolerable. They must tear them apart to quell their rage. Moments later, the multitude of zombies converged in the streets, forming a considerable horde. Their malevolence thick in the air, a formidable wave advancing. Onward! Lin Dong commanded, instantly activating the zombie tide as it surged toward its destination. In the dim sky above, a solitary crow soared swiftly, leading the way. Behind it, the horde of zombies thundered forward, their ferocity overwhelming, an insatiable desire for bloodlust in their wake. As if a deluge had descended, causing the entire apocalyptic city to tremble beneath their feet. On the other side, the tank cowered in a small room. Its massive form curled up, exuding an air of profound grievance. Why haven't they come yet? Outside, the chorus of the undead howled in rage, clearly mocking its plight. Moreover, a series of footsteps echoed at the door. Through the cracked walls, the tank peered and discerned a formidable zombie entering the vicinity, its nose twitching like that of a hound. This zombie, though of mediocre caliber, possessed an evolved and exceptionally keen sense of smell, steadily advancing towards the tank. Following the faintest scent, what to do? The tank scratched its head, acutely aware of the impending discovery. In such a critical moment, it was imperative to outsmart the threat. Soon, a plan emerged. By tossing a stone to create a sound, it could divert the zombie's attention. Yes, this strategy is quite clever. Who dares to call me a fool? The tank felt a surge of satisfaction as it groped the ground, swiftly retrieving a broken brick, and with a deft flick of the wrist, hurled it out the window. Whether the keen-nosed zombie was lured remained uncertain. However, as the brick soared through the air in a graceful parabola, it fortuitously struck the towering zombie king squarely on the head. Who threw that brick? A nearby minion observed with clarity. Boss, the brick came from the building. There's a zombie inside. The towering zombie king pondered for a moment and immediately deduced the situation. That fellow is hiding within the building. Go after him. Roar. Several elite zombies bellowed, leaping onto the wall and scrambling towards the window. Hearing the commotion outside, the tank squinted, sensing something amiss and contemplating for a brief moment. Have I made a miscalculation? Yet, in the next instant, the fearsome visages of several zombies appeared at the window. They spotted the tank's silhouette, roaring as they charged towards it with alarming speed. Simultaneously, the horde surrounding the high-rise began to converge towards this very spot. Alas, the tank swung its fist, sending the approaching zombies flying, before swiftly turning to flee. Bang! Just as the tank shattered a wall, an enormous fist suddenly struck its forehead. The tremendous force caused it to stumble backward, collapsing onto the ground. Humph! How dare you strike me with a mere brick? The towering corpse king seethed with rage. The tank, with narrowed eyes, began to comprehend the unfolding situation. The imposing corpse king, exuding a menacing aura, manifested bone spurs from its skeletal hands, resembling those of Wolverine. This was the first time the tank had encountered such an ability, piquing its curiosity. What is this? Bone hyperplasia? Die! The towering corpse king swung its hand. The sharp bone spurs slicing through the air, aimed directly at the tank. In a moment of peril, the tank raised its arm in defense. However, despite its robust and thick flesh, it could not withstand the bone spurs, which pierced through, creating gaping wounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It hurt. The tank hastily retreated to evade further attacks. Yet, the corpse king relentlessly pursued, launching another assault with its bone spurs. The tank was compelled to use its other arm for defense, but as its hands clashed against the spikes, it soon bore several more wounds. Meanwhile, a horde of elite zombies was roaring behind, closing in fast. Chapter 57, Revenge. In a moment of fury, the tank's vision turned red. Its massive form charged at the corpse king, disregarding the agony of the bone spurs piercing its palm, and seized its fist with a powerful grip. The towering corpse king was overwhelmed by the tank's might, being pushed backward uncontrollably. Boom! The two figures shattered the last outer wall and plummeted from the towering heights. In midair, they continued to tumble, tearing at each other, engaged in a ferocious struggle. Upon impact, a resounding crash echoed as they struck the ground, causing the entire street to tremble, with cracks radiating beneath them. In terms of sheer strength, the imposing corpse king was no match for the tank, which was pinned beneath him, receiving relentless blows. However, a horde of zombies immediately surged towards the tank, opening their gaping maws to bite and claw. With a roar of agony, The tank seized one zombie by the neck and hurled it away, sending its head spinning a full 360 degrees, blood spurting from its mouth and eyes. Yet, beneath him, the Corpse King seized the opportunity, driving his sharp bone spikes into the tank's rear. The tank howled in excruciating pain, leaping away from the onslaught. But at that moment, all he could see were the terrifying visages of the zombies. For the tide of the undead had engulfed him, ceaselessly piling up, layer upon layer. The zombies' razor-sharp fangs relentlessly tore at the tank's armor, inflicting excruciating pain. Even a being of iron seemed on the verge of being shredded to pieces. Was this the end? The tank, utterly powerless to resist, sank into despair. Then, a tremor coursed through the earth, heralding the approach of an overwhelming force. A series of thunderous impacts reverberated. Boom, 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 boom. A tremendous pressure enveloped the tank, and the zombies upon him were obliterated, flesh and blood scattering, the stench overwhelming. What was happening? The tank felt the burden on him lighten progressively, and as the last layer of zombies exploded, his vision was restored. Through the swirling crimson petals of blood, he beheld an extraordinarily handsome visage. Lin Dong, clad in a pristine white shirt, remained untainted amidst the blood-soaked battleground, his expression serene as he cast his gaze upon the tank. Such devastation. Lin Dong observed that the tank was drenched in blood, utterly transformed into a red tank, its surface riddled with bite marks and gaping wounds from protruding bone splinters. Treating my younger brother as if he were a mere pawn, is that not exceedingly cruel? The tank, at this moment, was on the verge of tears, feeling as though a divine savior had descended to rescue him in his direst hour. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed two factions of zombies engaged in a fierce struggle, gnawing at one another, clawing, gouging eyes, and throttling necks with utmost ferocity. Among them, Xiaoba moved like a specter, his bony claws severing a head, his form flickering before vanishing, only to reappear before another zombie in the next instant. The bone claws continued their deadly dance, severing necks with ruthless efficiency. A sinister smile adorned Xiaoba's face, resembling a reaper on the battlefield, as heads flew from bodies, which collapsed in a cacophony of death. Elsewhere, the doctor fought alongside the horde of zombies, delivering powerful punches to smaller foes, or unleashing his mental prowess to assault the undead adversaries. All the brothers had arrived. If zombies could shed tears, the tank would now weep like a fountain. Meanwhile, the bone-spike zombie king was struck with profound dread. Suddenly, a tide of countless corpses surged forth, engulfing his subordinates, and among them were numerous elite zombies, akin to relentless killing machines, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Amidst the chaotic melee, he discerned a tall figure clad in pure white, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. The bone-spike corpse king could sense no trace of his presence. Yet an inexplicable dread gnawed at his heart, a suppression emanating from the depths of his soul. This sensation had arisen before, in the presence of his sovereign. "How dare you trespass upon our territory?" The bone-spike corpse king exclaimed fiercely. Lin Dong, disinterested, deemed him a mere minion. In a fleeting thought, the realm of the dead unfurled before him, extending for dozens of meters. The bone-spike corpse king stood rigid, as though engulfed in a sea of blood. "Boss, allow me." Tank leapt from the ground with a resounding thud, seemingly impervious to his myriad wounds, his gaze fixed menacingly upon the bone-spike corpse king, yearning for vengeance. "Very well, go ahead," Lin Dong nodded in assent. Tank surged forward with two powerful strides, leaping into the air to deliver a devastating punch that sent the bone-spike corpse king crashing to the ground. With one hand, he pinned it down while his other fist rained blows upon its face. Bang, bang, bang. As Tank's fists descended, the earth trembled beneath them, and in mere moments, he drove the creature's head into the ground, leaving cracks radiating outward. Unsatisfied, Tank seized the corpse king's arms, twisting them as if wringing a cloth, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. With a gruesome display, flesh and blood splattered as the skeletal remains were exposed. "Dare to provoke me again? Watch as I crush your skull and shatter your bony protrusions." Tank muttered fiercely. This bone-spike corpse king was not the undisputed ruler of the surrounding area. Rather, he was but a capable warrior, his strength comparable to that of Tank and his companions. Even in Lin Dong's absence, Little Eight and the Doctor could easily vanquish him. They possessed thousands of elite fighters under their command, their numbers overwhelming the enemy, resulting in a decidedly lopsided battle, a victory that was as swift as it was devastating. Before long, the opposing zombies were entirely slaughtered. The surrounding corpses piled up like small mountains, blood pooling beneath them, flowing like a meandering stream, while the air was thick with a pungent stench, mingling with the odor of decay. In this horrific tableau stood Lin Dong, untouched and solitary, as countless zombies converged upon him. "Boss, this is all my fault." Tank felt a deep sense of guilt. Originally, he intended to come here to hunt prey and redeem himself. However, he found himself in peril, requiring the boss's personal intervention to save him, thus only adding to his troubles and increasing his mistakes. Yet Lin Dong shook his head. "You performed admirably." "Huh." Tank, unaware of the Z-virus situation, was puzzled by why the boss praised him. "I believe I should not have recklessly ventured outside our territory, causing trouble for everyone. It's all my fault." "It's not your fault. It's mine. The territory is simply too small." Tank felt even more moved by these words. Having such a boss was truly a blessing, and he was at a loss as to how to repay him. Xiaoba glanced over, observing the sharp bone claws still dripping with blood. "I also think you did well. I should save you a few more times in the future. Let us not." Tank shook his head vigorously, feeling once was enough. Enduring more would be too much for him. He then looked up at the sky, where a red-eyed crow flapped its wings and landed nearby. "Little blackbird, I must thank you as well. Luckily, you called for help in time. Otherwise, I would have been bitten to death." The Tank expressed immense gratitude. The raven, with its crimson eyes, gazed intently and pondered for a moment before replying, "Zybe. No need for formality." Chapter 58, The Transaction and Injection. Upon hearing those words, the Tank felt a pang of discomfort, a psychological shadow cast over him from previous experiences. Returning to the building area, the task of administering the injections was naturally entrusted to the doctor. During the earlier skirmish, several elite zombies had sustained injuries, their flesh gruesomely torn and stained with dark blood. Given that the Z-virus possesses regenerative capabilities, Lin Dong resolved to commence the treatment with them. As a form of commendation for their valor in battle, a single crate of the Z-virus contained 500 doses. The doctor took a syringe, drew the serum into the barrel, and then swiftly pierced the neck of a zombie. As he gradually pressed the plunger, the pale blue serum flowed into the creature's body. Lin Dong stood before the window on the upper floor, observing intently. To his satisfaction, the effects of the serum were promising. As soon as it was injected, signs of healing began to manifest on the zombie's wounds, almost visibly accelerating. The zombie emitted low growls, its demeanor becoming increasingly agitated, for the Z-virus also stimulated its nerves, enhancing its reaction time. Furthermore, Lin Dong recalled from the experimental report that it would take 24 hours for the Z-virus to fully integrate with the zombie, at which point the results would likely be even more pronounced. The elite zombies under Lin Dong's command were no ordinary specimens. Although they had yet to awaken their abilities, they exhibited evolutionary changes in various physical traits, such as sharp claws, resilient bones, and acute senses. With the administration of the Z-virus, their strength would significantly increase, rendering each one capable of contending with B-class human awakeners. These 500 zombies are the elite among elites, a formidable zombie legion, a powerful weapon in Lin Dong's grasp. Today, Lin Dong leads the horde to invade another zombie king's territory, intending to eliminate its subordinates, leaving his adversaries in utter annihilation. It is only natural that the opposing forces will not take this lightly. Zombies are inherently ferocious and revel in slaughter. Those who rise to become zombie kings are not to be trifled with. Lin Dong surmises that retaliation is surely forthcoming. At this moment, the atmosphere within Tech Corporation is somber, having just received distressing news. The head of the department, Yi Jian, sits in his office, his expression dark and foreboding. "Yi, according to satellite tracking, the aircraft has crashed within a zombie territory." "Damn." Yi Jian cannot contain his frustration. The evolution serum has fallen into zombie-infested lands. What an utter disaster. "Is there any movement from Sun Dabiao and the others?" "No. There has been no communication. It's likely that their situation is dire," the assistant replies, his tone laced with apprehension. Yi Jian ponders grimly. It is surely a lost cause. An aircraft crash in a zombie domain can bode no good. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that without the Z-virus to enhance cellular vitality, the Q-virus cannot be injected to modify bones, thus halting the cultivation program altogether. Originally, they had a comprehensive plan for zombie cultivation, but now it has been completely derailed. "Which zombie king's territory did the aircraft fall into?" Yi Jian inquires. "Based on the intelligence gathered, the zombie king there is extraordinarily powerful. with an estimated commanding force of at least 30,000 zombies, rivaling the strength of the king in the skyscraper region, classified as a 5-star zombie nest. Damn it. When the subject of the corpse king in the skyscraper area arose, Yi Jian felt a surge of anger, as the annihilation of the Hunter action team had brought disgrace upon the company. Currently unable to cultivate a corpse king, perhaps. A discussion regarding collaboration with other corpse kings could be considered. The corpse king in the crash zone appeared to be a promising candidate. It possessed formidable strength, and its territory was in close proximity to the skyscraper. In this apocalyptic world, survival of the fittest reigned supreme. To not compete is to perish, and it likely yearned to expand its dominion as well. With a common adversary, there existed the potential for a temporary alliance. I believe I should seek out the corpse king in the crash zone for a conversation. A contemplative expression crossed Yi Jian's face. The assistant hastily interjected, President Yi, zombies are notoriously bloodthirsty. A mere disagreement could lead to murder. Is it not perilous to engage in negotiations? Indeed. Yi Jian nodded, pondering the corpse king's intentions. Did it relish communication with humans? Approaching it for negotiations would be akin to courting disaster. Therefore, it would be prudent to send someone to gauge its disposition. Yi Jian then turned to the assistant. You shall go and negotiate. Huh. The assistant was left utterly bewildered. As night descended, darkness enveloped the earth. Within the city of the apocalypse, an impenetrable blackness prevailed, where one could hardly see their own hand. A gust of night wind swept through, carrying the stench of blood and decay. The growls of zombies echoed sporadically as they engaged in fierce battles or preyed upon mutated beasts. Violence was omnipresent, and danger loomed at every turn. A faint glow illuminated his handsome face from the screen, revealing a succinct message from Cheng Luai, transaction. How much goods are needed? Cheng Luai types rather slowly, having spent a decade in a mental institution, devoid of formal education, and is somewhat inept at pinyin. Is there 200 pounds of flour available? Indeed. Lin Dong possesses a storage space brimming with countless resources. 200 pounds of flour is but a trifling matter. Very well, I shall exchange it for 4 crystal cores. No problem. This exchange transpired because Lin Dong had previously mentioned that when food was needed, one could barter crystal cores for sustenance, hence the dialogue above. The two agreed to meet the following morning at a square not far from Lin Dong's territory. On the following day within the shelter, Cheng Luai arose early. Her dwelling was a military green tent, a privilege granted only to the awakened ones, designated as number 001. The other survivors fared far worse, with some confined to small tents, while others merely spread newspapers on the ground to sleep outside. Stepping out, the brilliant sunlight illuminated her fair visage, enhancing her delicate beauty. Outside, a multitude of awakened individuals busied themselves, some constructing houses, others digging tunnels. But upon spotting Cheng Luai, they greeted her warmly. Luai, is it true that crystal cores can be exchanged for food? Inquired a diminutive young man, his eyes darting with curiosity. Cheng Luai cast a sideways glance at him. Indeed, I am about to seek someone for an exchange. The young man, intrigued, pondered the situation, although crystal cores were precious. Without food, one would surely perish. What manner of person would trade food for crystal cores? Surely, they must possess ample provisions. With this thought, the young man proposed. I happen to have a crystal core. May I accompany you to make an exchange? Indeed, Cheng Luai mused for a moment, as a barely perceptible smirk crept upon the corners of the young man's lips. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 59. A gift of friendship. The diminutive young man, named Jiang Wencheng, was also an awakened individual, designated as 023 within the sanctuary, possessing considerable strength. However, his true identity was that of a member of the Black Scorpion organization, clandestinely operating within the refuge to gather intelligence and serve as an informant. His contributions were pivotal during recent incidents of resource theft and hostage situations. Upon learning that Cheng Luai intended to venture out to exchange supplies, he was immediately consumed by ulterior motives. Naturally, he would never dare to confront Cheng Luai directly. Yet he speculated that the opposing party might be a small gang or a minor organization. Subsequently, Cheng Luai summoned Sun Xiaoqiang. Upon hearing of the meeting with Lin Dong, Sun Xiaoqiang expressed genuine delight, taking a moment to smooth his greasy hair, feeling quite dashing. Together, the trio departed the sanctuary, making their way toward the designated square. During their journey, Jiang Wencheng intentionally lagged behind, discreetly pulling out his phone to send a message to his organization. Brothers, it seems we have a promising lead, a big catch. What sort of big catch? Is the sanctuary acquiring resources again? Hee. Is the big catch a beauty? Jiang Wensheng continued. There's a transaction happening outside the sanctuary, and the opposing side possesses a substantial amount of food, though their origins remain unknown. Is that so? If that person can procure such an abundance of food, they must possess considerable strength. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, I share your sentiment. However, let us first approach and observe the formation on the opposite side before deciding whether to take action. I believe it is feasible. I shall proceed. The members of the Black Scorpion began to organize themselves, and Jiang Wensheng informed them of the trading location, in the square. Cheng Loi had chosen this site for the transaction, and naturally, there were not many zombies present. The fountain in the center had long since dried up, its basin filled with dark bloodstains and several thoroughly decayed bones. The surrounding fence had also collapsed, revealing a scene of utter desolation. Lin Dong, clad in a white shirt, stood at the edge of the basin, gazing into its depths as if admiring the scenery of the once splendid fountain. This square was not far from Lin Dong's home. Before the apocalypse, he often strolled here at night, when the square was bustling with life, filled with vendors selling balloons and children's toys, and the air was alive with the laughter of children. Now, however, it lay in utter silence. Occasionally, the distant growls of zombies echoed from within. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from between 2 dilapidated buildings, making their way toward the square. Cheng Lui, Sun Xiaoqiang, and Jiang Wensheng. Jiang Wensheng craned his neck to peer ahead and indeed spotted a figure in the square. Could it be? Just one? In this new world, devoid of order, a solitary individual venturing out to trade was surely at risk of being robbed or worse. Could it be that their companions were lurking nearby? Jiang Wensheng scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of others. Are they coming? Upon seeing Cheng Loi approach, Lin Dong took the initiative to greet him. Cheng Loi nodded. Have the goods arrived? They have, Lin Dong replied, casually tossing 4 bags of flour into the air, each weighing 50 pounds, totaling 200 pounds. Cheng Loi stepped forward, opened a bag, and pinched a small handful, bringing it to her nose for a whiff. Not bad, quite pure. Beside them, Sun Xiaoqiang looked on in disbelief. Are you two putting on a show? Meanwhile, Jiang Wensheng meticulously observed Lin Dong's every move. Could he be a space element awakener? He pondered. The abilities associated with the space element are generally formidable, yet not invincible. Jiang Wensheng tilted his head slightly and noticed, from a distance, several individuals in a nearby building, covertly watching them. The members of the Black Scorpion organization are in position. Haha, brother, are you really here alone for the trade? Jiang Wensheng inquired, seeking confirmation. Lin Dong met his gaze. Yes, just me. Jiang Wensheng was perplexed, yet he restrained his curiosity and probed further. Do you have any food left? I would like to exchange for some. None left, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. What? None? Jiang Wensheng was astonished, but quickly concluded that Lin Dong must be deceiving him. It was implausible that 4 bags of flour could be exchanged for a crystal core. This man is quite cautious, wary of me. However, his caution likely stems from insecurity and a lack of strength. If he were truly powerful, such precautions would be unnecessary. Those who can operate as spies are rarely ordinary. Jiang Wensheng, being astute, analyzed the situation through his dialogue, exploring various possibilities. He currently perceives that the individual before him may take action. In truth, with Lin Dong's keen sense of smell, he has long detected the presence of humans lurking within a nearby building, and this person before him harbors ill intentions. Sun Xiaoqiang boisterously remarked, Lin Dong, how have you been during our recent time apart? Not particularly well, rather dull and tedious, Lin Dong casually replied. Despite Sun Xiaoqiang's simplicity, he could not fathom how one could find life tedious with so much delicious food available. He secretly wished for a taste of such monotony himself. Cheng Loi stepped forward and handed him 4 crystal cores. If you have some free time, we could hunt zombies together and acquire more crystal cores. Surely, you know of many targets? At the moment, I truly do not, but I anticipate that will soon change, Lin Dong reflected. Cheng Loi nodded. All right. Do call upon me then. Certainly, if you come across any suitable hunting targets, feel free to reach out to me as well. No problem. They exchanged a few brief words. Although there were no zombies near the square, it was still the apocalypse, and danger could arise at any moment, making it unwise to linger. Consequently, they dispersed. On their way back, Cheng Loi and Sun Xiaoqiang each carried 2 bags of flour, which, despite totaling 100 pounds, felt as light as a feather. Sun Xiaoqiang beamed with pride. Jiang Wenqing grew increasingly silent. As they walked, he suddenly halted. "Oh, go ahead," Cheng Loi nodded. Jiang Wenqing offered a slight smile, turned, and soon vanished among the ruins of the buildings. Sun Xiaoqiang was still lost in fantasies of fluffy white buns, drool escaping his lips. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the shelter, a crystal core was worth a whole box of instant noodles, but here with Lin Dong, it equated to 50 pounds of white flour. Huh, is Lin Dong at a loss with this exchange? Fear not, he certainly isn't, as I generously gifted him something as well. Cheng Loi slightly tilted her head, revealing her exquisite profile, her bright eyes gazing in the direction where Jiang Wenqing had vanished. Chapter 60. Quite good indeed. Lin Dong was making his way towards the building when he sensed 4 human auras approaching from behind, deftly leaping from rooftop to rooftop in pursuit of him. Halt! Suddenly, one of them landed behind Lin Dong, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, commanding him to stop. Lin Dong paused and turned to see none other than Jiang Wenqing, who stood upright, dusting off his hands. His expression had transformed entirely. The previously warm smile was now replaced by a chilling demeanor, laced with a hint of smugness, as if he had become another person entirely. "If you refuse to exchange food with me, do not blame me," Jiang Wenqing smirked slightly, continuing, "By the way, I should inform you that I am affiliated with the Black Scorpions." Swish, swish, swish. The other 3 descended from above, landing on either side of Lin Dong, encircling him, effectively trapping him in the middle. Spatial abilities, are they? Quite rare indeed, but do not let him escape, a burly man exclaimed. Lin Dong surveyed the 4 with silence. Has he been struck dumb? A lean man chuckled maliciously. The Black Scorpion organization indeed possesses a certain level of intimidation over ordinary humans, as they act without any sense of morality and follow their whims. Jiang Wenqing assessed the situation. The space-type awakened individual is indeed a remarkable talent. Perhaps if you were to offer me all your food, I might consider allowing you to join our organization. There's no need for that, Lin Dong finally spoke up. Oh, Jiang Wenqing raised an eyebrow, noting that Lin Dong did not appear frightened. So, are you prepared to resist to the very end? Don't think that just because you possess space abilities, we are powerless against you. Do you know why I refuse to trade food with you? Lin Dong countered. What? Jiang Wenqing was bewildered. Beside him, the burly man grew impatient. Enough of this nonsense. Let us get to it before the night stretches on and troubles arise. Because you are the food. At that moment, Lin Dong spoke suddenly. The expressions of the 4 varied, sensing something was amiss. This individual was acting strangely, his words incomprehensible. The ground beneath them began to tremble, as though 1,000 horses were galloping forth. From the previously desolate street, zombies started to emerge. They moved with astonishing speed and agility, climbing down from rooftops and walls. Hee. Among them, Xiaoba flickered and vanished, swiftly reappearing before them. The tank leapt down from the rooftop like a colossal ape, crashing onto a scrap vehicle with a resounding thud, reducing it to mere rubble. A tide of corpses? Upon witnessing the terrifying scene, Jiang Wenqing immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, rendered speechless by the sudden onslaught of countless zombies. Retreat swiftly. The 4 companions sensed the peril and attempted to escape via their original path. However, the doctor, accompanied by the horde of undead, obstructed their route. A glance around revealed the area teeming with zombies, some on all 4s, lurking atop the rooftops or clinging to the walls, their eyes gleaming with malice. Their incessant growls encircling them completely. This, hissing, he is the king of the dead. The 4 instantly comprehended the dire reality, their hearts quaking with an overwhelming dread. Is this what you meant by a big fish? The burly man's eyes widened in horror, realizing that this was no mere fish, but a colossal great white shark. Jiang Wenqing was equally bewildered. I had no idea. He could not fathom that the food exchange between Sun Xiaoqiang and Cheng Loi had involved a king of the dead. Damn it. 1 fool and 1 lunatic. It's no wonder things have gone awry. The swarm of zombies encircled the 4, their growls akin to a pack of ravenous wolves poised to feast upon them. Ha, this is rather splendid. As the zombies drew ever closer, Jiang Wenqing, gripped by terror, hastily pleaded with Lin Dong. Please spare my life. I can join your ranks. Very well, Lin Dong nodded. You shall soon become one with them. With that, the frenzied horde surged forward. These were the elite zombies infused with the Z-virus. Before Jiang Wenqing and his companions could unleash their awakened abilities, They were swiftly brought to the ground, their flesh torn asunder, blood splattering in all directions. The four individuals, Jiang Wensheng and his companions, wailed in anguish, resting briefly, only to be soon engulfed by a tide of corpses. Just as the multitude of bodies began to feast upon them, a helicopter roared past in the distant sky. Inside was a young man, Yang Hao, the assistant to Yi Jian, whose demeanor was fraught with anxiety and trepidation. He was tasked by his superiors to negotiate with the corpse king, a malevolent figure, emblematic of the worst of capitalism. As Yang Hao muttered to himself, his gaze drifted to the window, his anxiety mounting, akin to that of a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Are we there yet? He asked nervously. Almost there, just fly past the building ahead, replied Xiao Zhang. Oh, Yang Hao responded, contemplating. How about we circle around a few more times? Xiao Zhang remained silent. The helicopter carried only the two of them, for if the negotiations succeeded, all would be well. But should they fail, having more people aboard would merely mean more lives at stake. With the roar of the rotor blades, the helicopter swiftly traversed the rooftop, officially entering the territory of the five-star corpse nest. Yang Hao's palms were slick with sweat, his heart lodged in his throat. He looked down to see countless zombies, disturbed by the noise of the rotor, racing through the streets like mad dogs, their numbers swelling as they howled and pursued. Brother Hao, have we arrived? Should we descend? Descend? Are you seeking death? Yang Hao cursed vehemently. To land now would surely spell their doom. He grabbed the microphone beside him and shouted through the helicopter's loudspeaker, "Hello. I am a representative of Tech Corporation here to negotiate with your leader. Can you hear me? I am from the tech company." Yang Hao gazed intently below, and after a brief moment, he noticed that the zombies suddenly fell silent and then dispersed in all directions. Oh, it seems effective. Brother Hao, are they trying to lure us down to devour us? Shut your mouth, Yang Hao retorted. Subsequently, the helicopter gradually descended and landed on a flat square. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang emerged, looking around, and found that there were indeed no zombies nearby, except for a corpulent figure standing at the forefront. Towering at nearly 6 feet tall, he was a mass of flesh akin to a sumo wrestler, with sharp fangs protruding from his mouth and a glint of ferocity in his small eyes. Chapter 61. Negotiation. This zombie was exceedingly overweight, with his arms and thighs bulging in rolls reminiscent of Michelin tires, henceforth referred to as Michelin. Yang Hao promptly raised both hands to signal his lack of hostility. We have come to discuss a collaboration. If successful, it will guarantee you numerous benefits. Benefits? Are they delicious? Michelin tilted his head, wearing a perplexed expression, clearly lacking in intellect. With such limited intelligence, it was evident that he could not command the five-star zombie nest. Michelin was merely a foot soldier, a powerful meat shield, comparable to a tank in Lin Dong's territory. Yang Hao's expression shifted as he realized this truth. It turned out he was not the sovereign of the five-star zombie nest. Humans, follow me, Michelin's deep voice rumbled, and then he turned and ambled forward, his ample flesh quivering with each step. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang exchanged a glance, promptly following in his footsteps. Along the way, both felt a palpable trepidation, their hearts still racing with anxiety. Although the zombies exhibited no overt signs of aggression, their erratic and violent nature suggested they could turn lethal at any moment. Fortunately, the pair encountered no other zombies during their journey. However, the atmosphere grew increasingly chilly, a metallic tang lingering in the air, while something appeared to writhe among the trees lining the street. As Yang Hao focused his gaze, he gasped in horror. What he beheld were massive, mottled pythons, their tongues flicking out, fangs glistening, coiled menacingly upon the branches. Just the sight of them sent chills coursing through him. So many snakes, he thought, realizing that nearly every tree bore this sinister presence. Overwhelmed by dread, he instinctively turned away, preferring not to witness the unsettling scene any longer. His mind raced with astonishment. The central area of the five-star corpse nest was infested with such serpents, leading him to surmise that the corpse king here possessed some malevolent power, perhaps even being a ghastly undead. Moments later, the two finally arrived at a building. The glass doors lay shattered, and several enormous pythons coiled menacingly upon the metallic frame. Their bodies as thick as an adult's waist, their bulbous heads resembling lanterns, with fierce, yellow eyes glinting ominously. The serpents raised their heads, scrutinizing the newcomers, their long tongues flicking as if they were poised to feast upon them. What is this? A den of snakes? Yang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Meanwhile, the guide, Michelin, maintained a surprising politeness. Please come in. Yang Hao was overwhelmed with dread, his mind racing as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it. That wretched boss, those vile capitalists." "Brother Hao, are you afraid?" asked Xiao Zhang in a trembling voice, seeking some solace. With a slight gulp, Yang Hao forced himself to respond. "What is there to be afraid of? We've come this far. We must press on. Let us keep our spirits high. We represent the company's reputation." Xiao Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Together, they approached the imposing entrance. Fortunately, as they passed by several massive serpents, they remained passive, merely twisting their necks to observe the duo as they ventured into the grand hall. Inside, the sight was horrifying. The entire space was densely populated with snakes, coiling and writhing in disarray, creating a nauseating atmosphere thick with the stench of decay. Fear reached its zenith within Yang Hao, his body trembling uncontrollably, feeling as if he might lose control of his bladder from sheer terror. Not wishing to linger any longer, Xiao Zhang urged him, "Brother Hao, we need to move quickly. You have to support me." Xiao Zhang, exasperated, thought to himself, "I can't even support a wall. How can I support you?" The two leaned on each other for reassurance as they cautiously navigated through the serpents, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Yang Hao realized that apart from his boss's schemes, this was the longest journey he had ever undertaken in his life. The two individuals, engulfed in tension, lost all sense of time, feeling as though mere seconds had stretched into an eternity. At last, they traversed the serpent's lair and entered the inner chamber. A chilling roar echoed around them, familiar yet terrifying, as grotesque visages of the undead emerged into view. These were elite zombies, akin to a royal guard. At the forefront of this ghastly assembly sat an imposing figure, his skin an eerie pallor, bordering on ash gray, devoid of any signs of decay. His features, despite their unsettling nature, retained a certain handsomeness. However, the area around his eyes was marred by a web of dark veins, creating a disconcerting appearance. Yet, the most horrifying aspect was his eyes, sickly yellow orbs with diamond-shaped pupils, reminiscent of serpents, evoking a primal fear within Yang Hao. A chill coursed down his spine, and he felt a warm dampness in his trousers, a reaction to sheer terror. Next to the serpent-eyed zombie king stood a woman, whose upper body was human, but whose lower half morphed into that of a spider, her swollen abdomen prominent, supported by 8 legs that resembled razor-sharp blades. This creature was a grotesque fusion of a zombie and a tarantula. With a long tongue, she licked her lips, her gaze fixated with unsettling curiosity upon the humans before her. Yang Hao cursed inwardly, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, the serpent-eyed king spoke, his voice a raspy whisper, akin to the sound of rusted metal scraping together. "Come and sit." Hesitating briefly, Yang Hao, trembling, moved toward the chair, only to discover that it too was infested with serpents. He could not help but silently curse once more. The wicked boss, the malevolent capitalist. How could he be forced to negotiate with the corpse king? This was more agonizing than death itself. He fought to suppress his discomfort as he sat upon the chair, the snake swiftly coiling around his calf, seemingly poised to strike and claim his life. Engulfed by the snake's presence, Yang Hao's mind went blank. He instinctively reached into his pocket and retrieved a cigarette. However, the lighter in his other hand trembled violently, failing to ignite despite numerous attempts. At that moment, the snake-eyed corpse king took the lighter from him, pressing it gently, and a flicker of flame sprang to life. "Thank you." Yang Hao inhaled deeply, the nicotine momentarily soothing his rising fear, granting him a semblance of calm. "Speak, what do you wish to discuss?" the snake-eyed corpse king inquired. Our company, Tech Corp, recently had a shipment of potions fall within your territory, did it not?" Yang Hao began, seeking information. The corpse king nodded initially, but soon shifted the narrative. "Indeed, it did fall, but it was seized by the corpse king of the skyscraper district, who also killed one of my most capable subordinates, along with thousands of my minions." "What? Him again?" Yang Hao furrowed his brows, contemplating the situation before him, which starkly contrasted with his initial expectations. It appeared his boss had miscalculated. The meat bun had failed to reach the dog here. What did you say?" Nothing. It's nothing." Yang Hao hastily waved his hand, his anxiety causing him to inadvertently speak the truth. Chapter 62, A Call for Help? "My intention is to say that the corpse king is exceedingly audacious, daring to slay your subordinate. We ought to unite and eradicate them entirely." Yang Hao insisted vehemently. The serpent-eyed corpse king had long harbored such thoughts, brazenly committing murder and plundering within his own territory, then simply departing. Such audacity was truly intolerable. However, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the enemy's situation, he had refrained from acting rashly. Are you aware of their nest conditions? Indeed, I am, Yang Hao replied, nodding repeatedly. He continued, according to the intelligence gathered by my company, his minions comprise a massive horde of the undead, among which 2,000 are elite. With the recent acquisition of the Z virus, their numbers have swelled by at least 500. These terrifying zombies have devoured many of our people. Initially, 200 in the prison, another 200 in the mall, and 500 from the Hunter Action Team, including armed personnel. Therefore, their evolutionary level is extraordinarily high. Several renowned battles within the city have been orchestrated by him, making him virtually invincible. Oh, the serpent-eyed corpse king grasped the implication. So, you were suggesting that you have suffered 3 consecutive defeats? Theoretically speaking, that is accurate, Yang Hao admitted, his expression tinged with embarrassment. But that was due to their ambush tactics. During the encounter with the Hunter Action Team, we were first ambushed by the red-faced Corpse King, which allowed him to reap the benefits. The serpent-eyed Corpse King was acquainted with the red-faced Corpse King, having once intended to subdue him, only to be thwarted by Lin Dong, who subsequently annexed his territory. Your Majesty, the demise of the red-faced merely indicates his folly, the Spider-Woman zombie remarked with an air of arrogance. Because she was originally a formidable ruler, possessing strength that surpassed that of the red-faced one. However, she was later subdued by the Serpent's Eye, leading to the amalgamation of their 2 powers. Presently, she commands a total of 30,000 undead, among which there are numerous elite warriors. Although their elite force has increased, we can compensate with the sheer number of ordinary zombies. Moreover, I have a remarkable array of treasures at my disposal. The Serpent's Eye caressed the serpent head coiled beneath her chair. The serpent flicked its scarlet tongue and emitted a hissing sound, its demeanor reflecting extreme exhilaration. Yang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the eccentricity of this individual, reminiscent of certain female streamers with peculiar preferences. However, a sudden thought struck him. Ah yes, the Corpse King is often accompanied by a flock of crows, whose strength is not to be underestimated. Are those the crows hovering above the city? Beside him, the Spider-Woman's fierce gaze sparkled, a wicked smile playing on her lips, for she was a product of fusion with the bird-eating spider, making her a bane to all avian creatures. They flee upon seeing me. Just leave it to me. Indeed, the Serpent's Eye nodded, contemplating the current situation, which appeared to heavily favor her. Additionally, with the assistance of Tech Company, there was no conceivable reason for defeat. She even contemplated the prospect of turning against Tech Company once their utility had been exhausted, eliminating them and thereby securing her position as the sovereign of the entire central region. It seems the time has come to expand her territory. Lin Dong's subordinates divided the 4 members of the Black Scorpion, some seizing an arm, others a leg, and even 2 zombies clutched a head, voraciously gnawing at it. The meager flesh proved woefully insufficient. Lin Dong realized it was far from enough to satisfy his followers. With his 500 elite zombies, who had undergone significant evolution, their capacity for consumption had greatly increased. The flesh from merely 4 individuals was hardly enough to fill their gaps. Why didn't Jiang Wenxing summon more people? Lin Dong felt a twinge of regret. As he scanned the ground, his gaze fell upon a mobile phone, its screen illuminated, displaying a flurry of group chat messages. This phone had evidently slipped from Jiang Wenxing's grasp. Since he did not call for help, Lin Dong resolved to assist him. He picked up the phone and began to peruse the messages. Indeed, it was the members of the Black Scorpion organization engaged in conversation. How's everyone doing today? Any noteworthy finds? Yes, I discovered quite a number of survivors in the eastern outskirts of the city. It was quite an adventure, Well, the urban area is too densely populated. It has long turned into a zombie haven. Venturing into the suburbs might yield some living souls. Have you found any handsome fellows? Send me a few. I prefer them to be 187 meters tall with abs. What? You should have mentioned that earlier. I've already dealt with all the men. Do you want the corpses instead? Ugh, I wouldn't touch that. You come over and do it yourself. As Lin Dong observed their banter, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. These little fellows are rather endearing. Through the chat logs, Lin Dong learned of a small outpost belonging to the Black Scorpion organization not far away. It is an underground marketplace, currently brimming with supplies. There are over 20 members of the Black Scorpion, who are keeping more than 100 survivors in captivity, living a life of luxury and ease, quite carefree and content. What sort of level are you at? Lin Dong muttered, unable to bear the sight of others thriving, contemplating an assault with his subordinates. Just then, a private message arrived on Jiang Wenqing's phone, signaling a call for help. "Brother, I encountered a ghost near the museum. My situation is perilous. Hurry and bring people to rescue me. Even those from the shelter will do. Just tell them I am an ordinary survivor." Upon seeing the name of the sender, Jiang Wenbin, the connection to Jiang Wenqing was unmistakable. A ghost at the museum? Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The museum was not within his territory, yet it wasn't far either. How could there be ghosts around his domain? I don't know. That thing appears and disappears mysteriously, as if it can turn invisible. It has already taken down 4 of us. Can it turn invisible? Mysteriously elusive? Lin Dong contemplated. He had never seen such a thing in the vicinity of his territory. Could it have come from elsewhere? Perhaps it would be wise to investigate, to prevent any potential calamity. "Brother, you must come quickly. I feel that thing is getting closer to me. I don't know when I might meet my end." Jiang Wenbin continued to plead for help. His nerves frayed, teetering on the edge of collapse. The things encountered are indeed quite terrifying. "All right, you must hold on," Lin Dong encouraged, though what he truly wished to convey was, "Do not perish just yet. Wait for me to arrive before you consider dying. I will rush to your aid." Chapter 63. The shadow. Lin Dong then turned to Tank and his companions, instructing them, "I am stepping out for a while. Ensure to guard the place well, as the recent atmosphere appears rather unsettled." "Rest assured, boss," Tank replied with a goofy smile. Moments later, as Lin Dong's figure gradually receded, he soon vanished around the distant corner. How industrious he is. After departing the territory, Lin Dong entered a state of concealment, moving silently like a specter through the disheveled streets, disturbing neither flower nor blade of grass. After a brief while, he arrived at the museum area. Upon quietly sensing his surroundings, he discerned an unsettling presence. A cold breeze swept through, mingling with a metallic tang of blood. Above the museum, dark clouds loomed, thick as ink, almost pressing down upon the rooftops and creating an oppressive atmosphere. Boom! Silver serpents of lightning danced within the clouds, echoing with rumbling thunder. The wind intensified, howling mournfully, sweeping through the city and stirring up swirling dust and plastic bags. Lin Dong's keen eyes fixed on the massive museum, which loomed like a dormant behemoth, surrounded by stains of blood and scattered corpses of the undead. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, invoking a sense of lifelessness. Yet, Lin Dong could sense the presence of 3 living humans within. They were hiding, exuding an aura of panic. Yet the source of the threat to the 3 individuals eluded Lin Dong's perception for a moment. It was peculiar. What could it possibly be? He stepped forward, employing his ability to traverse walls. The grim weather rendered the museum's interior even darker, the occasional flash of lightning providing brief illumination. Lin Dong's gaze swept the surroundings, revealing a scene of devastation: shattered glass, dried bloodstains, and decomposed corpses, reduced to mere skeletal remains. These were remnants from the onset of the apocalypse, the museum having been a significant disaster zone populated by many on that fateful day. The bloodied handprints scratched on the walls bore testament to the desperation of those who once inhabited this space. Lin Dong pressed onward, drawing nearer to the 3 living presences. Before long, in a dimly lit corridor, he encountered them, panting and fleeing. "Hurry, I feel that thing is closing in on us," one exclaimed. "Brother Ben, I believe it aims to wear us down, much like a cat toying with a mouse," another remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Jiang Wenbin reassured them. "It's all right. My brother said to hold on. He will be here to rescue us shortly." "When will Brother Cheng arrive?" one questioned. "I estimate soon." Jiang Wenbin clung to the flicker of hope that sustained him thus far, unaware that Jiang Wensheng was now surrounded, having merged with the hordes of zombies. The trio swiftly reached the end of the corridor, finding themselves before a door leading to another room, with no option but to push it open and enter. The room was vast, measuring a remarkable 200 square meters, rendering it exceedingly spacious. Numerous paintings adorned the walls, some of which lay scattered on the floor, their frames shattered, fragments strewn about in disarray. "There's no way out," exclaimed a dark-skinned youth. "Shoo!" Jiang Wenbin signaled for silence. "Let's hide." "All right," his 2 companions responded. Retreating to a corner, their backs pressed against the wall, which provided them with a profound sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong was concealed within the wall behind them, observing the trio with a lowered gaze. However, he had no intention of striking directly, for eliminating the 3 would be effortless. The The paramount concern lay with the entities lurking within the museum. He sensed their presence drawing nearer since the moment the trio took refuge in this expansive chamber, an ethereal essence that seemed almost insubstantial. Was it truly a ghost? In this apocalyptic world, countless inexplicable phenomena existed, yet he had never encountered a genuine spirit. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the room with blinding brilliance. Jiang Wenbin's unease intensified, an instinct warning him that death was closing in. He took out his phone and sent another message. "Brother, where are you? I'm at my wit's end." "Yet curse it," Jiang Wenbin silently swore, but he held unwavering faith in his brother, having relied on each other since childhood. He was certain he would come to his rescue without fail. In that instant, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Jiang Wenbin lifted his gaze. As he began to observe the paintings adorning the wall, his gaze darted about, scanning intently, until at last, he stumbled upon an exceedingly peculiar portrait. It appeared to be an image of a black man, his face as dark as coal, rendering his features utterly indistinct. Only the presence of elongated fangs protruding from his mouth and the malevolent glint in his eyes suggested a demonic essence, as if he had emerged from the very depths of hell. "Hey, you two, take a look. Doesn't that painting seem rather off?" Jiang Wenbin urgently nudged his companions. Their expressions morphed to one of astonishment as they turned their gazes in unison. "Brother Ben, which one are you referring to?" "The one right in the center." "Where? I can't see it." Confusion enveloped them both. Anxious and exasperated, Jiang Wenbin could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "You fools. It's right." Yet, before he could finish, he turned to look again, only to be struck dumb, for the portrait had indeed vanished without a trace. At that moment, one of his companions timidly remarked, "Brother Ben, the one in the center is a window." Suddenly, a crack of lightning split the air, illuminating the desolate room. This time, Jiang Wenbin clearly discerned that the spot where the painting had hung was, in fact, a window. It was not a mere painting. Something was actually gazing back at him. In that instant, a wave of goosebumps cascaded over his body, and a chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head. An overwhelming sense of dread threatened to suffocate him. "I saw it. I just saw it. Run." Jiang Wenbin, in a frenzy, dashed heedlessly down the corridor. "What did you see?" But a shadow crept in through the gap of the window, becoming indistinguishable within the darkness, reminiscent of a specter emerging from the depths of hell. As the shadow flickered, it swiftly pursued the three individuals, its speed astonishing. In an instant, it caught up with the last of them. With a swift motion, its shadowy claws, ablaze with a pitch-black flame, penetrated the victim's back, warm blood gushing forth, splattering onto the nape of Jiang Wenbin and another companion ahead. What? A towering silhouette was seen, its claws embedded in the heart of its comrade, lifting him into the air. The man was not yet lifeless. His legs flailed weakly, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. As he gasped for breath, blood spilling from his mouth. "Help! Help me!" Chapter 64. Coercion and temptation. What manner of monster is this? Jiang Wen and Cheng were filled with terror. After discarding the lifeless body, the shadow extended its dark purple tongue, licking the crimson stains from its claws, revealing an insatiable thirst for blood. It was a B-class corpse king, awakened with the ability Shadow Veil, allowing it to conceal itself within shadows and traverse through minute crevices, such as those in windows, doors, and walls. In its shadow state, it could elude detection, rendering its abilities rather sinister. Indeed, Lin Dong mused silently, contemplating that if he were to kill it for its crystal core, it would be a lamentable waste. Instead, it would be wiser to recruit it as an ally, especially given the current scarcity of manpower. Thus, he emerged from the wall, his form gradually materializing. The moment Lin Dong revealed himself, the shadow immediately sensed his presence, swiftly turning to face him, its ferocious eyes locking onto him. Though the shadow's visage was as dark as charred coal, betraying no discernible expression, a palpable sense of astonishment emanated from him. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenbin and his companions stared wide-eyed, for they had witnessed Lin Dong's sudden appearance out of thin air, leaving them with an unsettling feeling. The shadow quickly became alert, disregarding Jiang Wenbin and his companion entirely, focusing all his attention on Lin Dong, as an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him, instinctively warning him that this individual was not to be trifled with. "Who are you?" the shadow inquired. "I am the corpse king of this district. You may choose to submit to me," Lin Dong stated candidly. However, the shadow shook his head defiantly. "I acknowledge your strength, yet I shall not bow to any being. Oh? Lin Dong noted the shadow's stubbornness, recognizing him as a tough adversary. In truth, the shadow was also a corpse king, ruling over a territory on the opposite side of Snake's Eye. Initially commanding over 10,000 minions, he had lost half of them after engaging in several skirmishes with Snake's Eye. The latter sought to subjugate him, but the shadow resolutely refused, leading to a conflict between the two. His shadow cloak provided him exceptional survival capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult for Snake's Eye to eliminate him, ultimately leading to their decision to abandon the pursuit. However, the shadow found himself in a desolate corner, struggling to survive. While zombies from other territories could feast on mice or insects when hunger struck, his territory was too diminutive, leaving him bereft of such sustenance. Even capturing 3 flies would be regarded as a lavish meal. Consequently, he had no choice but to rely on his shadow cloak abilities to wander in search of prey. As long as I wish to depart, you shall not detain me, the shadow proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Shall we put that to the test? Lin Dong inquired with a hint of amusement. Without uttering a word, the shadowy figure gradually became indistinct, as if ignited by black flames. Once his form transformed, he instantly entered a state of concealment. Like a pool of liquid, he glided across the ground with remarkable speed, swiftly slipping into a crevice in the nearby wall. At that moment, Lin Dong's figure also vanished from sight. The shadow moved silently, akin to a wraith, traversing several walls before slipping through doorways and window gaps, winding through the labyrinthine surroundings until he became utterly disoriented, unsure of where he had fled. Eventually, within a room, he emerged from the state of concealment, his charred form rising once again from the ground. Taking a breath, the shadow glanced back towards the direction he had come, relieved to find no pursuers in sight. He had heard of Lin Dong, who had slain the formidable Bone Spike, a minion of the Serpent's Eye, showcasing immense power. Yet, alas, the hard-won prey had vanished, and his comrades awaited his return. Was it a pity? Not in the slightest. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. How did you get here? I came with you, Lin Dong replied matter-of-factly. The shadow was taken aback. He had sensed no pursuers. Yet Lin Dong had materialized seemingly from thin air, an utterly bizarre occurrence. How could this be? Was it possible that he had fallen prey to an illusion? The shadow pondered the reasons behind this perplexing situation, preparing to dissolve into shadow once more and flee. But in an instant, Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and a formidable domain of the undead unfurled. An overwhelming pressure, like a torrential flood, surged forth, enveloping the shadow in an instant. This was dire. The shadowy figure, its form undulating like ripples, seemed to bear the weight of a colossal mountain, rendering it momentarily immobile. Lin Dong, controlling the domain of the undead, inquired, "Will you submit?" "Never," replied the shadow, its sharp fangs clenched defiantly, embodying the essence of obstinacy. "Even if I perish, I shall never bow." Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes, and suddenly, he retracted the domain of the undead. The overwhelming pressure dissipated in an instant. The menacing aura receded. Transforming into an air of tranquility, his expression composed. The dimly lit room regained its serenity. Subsequently, Lin Dong waved his hand, retrieving a half-slice of beef from his storage space. Since intimidation had proven ineffective, he resorted to temptation. How about this? The shadow was momentarily taken aback, its eyes fixated on the offering. In this apocalyptic world, beef was an exceedingly rare commodity, especially for a zombie, as it was far more delectable than human flesh, imbued with greater energy. Within the shadow's territory, even mice and insects were elusive, so the sight of succulent beef was irresistible. Tears of frustration began to trickle down its cheeks. Observing this, Lin Dong smiled faintly and tossed the beef toward the shadow. "Here, take it." "All right." The shadow eagerly picked up the beef, unable to resist taking a large bite. So delicious. With that, it departed, carrying the beef with it. Meanwhile, in the museum, 2 humans remained alive, Jiang Wenbin and his companion. Both were still on edge, having just witnessed the terrifying sight of the 2 zombies. "Bingo. We must flee immediately." The accomplice hurriedly suggested they take advantage of Lin Dong and the shadow's absence to escape this wretched place. Jiang Wenbin nodded, his trembling legs propelling him into a frantic dash down the corridor. Yet, he was acutely aware that, given the terrifying abilities exhibited by the zombies moments ago, his chances of escape were slim. He pinned his hopes on his brother. As he ran, he pulled out his phone to send a message to Jiang Wenqing. It felt like a glimmer of hope, a potential turning point if he could just make it out. Suddenly, a tall figure materialized slowly before the entrance. Its icy gaze fixed upon them. "Stop!" Jiang Wenbin shouted in panic, and their movements came to an abrupt halt. It had appeared once more. A profound sense of dread enveloped them, the stench of death drawing ever closer. In his desperation, Jiang Wenbin glanced down at his phone, but it was unnecessary. At that moment, Lin Dong spoke slowly, tossing a phone aside. The screen illuminated, displaying all the messages Jiang Wenbin had sent. "My brother's phone." Jiang Wenbin gasped in shock, realization dawning upon him. "Where's my brother? What have you done with him? He has already transcended and is now everywhere." Chapter 65. The small stronghold. Jiang Wenbin comprehended the implication, despair flooding his heart. The brother he trusted most had been devoured by zombies. What an utterly powerless apocalypse this was. In an instant, tears of grievance, fury, and pain streamed from Jiang Wenbin's eyes. "Stop crying. I will take you to see your brother right away." Lin Dong spoke nonchalantly as he strode towards the two individuals. With each step, the domain of death unfolded. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, erasing both figures in an instant. At that moment, however, he found himself unable to resist consuming beef along the way. One bite led to another. Each time he convinced himself it would be the last. By the time he returned to his territory, half a piece of beef remained, reduced to mere scraps. Yet, his impoverished companions were still astonished. "Beef? This is truly remarkable. Boss, where did you procure such meat? Is it from a mutated beast?" "No. It was given to me by the corpse king of the mansion," Xiao He replied candidly. "Oh." The subordinates were even more astonished at this revelation. "The corpse king, instead of consuming the meat himself, actually gifted it to you? Is there such generosity amidst the apocalypse?" "Boss, I believe we ought to repay this kindness," one suggested. "Indeed." Xiao He nodded, contemplating the matter. "Perhaps it is time we settled accounts with the Serpent's Eye?" A roar erupted from his subordinates at the mere mention of Serpent's Eye, their fury palpable. "Boss, I have long maintained that we should confront them." "Patience. Let us proceed with caution," Xiao He pondered, contemplating a collaboration with Lin Dong to vanquish Serpent's Eye and avenge his previous expulsion. A seasoned zombie interjected. "I am entirely at your command, boss. Just instruct me on the course of action. Wait for the opportune moment, and then act according to my demeanor," Xiao He mused. The elite zombie glanced at his ashen face, suddenly recalling that it was this very visage that had led to their prior defeat. On the other side, he recalled the small stronghold of the Black Scorpion organization. Lin Dong found the act of killing far more intriguing than slaying zombies, for humans are imbued with rich emotions. They experience fear, sorrow, and despair, while zombies, despite having evolved a semblance of emotion, remain somewhat shallow in comparison. How might he indulge in this exquisite torment? After departing from the museum, Lin Dong, utilizing intelligence gathered from his mobile device, swiftly arrived at a plaza devoid of zombies, marked instead by splotches of blood and putrid corpses. The surroundings were filled with dilapidated buildings, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Nevertheless, Lin Dong sensed the presence of hidden humans beneath his feet. He refrained from entering through the underground entrance, guarded as it was by awakened beings. Instead, he employed his abilities to meld into the earth, silently infiltrating an underground mall. Lin Dong emerged into a spacious chamber, the air thick with the scent of chemicals. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted wooden racks lined with rows of transparent glass jars, each containing formaldehyde, within which something was submerged. "What is this?" Approaching for a closer inspection, he discovered that the jars contained the severed male organs. Goodness! Truly, the Black Scorpion organization harbors such peculiar inclinations. Their practices are undeniably perverse. Lin Dong pondered, casting his gaze over the hundreds of such jars, none of which were particularly large. At that moment, the sound of rattling chains reached his ears, accompanied by the anguished groans of men. In the far right corner of the room, two men were bound in A shape, their naked bodies chained to a wooden frame. On the table beside him lay an array of various knives and jars, and without much thought, one could easily surmise the grim events that had transpired. The two men had already endured the torment of castration, blood oozing from their loins, their faces contorted in agony. Lin Dong strode directly towards them, not employing any stealth, his form fully visible. The two men, previously dazed by their suffering, suddenly regained a semblance of vitality upon seeing him, weakly imploring, "Brother, how did you end up here? Please help us. Who is your brother?" He is no longer among the living, Lin Dong replied casually. It was evident that both men were survivors, having been subjected to the cruel tortures of the Black Scorpion organization. One man, at a loss for words, could hardly believe that even at such a dire moment, there was someone capable of mocking his plight. Please, hurry and save me. You mustn't let that female fiend see you. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly find a way to make you pitch a tent, only to sever you with a knife. It is utterly inhumane. Well, I'm not exactly human either, Lin Dong retorted, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. He drew a dagger and plunged it directly into the man's neck. Blood gushed forth, and the body convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. Since the female fiend had severed below, he would take care of above. Was this not a far more merciful act? The other man, witnessing this horrific scene, was instantly filled with terror. Ah, help! Murder! He screamed. However, such cries were commonplace in this place. No one would bat an eye. In a world on the brink of collapse, what was so surprising about taking a life? With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Dong silenced the man's voice. He then stored the corpse in his spatial storage. After completing these tasks, Lin Dong silently sensed that there were currently over 90 living humans within the underground mall. Some survivors had succumbed to their torment, while a number of Black Scorpion members were out on errands, temporarily absent from this location. Just then, an awakened individual approached the room. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the woman referred to as the she-devil by the two men earlier. She possessed flowing silver hair that cascaded like a waterfall, a figure that was both alluring and voluptuous, and wore attire that was strikingly revealing. Upon seeing Lin Dong, the woman momentarily froze, her expression shifting from surprise to one of fascination. What a handsome man! This was the most striking individual the she-devil had encountered since the apocalypse, impeccably clean and tidy, a true gem in her eyes. But where did he come from? Could he have been captured and brought here by other brothers? How thoughtful of them. Don't be afraid. Handsome, the woman cooed, her gaze infused with a beguiling charm that could ensnare the heart and captivate the soul. Lin Dong immediately discerned that she was a mental-type awakened one, prompting him to remain vigilant. What do you want? He inquired. The woman nodded, her allure intensifying as her eyes fixated on Lin Dong with an almost hypnotic intensity. Her long legs swayed gracefully as she stepped closer to him. There were areas where sunlight scarcely penetrated, yet she seemed to suggest. Chapter 66. Everyone must die. Lin Dong speculated that the place the woman referred to must reside within the confines of her own mind. As the woman approached, her allure intensified, her mental prowess reaching its zenith. However, she was soon astonished to discover that Lin Dong before her remained utterly unfazed, his eyes as clear as ever. In that moment, Lin Dong's domain of death unfurled with rapidity, enveloping the woman in a wave of overwhelming pressure. Instantly, her body stiffened, her gaze widening in terror, her previously lustful expression transforming into one of pure fright. You, how? I thought you were quite pleased. Lin Dong's tone was serene as he brandished a dagger, aiming directly at the woman's head. Her pupils dilated sharply as realization struck her. This man was no ordinary being. The sensation was akin to a gun's chamber exploding. A piercing pain shot through her brain, eliciting a harrowing scream. Yet, before long, her cry was abruptly silenced. Lin Dong's dagger sliced through her skull, extracting a cherry fresh from her cranium, and he swiftly collected her lifeless body as well. The woman's scream was remarkably piercing, catching the attention of two patrolling members of the Black Scorpion organization outside. Ha ha ha, she seems to be enjoying herself this time. Quite exhilarating. I wonder whose vital essence has been severed this time, they chuckled. She doesn't merely behead, she obliterates completely. The two patrolling personnel conversed as they passed by the door, but it was not long before Lin Dong's figure emerged from within, like a specter, silent and unseen. He sensed the presence of Black Scorpion members in the rooms to his left and right, where he was amidst 4 female survivors, engaged in dubious activities that would not pass scrutiny. Brother Xiong, I knew it all along. You love me the most, a woman blushed, exclaiming. Nonsense. Brother Xiong's true affection belongs to me, another woman countered. The remaining 2 women were equally indignant. You are all newcomers. Brother Xiong still prefers the 2 of us. This led to the development of a Stockholm syndrome, giving rise to a distorted form of affection. Ha! Duan Xiong observed the jealous expressions of the 4 women and burst into hearty laughter, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction within. Prior to this moment, the Black Scorpion organization was like a rat scurrying through the streets, universally reviled and forced to operate in the shadows of the dark web. However, now their circumstances had transformed drastically, allowing them to live a life akin to that of deities. Upon entering the room, a potent scent of alcohol assailed his senses. On the adjacent bed, the sound of loud snoring rumbled like thunder. The floor was strewn with empty bottles, and a corpulent man lay sprawled in deep slumber, snoring heavily. With each breath, the man exhaled a strong stench of alcohol, clearly quite inebriated, resembling a lifeless dog. This man is a true drunkard, Lin Dong pondered, feeling that he had become quite marinated. Alcohol could mask the odor, much like delicacies such as drunken shrimp and drunken crab. Furthermore, Lin Dong believed that he was performing admirably, preparing himself to be marinated for later retrieval, a practice worthy of commendation. Lin Dong stepped forward with ease, extracting the crystal core and instantaneously storing the body in his spatial storage. Within this small outpost of the Black Scorpion organization, some individuals were addicted to alcohol while others were consumed by lust. Lin Dong continued onward. Adjacent to this room lay the quarters where survivors were held captive, the presence of dozens of living souls palpable within. Upon entering, a noxious stench of excrement assailed the senses, revealing a small warehouse filled with dozens of emaciated humans, their faces gaunt and their eyes vacant. Some leaned against the walls while others lay sprawled on the ground. The confined space was oppressive, saturated with an eerie silence. Soon, several individuals noticed Lin Dong's presence. Instinctively, they recoiled, too terrified to approach, mistaking his pristine attire for that of a member of the Black Scorpion organization. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Let me go, will you? As long as I can escape this place, I would do anything you ask. Just give me something to eat. I am on the brink of starvation. I want to join you. Even as cannon fodder, long live the Black Scorpion organization. A few knelt on the ground, both men and women, their heads repeatedly bowing in desperation, their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Dong regarded them with indifference before suddenly nodding. Very well. The group froze in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend whether they had truly heard him correctly. Had he really agreed? With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Dong produced a bag of sausages, containing a total of 10 links. The sight captivated the throng, their eyes fixated on the morsels, saliva pooling in their mouths as an overwhelming hunger threatened to drive them to madness. Though the underground market held supplies, the Black Scorpion organization would never grant them sustenance. These individuals had been pushed to their limits, surviving solely on sheer willpower. A moment's relaxation could send them spiraling into unconsciousness. Upon seeing the sausages, their eyes gleamed with desperate longing. With a swift motion, Lin Dong conjured a sharp dagger into existence, discarding both the dagger and a sausage onto the ground. His intention was merely to observe. In such dire circumstances, would the starving individuals gravitate towards the dagger or the sausage? This posed a profound inquiry into human nature. Initially, the blade went unnoticed as the crowd descended upon the sausage with frenzied desperation. Among them, 3 or 5 individuals exhibited extreme excitement, tearing open the packaging and stuffing the sausage into their mouths, their hands persistently grasping for more. Damn it! Let go! Wah, don't snatch it! Give me one! Get lost! It's mine! The warehouse erupted into chaos, filled with cries of anguish and curses, as dozens of people pushed together, fervently vying for sustenance. Lin Dong, arms crossed, regarded them and suddenly discerned that the distinction between humans and zombies was minimal. One woman had already crammed the sausage into her mouth when a man yanked it away from her, forcefully kicking it into the throng. A few individuals even knelt on the ground, licking up the remnants of the fallen sausage. Within the warehouse, there were 50 to 60 survivors, and clearly, 10 sausages were insufficient to satisfy their hunger. As the few remaining sausages were nearly devoured, those on the periphery felt an acute sense of urgency, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. At that moment, a woman turned her gaze and unexpectedly spotted the dagger lying quietly on the ground nearby. For an instant, she was taken aback, but soon her breathing grew heavy, and the blade glimmered ominously, casting a crimson hue upon her eyes. Chapter 67. The Carnage Die? The woman spat out a few words through gritted teeth, her visage contorted with rage. She seized a dagger from the ground and lunged into the throng, aiming for a man's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering her face. The visceral sight ignited a surge of adrenaline within her, releasing the pent-up anguish of confinement and humiliation. In that moment, all her negative emotions erupted like a volcano. The woman lost her sanity, consumed by madness, thrusting wildly at the crowd ahead. In the dimly lit warehouse, anguished cries erupted. Within mere moments, she had felled 5 or 6 individuals. One man, feeling a sudden chill in his abdomen, was assailed by a sharp pain. "Damn it! How dare you stab me? I'll kill you." He grasped her wrist with both hands, forcefully wrenching the dagger away, and retaliated by plunging it into her chest multiple times. She let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed into a pool of blood. Viscous crimson dripped from the blade as the man, his vision clouded by rage, turned to see others seizing meat sausages. "To hell with you." He charged forward like a rabid dog, continuing to stab at the crowd. More shrieks rang out as others were injured, realizing the threat he posed. In a desperate bid for survival, they scrambled to seize the dagger. The chaos in the warehouse swiftly transformed from a scramble for sausages into a battle for weapons. Humanity has never been a rational species. When faced with the threat of loss or engulfed by despair and fury, it can descend into madness, fixated solely on one thought: to eliminate the adversary. Some even grappled over food, choking one another and gouging eyes, as the situation devolved into a brutal melee. The warehouse lay in utter chaos, filled with incessant wails, curses, and roars, as individuals fell one after another. Corpses sprawled haphazardly across the floor, blood pooling and flowing, casting a crimson haze in the air, the stench of iron overwhelming. It resembled a scene from a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong remained pristine in his white attire, observing from a distance. Before long, fewer than 10 individuals still drew breath within the warehouse, most gravely injured, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Only one man remained with a semblance of mobility. He crawled through the pool of blood, gritting his teeth as he pressed forward. Struggling to reach a half-eaten sausage, he picked it up with trembling hands, disregarding the blood that stained it, and stuffed it into his mouth. To Lin Dong's astonishment, the man's bloodied face revealed a glimmer of a smile, an expression of satisfaction. As the trauma had driven him to madness, Lin Dong deemed it time to bring this farce to an end. He approached to assist the few remaining souls, striving to liberate them from their torment. However, the commotion had attracted the attention of patrolling guards outside. "What is going on? Are they fighting again? Damn it! These unruly beasts will be starved to death." 2 men grumbled as they made their way toward the warehouse. Yet, as they swung open the door, their curses fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock. Even the ruthless members of the Black Scorpion gang felt a pang of fear, for the warehouse floor was littered with the bodies of at least 50 or 60 individuals, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Amidst the lifeless bodies, a tall figure stood alone, clad in a pristine white shirt, untouched by the surrounding chaos. Those chilling, cold eyes were fixed intently upon him. The scene was profoundly shocking. The 2 men gazed, as if turned to stone, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over them, a shiver racing down their spines. It felt akin to a ferocious tiger unexpectedly entering their sheep pen, and they happened to encounter it during a routine check. Now, with all survivors perished, Lin Dong's identity was unmistakably clear. "Quick, we must find Brother Xiong." The 2 patrolling guards, aware of their disadvantage, turned to flee. Yet in the next moment, an immense pressure descended upon them, as if a mountain had collapsed upon their shoulders, rendering them immobile. Their legs trembled, ensnared as if in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. "There's no need. I shall seek him out for you." Lin Dong's magnetic voice echoed in their ears, and shortly thereafter, the 2 men lost consciousness, collapsing onto the ground. 2 more bodies added to the collection. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Dong gathered all the corpses, along with the blood, as if taking a leisurely stroll towards the final room. "Brother Xiong, I am hungry," a woman said shyly. Yet suddenly, she sensed something was amiss, an unsettling feeling that eyes were upon her, prompting her to instinctively glance towards the doorway. "What the hell?" Duan Xiong exclaimed in shock, for a young man had appeared at the entrance, staring directly at him. "By Grandma Li, when did he come in?" Duan Xiong quickly rolled off the bed, cursing. "Who the hell are you? Are you new here? You didn't even greet me upon entering." He was a power-type awakener, possessing weak perception abilities. Even amidst the chaos outside, he remained oblivious, entirely absorbed in his own pursuits. Suddenly, Duan Xiong's eyes widened in fury. "You seek your own demise." The 4 women behind him were equally displeased. "Who is this person? How dare he interrupt our time with Brother Xiong? Indeed, he has insulted Brother Xiong. Offending him is tantamount to courting death." However, No sooner had the four women spoken than Duan Xiong charged at Lin Dong, his robust physique resembling that of a raging bear, swift and formidable. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, his movements halted abruptly, his legs trembling. Eyes wide with terror, his previously arrogant demeanor replaced by sheer dread. "Hey, Brother Xiong, what's wrong? Hurry up and teach him a lesson. Yes, let him know who the real boss is around here. After dealing with him, we can continue," the four women urged in unison. But then, a sudden realization dawned upon the four women, their expressions shifting to one of concern. "What is happening? Brother Xiong is kneeling. Isn't that a posture he often adopts?" With a thunderous roar, Duan Xiong unleashed his final trump card, a state of frenzy that temporarily heightened his physical capabilities. However, this came with a significant drawback. It would exhaust his body, leaving him incapacitated for an entire day following its use. As he stood, his muscular frame began to swell, veins protruding, and the flow of blood was almost palpable. After entering a frenzy, Duan Xiong forcefully rose from the realm of corpses and, summoning all his strength, charged to the left. A resounding crash echoed as he shattered the wall, emerging into the open. Desperate to distance himself from Lin Dong and escape the confines of the corpse domain, Duan Xiong, a B-class awakener, possessed considerable strength. The mere pressure of the corpse domain was insufficient to instantly annihilate him. At that moment, the veins in his neck bulged as he shouted in desperation, "Someone! Please, anyone!" Chapter 68. A visit from Xiao. "Stop shouting, you country bumpkin. While you were busy with your antics, I've already dealt with your subordinates," Lin Dong calmly remarked as he stepped out of the room. Duan Xiong surveyed his surroundings, only to find an eerie emptiness. Not a single soul remained, leaving behind a chilling silence. Were they all dead? A wave of intense fear washed over him as he realized that his adversary had quietly dispatched everyone, leaving no trace behind, as if they had vanished into thin air. It was utterly bizarre. "I'll fight you to the end," Duan Xiong roared, summoning the last vestiges of his ferocity, charging at Lin Dong like a rampaging bear. Despite his agile form and overwhelming presence, there was an underlying sense of tragic futility, akin to a valiant warrior making one final charge. Duan Xiong concentrated all his negative emotions into his fist, aimed squarely at Lin Dong's face. Yet, his core had already been extracted. In an instant, Duan Xiong lost consciousness and, propelled by his own inertia, collapsed forward, sliding several meters away. "Brother Xiong." Four women rushed forward, their faces etched with sorrow, and some could not restrain their anguish, collapsing to the ground in tears. "Oh, Brother Xiong, please wake up. Do not abandon us. We cannot bear to be without you." Their emotions had become utterly distorted, ensnared by a love for one who mistreated them, as if possessed. In a world untouched by apocalypse, they might have been students, white-collar workers, or devoted wives, leading a mundane life, quietly savoring their remaining years. Yet now, everything had irrevocably changed. The domain of Lin Dong had enveloped them, liberating their twisted souls. Lin Dong believed he had performed a noble deed. Henceforth, the underground marketplace fell silent, no soul remaining to survive. Lin Dong began to wander through the marketplace, where numerous supplies, food, daily necessities, and more, were all gathered into his storage space. Furthermore, he stumbled upon a list detailing the members of the Black Scorpion organization within this stronghold. The list contained 20 names. Yet Lin Dong had not dispatched so many, as some had ventured out to engage in nefarious activities, committing murder, trafficking, and gathering supplies. He surmised that others, akin to Jiang Wencheng, might be lurking within the official refuge. Thus, Lin Dong captured a photograph of the list and sent it to Cheng Loi. "What does this mean?" she asked directly. "These are members of the Black Scorpion," Lin Dong replied. "Thank you. You are welcome, a gift of friendship." With a wave of his hand, he discarded the gathered delicacies and drenched them in sauce. A multitude of corpses lay piled upon one another in the street, forming a small hill. The tank and its companions emerged, drawn by the scent. To their eyes, these bodies resembled braised carp. Astonishing. So many. Truly the boss is formidable, capturing such an abundance of prey. The underlings were filled with admiration, particularly the tank, who marveled at the complete takeover of the city by the undead. Finding a survivor had become a daunting task, yet the boss had discovered so many, each with their own unique flavor. Beyond braised carp, there was also intoxicating. They soon indulged in a feast. The disheveled street transformed into a macabre tableau as the hoard devoured the remains, the sounds of tearing flesh echoing incessantly. On an upper floor, Su Xiaoro wiped the glass. Having been in this place for nearly 2 months, yet the sight outside continued to fill her with dread. Nausea churning in her stomach. She noticed that Lin Dong had changed into fresh clothes today, the scent of blood particularly pungent, a clear indication that his killings had intensified. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth. In this pitch-black apocalyptic city, the growls persisted, now accompanied by eerie sounds, their origin unknown. With the passage of time in this desolation, humans, zombies, mutated beasts, and even plants had evolved various abilities, and one could never tell when a strange monster might emerge. Survival of the fittest. Those who do not compete shall perish. This is the law of the apocalypse. To endure, one must engage in relentless slaughter. And as the end of days continues, the bloodshed will only escalate. Lin Dong immersed himself in a bath, donned a fresh set of garments, and after consuming 2 crystal cores, poured some juice into a goblet. He nestled in his immaculate and orderly abode, his heart brimming with tranquility. The energies from the crystal cores and his own blood were continuously being absorbed, amplifying Lin Dong's strength to unprecedented levels. He felt as though he had surpassed the limits set by the official shelter and the tech corporation's assessment. The few individuals he encountered were utterly powerless against him. Of course, this did not include Chung Loi from the official shelter. Should her pain threshold reach 100%, the extent of her potential would be unfathomable. This awakening ability was both a gift and a stroke of luck. However, Chung Loi also had her limits. Should she face absolute suppression of her level, even her formidable abilities would amount to naught. Moreover, practical combat transcends mere statistics. Numerous other factors come into play, and instances of the weak triumphing over the strong are not unheard of. For instance, in real life, there have been cases where a rat has defeated a cat, or a robust adult, while throwing a punch, twists an ankle and falls, subsequently succumbing to a child. Thus, despite Lin Dong's formidable prowess, he remained exceedingly cautious. When confronting an enemy, he would eliminate them without hesitation, denying them any chance to pose a threat. At that moment, a shadow as dark as ink merged with the night outside on the street, silently encroaching upon Lin Dong's territory. It was none other than Little Black from the neighboring Snake Eye territory. Today, while traversing the realm of Snake Eye, he had stumbled upon a significant matter and sought to discuss it with Lin Dong. Additionally, he harbored intentions of collaborating with Lin Dong to eliminate Snake Eye. Yet he was uncertain of the strength of Lin Dong's subordinates and the number of elite warriors at his disposal, prompting him to come and investigate. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Little Black lurked in the shadows, wandering cautiously, when suddenly a series of eerie laughter echoed around him. Damn it! Little Black cursed under his breath. Even the zombies sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Chapter 69. The Imminent Battle. A Formidable Force. As Little Black ventured further, his astonishment grew, for he encountered certain elite zombie legions, each exuding immense power and ferocity. One even passed by him, sniffing the air, nearly detecting his presence. Such keen senses. Little Black pondered anxiously, realizing that if Lin Dong's minions discovered his hidden talents, it would spell disaster for him. Just as he was about to proceed, a voice rang out behind him. Halt! Little Black turned to see a zombie with clear, intelligent eyes, undoubtedly one of Lin Dong's 3 elite commanders, the Doctor. Possessing an awakened mental ability, he was particularly perceptive and had locked onto Little Black. Upon recognizing the intruder, a cadre of formidable zombies rushed toward him, including the elusive Little 8 and the imposing tank. The fierce aura of the undead surrounded Little Black in an instant. Discovered. Little Black felt the sting of embarrassment, realizing the strength of Lin Dong's minions. Wait, I'm one of you, he hastily explained, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to his untimely demise. The tank stared at him, manifesting an unusual curiosity. Oh, where did this large black rat come from? I am not a large black rat. The small black figure quickly emerged from its shadowy state, revealing its pitch-black form. I am called Black Shadow. You may refer to me as Little Black. Tank gazed at his dark exterior, his curiosity unabated. Isn't this still just a large black rat? The Doctor inquired. What brings you here? I have something of great importance to discuss with our leader, Lin Dong, Little Black explained. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding corpses parted to make way. As Lin Dong approached, his white shirt gleaming against the darkness of the night. What is it? Brother, today I discovered that Tike Corporation is sending provisions to the Serpent's Eye territory, boxes upon boxes, more than 10 in total, all filled with meat. Little Black exclaimed. His tone exaggerated as he drooled, nearly forming a small waterfall, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. Calm down, Lin Dong remarked, rolling his eyes at the pitiful sight before him. Yes, yes. Little Black nodded fervently, wiping his drool before continuing. Moreover, the serpent's eyes minions are gathering. They must be planning to strike against you. What? They dare to lay hands on my leader? Tank's fury surged at the revelation, deeming the little long worm to have consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. The elite corps behind him roared in unison, for in their eyes, Lin Dong was a deity. They yearned to charge forth and rend the serpent's eye and his followers to shreds at that very moment. Lin Dong then inquired, what is their formation? The serpent and his trusted aides, Michelin and Spider-Woman, command a horde of 30,000 undead, among which at least 2,000 are elite. In addition to the mutated serpents they have raised, their numbers are decidedly formidable. Oh, that is quite a lot. With the intellect of a tank, it comprehends the situation. There are currently 10,000 corpses in its territory. However, after recent nurturing from the leader, they have evolved significantly, with elite troops nearing 3,000, including 500 ace battalions injected with the Z virus. Yet, in terms of sheer numbers, they are indeed outmatched. The Serpent Eye has conspired with the tech company, and it is certain that they will intervene. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the Serpent Eye has evolved into an A-class corpse king, awakening the ability of illusion space, which is both bizarre and immensely powerful. Little Black continued. The tank's expression reflected disbelief. How formidable could it be? Why are you still praising him? I am not exaggerating. He has defeated me before. The tank was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Little Black's sincerity. It seems he truly is a formidable adversary, surpassing the previous red-faced corpse king by 2 levels. All the corpses turned their gazes towards Lin Dong, awaiting his command. At the sound of his orders, regardless of the foe they faced, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they would charge forth without hesitation. Lin Dong pondered for a moment and declared, tomorrow, we shall annihilate them. A roar erupted from the corpses, their spirits ignited with fervor. Little 8 grinned widely, exposing 2 rows of sharp fangs, silently acknowledging the leader's decision, which never fails to inspire. The territory had been too quiet for far too long. A thrilling battle was desperately needed. The tank felt a surge of excitement within. He believed that the enmity with the Serpent Eye stemmed from his own actions. Tomorrow, they would bring them down. Little Black gazed at the numerous corpses, filled with a sense of awe and admiration. The strength of Lin Dong's subordinates surpassed his expectations significantly. Tomorrow would undoubtedly herald a fierce battle. After reaching a decision, the horde of corpses dispersed. Following a discussion, Little Black resolved to mobilize his 5,000 younger brothers, alongside 1,000 elite fighters, to join the fray. The Serpent's Eyes could never have anticipated their alliance, and a delightful surprise awaited him. I have a tremendous piece of good fortune for you, Lin Dong proclaimed. Oh, what good fortune? Tomorrow, we shall hunt zombies, Lin Dong replied. At that moment, she felt a bit bewildered, struggling to comprehend. You call hunting zombies good fortune? In this world, zombies are anything but scarce. They are not rare creatures. Yet, Lin Dong continued, tomorrow, we will hunt the A-class zombie king, Serpent's Eyes. You can venture into his territory to scavenge for supplies. Up until now, no one had dared to retrieve anything. Crop seeds are undeniably a rare resource for humanity. Oh, that could work. Cheng Loi succinctly articulated her intentions. Lin Dong assured her there would be no issues, encouraging her to proceed with confidence. Should any complications arise, he would intervene. The two resolved this matter together. Lin Dong stowed away his phone and turned to gaze out the window. It was now the early hours of the morning, the darkest part of the night, while outside, zombies continued to roar and slaughter mercilessly. The following day, thick clouds concealed the sun, casting a gray pall over the sky, devoid of wind, rain, or sunshine. Cawing crows soared through the air, their cries echoing as they swept past. Below, the streets lay in disarray. At the forefront stands Lin Dong, flanked by the 3 kings. Behind them, a veritable sea of corpses, densely packed, and forming a serpentine line stretching for hundreds of meters. The ghastly visages, suffused with malevolence, are particularly agitated at this moment. They have arrived at the precipice of their territory, and just ahead lies the domain of the serpent's gaze. They await but a single command from Lin Dong to surge forth toward the lair of their adversary. However, Lin Dong instructs, remain here and do not move. I shall advance to scout ahead. Chapter 70. The calamity of the giant python Lin Dong strides forward, his form gradually fading as he enters a state of concealment, stepping into the territory of the serpent's gaze. His primary intention is to reconnoiter the area, and since Chung Loi has yet to arrive and her whereabouts are unknown, he feels compelled to engage in some benevolent deeds on her behalf. The edifices lining the streets resemble ruins, a tableau of desolation, with dried blood and decaying bones strewn about. A handful of zombies shuffle aimlessly, their movements sluggish and devoid of purpose. These wretched beings are frail and afflicted, their bodies grotesquely decomposed, emanating a foul stench, some even hosting writhing maggots, evoking a visceral sense of revulsion. Their combat prowess poses only a minor threat to ordinary individuals. They have devolved into mere shells of their former selves. Yet, there exists a singular evolved zombie. Clutching a large rat, seated by the roadside, voraciously gnawing at its prey, bloody lips smeared with fur. Amidst the disorderly rubble, a corpse lies sprawled at the base of a wall, while several small snakes weave through the putrid flesh, turning the place into a veritable paradise for serpents. It is appallingly filthy. Lin Dong muses that the domain of the serpent's gaze is far from hygienic, a squalor reminiscent of a pigsty. Moreover, between the buildings, numerous cobwebs dangle, adding to the overall grim atmosphere. The area was infested with numerous flying insects, and even mutated sparrows, struggling incessantly and causing the spider webs to tremble. Yet they remained ensnared. The webs, layered upon one another, created a dense, almost overwhelming sight that could trigger a sense of claustrophobia in onlookers. Ignoring the unsettling scene, Lin Dong casually pulled out his phone and began texting Chung Loi. "Where are you? At the agricultural market? And you? I'll be there shortly." "All right. We'll discuss it when we meet. I'm quite busy." Chung Loi swiftly dispatched a zombie with her blade, and after sending her message, she tucked her phone away. Around her, more than 10 others were similarly engaged in battle with the undead, including her partner Sun Xiaoqiang and others like Chen Ming, who were responsible for transporting supplies. Sun Xiaoqiang regarded Chung Loi with admiration, his eyes reflecting his respect. "You can send a text with one hand? It's all about practice," Chung Loi replied nonchalantly, wielding her knife with both hands as she dispatched another zombie. Sun Xiaoqiang nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. It was akin to how he had wiped himself for 20 years without ever needing to look, yet he managed to do it accurately every time, merely a matter of familiarity. Moreover, he recalled the orphanage director's teachings. With diligence, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle, and a mountain of iron can be molded into a basin. Indeed, practice was essential. Meanwhile, Chen Ming and his group, armed with alloy knives, were also engaged in combat against the zombies. Fortunately, the undead were merely low-level creatures, easily dealt with in a few swift strikes, posing little threat. They worked to clear the nearby zombies to facilitate the transportation of supplies shortly thereafter. Beside the street stands a bustling farmer's market, its roll-up door ajar, stained with dark splotches of blood, remnants of human claw marks barely discernible. The door, rusted and stubborn, prompted Chung Loi to approach, wielding a blade with both hands. With a swift motion, she brought down the weapon, and with a sound akin to slicing through tofu, she severed the door. As the first awakened being, designated as Subject 001, Cheng Luai possessed a uniquely crafted weapon, a horse-slaying saber, its elongated blade and hilt nearly matching her own height. Embedded within the hilt was a thunderous crystal core, pulsating with flickers of electricity. When fully unleashed, the electric arc enveloped the slender blade, amplifying both speed and lethality. This was a cutting-edge technological marvel developed by the Sanctuary, and it was the sole one of its kind, an undeniably captivating weapon that no one could resist. With the formidable saber resting upon her shoulder, Chung Loi strode into the market, where dim light cast eerie shadows and the air was thick with the stench of decay. In the murky corners, the low growls of zombies echoed ominously. Behind her, Chun Ming rummaged through his backpack, producing a specially designed bomb, which he hurled forward with force. The device, adorned with a flashing red light, tumbled twice upon impact before emitting a series of urgent beeps. The sound pierced through the market, resonating with alarming intensity, and startled the nearby zombies, which immediately converged upon the bomb. As the red light intensified and the beeping grew frantic, the final crescendo erupted with a resounding boom. A blinding flash engulfed the horde of zombies, consuming them in an inferno. Limbs and flesh rained down in a cacophony of destruction. accompanied by the rising plumes of acrid smoke and the noxious stench of charred remains. Mission accomplished. Chen Ming was exceedingly proud, as the development of the sanctuary had led to the creation of numerous practical weapons against zombies, albeit effective only against the lower-tier undead for the time being. Without delay, the group hurried towards the storage facility for seeds. Despite the dim lighting, they could discern large crates stacked in front of them. Prosperity had arrived. Let me see if there are any surprises within. The young men displayed excitement, eagerly advancing to inspect the supplies before them. With both hands, one youth grasped the crate's lid and flung it open. However, to his astonishment, a pair of glaring yellow eyes met his gaze, fixated intently upon him, accompanied by two sharp fangs that constantly flicked out their tongues. In an instant, their eyes locked. Oh no! The youth's expression turned to one of horror as he realized a snake was coiled within. He wished to retreat, but it was too late. With a swift motion, the snake lunged forward, sinking its fangs into the youth's neck. The searing pain compelled him to cry out in agony. The surrounding individuals were equally startled by the scene. A snake, indeed? Chung Loi, quick-witted and agile, brandished the long knife from her shoulder and aimed for the serpent's head. The blade sliced through the air with remarkable precision, almost grazing the youth's skin as it passed, even shaving off a few of his sweat-soaked hairs. The vicious snake was severed in response. The youth clutched his neck, staggering backward in shock, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Yet, the intense pain in his neck reminded him of his dire situation. When he lowered his hand, he was horrified to find it smeared with dark, viscous blood. This snake is venomous. The previous search party had met their demise here. There is indeed danger. So everyone must be cautious. Chen Ming promptly warned. As soon as the words fell, the entire warehouse was filled with a rustling sound, and countless black serpents emerged from the bottoms of boxes and crevices, encircling the group. Humanity harbors an instinctive fear of such creatures, a terror etched into our very genes. The sight before them sent shivers down their spines. With a swift motion, Chung Loi brandished his blade, cleaving a few snakes in two with a single stroke of his sharp sword. The others, too, gripped their weapons tightly, engaging in battle against the writhing mass of serpents. However, at that moment, a series of slithering noises echoed above their heads. Chen Ming looked up and was instantly struck with horror. For there were even more snakes coiled upon the rafters, a multitude ready to pounce, launching their attack like a torrential downpour of serpents. Chapter 71. Grasping at shadows filled with dread, the group hastily raised their weapons to fend off the deluge of serpents, akin to a frenzied game of Fruit Ninja, their blades sparking as they swung relentlessly. The carcasses of snakes quickly piled up, blood soaring through the air like a wild and fervent dance. The serpents seemed endless, continuing to descend upon them. Their strength was rapidly waning. Particularly affected was the young man, Sun Yuhang, who had just been bitten. His complexion grew increasingly pale, breaths coming in gasps. If the snake venom was not extracted soon, he would surely perish amidst the rain of serpents. What was to be done? The others were not faring any better. They could slay hundreds of snakes, yet a single misstep could plunge them into a fatal predicament. This place was perilously dangerous, utterly unfit for humans. Just as despair began to settle over the group, the sudden mutation unfolded, and the serpents abruptly froze, as if ensnared by an unseen force, before they began to explode in rapid succession, creating a cacophony of bangs. Chunks of flesh flew through the air, and a mist of blood enveloped the surroundings, resembling a scene from a battlefield. In mere moments, the once vast multitude of snakes was nearly annihilated. Those few that survived fled in terror, as if confronted by something unfathomably dreadful. Chen Ming and his companions were taken aback, halting their actions, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and astonishment, as the events before them transcended their understanding. At that moment, a tall figure gradually materialized ahead, standing unblemished amidst the rain of blood. Lin Dong now commanded a vast domain of corpses, capable of enveloping the entire warehouse, thus swiftly subduing the serpentine horde. Upon seeing this figure, Sun Shaoqiang's eyes gleamed with joy. Lin Dong, you have come to our aid. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded. The realization dawned upon the group that they were in the presence of an ally, and a rather formidable one at that. A collective sigh of relief washed over them, especially for the injured Sun Yuhang, who felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life, his face awash with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. It is no trouble, Lin Dong replied, a charming smile gracing his handsome features, reminiscent of the boy next door, evoking a sense of warmth and reassurance. This gentleness was almost disarming. The onlookers stared, momentarily entranced. However, Chun Ming, upon gazing at that smile, felt a shiver run down his spine. For he had encountered Lin Dong once before during an operation with Chung Luoi. He was acutely aware that Lin Dong was the undisputed sovereign of the building district. A bizarre and formidable corpse king. He actually came. However, Chun Ming was aware that Lin Dong harbored no ill intentions and had indeed saved him. Despite his fears, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "Uncle Chen, could you help me draw out the poison?" Sun Yuhang suddenly interjected. All right." Yet the gruesome wound made it somewhat difficult to proceed. Nevertheless, with his life hanging in the balance, Chun Ming steeled himself and leaned towards Sun Yuhang's neck to draw the toxin. The two embraced, their posture inadvertently taking on a slightly ambiguous nature. Chung Luoi scrutinized Lin Dong with wide eyes and suddenly recalled something. "Where did you find the black scorpion list you gave me last time?" "In an underground market." "Oh." Chung Luoi nodded, her brows slightly furrowed, for she had perceived Jiang Wenchen's ulterior motives towards Lin Dong at that time, unaware that he was a member of the Black Scorpion organization. "What a loss." "Don't be so stingy," Lin Dong casually remarked. His gaze fixated on the long knife in Chung Luoi's hand, finding it exceedingly cool. "That little thing has quite a unique design." Meanwhile, the others began to examine the surrounding crates. They discovered that most had been ravaged by snakes, yet a few crates still contained seeds, preserved fairly well and likely viable for planting. The acquisition of these resources filled their hearts with joy. Only Chun Ming and Sun Yuhang remained intertwined, still extracting the venom. After expelling several mouthfuls of black blood, Chun Ming finally managed to clear it all, his lips swollen, resembling two sausages hanging from his face. "It should be better now." "Thank you, Uncle," Sun Yuhang expressed his gratitude. The two then turned and leaned against the wall, resting on the ground. As the recent exertion had been exceedingly taxing, especially Sun Yuhang, his complexion remained pale, trembling all over, grateful to have been rescued. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at his own resilience. How was it that he had survived? With his shaking hands, he took out his phone to inform someone of his safety. Beside him, Chun Ming glanced over, curiosity piqued. "Who is it?" "My online girlfriend," Sun Yuhang replied, his face radiating happiness. "Though we have yet to meet in person, I have seen her photos, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged." "Oh." Chun Ming's expression shifted to one of contemplation. "Huangzi, you ought to be cautious. That could very well be an impersonation by the Black Scorpion organization, specifically designed to deceive you. Is that really possible? How could it not be? Nowadays, not only humans but even monsters have evolved with intelligence and can deceive people online. Who knows whether the one you're chatting with is a human or a ghost?" Chun Ming stated earnestly. "Uncle, what should I do then?" "Huangzi, heed my advice. The online world is fraught with danger. If you cannot navigate it, it would be wiser to hand your phone to me. I shall converse on your behalf." Due to the commotion they had caused, they had already attracted the attention of the Snake Eye and his horde of zombies. "Boss, there are humans trespassing in our territory, right at the agricultural market," one zombie reported. "Humans?" Snake Eye raised an eyebrow, glancing over his shoulder at the massive throng of corpses behind him, a myriad of elite soldiers. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "It's as if they are delivering provisions directly to us. When zombies consume flesh and blood, their cells become most active, resulting in peak physical condition, speed, and reflexes. Let us first deal with those humans. It is a fortuitous opportunity." As he issued his commands, the horde of zombies began to advance with great momentum, resembling a colossal tidal wave, replete with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Among them were the corpulent Michelin and the haughty Spider-Woman. On Lin Dong's side, they had completed their preparations. Chun Ming and the others, laden with supplies, exited the agricultural market. With the surrounding zombies eliminated, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Sun Yuhang nodded, quickening his pace. He had no desire to linger in such a wretched place. "Halt." Suddenly, Lin Dong's voice echoed from behind. What is it?" "There is something in front of you." Lin Dong's calm voice resonated. Sun Yuhang's expression turned to one of confusion as he peered ahead, discovering a fine thread glinting faintly in the sunlight, lying directly in his path. It was a spider's silk. Though delicate, it was extraordinarily resilient, its sharpness rivaling that of a weapon. Should he inadvertently advance, he would surely meet a gruesome fate. To his horror, Sun Yuhang realized that this lethal thread was less than 5 centimeters away from him. Chapter 72, The Onslaught of the Undead. With just a single step forward, he would undoubtedly be severed. As his gaze widened, he noticed that there were multiple strands of silk, crisscrossing like laser beams across the street. How could this be? The group was struck with terror. The five-star zombie nest was exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to their demise. It was a realm that no human should dare to tread. When we arrived, they were not present. When did they appear? Sun Yuhang distinctly remembered traversing this path. Lin Dong's calm gaze drifted into the distance. They had not yet manifested when you arrived. Who? Chun Ming and the others felt an increasing sense of urgency, a palpable wave of dread washing over them. Oh, I never anticipated such keen awareness. Suddenly, a piercing female voice echoed through the air. The group quickly looked up to find a woman suspended upside down. Her lower body adorned with 8 spider-like legs, strands of silk connecting her to the buildings above. The scene was undeniably eerie, sending chills through the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. It's the Spider Woman, Chen Ming exclaimed with trepidation. The Spider Woman was once a formidable overlord, notorious for her malevolence. She had subsequently been subdued by the Serpent's Eye and incorporated into their ranks, something known to all in the refuge. To their dismay, she had indeed made her appearance. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. From all directions of the street, the ominous growls of zombies began to resonate, a cacophony that seemed never-ending. A torrent of the undead surged forth, a dense mass that appeared like a dark tide, with the most conspicuous among them being Michelin, his corpulent form quaking with each step, causing the very ground to tremble. A horde of corpses. Chun Ming and the others turned pale at the sight. The number of zombies exceeded 10,000, with the more agile ones leaping onto the rooftops, their limbs poised and their malicious gazes fixed upon them, completely encircling the group. They have all come, even including Chung Loi. None have witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. No matter how formidable one's personal abilities may be, facing a tide of countless corpses is an insurmountable challenge. Even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant, let alone this legion of zombies, which could drain the very life from a person. As the horde surged forth, the figure of Shi Tong emerged, his towering presence standing atop a nearby skyscraper, his amber gaze sweeping across the scene, exuding an air of dominion over all. Under his penetrating stare, the hearts of the onlookers felt as if they had been pierced with a sharp blade. The mere appearance of Shi Tong, the sovereign of this domain, instilled a sense of dread. What had Chen Ming done to deserve this? Had he desecrated an ancestral grave or committed some grave offense? He merely sought a few seeds, yet the entire force had mobilized, encircling them as if employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. His impending demise seemed unjust. They had succumbed to utter despair, devoid of any will to resist, even contemplating self-destruction to evade the agony of being devoured by the undead. Under this immense pressure, Sun Yuhang tremulously retrieved his phone, intending to transform his recently sent message of safety into a final farewell. What a hopeless world this had become. Chen Loi, with a long blade slung over her shoulder and her beautiful eyes fixed with calm determination, contemplated the hunting target. Was this truly the objective? Perhaps, she mused. Lin Dong tilted his head, observing closely. Ah. Chang Luoi nodded, shifting to wield the blade with both hands, positioning it in front of her. She was ready for battle. What? Chun Ming and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. Was there still a fight to be had? The serpent's gaze fixated intently. Though it had never encountered Lin Dong before, it could discern from his aura that he was indeed the corpse king of the skyscraper region. It was truly unexpected to find him reduced to mingling with his prey. You have no idea how many surprises await you, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. The serpent's massive jaws split wide, its lips curling to the level of its pronounced cheekbones, and its sinister yellow pupils narrowed, revealing an eerie smile. Observing Lin Dong's solitary venture into its territory, it felt assured of its victory. It seems I have overestimated you. How foolish of you to come here to meet your demise. Allow me to grant your wish. What audacity do you possess? Lin Dong's calm voice resonated. As soon as his words fell, an ominous cloud surged from the horizon, thick and impenetrable. Ha ha ha. Good fellows, I have returned. The cawing of a crow echoed, its form slicing through the air like a fighter jet, swiftly ascending above, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sun. My heavens! However, the ground beneath began to tremble as shards of glass quivered, the earth quaking violently as if an army of thousands was charging forth. A thunderous roar reverberated in the distance, as a tank's formidable figure emerged, flanked by a horde of minions, including Xiao Ba and the doctor, all advancing with reckless ferocity toward Lin Dong. The tide of corpses was upon them. The scene before Qin Ming was utterly staggering. In that moment, he realized the gravity of the conflict. This was a battle of the corpse kings, with himself merely a minor player. What merit did he possess to be part of such a spectacle? Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within him. If Lin Dong triumphed over the serpent, he might yet survive. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, his fighting spirit surged anew, and he raised his alloy knife, his gaze gleaming with unwavering determination. It turns out they were well prepared. On the rooftop, the serpent's eye gazed intently, discerning the source of the problem, yet it mattered little. For he was ready to engage in a decisive battle. 30,000 against 10,000, the advantage lay with me. Kill. With his command, the surrounding zombies erupted into a frenzy, rushing forward en masse. The two tides of the undead collided, resembling tumultuous waves crashing against one another. The zombies roared, trampled, and pounced upon each other, tearing and biting. The essence of slaughter was ignited, utterly unafraid of life and death, like rabid dogs, driven solely by the desire to rend flesh from their foes. The scene transformed into chaos in an instant, blood splattering everywhere, and the stench of carnage permeating the air. However, among them, there was a group of particularly valiant zombies, Lin Dong's Elite 500, who fought with exceptional prowess, akin to a sharp blade that cleaved through the opposing tide of the undead. The ace zombies, impervious to bites, ruthlessly wrenched off heads and casually discarded them aside. Soon after, their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Surrounding zombies fell in succession, yet they stood resolute like indomitable warriors, relentlessly charging forward, invincible in their path. What manner of creature is this? The serpent's eye squinted in observation, nearly failing to recognize the zombies, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet among them was the shadow of Little Eight, her face adorned with a sinister grin, once again transforming into a reaper upon the battlefield, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Stop her. At the serpent's eye's command, the corpulent Michelin figure lunged forward like a living projectile, scattering a multitude of zombies in his path. But just as he advanced partway, a massive fist struck his face, causing his ample flesh to ripple like waves. The silhouette of a tank loomed beside him. Foul brute, your opponent is me. Chapter 73. Illusory space. With a furious roar, Michelin staggered back 2 steps, completely incensed, and swung his fist towards the tank. The two were evenly matched, both embodying the brute strength of human beasts, their blows landing with resounding impact. How ferocious! Shitong observed the unfolding battle and noted the formidable evolution and strength of the opposing side. From the onset, their own position was precarious. However, Lin Dong still had 2 powerful allies. Sun Xiaoqiang was exhilarated, experiencing such a grand spectacle for the first time, seemingly infused by the atmosphere. He delivered a punch to a zombie, sending it flying several dozen meters away. Bang, bang, bang. With each of his punches, zombies were hurled aside, some crashing into storefronts while others collided with their comrades, creating a considerable chaos. Behind them, Chun Ming and the others were engaged in earnest combat. They were all awakened beings at the brain pill stage, their strength comparable to elite zombies. Back to back, they formed a battle formation, working in perfect harmony, inflicting significant damage. Realizing that if they could assist Lin Dong in winning this fight, their own survival was at stake, they dared not show any signs of complacency. Where were the people from Tech Company? Shitong began to feel anxious, sensing that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Enough of this. Shitong leapt from the high building, determined to join the fray. If he didn't intervene soon, his comrades would be annihilated. However, upon landing, he was immediately engulfed by a wave of immense pressure, as if a tumultuous sea of blood was overwhelming him, threatening to drag him into a quagmire. What is this? Can't endure it any longer? Lin Dong's figure appeared ahead. Humph. With a cold snort, Snake Eye glared with malevolence, realizing that it was only due to human assistance that he had gained the upper hand. Did you not just claim that I was consorting with food? Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smirk. For a moment, Snake Eye found himself at a loss for words, feeling both stung and furious. You shall die? As an A-class corpse king, he possessed formidable strength. Although enveloped by the corpse domain, he had not lost his ability to act. A palpable aura of menace surrounded him as he raised his fist to strike Lin Dong. Lin Dong sensed that, be it human or zombie, Snake Eye was currently the most formidable opponent he had encountered. Yet, he did not flinch, instead meeting the blow head-on. With a resounding bang, the 2 corpse kings clashed. Akin to 2 mountains colliding, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent nearby zombies soaring into the air. Snake Eye felt a sharp pain in his arm, staggering back several steps. Under the suppression of the corpse domain, he ultimately proved no match for Lin Dong. To have evolved to such a degree. Snake Eye was horrified to realize the significant gap between them. Lin Dong spoke calmly. Not bad. You were the first to withstand a punch from me. You. Snake Eye's eyes widened in rage, feeling that Lin Dong's arrogance was a direct affront to himself, igniting tremendous fury within him. Yet, at that moment, Lin Dong advanced once more, the pressure of the corpse domain intensifying as his fingers reached for Snake Eye's head. Snake Eye bared his fangs, his yellow pupils constricting sharply, unleashing his awakened ability, Illusion Space. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, noticing an immediate silence enveloping the surroundings. The roars and howls of the zombies had vanished, leaving him standing in an abyss of darkness, akin to a boundless cosmos, utterly serene. In the next moment, from the depths of this obscurity, a shadowy figure appeared to writhe, and then a colossal serpent emerged. Its body spanned an astonishing length, towering as high as 1,000,000 feet. With a serpentine head that loomed like a celestial body, its fierce eyes fixated upon Lin Dong. Following this, an array of such titanic serpents manifested, each raising their heads, encircling Lin Dong in a menacing display. The colossal serpents resembled divine beings, gazing down upon all existence, their oppressive aura palpable. Lin Dong felt as though he were trapped amidst towering mountains, dwarfed in comparison, a mere speck in an expansive ocean, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. In the face of such a terrifying spectacle, an ordinary person would be paralyzed by fear. Yet, Lin Dong remained unfazed. In fact, he couldn't help but think, isn't this illusion a bit too contrived? Earlier, Xiao He had mentioned that the ability of the serpent's eye was to conjure illusory realms, so he was mentally prepared. Confronted by the terrifying serpents, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes, reasoning that since it was all a fabrication, it would be best not to witness it. Lin Dong concentrated all his mental energy on perception. Moments later, he detected the presence of the serpent's eye behind him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the serpent's eye was sent hurtling backwards for 100 meters, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. This is impossible. A wave of shock surged through him. Just moments ago, Lin Dong had clearly plunged into an illusion, yet he was still able to strike it. The illusionary realm of the serpent's eye is indeed formidable. Even a B-class awakened being would be rendered powerless in its presence. However, upon encountering Lin Dong, it appears somewhat foolish. As the serpent's eye crawled from the ruins, it turned its gaze and beheld Lin Dong approaching, surrounded by a tumultuous sea of blood, exuding an overwhelming pressure that threatened to engulf it. A sense of imminent peril washed over, as if the specter of death were drawing near. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of gunfire erupted from the distant street. Two towering hunters swiftly came into view, their Gatling guns roaring with fury, shells raining down as they forged a path ahead. Following them were 2 rows of armored vehicles, advancing steadily to provide cover. Among these armored behemoths, a cadre of human awakened beings emerged, led by none other than Yang Hao, at the helm of his team of awakened warriors, clad in sleek black nano-combat suits. They exuded an impressive and striking aura. "Let me witness the battle's progression," Yang Hao declared, his expression one of smug satisfaction. It was, in truth, his intention to arrive late, as his alliance with the serpent's eye was anything but sincere. He envisioned a scenario where both it and Lin Dong would engage in a mutually destructive clash, allowing him to reap the benefits as a cunning bystander. Much like Lin Dong's previous encounter with the Hunter King task force, once the dust settled, it would be ideal to eliminate the serpent's eye as well. A mere zombie thinks it can challenge me? Does it not know that humanity excels in cunning? Yang Hao's hand remained steady as he flicked open a lighter, igniting a cigarette with a satisfying click, taking a leisurely drag as he completely disregarded the earlier moments when the serpent's eye had been stricken with fear within its own lair. Thus, his gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene ahead. The battlefield was indeed a scene of utter chaos, with incessant clashes erupting everywhere. Naturally, he could not discern which faction of zombies belonged together. The fighting was exceedingly brutal. Where has Snake Eye gone? Chapter 74, The Foolish One. The personnel from Tech Corporation have arrived. Snake Eye cast a fleeting glance, and with a mere thought, countless pythons surged forth from the shadows behind him. These serpents hissed and screeched as they lunged toward Lin Dong. Yet before they could draw near, they erupted in a cacophony of flesh and blood, obscuring the vision of all present. Seizing this moment, Snake Eye swiftly turned and fled towards Tech Corporation, moving with remarkable speed, contemplating the diversion of misfortune. Yang Hao was scrutinizing the battlefield when he caught sight of a tall figure racing toward him, panic etched across their face, clearly in a state of disarray. Oh, looks like they've taken quite a beating. He assessed Snake Eye, noting the disheveled appearance, the collapsed ribcage, and the evident signs of a severe blow. Quite good, quite good. A dog-eat-dog scenario indeed. Yang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Snake Eye, an A-grade zombie king, in such dismal condition. He surmised that Lin Dong could not be faring any better. Once they were both exhausted from their struggle, he could easily sweep them away. While these thoughts swirled in his mind, he maintained a facade of concern and inquired, "Brother Snake, you've been injured. How is Lin Dong faring?" "They are exceptionally powerful. We are no match for them. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Please, act swiftly." Upon hearing Snake Eye's words, Yang Hao sensed an unsettling feeling and scrutinized the battlefield more closely, apprehensively asking, "Those being overwhelmed, are they not all your subordinates?" "Not entirely, but close enough." Upon hearing this, Yang Hao nearly spat out old blood. And what of Lin Dong? There he was. Shitong glanced over, spotting a tall figure leisurely traversing the battlefield. His shirt immaculately white and untouched, not a single injury marring his pristine appearance. Damn! Yang Hao inwardly cursed. This Shitong was utterly inept, while Lin Dong remained unscathed, leaving him in such a dire state. It seemed the advantage of the fisherman would not be his to claim. Observing Shitong retreat into the tech company's ranks, where over 20 awakened individuals stood, Lin Dong did not hasten his pursuit, but approached methodically. He is coming. Tension gripped the crowd. As Lin Dong advanced, numerous elite zombies charged towards the human camp, exuding an aura of menace. "Act quickly," Yang Hao commanded. The awakened behind him began to converge their energies, with several elemental awakened conjuring earthen walls, ice barriers, ice spikes, and fireballs in rapid succession. Some focused on defense, while others took the offensive, their coordination remarkably seamless. The prowess of these 20 or so awakened individuals was indeed formidable. Among them was a woman clad in a sleek black nanofabric combat suit, accentuating her curvaceous figure. With her hair tied in a ponytail, she exuded an air of competence. Her name was Shui Ting, a water element awakened and one of the captains of the hunter squad, renowned for her exceptional strength. With a mere wave of her hand, a stream of cerulean energy coalesced, summoning a water dragon that surged forth, scattering the horde of zombies in disarray. Humanity still possesses a measure of strength. In the recesses of Snake's mind, a thought emerged: to confront those elite zombies, the awakened ones would take action, while the ordinary zombies could be dispatched by the hunters. The Gatling gun roared like a metallic tempest, mercilessly disintegrating the zombies. Should any approach, the hunters would brandish their massive hammers, which would shatter the foes into a gruesome pulp. Hope blossomed within Snake's heart, as if a glimmer of victory was on the horizon. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly slipped into the battlefield like a phantom, stealthily maneuvering around to the rear of the Tech Corporation's ranks, merging with the shadow of an awakened one on the ground. The shadow was utterly silent, a natural-born assassin. The diminutive figure emerged from the awakened one's shadow like a flame igniting, rising slowly. A psychic awakened sensed something amiss, instinctively turning to look, his eyes widening in horror. "Sisterling, behind you." "What?" The awakened one, bewildered, began to turn just as an excruciating pain pierced through his body. With a sickening squelch, the small black figure's claws had already plunged into his back. The woman convulsed violently, blood gushing forth, her eyes widening in terror before she succumbed to death, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Cackling ominously, the small black figure savored the sweet blood on its claws, relishing the taste. A look of utter satisfaction etched across its face. Gasping in shock, the onlookers were confronted with a scene both terrifying and surreal. How can there be another zombie king? Quickly, attack him! People shouted anxiously, hastily unleashing their awakened abilities to assault the position of the shadowy figure. However, the specter showed no inclination to engage in battle. After a successful ambush, it swiftly retreated. Behind it, a horde of zombies charged forth from the street corner, its impoverished comrades, a total of 5,000 undead, including 1,000 elite foes. Driven to desperation, They exhibited a ferocity akin to starving wolves, recklessly launching themselves at the multitude of humans before them. Disaster loomed. Lin Dong had reinforcements. Yang Hao discerned the looming threat and promptly commanded his allies to intercept them. Meanwhile, Shi Tong recognized the shadow. Shi Tong, your demise is imminent. The shadow intoned darkly. Yang Hao and the other awakened ones fought alongside Xiao He, yet they never lost sight of their formidable adversary, Lin Dong, a dire threat. Suddenly, Yang Hao's brow furrowed, an unsettling sensation washing over him as he anxiously scanned the surroundings, but Lin Dong's tall figure was nowhere to be found. Lin Dong was missing. What? His companions nearby mirrored his shock, swiftly turning to see that Lin Dong had indeed vanished. This was perplexing. He had been approaching just moments ago. Where could he have gone? Yet, with terrifying zombies relentlessly surging from all directions, there was no time to ponder, and they had to focus on vanquishing their enemies. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, one area remained particularly tense: the Spider-Woman. Once a dominant force, her strength was formidable. She incessantly unleashed webs, ensnaring and slaughtering the zombies. While countless crows clung to the dense strands of her silken traps, Brother Crow now finds himself in a particularly precarious situation, maneuvering through the dense webs with trepidation, desperately evading capture. Don't run away, my little darling. The Spider-Woman relentlessly pursues him from behind. What a monstrous fiend. Brother Crow is filled with dread as he flaps his wings, nearly escaping the confines of the webs, yearning to ascend into the sky. Yet, the Spider-Woman proves to be his nemesis. With a mere opening of her mouth, countless strands of silk burst forth, weaving an enormous web above him. With no refuge in sight, Brother Crow becomes ensnared, falling to the ground with a thud. He struggles fiercely, but the web is remarkably resilient, constricting tighter with every effort to escape. The Spider-Woman's face lights up with excitement as she leaps into the air, her 8 legs resembling blades, aimed directly at Brother Crow. His crimson eyes widen in fear as the figure of the Spider-Woman looms larger within his gaze, with death drawing ever closer. This is it for me. However, in this dire moment, a formidable silhouette suddenly appears, positioning itself before Brother Crow like a bulwark. Thud. The tank crosses its arms, intercepting the lethal strike meant for the crow. Yet, the Spider-Woman's sharp legs pierce through the tank's body, leaving several gaping wounds from which blood flows freely. Once again, I've been punctured. Hey, when we first met, I caught you once. Now I've saved you once as well. Can we consider this even? Shall we put our grudges behind us? Brother Crow gazes at him with his crimson eyes, blinking in bewilderment. Oh, you foolish creature. Chapter 75. A fierce battle. The tank pauses momentarily, taken aback. Why is it still scolding me? With a surge of strength, the tank pushed the Spider-Woman aside, enduring the intense pain. The Spider-Woman bared her fangs in a wicked grin. She was once a formidable ruler, her level slightly surpassing that of the tank. Neither of you are my match. Yet, scarcely had she spoken when a figure emerged. A young girl bearing a large sword upon her shoulder, blood continuously dripping from its sharp edge. Cheng Luai, with her large, tranquil eyes, fixed her gaze upon the Spider-Woman. Allow me to handle this. You seek death. The Spider-Woman's fierce eyes narrowed, incredulous that this so-called prey would dare to provoke her in a battle among the undead. Moreover, she sensed that Cheng Luai's aura was not particularly formidable. Whoosh! The Spider-Woman opened her mouth, unleashing sharp webs that flew toward her like arrows. Cheng Luai swung her sword in rapid succession, severing those webs. However, a few strands grazed her cheek and shoulder, the razor-sharp threads slicing through her flesh, causing crimson blood to begin to flow. Crow in the tank watched intently. Cheng Luai had previously visited the Lin Dong territory during an incident of tanks patrolling oversight. The tank felt a deep sense of guilt, so the memory remained vivid, leaving a strong impression of Cheng Luai. He recalled the boss mentioning that Cheng Luai was a friend. Oh no, the boss's friend is in trouble. Yet, Cheng Luai maintained her composed demeanor, even finding a strange thrill in the intense pain, igniting her nerves to action. Deadly pain activated. With a thunderous roar, the Spider-Woman, invigorated by the scent of human blood, lunged forward with a ferocity that seemed to have been amplified by a potent stimulant intent on devouring her prey. Cheng Luai, her fair visage marred by flowing crimson, fixated her piercing gaze, tightening her grip on the blade. A surge of intense energy ignited, the thunderous crystal core at the hilt radiating a blinding brilliance that swiftly enveloped the entire edge of the sword. The long blade shimmered like a bolt of lightnings, its electric luminescence dancing in the air. Flash! Chung Loi uttered softly, her figure vanishing in an instant, her speed reaching its zenith. As the blade sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, the Spider-Woman was caught entirely off guard. The razor-sharp edge pierced effortlessly into her abdomen, akin to slicing through tofu, accompanied by the ominous sounds of metal grinding against bone. In a fleeting moment, the two figures crossed paths in midair, and the next instant, Chung Loi had reappeared behind the Spider-Woman. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief as she slowly lowered her gaze, staring blankly at her own body to find a slender line of blood seeping from her midsection. Soon after, her body began to crumble, dark blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With a tilt of her head, the Spider-Woman collapsed, her upper and lower halves severed cleanly at the waist. Chung Loi advanced, wielding her blade with the finesse of a golfer, expertly cleaving the Spider-Woman's head from her body. A crystal core flew forth, which she caught gracefully in her hand, her movements exuding an effortless elegance. Impressive. Tank, with wide eyes, marveled at the scene, acknowledging the prowess of his leader's companion, who had effortlessly vanquished the Spider-Woman. In that moment, both he and Crow reached a mutual conclusion in their minds. He is a good man. The entire battlefield resembled a scene from a hellish realm, shrouded in a fog of blood, where severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay strewn about. In certain areas, corpses were piled high, with the stench of congealed blood pooling below. With the relentless slaughter, the numbers of Snake Eye subordinates dwindled drastically, tipping the scales overwhelmingly in favor of Lin Dong's elite zombie legion, which now had the capability to encircle the Tech Corporation. Presently, Yang Hao and his companions found themselves besieged by the Horde, the zombies launching a frenzied assault. Damn it, something is amiss, Yang Hao grimaced, as what was supposed to be a ploy for opportunistic gain had devolved into an inexplicable peril for himself. The awakened around him were embroiled in fierce combat, their ammunition nearly depleted. Suddenly, an eerie cackle pierced the air. A brain-advanced awakened turned to see the ghastly visage of Xiao Ba mere inches away. In an instant, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen, realizing he had been eviscerated, his kidneys ripped out. Blood gushed forth as his lifeless form collapsed. Xiao Ba's figure flickered, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before her next target, continuing her assault on vital points. In this battle, if judged solely by numbers, Xiao Ba had undoubtedly claimed the most lives, earning her the moniker master of the waist grab. Quick, stop her, Yang Hao shouted, sensing the bizarre nature of the situation. The awakened surrounding him hastily erected earthen and ice walls to thwart Xiao Ba's relentless advance, with Xiao Ba ahead and a mass of shadows behind. Both posed formidable threats to humanity, capable of delivering death unseen, aptly dubbed the Eerie Corpse. Have you all forgotten about me? Suddenly, a magnetic voice resonated through the crowd. Yang Hao turned to look, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was Lin Dong, who had just vanished, now lurking beside him. In the next moment, Lin Dong unleashed his domain of death, casting an overwhelming pressure that enveloped all present. With a casual gesture, he reached into the skull of an awakened individual, effortlessly extracting their soul crystal. Good heavens! Yang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This was indeed the ultimate boss. As Lin Dong moved past, he plucked the soul crystals from 3 or 4 more awakened beings, as if he were truly wandering through an orchard. Captain Xue Ting gritted her teeth, enduring the immense pressure as she activated her awakening ability. Water prison. A soft blue energy began to coalesce around her, forming shimmering water curtains in the air to counter the terrifying domain of death, encircling Lin Dong within. This water curtain, composed of pure energy, was impervious to Lin Dong's ability to traverse through matter, preventing him from directly escaping through it. However, his elite guardians seized the opportunity, launching themselves forth in succession, overwhelming several awakened beings, pinning them to the ground and tearing at them, creating a scene of utter carnage. As the zombies drew ever closer, Shitong clenched his teeth, realizing that at such a critical juncture, he had no choice but to cooperate with the humans. Having rested briefly, his mental energy had replenished significantly, now surging forth like a tide, surrounding those elite zombies. The formerly fierce creatures were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of uncertainty, with some even collapsing to the ground, trembling. The slightest contact with the mental energy would plunge them into an illusory realm, disrupting their minds. Seizing this moment of respite, Shitong surveyed the battlefield, sensing the tide turning against them. Why not make a discreet escape? as long as the green hills remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood. Being an A-level zombie king, although unable to engage in combat, I still possess the capability for self-preservation. Snake Eye contemplated this, slowly retreating with the intention of slipping away unnoticed. However, at that moment, a figure surged forth with astonishing speed, akin to a rampaging bull, delivering a powerful blow to Snake Eye's chest. The immense force propelled him backward over 10 meters. It was none other than Sun Xiaoqiang, who had come to lend assistance. Yang Hao, drawn by the commotion, quickly turned to observe, only to discover an unexpected human presence within Lin Dong's ranks. He found it utterly perplexing. Moreover, this individual possessed distinctive features. Having perused the information on the refuge's official website, he recognized him almost instantly. You are Sun Xiaoqiang? Have you heard of my tale? Sun Xiaoqiang regarded him with a discerning gaze. Yet, at that moment, Snake Eye was consumed by rage, hastily directing his mental force towards him. However, Sun Xiaoqiang remained unfazed. As long as I relinquish my consciousness, I shall remain unaffected. With that, his bones crackled ominously as he instantly entered the state of fearless frenzy. Chapter 76. The fate is sealed. Sun Xiaoqiang, like a ferocious tiger, lunged forward, landing another punch squarely on Snake Eye's chest. A dull thud echoed as Snake Eye was sent flying over 10 meters once more. Damn it, this fool! Snake Eye grumbled through clenched teeth, thoroughly incensed, for Sun Xiaoqiang's abilities indeed held a restraining effect on him. Yang Hao, witnessing the scene, was equally alarmed. Their adversaries not only included the likes of Xiaoba and the elusive Shadow, but also the notable figure from Refuge number 002, Sun Xiaoqiang. Upon casting a glance, it became evident that Lin Dong had shattered the water prison, ethereal azure moats swirling around him. He advanced steadily, and with each step, an overwhelming pressure surged forth once more. Not far away, a slender girl appeared, her shoulders burdened by a large blade, approaching leisurely. Damn! Yang Hao cursed inwardly, recognizing the formidable presence before him. Initially, he had hoped to reap the benefits from the conflict, only to discover that he was faced with a formidable shark, ready to consume everything in its path. It was over. Everything was lost. Meanwhile, Xueting and the other awakened one stood on high alert, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Dong, refusing to let their focus waver for even a moment. Everyone, be cautious during the battle. We must envelop ourselves in energy to guard against his bizarre attacks. Indeed, the others responded in unison, their energies stirring restlessly, their auras intensifying. Some among them manifested icy armor, radiating a chilling aura, while others ignited with flickering flames, exuding an air of searing intensity. As the moment of life and death approached, the awakened ones summoned their full strength, though such a state would inevitably drain their energy rapidly, unable to be sustained for long. Quite clever, Lin Dong murmured to himself, as a tinge of crimson enveloped his gaze, the full force of the corpse domain unfurling. An immense pressure radiated outward in all directions, encompassing nearly 100 meters. The debris on the streets was instantly obliterated, disintegrating as if it had been set loose from its confines. Garbage bins, lampposts, and abandoned vehicles met their demise. The scene before them was one of impending annihilation. Xueting and her companions found themselves ensnared within a tempest, their hair whipping about, expressions grave, exerting every ounce of their strength to resist. It seemed that even the slightest lapse in concentration would result in them being torn apart by that overwhelming force. It is utterly terrifying. How could he possess such formidable power? Could it be he is an S-rank corpse king? The crowd felt their scalps tingle, unable to fathom the reality. And as that tall, pristine figure drew nearer, the pressure intensified. I can barely hold on. A fire element awakened individual bellowed, unleashing his final reserves of energy, flames erupting around him, transforming him into a being of fire. With all his might, he swung a fist towards Lin Dong. Without flinching, Lin Dong raised his hand to meet the blow with unwavering dominance. In this realm of the dead, he was the true sovereign. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the tremendous force shattered the fire element awakened one's body, obliterating him, the searing flames extinguishing, marking the final brilliance of his existence. A crimson crystal core burst forth, caught effortlessly in Lin Dong's palm, which he then consumed in one swift motion. The warm energy surged within him, coursing through his limbs and bones. After all, the exertion in this realm of the dead was immense, and a timely replenishment was essential. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped, their fear reaching a crescendo, sensing death looming ever closer. Some even succumbed to despair, completely relinquishing any hope of resistance. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, seldom one to hold back, flickered into motion, arriving beside another awakened individual, and with a swift motion, crushed his skull. He continued to reap lives, resembling a cold-blooded killing machine. Witnessing her teammates fall one after another, powerless to resist, Shui Ting was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. After glancing around, I discovered that the little black figure behind had nearly exterminated humanity, while on the right, Xiao Ba continued his relentless slaughter. The anguished cries of the people intertwined with eerie laughter, creating an atmosphere of profound terror. A handsome face suddenly appeared before me, its pale complexion adorned with piercing red eyes that sent shivers down my spine. In an instant, a large hand grasped me, and darkness enveloped my vision as I lost consciousness entirely. Shui Ting's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Lin Dong found himself in possession of a pale blue crystal core, which he promptly consumed. The core dissolved upon entry, offering an exquisite sweetness and pure energy that nourished his body, allowing Lin Dong to revel in this delightful sensation. The awakened humans were nearly obliterated by him. Lin Dong retracted the corpse domain, his crimson gaze dimming as he regained a tranquil demeanor. At that moment, the serpent's eye was still being pummeled by Sun Xiaoqiang, who, despite being a psychic awakened individual, was slightly inferior in physique to the frenzied Sun Xiaoqiang. It was humiliating to be bested by a fool. The serpent's eye, filled with indignation, glanced around, contemplating escape, only to quickly realize that a cadre of elite zombies, including the shadowy figure and Xiao Ba, along with the tank and the doctor, had converged upon him. Just moments ago, they had cooperatively dealt with Michelin and were now hastening to provide support. Above, numerous red-eyed crows circled, some with beaks stained with blood, completely crimson, clutching half a serpent's body. After Qing Luai vanquished the Spider-Woman, the crows feasted on the pythons as if they were enjoying spicy strips. The serpent's eye felt a wave of despair. His subordinates had been annihilated, and now, surrounded on all sides by Lin Dong's forces, the once mighty ruler found himself cornered. Moreover, Lin Dong's figure was steadily approaching this way. The serpent-eyed figure trembled, cast into shadow by his strike. It seemed the time had come to unveil the final trump card. After a brief struggle, the serpent-eyed individual resolved to surrender. With a bend of the knees, they collapsed to the ground with a thud, burying their head deeply. "Do not kill me. Spare my life. I yield. From this day forth, I pledge my loyalty to you." Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing his consent, the serpent-eyed figure felt a surge of relief. Stealthily glancing upward, they noticed Sun Xiaoqiang and the other zombies standing behind Lin Dong, refraining from further aggression. The adage rang true: as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The zombies possessed eternal life. As long as they endured, a day of reckoning would eventually arrive. A great zombie could be both flexible and resilient. "I vow to follow you for all eternity." With unwavering devotion, the serpent-eyed figure declared once more. Perhaps in the next life, Lin Dong interjected suddenly. A roar erupted from the horde of zombies behind, reverberating like thunder as they surged toward the serpent-eyed individual, swiftly engulfing them. As the multitude of undead feasted upon their flesh, it resembled a drowning soul desperately reaching out, grappling for salvation, while inwardly cursing Lin Dong. "You scoundrel!" However, soon the outstretched hand fell limp, having surrendered all semblance of life. Lin Dong ceased his observation and turned away, for in a corner lay another human, clutching their head with trembling hands, their face buried between their legs, akin to a fledgling chick shivering in the cold wind. Chapter 77. High-level secrets. The individual in question is undoubtedly Yang Hao, whose heart is gripped by an overwhelming fear. Lin Dong deliberately refrains from allowing his subordinates to eliminate him, considering he may still hold some value. At that moment, upon hearing footsteps approaching, Yang Hao trembles and raises his gaze, only to find Lin Dong's expressionless face, flanked by Tank, Xiao Ba, and the doctor, all radiating an aura of ferocity. Instantly, Yang Hao feels a warm dampness in his trousers, succumbing once again to terror. "Spare me, please. I can cooperate with you," he pleads. "Cooperate?" Lin Dong raises an eyebrow, intrigued. With a quivering voice, Yang Hao elaborates, I am privy to many secrets of tech company. If you let me go, I can divulge all of them. Very well, then speak, Lin Dong responds, his interest piqued. Gulp. Yang Hao's lips are parched as he instinctively swallows. He reaches into his pocket, retrieving a cigarette, trembling as he places it between his lips. Yet, as before, his lighter refuses to ignite. His hand seemingly betrays him. After several futile attempts, he finally hears a click as a flicker of flame springs to life. However, with a mere breath, Lin Dong extinguishes the flame. Smoking is prohibited in public places. Yang Hao finds himself at a loss for words, yet strives to compose himself before stating, "Tech company intends to cultivate zombies." I am aware of that. Indeed, as an assistant to the head, Yijian, Yang Hao occupies a managerial position and possesses knowledge that exceeds that of others. Lin Dong deems this information highly valuable. Where's the Q virus? At the company headquarters, the shipment will arrive in 10 days, Yang Hao remarked, lifting his gaze. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The Q virus, akin to the previous Z virus, would be transported via helicopter. Should he acquire it, his formidable zombie legion would once again evolve, attaining an exceedingly terrifying power. This, however, reveals the profound depth of the Tech Corporation, capable of producing such advanced technology. Is there anything else? Yang Hao clenched his teeth and divulged a piece of confidential information known only to the upper echelons. The Tech Corporation not only conducts human experimentation on ordinary individuals but also on some awakened beings. According to a report from headquarters, preliminary results have been achieved. They can transfer, graft, or concentrate awakened abilities onto a single individual, a process we refer to as modification. The modified beings similarly lack independent thought, operating entirely according to predetermined programming. Lin Dong mused that the modified beings must be quite formidable. As they amalgamate multiple abilities, would that not imply numerous crystal cores? Yang Hao collected his thoughts. The headquarters' support for cultivating zombies aims to acquire bizarre abilities, subsequently transferring them to the modified beings, thus creating true machines of slaughter. Furthermore, a specialized team has been established at headquarters to hunt the strange corpses, consisting of awakened individuals of grade A or higher, equipped with extraordinarily expensive modified warrior fighters, rendering them immensely powerful. Thus, Lin Dong nodded, realizing that tech companies should not be underestimated. Although he was continually growing stronger, they too were advancing rapidly. Yang Hao felt that all that needed to be said had been articulated, and he hesitantly inquired, "So, may I leave now?" "Yes, you may go," Lin Dong replied casually. However, Yang Hao harbored doubts, sensing a lack of conviction in those words. "You truly will not kill me?" "Indeed, if I say I shall not kill you, then I shall not." Lin Dong's tone grew more earnest. With this affirmation, Yang Hao felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. "Then I shall take my leave." He hastily rose, eager to escape the wretched place, and hurried towards the street outside. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when a gust of wind swept over him, followed by a sharp pain in his lower back, accompanied by a gushing of warm blood. "You!" Yang Hao's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling as he slowly turned to see the grinning face of Xiaoba. Behind him stood Lin Dong, observing him with an unsettling calmness. "I did not kill you," Lin Dong stated. Yang Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him as crimson blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth, his consciousness fading into a haze. In the next life, never trust a zombie. With a thud, Yang Hao's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Thus, the entire battle came to an end. In truth, since the demise of Shi Tong, the remaining zombies under his command had already surrendered. After all, they have yet to evolve to a level where they possess the quality of loyalty. Even the great pythons have fled, scattering in disarray. A throng of zombies busies themselves with the aftermath of battle, feasting on flesh and gathering crystal cores. Cheng Luai approached with measured steps. "Is it over already? Without me exerting myself? If you find yourself with nothing to do, do not summon me next time. What plans do you have ahead?" "None at all." Lin Dong harbored no grand ambitions of world domination. As a mere little zombie, he simply wished to live comfortably without the worry of sustenance. This was his plan even before the apocalypse. However, in this chaotic realm, one is not always the master of their own fate. If he did not eliminate Snake Eye, he would inevitably be disturbed, forcing him to relinquish his territory. Cheng Loi turned her gaze toward him. "Ah, now that your domain has expanded, how about I scour it a bit? In exchange for crystal cores." Lin Dong remained unyielding. Cheng Luai's large eyes twinkled. "Next time, for certain." With that, she stepped forward, accompanied by Sun Xiaoqiang and Chun Ming, gradually moving away from the scene. What a lunatic, Lin Dong muttered as he watched her retreating figure. At that moment, the sun broke through the clouds, casting its rays anew upon the earth, while the pervasive scent of blood tinted the sunlight a crimson hue. It resembled slender red threads cascading from the heavens. The blood pooling on the ground reflected the sunlight, yielding a sinister red glow that added a dark stroke to the canvas of the apocalyptic city. Lin Dong stood firm amidst it all, flanked by three kings, commanding the tide of countless zombies. With a single order from him, they surged forth. The horde of zombies surged forward, while a flock of crows swept across the sky, obscuring the sun. However, trailing behind was a group of zombies led by the infamous Xiao He and his impoverished companions. "Brother, what shall we do?" inquired one of the underlings. And Xiao He pondered for a moment, having been thoroughly impressed by Lin Dong after this battle. The most crucial factor was, there would still be meat to eat. Chapter 78. Fishing for Evidence? After defeating the Serpent's Eye, Lin Dong's territory expanded once more. With one end connecting to Xiao He's domain, the three territories were now completely unified. The total area now spanned an impressive 50 square kilometers, nearly encompassing the entire city center, establishing Lin Dong as a formidable overlord. The tide of the undead under Lin Dong's command had more than doubled, increasing from a mere 10,000 to an astounding 25,000, among which were 5,000 elite zombies, including 500 from the Ace Legion. They evolved through combat, devouring numerous brain cores and flesh, becoming even stronger. With the addition of Xiao He, the three kings of the territory transformed into four. Each of these four zombie kings governed their respective domains. Xiao He held the north, a territory he knew well. The doctor oversaw the south. Tank and Xiao Ba followed sequentially downwards. The four kings could be referred to as North He, South Bo, East Ku, and West Ba. Initially, Xiao Ba rejected this nomenclature. But alas, the other three kings were unwilling to negotiate with her. Lin Dong remained at the building's location. The 500 Ace Legionnaires were distributed around the perimeter, followed by thousands of elite zombies, expanding outward in concentric circles. As for the airspace above the territory, it is undoubtedly entrusted to Brother Ya, who possesses absolute air supremacy. Currently, this area is heavily fortified, especially the central zone, which is virtually impenetrable, having become a veritable no-go zone for humanity. However, there is one exception, Su Xiaoro, the diligent worker. At this moment, she is kneeling on the ground, earnestly scrubbing the floor with her hands. Everything around her is tidily arranged and visually pleasing, providing a rare comfort even to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Lin Dong sits on the sofa ahead, one hand holding a beverage cup while the other fiddles with his phone. Following the previous fierce battle, news has rapidly spread online, creating a bustling atmosphere. Breaking, senior officials of Take Corporation have perished in battle, leading the Awakened to total annihilation. Was this a strategic blunder or merely a demonstration of inadequate strength? Revealed, the mystery behind Yang Hao's demise. Insiders suggest he had previously ventured into the territory of the five-star corpse nest. A review. What substantial crises lurk in present-day Jiangbei City? The death of Yang Hao has instigated considerable panic, as it starkly illustrates the perilous nature of the outside world. Beneath these reports, numerous comments abound. It is said that Yang Hao was negotiating with the Corpse King, but negotiations faltered, leading to his demise. Wait, has the rumor mill already begun upstairs? It was clearly Take Corporation seeking collaboration with the Corpse King to eliminate another faction, but ultimately, they were overwhelmed by ID. Handsome boy. No way. Are they really that incompetent? The commentary section is rife with varied opinions, each more colorful than the last. As Chun Ming aptly remarked, the online realm is rife with deception. Who can truly discern the malevolent entities lurking behind the facade? Those who leave comments may not necessarily be the fortunate survivors of a refuge. They could very well be members of the Black Scorpion, or affiliated with other organizations, or even evolved creatures endowed with sentience, or the undead. Some of these nefarious beings actively post bait, engaging in entrapment, exploiting desires and avarice to lure human awakeners into the abyss. For instance, posts proclaiming, CPDD, you are the one, establish a relationship, you dictate the terms, moi. Do you love me? Message me privately, seeking a caring young man to protect me as we survive together. I have discovered a plethora of resources. Those capable, come swiftly. and a myriad of similar messages, often accompanied by alluring images of fair-skinned beauties with long legs, clad in black or white stockings or swimwear. To believe in such temptations would surely lead to dire consequences. Yet, people have grown wiser. They seldom fall for these traps. In moments of idleness, some even resort to light-hearted banter in the comments, intentionally provoking them. Hey, my only principle in seeking a partner is this. If someone is taken, I shall not intrude. What others discard, I too shall forego. Sister, is it merely affection? Can we not discuss other matters? Lin Dong frequently stumbled upon these posts. Not out of boredom or a desire for enticing images, but because a persistent thought lingered in his mind. Could he not turn the tables and engage in counter-entrapment? Since they wish to entice others, one could easily feign compliance to uncover the sinister forces lurking behind. With the elimination of the serpent's eye, there are no pressing concerns. The next plan involves seizing the Q virus from the tech company, with the operation set to commence in 7 days. In the meantime, there is little to occupy one's time. Thus, Lin Dong continued to peruse those posts, intending to randomly select a fortunate netizen. Ideally, he sought someone in proximity to his territory. Venturing too far for a trifling profit was an unnecessary risk. Before long, he fixated on a post titled Seeking Supplies. My sister has discovered a wealth of resources, but is now trapped, surrounded by numerous zombies. I implore everyone to come to my rescue. Sob, sob, sob. Accompanying the text was an image of a cute little girl, her large eyes and cherubic cheeks evoking a strong protective instinct in men. Where are you, brother? How many of you are there? It is exceedingly perilous here. Please exercise utmost caution. Soon, a private message arrived. Evidently, these individuals were cautious, not revealing their location immediately, but rather inquiring about the other party's situation first. Lin Dong replied, just me. Just one person? At that moment, in a dimly lit basement, the faint glow of a phone screen illuminated the face of a burly man with a rugged beard. A black scorpion tattoo etched on the back of his hand. Brother Yin, we've got a live one. He claims to be alone, the man said, turning to his companions, who numbered over 10, each bearing fierce expressions and cruel gazes. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, gaunt of visage, with pronounced cheekbones and a pair of brooding eyes. Lost in contemplation, a solitary individual, surely, no one would be foolish enough now, would they? Yet, one cannot be certain. The world is vast, and all sorts of people abound. Perhaps he is simply enamored with my beauty, or rather, the beauty captured in my photograph. Mused a burly man sporting a scruffy beard. The middle-aged man, clearly harboring doubts, pondered the possibility of attracting the attention of awakened individuals from the sanctuary who might conspire to ambush him. Nevertheless, this was inherently a gamble, and if all else failed, the B plan could still be enacted. Very well, provide him with the address, he instructed. All right, woe is me. I am in the underground plaza of the furniture city, and I am terribly frightened. Please hurry and rescue me. Chapter 79. Deceit. The middle-aged man continued to issue directives. Sulu, we shall first conceal ourselves. You will meet with this individual alone and assess his capabilities. If he proves superior to us, you will accompany him and act as our informant. Should he be inferior, lure him into our trap, and we shall eliminate him together. Understood. From the shadows emerged a young girl, her appearance strikingly akin to that in the posted photograph. This was their B plan. Furniture City? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. This location was indeed not far from their territory, situated on the eastern fringe. Yet, Lin Dong remained uncertain of the truthfulness of the information provided. It was entirely possible that the address was a mere fabrication. However, it matters not if it is false. Let it be regarded as an exploration of one's newfound dominion. Very well, await my arrival, though I must caution that the path ahead is fraught with peril, and I may need to proceed with caution. Oh. Upon seeing this, the other party felt a glimmer of hope, for this indicated that the newcomer possessed limited prowess, likely rendering them an easy target. Lin Dong, of course, spoke thus with intent, deliberately seeking to mislead his adversaries. He artfully wove the fabric of deception, akin to a masterful game of strategy. Soon after, Lin Dong rose from his abode, descending the stairs and making his way eastward. Caw, caw, caw. Above him, a few ebony crows soared through the air. The streets beneath his feet remained in disarray, and the surrounding ferocious zombies, upon encountering Lin Dong, promptly bowed their heads in a display of submission. Lin Dong strolled through the apocalyptic cityscape with an air of nonchalance. Before long, a towering figure emerged on the road ahead, unmistakably the guardian of the East, Tank. Behind him trailed a throng of zombies, while several crows circled above. What brings the boss here? Who knows? He seldom ventures out. Could it be that he has come to offer us solace? Indeed, that must be the case. Tank approached with a bemused smile. Boss, have you come to see me? Lin Dong replied, I am in search of a few humans. Tank's expression shifted to one of confusion, sensing that something was amiss. Humans? Where could there possibly be humans? In this territory I patrol, how could such creatures exist? Boss, are you mistaken? Currently, there remains an air of uncertainty. I shall take a look and report back. You may wait here for the time being, Lin Dong instructed. Oh, very well. The Tank squad responded in unison, though a sense of trepidation stirred within them. For if humanity were to indeed appear, would it not signify their own failure? Observing Lin Dong's figure receding into the distance evoked a sensation akin to that of a student awaiting the correction of their homework by a stern teacher. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at the furniture market, where he encountered a dilapidated structure, its integrity compromised, with cracks spreading like veins across its surface and weeds sprouting from the crevices. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the blades of grass to sway, as if the very building were on the verge of collapse. Lin Dong silently sensed the presence of humanity beneath the surface. While only one signature was apparent, many lay concealed in the shadows. The mental barrier obscured the exact number. Very well, Lin Dong murmured. For as long as he could ascertain the authenticity of this location, the adversary's defeat was inevitable, a sentence of death already pronounced. He swiftly approached the subterranean entrance, where rotting bones and splotches of dried blood littered the descending staircase. The rolling shutter door ahead had succumbed to rust, now a deep reddish-brown hue, while plastic debris, carried by the wind, accumulated at its base, with wriggling insects faintly visible among the refuse. Lin Dong bypassed the door, resolutely employing his necromantic abilities, merging his form into the adjacent wall and seamlessly entering the space within. The surrounding light dimmed abruptly, an unsettling chill enveloping him. This underground market, once intended for the sale of furniture, had been in the midst of renovation on the day of the apocalypse, and thus remained eerily vacant. Lin Dong's tall figure appeared in the corridor, where he chose not to remain hidden any longer, but instead strode forward. Was he truly alone? XL, who had been waiting for an extended period, sensed the movement ahead. Her curiosity piqued. When did he arrive? Cough. Brother, is that you? She deliberately lowered her voice and called out. From the dimness emerged a figure clad in a pristine white shirt, his complexion fair and features strikingly handsome. Yet, within his eyes lingered a hint of indifference. Lin Dong assessed the girl before him, confirming her humanity, and was astonished to find she resembled her photograph precisely. The food matched the image. However, he wondered how many others might be concealed nearby. He needed to draw them out. Hello, I am here to rescue you. Oh. XL gazed at his handsome visage, momentarily entranced, her heart fluttering. Originally, she had been abducted by the members of the Black Scorpion and, under their coercive influence, had joined their ranks. She had initially intended to eliminate Lin Dong to acquire his crystal core or brain essence, but upon seeing his striking appearance, her thoughts shifted. Brother, I am so frightened. XL coquettishly approached Lin Dong, attempting to take his arm. Yet, he deftly evaded her grasp. What about the supplies? XL found herself at a loss for words, contemplating his lack of understanding of the situation. Why was he really here? Was it solely for the supplies? Nevertheless, he appeared quite earnest. The supplies are inside. Please, follow me. Reluctantly, she led him onward, into the circle of her accomplices. As Lin Dong walked forward, he silently attuned himself to the surrounding atmosphere. Neither of the two spoke. After a brief moment, Su Lu finally broke the silence. Aren't you afraid that I might be deceiving you? Not at all. After all, without resources, I'd starve to death anyway. I might as well choose to trust you. Lin Dong replied with a narrowed smile. Oh. Su Lu lowered her head, biting her lip. Have you ever considered joining some organization or another? I haven't thought about it, but if survival is possible, perhaps I would contemplate it. Lin Dong mused thoughtfully. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Lu's eyes, as she found his thoughts remarkably aligned with her own experiences. Indeed, living is of utmost importance. Have you ever taken a life during the apocalypse? Not yet. Lin Dong shook his head. At this moment, Su Lu clearly harbored intentions of recruiting him to pledge allegiance to the Black Scorpion organization. One must first take the lives of a few humans, signifying a disdain for order and embracing absolute freedom from that point forward. Chapter 80. Concealing one's aura? He has never killed. Much like his former self, he is still a kind-hearted individual. Su Lu pondered silently, her gaze softening. After enduring the company of the twisted members of the Black Scorpion organization for so long, encountering someone like Lin Dong felt refreshing. A string within her heart seemed to vibrate at that moment. She had been fleeing through the apocalypse, enduring humiliation to survive, and her spirit was utterly exhausted. She yearned for a truly dependable shoulder to lean on. Suddenly, Su Lu was engulfed by an overwhelming obsession. She could not bear the thought of Lin Dong meeting his demise. Perhaps it would be prudent to have him join the organization first, and later find an opportunity. The two of them could soar together. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must heed my words. It may grant you a chance at survival. What unforeseen circumstances could possibly occur? Lin Dong inquired with a smile, implying that their hunt was virtually assured. The two arrived at a vast, empty hall. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with supplies of humanity laid out in the center, several boxes of mineral water, instant noodles packed in cardboard boxes, and some canned food. These provisions had been gathered by the Black Scorpion organization. The resources were indeed present here, Su Lu stated. Lin Dong nodded slightly, dismissing the meager offerings. His true supplies had yet to make an appearance. He silently sensed the area, his mental barriers intensifying. It was evident that numerous humans lay hidden nearby. Indeed, within the surrounding shadows, many eyes were fixated upon him. Su Lu had unwittingly led this great misfortune upon them. What an audacious individual. This fellow was exceedingly bold. Suddenly, a young man beside them furrowed his brow. He was an awakened individual of the mental type, perceptive and aware of the unusual. I do not sense any living aura emanating from him. What? The people around him displayed expressions of shock. What could this possibly be if not a human? Is it haunted? A zombie? Could such a zombie exist? In my view, this is likely his awakening ability, which can obscure his aura and disrupt other sensory perceptions. Is it truly that extraordinary? Murmured the crowd in hushed tones. The middle-aged leader, with a sinister gaze, scanned the surroundings. He was unable to detect Lin Dong's presence. Yet seeing him alone did not evoke much concern. After all, they were numerous and formidable. Moreover, having opted for fishing law enforcement, they could not afford to be timid. Brothers, take action. Understood. The others affirmed, no longer concealing their presence as energy began to coalesce, exuding a chilling aura. Among them, two speed-enhanced awakened individuals shot forth from the shadows like arrows, wielding alloy daggers, rushing towards their target with lethal intent. Lin Dong turned his gaze. Noticing suddenly that over 10 presences had emerged around him, it appeared their numbers were quite substantial. As he observed the two charging towards him like ferocious tigers, ready to strike in an instant, a girl unexpectedly stepped in front of him. Stop! Su Lu exclaimed, spreading her arms to shield Lin Dong. Why and go? Do not kill him just yet. The two speed-awakened individuals, upon seeing this, abruptly slowed their pace and halted, their expressions filled with displeasure. Hey, you little brat. What do you think you're doing? One of them snapped. Do not kill him yet. Su Lu replied, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. From the dimness emerged Feng Yan and the others. We don't know why this little brat suddenly obstructed us, insisting we spare him, one of them fumed. Feng Yan's malevolent gaze fixated on Su Lu, clearly demanding an explanation. Su Lu forced herself to remain composed. Why and go? We just had a conversation. He despises the order as much as we do and wishes to join our organization. Oh, indeed. I harbor no affection for any form of order. Lin Dong nodded, affirming that his principles were unyielding. The surrounding individuals scrutinized him, their expressions a tapestry of doubt and suspicion. In this terrifying apocalyptic landscape, the Black Scorpion organization was not deterred by the presence of many. The burly man with a scruffy beard furrowed his brow and questioned, Su Lu, you cannot genuinely have developed feelings for him, can you? Su Lu hesitated, her silence conveying more than words could express. In the world of adults, silence often serves as the most profound answer. The bearded man scoffed, What a fickle creature you are, claiming I'm the best just last night, and by this afternoon, you've fallen for someone else. Enough. Feng Yan interjected, seeking to steer their conversation. Gaining entry into the Black Scorpion organization was no simple feat. One must demonstrate a resolute stance. To join us, you must at least take the life of a human, preferably a survivor from an official refuge. The inhabitants of these shelters symbolize adherence to order. Furthermore, after the deed, you must pass the scrutiny of our leader. Can you handle that? Feng Yin inquired. Leader? Lin Dong murmured, realizing that the hierarchy within the Black Scorpion organization was quite rigid, with a leader in place. Who is the leader? You'll find out in due time. It was evident that Feng Yin did not fully trust him, thus refraining from further elaboration. Oh, by the way, what is your awakening ability? Feng Yin probed. My ability is to conceal one's presence, and I can also assist others in doing the same, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the expressions of those around him shifted to astonishment, exchanging glances as they comprehended the implications of his unusual aura moments ago. For the Black Scorpion organization, roaming about daily and engaging in petty thefts while concealing one's presence is regarded as an extraordinary skill. Henceforth, wherever one may go, there is no need to fear being discovered. Feng Yin, however, remained skeptical. Can you assist others in hiding their presence? Might you demonstrate this ability? Certainly, Lin Dong replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as his gaze shifted towards the burly man with a thick beard, and he began to approach him. Allow me to show you. If you don't mind. You, just come. Who is afraid of you? But if you deceive us, I will promptly dismember you. As Lin Dong drew nearer, the bearded man felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet, with so many people around, he dared not resort to any tricks. Thus he braced himself and declared, Go ahead. Beside them, Sulu clenched her fists, her expression marked by tension. The situation had progressed to a point where her plan had achieved preliminary success. If Lin Dong were to demonstrate his worth and subsequently pledge his allegiance, he could potentially join the Black Scorpion organization after a thorough review. Thus, she silently prayed for Lin Dong, hoping that his ability to conceal his presence was indeed genuine. It reminded her of the last time she felt such anxiety. It was during the college entrance examination. At that moment, Lin Dong stood before the man, the curve of his smile widening. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly raised his slender hand, utilizing his ability from the realm of the dead to reach directly into the man's forehead. The bearded man stared intently, suddenly taken aback as the aura of death enveloped him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. In that instant, he realized something and instinctively sought to resist. But it was too late. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. As the bearded corpse collapsed to the ground, Lin Dong found himself clutching a crystal core. You see, he has breathed his last, hasn't he? Chapter 81. Taking it seriously means losing. A gasp of horror escaped the crowd, their breath hitching in disbelief. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Theoretically, Lin Dong had indeed succeeded in extinguishing the breath of the bearded man, yet Feng Yin and the others quickly realized the truth. He was toying with himself. Damn it! Kill him! With a thunderous roar, Feng Yin's muscles bulged, his skin taking on a brownish hue, clearly the manifestation of a physical enhancement awakening known as petrified body. Lin Dong retaliated with a punch, simultaneously unleashing his domain of death. Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous impact. Feng Yin's petrified form was undeniably sturdy. The clash of their fists resonated like a mountain colliding with another. However, he ultimately fell short against Lin Dong. His body propelled backward for 10 meters until it crashed against the wall, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the point of impact. Meanwhile, the others found themselves ensnared within the domain of death, suffocated by an oppressive force. Nevertheless, the awakened members of the Black Scorpion faction were known for their ruthless and violent nature. They gritted their teeth, forcibly channeling their energy, launching themselves at Lin Dong in a frenzy. In an instant, flames roared and wind blades howled, the chaotic energy radiating a destructive aura. Lin Dong had no intention of enduring the onslaught of so many attackers, swiftly retreating. Rumbling, all the energy erupted, a powerful shockwave sweeping through the hall, shattering several pillars. And a dense cloud of dust billowed into the air. As the boulder rolled, dust cascaded from the ceiling, and the entire underground hall began to tremble. This is bad. It seems the building above is on the verge of collapse. Where did that person just go? Has he perished? The Black Scorpion Awakeners commenced their search for Lin Dong. Yet aside from the incessantly falling dust, the surroundings were utterly vacant. He had vanished without a trace. A sense of absurdity gripped the crowd, their brows furrowed in unease. That individual was exceedingly peculiar. At this moment, a mental awakening specialist, with a grave expression, emanated his spiritual energy, striving to sense the unusual. Soon, he detected an anomalous presence. Zhao, he is beside you. A middle-aged man, his face solemn, conjured flames in his palm, and with a wave, a wall of fire materialized. Discovered. Lin Dong's figure emerged. The terrifying power of the corpse domain surged forth like a tempest, swiftly dispersing the firewall, followed by a punch that struck with ferocity. Amidst the shower of sparks, a fist materialized before the man, his pupils dilating in horror. Boom. Despite the protective energy shield, his skull was obliterated, a crystal core bursting forth. As the battle raged on, the horrific energy roiled, exacerbating the already dilapidated structure's collapse. Massive stones tumbled down, threatening to entomb the place. Lin Dong glanced upward. With a leap, his figure once again vanished from sight. This time, the group of awakeners observed clearly. Lin Dong had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Damn, I truly admire this old trickster. They muttered in disbelief, yet fear gripped their hearts, leaving them with a chilling sensation. Feng Yin was filled with an intense rage. Where had he gone? It seemed he had already departed. The awakened individual with psychic abilities sensed the impending danger. The ground trembled incessantly as debris cascaded down, and a thunderous roar echoed above. It was clear that they could not remain here. Let us venture out. A multitude of awakened beings relied on their innate abilities or robust physiques, treading upon the rolling stones as they ascended towards the surface. In the distance, the furniture store had completely collapsed, reduced to mere ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive stone slab was overturned and pushed aside. Coughing, the black scorpion awakened ones emerged, their faces smeared with dirt. Damn it, where did that fellow run off to? I will ensure his demise today. Yes, let us confront him. The crowd shouted in anger, their hearts seething with fury. Wait a moment. Feng Yin suddenly sensed something amiss. Logically, such a cacophony should have attracted the nearby zombies, yet it was eerily quiet. However, as the dust began to settle, he noticed terrifying faces emerging on the surrounding streets. Rooftops and abandoned vehicles. Some zombies even crawled up the walls like spiders. The crowd's eyes widened in horror, their pupils dilating in shock. For at that moment, they realized that an unrelenting swarm of zombies had completely encircled them. Caw, caw, caw. Humans. There are indeed humans present. Hundreds of ebony-eyed crows circled ominously above, creating a truly breathtaking scene. In the not-so-distant crowd of corpses, a figure clad in white stood amidst them, accompanied by a tall and formidable zombie, whose small eyes glimmered with fierce malice and profound resentment. Yen, is he the Zombie King? An awakened individual nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Those who had previously spoken of confronting Lin Dong were now rendered speechless, their bodies quaking uncontrollably, engulfed by sheer terror at the overwhelming scene. At this moment, Feng Yin suddenly realized the implications of his baiting strategy. What had he inadvertently lured out? Only Su Lu, aside from her astonishment, wore a mask of disappointment tinged with sorrow. Are you the Zombie King of this territory? Indeed, I am. Lin Dong nodded affirmatively. No wonder. Su Lu comprehended, recalling his earlier statements of trust and his claims of never having taken a life. It was evident that all of it had been a web of deceit. So, you were deceiving me all along. Did you not also deceive me? But I. Su Lu hesitated, for there was a moment when she had genuinely wished for Lin Dong's survival, even at the cost of angering Feng Yin. In truth, I did not lie to you. I genuinely came in search of resources. Lin Dong paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, because you were the resources. With that final proclamation, it felt as though he had tolled a death knell for them. The tank roared mightily, leading thousands of zombies forward in a relentless charge. In the territory he patrolled, humans had indeed appeared. The tank seethed with rage at the humans before it, lamenting its failure in the recent assignment. The only way to atone for its mistakes was to obliterate them. As the frenzied undead surged closer, Feng Yin and his companions felt their hearts quiver in fear. Any attempt at resistance was utterly futile. Among the horde of zombies, the majority were elite warriors, bolstered by a formidable ace legion, their strength beyond measure. Before they could muster even a ripple of defiance, they were consumed by the tide of corpses. Especially for Su Lu, despair gripped her heart, rendering her incapable of resistance. She felt no attachment to this world. If there were a next life, she vowed never to trust anyone again, for once one takes things seriously, defeat is inevitable. This was the final thought that flickered through her mind as she faced her demise. Chapter 82. The edge of the territory. Moments later, the anguished cries of humanity faded into oblivion, leaving only the sound of zombies feasting. A few crows pecked at the remnants on the ruins. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the scene, creating a surreal tableau. The tank silently prayed that no other humans or creatures would dare to emerge at such a time. As it moved forward, the distant sound of flowing water reached its ears. Lin Dong arrived at the riverbank, where the water flowed languidly, an unending serpent winding its way through the landscape. The name of Jiangbei City originated from this very river. In the time before the apocalypse, this place was a gathering spot for people, where young couples would stroll, elderly women would dance in the square, and old men would find joy by the riverside. What was once a lively scene now lay in utter silence, marked only by the stark traces of blood and decaying bones. The river glistened under the reflection of the setting sun, shimmering with a hue of crimson, often adorned with floating corpses or severed limbs drifting by. Across the river, a few zombies roamed. Although they were separated by several hundred meters, they spotted Lin Dong and emitted furious howls from a distance. That area was no longer Lin Dong's territory. Ah, my volatile temper. The tank, incensed by the provocation of the adversaries, felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the river and confront them. Lin Dong restrained him, deeming them mere petty minions, akin to barking dogs, unworthy of concern. Moreover, crossing the river by water was no trivial matter. The river teemed with aquatic life, much of which had mutated, and within the surging waters lurked unknown monstrosities. In this apocalyptic world, aquatic realms posed extreme dangers, especially the ocean. The quantity of marine creatures far surpassed that of terrestrial beings, many of colossal size. The ocean was rife with prey, making it difficult to fathom what deep-sea giants had already evolved. With the tank halted in its tracks, it had no choice but to relent. They continued their journey along the riverbank, and not long after, they beheld the bridge spanning the river, its surface heavily congested with abandoned vehicles. Some collided, others overturned, and a few even exploded, leaving behind charred remnants. On the opposite side of the bridge, several zombies meandered, their terrifying visages twisted and eyes gleaming with ferocity. It was evident that they had undergone significant evolution, marking them as elite among the undead. Are they guarding against me? Lin Dong pondered, realizing that the presence of these formidable zombies at the bridge's entrance was a clear indication of intent. Perhaps the zombie king across the river was acutely aware that a confrontation with Lin Dong was inevitable. There cannot be two tigers on the same mountain. It is a battle of survival, a fight where one must prevail over the other. After crossing the river bridge, I continued my journey along the riverbank, where a vast expanse of mountainous forest lay ahead, its peaks rising majestically, seemingly without end. This region is renowned as Beishan in Jiangbei City. The mountains are expansive and lush, a verdant paradise. Before the cataclysm, many illustrious tycoons, entrepreneurs, and celebrities resided in opulent villas perched atop these heights. These abodes were the epitome of luxury, far surpassing the imagination of the impoverished, overlooking the mighty river while being sheltered by the mountains, a true embodiment of prime feng shui. However, after the apocalypse, the scene transformed drastically. The flora and fauna underwent mutations, rendering Beishan a realm of chaos. Moreover, during the outbreak, countless inhabitants of the city fled into the mountains to escape the hordes of the undead, with numbers reaching at least tens of thousands. Yet, those who ventured within never returned, leaving their fates uncertain. Within the mountains, signals from shelters are non-existent, effectively severing all ties with the outside world. According to Lin Dong's analysis, while a tide of zombies may not form in the mountains, they are capable of nurturing formidable individuals. Furthermore, it is presumed that the majority of the members of the Hixie organization operate within these woods. Beishan is a treacherous amalgamation of all sorts, a perilous domain. In such a wretched place, even the Bull Demon King would toil, and Sun Wukong would find himself performing grandiose spectacles. From a distance, Lin Dong spotted the forest teeming with clusters of climbing tigers. This peculiar plant had grown significantly more robust than before the end of days. Its roots and vines subtly imbued with a crimson hue, as if veins coursed with liquid ran through them. The dense thickets of climbing tigers appeared to be expanding outward, some creeping perilously close to the urban streets. Something feels amiss, Lin Dong pondered to himself. He glanced over, observing Tank's vacant expression. Leaving him to guard this place seemed rather unreliable. Brother Crow, please summon Xiao Ba. From now on, she shall accompany Tank in keeping watch, Lin Dong stated, raising his voice. All right, I'll go right away. The crimson-eyed crow cawed a few times before flapping its wings and darting off into the sky. Xiaoxiba. Xiaoxiba. I'm here to find you. Shortly thereafter, it reached the western territory, its red gaze sweeping across the landscape until it spotted a slender figure atop a bell tower. Xiaoxiba. Xiaoxiba. Brother Crow called out urgently. Xiaoba looked up, having already heard the call but reluctant to respond, feeling that the little black bird had become rather obnoxious of late. Could you refrain from calling me Xiaoxiba? Very well, Xiaoxiba, Brother Crow replied cheerfully. Xiaoba rolled her eyes, thinking that if the little black bird didn't fly so high, she would certainly pluck its feathers. What do you want with me? The boss instructed me to have you guard the eastern area. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba's eyes sparkled, and without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the bell tower, instantly reaching her maximum speed, darting eastward like a fierce gale. Almost immediately, she entered the rapid shadow state, her form vanishing in an instant. Brother Crow, still flapping his wings, was left bewildered. Huh, where did she go? Inside, the room was immaculate and orderly, resembling a paradise untouched by the horrors of the outside world. Home is indeed the most comforting place. Lin Dong settled onto the sofa. Although he possessed formidable strength, the world beyond his territory was fraught with peril. Take Beishan, for instance, where dangers lurked at every corner, and one could never tell when a monster might emerge. Surrounding the building were the formidable 500 elite zombie legion, along with thousands of elite troops, providing him with a profound sense of security. Lin Dong contemplated going online to engage in some leisurely fishing, as it seemed a more reliable activity with minimal risk. He picked up his phone and, after some thought, crafted a profile introduction for his social media account akin to what Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang had done. I, a timid boy, plagued by insecurity. However, fishing online proved to be no easy task, as most targets were situated too far beyond his territory, leaving him without immediate prospects. Before long, Lin Dong received a private message from Cheng Lui. I quite like your style in that introduction. Are you praising yourself? Lin Dong retorted. Cheng Lui replied. I plan to head to Jiangxiao district and would like to borrow a route from you. By the way, I've brought something for you. Such courtesy. But Lin Dong's curiosity was piqued. What brings you to Jiangxiao district? Rescue. The supply search team from the shelter is trapped there. What about you? Interested? You come first, and we can discuss it further then. Since a confrontation with the Corpse King across the river is inevitable, this presents an opportunity. It would be prudent to blend in with the refuge team, masquerading as humans, and venture across to gather intelligence, as we currently possess no knowledge about that region. The key question remains, how will Cheng Lui and the others traverse the river? Are they to assault their way across the bridge? Approximately an hour later, within the territory of Lin Dong, a group arrived. Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, accompanied by two young women. Both were B-class Crystal Core Awakeners, formidable in strength and holding high ranks within the refuge. Sister Cheng, this is a 5-star corpse nest, one of the delicate girls cautioned. Rest assured, I have brought the toll, Cheng Lui replied, her back adorned with 2 large blades crossed in its formation, exuding a strikingly cool aesthetic. The 2 girls nodded in acknowledgement and followed in her footsteps. Remarkably, they encountered no zombies along the way, finding the journey smoother than before. Soon, they arrived near a towering building. From a distance, they spotted a figure standing on the street, clad in a white shirt, handsome in appearance, his gaze fixed upon them. The 2 girls were acutely aware of Lin Dong's identity and the collaborative nature of their relationship, yet they could not shake off the tension. Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang approached him without hesitation. We have arrived. Indeed, Lin Dong replied, glancing towards the horizon where the sun was nearing its descent, casting a crimson glow across the sky. It appears your mission is rather urgent. Indeed, it is quite pressing, as the area is exceedingly perilous, and members of the search team have been utterly decimated, Sun Xiaoqiang explained. If there were no urgency, they would never act at night, nor would they borrow a path from Lin Dong. Cheng Lui remarked, but suddenly recalled something. Oh, right, here you go. She removed a long blade from her back, presenting it before Lin Dong. The blade was elongated, nearly a person's height, and embedded in the hilt was a crimson elemental crystal, its luminescence swirling and dreamlike. Lin Dong observed intently. Is this the toll? Yes, and it also includes what I promised last time. I said I would definitely give it to you next time. Cheng Lui replied. Very well. Lin Dong accepted the hilt without hesitation, feeling a surge of red light emanating from the blade, radiating a searing warmth. as if it were ready to ignite at any moment. It is indeed a fine weapon, he thought, storing the sword in his spatial compartment. He then lifted his gaze, his eyes drifting past Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, focusing on the two girls behind them. Why isn't Chen Ming here this time? Because we're here to rescue someone, not to transport goods. They wouldn't be of assistance, Cheng Lui explained. In her view, Chen Ming was akin to a laborer. The two girls, under Lin Dong's scrutiny, trembled slightly, suppressing their fear to muster a smile. "Be brother. Hello, I am Zhou Yin." One of the fair-faced girls with short hair introduced herself. The other petite girl quickly followed suit. "Hello, I am Zhao Miling." "Ah, greetings to you both." Lin Dong's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a warm smile. Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling were momentarily taken aback, suddenly experiencing a peculiar sensation reminiscent of the boy next door. On that day, the sunlight was just right, and you donned a white shirt. They then proceeded towards the riverbank, the journey unfolding smoothly. Before long, the sound of rushing water filled the air. The great river flowed ceaselessly, its surface shimmering, albeit marred by drifting remnants of limbs, which somewhat spoiled the scenery. "How do we cross?" Lin Dong inquired. Cheng Lui and her companions had come for rescue, yet to traverse the river bridge openly would be too conspicuous. For elite zombies lingered there. "Follow us," Cheng Lui instructed, moving downstream. After walking approximately 200 meters, they halted. Here, the river narrowed, bringing the opposite bank closer. "Let us begin." Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling exchanged resolute glances and stepped toward the riverbank. The two women gradually lowered themselves, their hands pressing against the ground. Simultaneously, a frigid breath began to emanate, resembling a veil of white mist that surged forward. Upon contact with the river water, it rapidly began to solidify, soon forming an ice bridge across the surface. "Oh," Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing that both women were awakened with ice abilities. No wonder Cheng Lui brought them along. "Let us proceed." Cheng Lui was the first to leap onto the ice bridge, striding confidently ahead. The ice bridge was remarkably solid and stable. Despite the flowing river beneath, it did not sway in the slightest. This scene suddenly sparked a moment of inspiration in Lin Dong. Should they ever confront the zombie king on the opposite bank, this method could be employed for a surprise attack, directly encroaching upon his territory. Indeed, an excellent idea, Lin Dong mused, growing increasingly satisfied with his thoughts. Moreover, the journey across the river was remarkably smooth. Even though aquatic creatures launched their attacks, they posed little threat. A few fish, their mouths filled with sharp teeth, leapt out of the water. However, Cheng Lui performed a series of elegant knife-like movements, executing them with precision and grace. Regrettably, these fish had fed on zombies and thus harbored the virus, rendering them inedible. Cheng Lui expressed his disappointment. "You don't want them? Then I'll take them with me," Lin Dong said without hesitation, effortlessly storing the fish in his storage space. As his subordinate was not particular about food, being a zombie, he was impervious to the zombie virus. Furthermore, these fish were substantial, each weighing over 10 pounds. In the shallow waters, there were no formidable mutated monsters. A few minutes later, they reached the opposite bank of the river. The moment they set foot on the shore, the ice bridge behind them melted instantaneously, leaving no trace. Lin Dong glanced at the two women, Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling, considering their potential usefulness to him in the future. He stepped forward and casually took out his phone. "Let's exchange contact information." "Huh?" The two women opened their mouths, their expressions filled with astonishment. Surely, they had not misheard. Chapter 84. The sugar factory. During their time at the shelter, they were often approached, but they never imagined that one day they would be asked for contact details by the zombie king. What could this imply? Was he planning to order takeout when hungry? However, at that moment, neither dared to refuse, forcing a stiff smile as they exchanged contact information. Cheng Lui's beautiful eyes scrutinized the situation. "What are you up to? Are you trying to abduct us on our first meeting? Don't be so stingy. I merely want to borrow 2 construction workers for a bit. They won't get damaged," Lin Dong casually remarked. "Construction workers?" The two women exchanged glances, simultaneously comprehending his implication, and felt a sense of relief. A construction worker was certainly preferable to a mere delivery person. After linking their social media accounts, they observed Lin Dongshin's newly revised profile, and could not help but feel somewhat speechless, inwardly acknowledging that he was indeed a friend of Cheng Lui and Sun Chong. Upon reaching the shore, a few zombies were meandering along the riverbank, their grotesque faces marred, and their tattered clothing stained a dark brown from congealed blood. At that moment, A pair of murky eyes spotted Cheng Luai and her companions, unleashing a fierce roar before charging towards them. These were merely ordinary zombies, lacking in rank. Cheng Lui drew her long blade and effortlessly swung it twice, precisely severing their heads with clean and swift movements. Sun Chong stepped forward, kicking the lifeless bodies of the zombies one by one into the river. With a resounding splash, dark blood mingled with the water, attracting several monstrous fish that swam over to feast upon the corpses. Sun Chong squatted by the riverbank, chuckling foolishly. Beside him, Zhou Yin gazed at him in astonishment, a hint of admiration flickering in her expression. "Chong, you are quite meticulous, knowing to dispose of the bodies," she remarked. "Nay, I just find it amusing," Sun Chong replied. Zhou Yin was left speechless, pondering what could possibly be entertaining about such a situation. "Let us go," Cheng Luai called out, leading the way as they approached the threshold of the zombie nest, their expressions growing tense. Lin Dong remained unfazed, moving forward with a calm demeanor. Amidst the disheveled streets, a scene of desolation unfolded, where an array of abandoned vehicles lay scattered, inhabited by numerous zombies. Their bodies swayed aimlessly, standing in place, their flesh a ghastly shade of ashen gray, with decaying cheeks that evoked a sense of revulsion. These were mere lower-tier zombies, devoid of any intellect, posing no threat whatsoever. They acted solely on instinct, occasionally fortunate enough to catch a rat to consume. Yet, Cheng Luai preferred not to disturb them, cautiously maneuvering around their vicinity. Awaking these lowly zombies could easily trigger a horde, potentially leading to the emergence of more formidable foes. A few individuals relied on the cover of derelict vehicles or the ruins of buildings to evade the zombies' line of sight, proceeding with utmost caution. In stark contrast, Lin Dong strode confidently along the roadside, for those mindless creatures categorized everything in their world as either edible or inedible. Clearly, Lin Dong fell into the latter category, rendering him unassailable. Their journey unfolded with remarkable ease. Within a mere 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a sugar factory, replete with numerous towering vats, now rusted and weathered. Within the confines of the factory, the density of zombies increased significantly. Lin Dong sensed the presence of elite zombies and mutated beasts, exuding an otherworldly aura. How peculiar. Just as this thought lingered, a cat's cry resonated from within the factory, reminiscent of a springtime call, eerily akin to a child's wail, sending chills down one's spine. What could it be? Sun Xiaoqiang grasped the railing, peering through the gaps, and discovered a large iron vat, upon which a pitch-black cat lay sprawled. Surrounding them were numerous elite zombies, wandering aimlessly as if in search of something. "This black cat is quite peculiar. You all should exercise caution," Cheng Luai advised. Indeed, Zhou Yin and Zhao Miling nodded in agreement, their anxiety mounting. Beside them, Sun Xiaoqiang also nodded, his expression suddenly grave. "Black cats are the most sinister of creatures." "What? Have you noticed it too?" Zhao Miling inquired with curiosity. Sun Xiaoqiang solemnly recounted, "When I was a child at the orphanage, I witnessed a black cat shoot off a mouse's ear with a handgun." "Isn't that eerie?" Zhao Miling looked at him incredulously. "What? You still don't believe me?" To bolster his claim, Sun Xiaoqiang added, "Lin Dong, don't you remember? We both saw it together." "Don't ask me," Lin Dong replied disdainfully. There's no response. "They can't possibly be deceased already, can they?" Sun Xiaoqiang pondered. "They shouldn't be," Cheng Luai reasoned, as the zombies in the factory are clearly searching for something, indicating that there are still living people present. They must have encountered some trouble. Meanwhile, within a pitch-black factory, a young man crouched in a shadowy corner, paralyzed with fear. He repeatedly chanted to himself, "I am a tree, I am a tree, I am a tree." His hands and feet had transformed into root-like tendrils, burrowing into the earth, while his skin dried and cracked, resembling the bark of a withered tree. This young man was named Li Xian, the leader of the search team. He was a wood-type awakener, currently employing the technique of plant camouflage. On the rooftop of the factory, several agile zombies crawled upside down, resembling spiders, their nostrils flaring as they utilized their keen sense of smell to search. Not far away, a few zombies knelt on the ground, devouring a corpse. Li Xian's search team originally comprised over 20 members, but more than 10 had already perished, with a few others also having hidden away, their fates unknown. A sense of dread enveloped Li Xian as he pondered the alarming number of elite zombies. Just moments ago, one had crawled directly over him. Regret coursed through him for having ventured here. He had initially believed that sugar was a vital strategic resource, high in calories, useful for medical purposes, and even for crafting ammunition. Moreover, the sugar factory was situated on the periphery of a zombie nest, presenting an enticing opportunity. However, during the resource collection, an unforeseen incident occurred. One team member suddenly went berserk, violently attacking his comrades, which attracted the attention of the zombies, leading to the emergence of numerous elites that trapped them in this place. While hiding, many companions were discovered and met a gruesome fate at the hands of the zombies, leaving Li Xian to watch helplessly, paralyzed with fear. He knew that any movement would cause his camouflage to fail. Witnessing his teammates' tragic demise was an excruciating torment for him. Saliva laced with blood dripped from a zombie's mouth, landing squarely on Li Xian's face. A wave of intense nausea surged within him, the foul stench of zombie saliva threatening to overwhelm his stomach, nearly causing him to falter. "I am but a tree. I am but a tree. I am but a tree." He silently recited these words in his mind, as if engaging in a form of self-hypnosis. Fortunately, Li Xian managed to restrain himself, and the zombie above him remained oblivious, continuing its arachnid-like crawl into the distance. He let out a long breath. However, at that very moment, a sudden scream pierced the darkness of the factory. A girl's voice echoed ominously. Following this, the chilling roars of zombies erupted, and the surrounding elite zombies surged toward that direction. "This is bad. Another comrade has been discovered." Li Xian's heart raced with urgency. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a girl desperately fleeing outward, her delicate face etched with anxiety, pursued by a horde of zombies. "Sister!" A wave of terror washed over Li Xian, for the girl was none other than his beloved sister, Li Yun. Ahead of her, zombies were blocking her path, and within the dim confines of the factory, there was nowhere to escape. In her fear, a chilling aura emanated from her being, and vapor rapidly condensed to form an ice wall, shielding her within. Yet, over 20 elite zombies surrounded her, launching a relentless assault. They roared savagely, their claws razor-sharp, clawing furiously at the ice wall, sending shards flying. Many nearby zombies, disturbed by the noise, began to converge on their location. Despair consumed Li Yun. Once exposed, her fate was sealed. There was no hope for survival. In the corner, Li Xian felt an even deeper anguish. Having already witnessed the gruesome deaths of several teammates, guilt gnawed at his heart, and now, with the threat of his sister being devoured by zombies, an internal struggle ensued within him. "I remember once proclaiming that I would protect her." The icy barrier grew increasingly fragile as it was relentlessly assaulted, and Li Yun's energy was swiftly depleting. Her life was on the brink of its conclusion. With her final reserves of strength, Li Yun conjured a shard of ice in the palm of her hand, her gaze resolute as she prepared to drive it into her own throat. No! From the shadows, a sudden roar erupted, and countless tendrils surged forth like serpents, ensnaring the zombies by their waists and legs, or piercing directly into their bodies. In a chaotic flurry, the tendrils dispatched the zombies, leaving them in disarray. Li Xian's figure emerged, racing urgently towards his sister. "Brother!" As she beheld his approaching silhouette, time seemed to freeze for Li Yun, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, those formidable zombies possessed an unnaturally tenacious vitality. Their demise required the complete destruction of their skulls. They rose from the ground, hot on Li Xian's heels. "Brother, be careful!" Li Yun cried out in alarm. With unwavering determination, Li Xian reached his sister and turned to face the oncoming threat, extending his arms as if to shield her from the onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body stiffened once more, as countless tendrils unfurled, weaving into a protective wall around Li Yun. The zombies, however, were undeterred, lunging at Li Xian to tear at him. Hiss! Li Xian felt the pain. His skin, as parched as withered bark, though not penetrated, was steadily losing energy. This sensation was akin to every muscle in his body being taut, with no room for relaxation. Even his sphincter had tightened in response. "Brother, why must you do this?" Tears streamed down Li Yun's cheeks as she realized her brother could not endure for much longer. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian replied, "Surely, I cannot bear to witness my beloved sister succumb to the clutches of a zombie. It is beyond my capacity to endure." Tears streamed down Li Yun's face as she wept uncontrollably. Her brother, as a wood element awakener, possessed unparalleled disguise abilities and could have easily awaited the arrival of the rescue team, yet he exposed himself in a bid to save her. Li Xian, bitten and racked with excruciating pain as if being pierced by countless needles, felt himself on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to reassure her. Do not worry, hold on. Let us endure until the rescue team arrives. Is that truly possible? Li Yun's lips trembled in uncertainty. However, scarcely had she spoken when a blood-curdling scream escaped Li Xian's lips. A zombie had sunk its teeth into his forearm, penetrating deeply, pushing him to the limits of his endurance. He relied solely on sheer willpower, his consciousness beginning to blur amidst the escalating agony. Yet, he persisted, even in death. He would maintain this stance. Darkness enveloped his vision as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a remarkable turn of events unfolded. A long blade sliced through the air, cleaving the zombie's head in two, causing blood to surge forth violently. The zombies collapsed instantaneously, and through the swirling crimson mist, the siblings beheld a striking visage, a face sculpted with sharp angles and three-dimensional features, akin to a flawless work of art. A hint of indifference in the eyes lent an air of cold ruthlessness to the figure. Not dead yet, Lin Dong murmured, wielding the very long knife that belonged to Chung Loi, the toll for passage. After dispatching the zombies, the blade was stained with foul blood, which dripped incessantly. Lin Dong promptly infused energy into the hilt, activating the fire element crystal core, and fiery flames erupted, engulfing the entire blade. The searing fire incinerated the tainted blood, reducing it to black ash that dispersed into the air. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Dong extinguished the flames of his long blade, revealing a razor-sharp edge that glimmered with an icy brilliance, immaculate and unmarred. His series of movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an effortless elegance that was truly captivating. The Li siblings gazed in astonishment, their eyes fixed upon him, momentarily entranced. How striking he is! Simultaneously, a surge of joy surged within them. They had realized that the rescue team had arrived. Li Xian, already pushed to his limits, collapsed into his sister's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Despite having endured the gruesome onslaught of the undead without shedding a single tear, he now wept openly. At the entrance of the factory, Chung Loi and Sun Chong were fiercely battling, holding back a throng of zombies. It was Lin Dong who had sensed the presence of the awakened and rushed over to their aid. Though the zombies were ferocious, they were no match for Chung Loi and Sun Chong, especially with the support of two ice element awakened ones. Soon, the horde was swiftly dispatched, and they began to approach. Li Yun recognized Chung Loi and felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, but her gaze lingered curiously on Lin Dong. He was strikingly handsome. Despite having vanquished numerous zombies, his white shirt remained pristine, a testament to his formidable strength. She had never heard of such a figure in the shelter. Sister Chung, who is this? She inquired. Oh, this is Lin Dong, my friend, Chung Loi replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Li Yun nodded repeatedly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Turning to Lin Dong, she expressed, thank you for saving me and my brother. You're welcome, Lin Dong replied with a calm demeanor, then continued. Are you also an ice element awakened one? Yes, I am, she affirmed. Lin Dong saved her, undoubtedly for his own benefit, and thus he took out his phone. Let us exchange contact information. Li Yun was momentarily taken aback. Her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Although it was a classic case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, this felt rather too forward, especially given their present perilous situation. The request for contact details seemed abrupt, as she felt unprepared. Perhaps they could name their future child Lin Shi instead. Chapter 86. The soul's possession. We must depart. Let's hasten to locate the others. Chang Luai turned and walked away. The recent skirmish had stirred a multitude of zombies, and the air outside the factory was filled with their menacing roars as a horde approached. Li Yun supported Li Xian as they moved forward, her heart heavy with concern for their comrades' well-being. Meanwhile, Lin Dong sensed an unsettling presence, an eerie aura enveloping them like a looming shadow, as if something sinister was stealthily drawing near. At that moment, Sun Xiaoqiang suddenly shook his head, his expression one of confusion. Hey, did you hear that cat's meow? What cat's meow? The others around him were perplexed. Brother Xiaoqiang, have you watched too many episodes of Black Cat Detective? Are you experiencing auditory hallucinations? Zhao Miling remarked. Yet, Sun Xiaoqiang tapped his forehead, his bewilderment deepening as a faint sound of a cat's meow echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a child's wailing that stirred a sense of unease. In the next instant, he abruptly halted, his once wise eyes narrowing sharply into a pair of amber feline pupils. A chilling, almost mournful cry erupted from his lips, reverberating through the dark factory. creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. This time, everyone heard the so-called cat's meow. Sun Xiaoqiang stood with his hair on end, his feline-like eyes narrowed, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips, while a guttural woo-woo emanated from his throat. The sound was far from human. It resembled the low growl of a beast. Xiaoqiang, you. Zhao Miling's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly paralyzed by fear. Once again, Sun Xiaoqiang let out a cat-like wail, this time piercingly shrill. In an instant, he lunged forward, raising his fist to strike Zhao Miling. Dodge! Cheng Luai sprang forward, lifting her arm to shield herself. Bang! A dull thud echoed, akin to the clash of iron. Sun Xiaoqiang's strength was formidable, sending Cheng Luai staggering back 5 or 6 steps before she could regain her balance. Her wrist-mounted device flickered with numbers, indicating a pain level of 27. This fool possesses considerable strength, Cheng Luai muttered under her breath. Seeing Sun Xiaoqiang seemingly driven mad and preparing to attack again, Cheng Luai seized the initiative. In a blur, her speed intensified, and she struck him squarely in the face. Boom! The force was akin to being struck by a vehicle, propelling Sun Xiaoqiang backward over 10 meters, crashing through the factory wall with a thunderous roar. Before finally coming to rest, buried beneath the rubble, onlookers watched in alarm, perplexed by Sun Xiaoqiang's transformation, while simultaneously feeling that Cheng Luoi's response had been overly harsh. Their hearts filled with concern. Sister Cheng, why did Xiaoqiang attack us? I do not know, Cheng Luoi replied, shaking her head. However, I have long wished to strike him. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and confusion. At that moment, amidst the rumble of collapsing debris, Sun Xiaoqiang rose. Seemingly impervious to the pain of his recent beating. With his feline eyes narrowed, he cast a triumphant smile at those around him, exuding an air of pride. Li Xian, witnessing this, was struck with a sudden realization. Yes, a former teammate of mine exhibited such behavior, launching reckless attacks that drew the attention of the zombies, leading to our entrapment here. Could it be a form of mental control? Zhao Miling furrowed her brow in concern. No. After a prolonged silence, Lin Dong shook his head, having engaged in careful analysis and deep contemplation. It appeared that he had become possessed by a cat. Possessed? The group stared in astonishment, having never encountered such a concept before. What manner of strange ability was this? Sun Xiaoqiang, with his singular focus, exhibited no fear of mental interference or control. It was akin to a malfunctioning computer struggling to boot up, far from being susceptible to external disturbances, let alone being commandeered by others. However, possession represented a connection to a new host, running an entirely different program, which served as a countermeasure against Sun Xiaoqiang. What should be done? The crowd's expressions tightened, anxiety mounting within them. The growls from outside grew ever closer, heralding the arrival of more zombies. Sun Xiaoqiang's cat-like gaze fixated once more on Cheng Luoi, launching another assault. The two clashed, momentarily ensnared in battle. Lin Dong observed, astonished that the black cat possessed such capabilities. It was indeed a bizarre phenomenon. The world outside was undeniably perilous. He found himself at a loss as to how to counteract this peculiar ability. Yet, to discern the essence through the surface, one must delve into the roots. Eliminating that black cat should suffice. Indeed, simply dispatching that feline ought to be enough. What? The crowd turned their gaze toward him, his handsome visage remaining composed, as if he were recounting a matter of little consequence. Is it truly feasible? For at that moment, the zombies had drawn near, their terrifying faces emerging before the factory. Roaring with ferocity, a relentless tide surging toward the group. Presently, Li Xian and Li Yun were drained of energy, rendered incapable of battle. While Cheng Luoi was restrained by Sun Xiaoqiang, the only combatants left were Lin Dong and 2 construction workers, in the hearts of the onlookers. Merely surviving in such a situation was a luxury, let alone slaying the black cat. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened as he brandished his long blade, advancing toward the horde of corpses with steady and powerful strides, his demeanor remaining remarkably calm. Facing the throng alone, he exuded an aura of indomitable strength. A crimson glimmer flickered in Lin Dong's eyes as the domain of the zombie king unfurled instantaneously. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a vast sea of blood, crashing into the horde. In that fleeting moment, the once frenzied advance of the zombies halted abruptly, as if the world had pressed the pause button, freezing them in place. Silence enveloped the realm. Subsequently, some of the lower-tier zombies exploded, flesh scattering in all directions, blood spraying forth. with the long blade gripped firmly in hand. Lin Dong summoned his energy, igniting the fiery crystal core, a searing aura radiating outward. A roaring inferno erupted, engulfing the elongated blade. Lin Dong, wielding the flames, flickered forward, charging into the zombie horde at a speed that pushed the limits, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. As he swung the long blade, the sound of slicing air resonated, accompanied by a brilliant tail of flames, effortlessly severing the heads of the zombies. Wherever the blade passed, blood splattered and was swiftly evaporated by flames, transforming into black ash that scattered in the air. In mere moments, Lin Dong dispatched a multitude of zombies as if traversing an uninhabited realm, sweeping through the horde as if rolling up a mat. A vacuum of safety enveloped his vicinity, rendering him unreachable by any undead. With a single stroke, he cleaved a zombie's skull or bisected another with ease. The long blade, unwavering in its path, proved invincible. The onlookers, including Li Xian, were left in a state of astonishment, profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them, each silently marveling at his might. Could one truly slay zombies in such a fashion? The unfolding scene had utterly shattered their previous perceptions. Chapter 87. The Black Cat. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong continued to eliminate zombies, slaughtering over 100 in mere moments. Meanwhile, he was quietly searching for the location of the Black Cat, which should not be far from here. He found it. Soon, Lin Dong sensed a presence just outside the factory, beneath a large iron barrel. As he raised his gaze, two agile zombies charged towards him. With a swift horizontal slash, he severed their heads, and amidst the splattering of foul blood, two brain cores exploded forth. The evolution level of these zombies was notably high, indicating that the zombie king in this area possessed formidable strength. Lin Dong pressed onward, making his way to the factory's exterior, leaving a trail of corpses and flowing blood in his wake. The outside was dimly lit, as the sun had completely set and the long night was approaching. However, this did not affect Lin Dong. A cursory glance revealed a dark figure crouched beneath the large iron barrel. It was precisely upon arrival that I spotted the Black Cat. Its body curled into a tight ball, utterly still, as if it were in a deep slumber. This exemplifies one of the significant drawbacks of possession. Now its soul resided within Sun Xiaoqiang, rendering its original form immobile. However, the surrounding elite zombies had multiplied, seemingly tasked with safeguarding the Black Cat. In the dim light, terrifying visages began to emerge. Upon identifying the target, Lin Dong no longer held back. With a mere thought, the domain of the dead expanded to its utmost limits. Bang! 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 The nearby zombies were the first to explode into fragments. The overwhelming pressure reached its zenith. Various debris around was compressed and deformed. Even the towering metal canisters vibrated as if being kneaded by an invisible hand, the liquid within gushing forth rapidly. Below, the silhouette of the Black Cat remained curled. Meow? Yet, as the Black Cat opened its eyes, it beheld a tall figure approaching. With each of his steps, the pressure intensified, akin to being squeezed by a millstone. Feeling disheartened, Lin Dong's gaze was unwavering. The Black Cat sensed the chilling aura of death. Its ebony fur bristled, ears erect, and its eyes were wide with terror, instinctively retreating in an attempt to flee this horrific domain of the dead. However, given its physique, escape was utterly impossible. Lin Dong swung his long blade. Sweeping down upon its head, the razor-sharp edge sliced through with ease, akin to cutting through tofu, instantly penetrating its form. A mournful wail escaped the Black Cat as its body collapsed, black blood gushing forth from the severed cranium. Thus, the battle concluded. Lin Dong retracted the terrifying domain of the dead, as its full utilization was considerably taxing. Following the recent series of confrontations, approximately 1/10 of his energy had been expended. Yet, at this moment, Lin Dong became aware of a particular issue. In the severed skull of the Black Cat, there was, astonishingly, no crystal core. He stood still, lost in contemplation. Was the possession not a manifestation of the Black Cat's awakened abilities? Perhaps, it could be interpreted in another light. It suggested the possibility that another being had anchored the Black Cat's soul to Sun Xiaoqiang, which could also imply that it had bestowed upon the Black Cat the ability to possess. Quite an enigma, indeed, Lin Dong mused. He felt that this journey had not been in vain. Fortunately, he had discovered the truth in time. Had he remained oblivious, he could have suffered greatly, especially considering his subordinate tank, who, like Sun Xiaoqiang, belonged to that category of mindless brutes, strong yet devoid of intellect. just as Lin Dong eliminated the black cat. A cacophony of undead howls erupted from the depths of the area, a sound that reverberated through the air, causing the very ground beneath the urban landscape to tremble. The carnage within the sugar factory had evidently roused the nest of zombies. It was likely that the horde was rallying, advancing toward his position. It was time to depart. Lin Dong had no intention of engaging them in a full-scale battle just yet. At the very least, after acquiring the Q virus, he intended for his elite troops to undergo a renewed evolution. For if the confrontation proved too costly, even a hard-won victory could leave openings for other zombie kings to exploit. Not to mention, the ever-watchful tech company was lurking in the shadows. At that moment, from the darkness ahead, the hurried footsteps of other members of the search team could be heard, having sensed the conflict and emerging from their concealment to converge upon him. They contemplated the possibility of lending assistance, eager to contribute their strength. Yet, what lay before them was a scene of Lin Dong standing alone amidst the corpses of zombies. Surrounded by shattered debris and contorted metal cans, the entire scene resembled a baptism by calamity. A few individuals inhaled sharply, rendered speechless by shock. Meanwhile, within the factory, Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes regained their former brilliance, yet his expression remained one of confusion. He had just experienced a disconnection from the host, akin to losing consciousness after drinking, leaving him with fragmented memories and a complete inability to recall events. Now, he felt pain radiating throughout his body, with not a single part unscathed. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, feeling the throbbing pain of a swollen visage, bruised and battered. What just happened to me? Why do I suddenly hurt so much? Sun Xiaoqiang inquired. Bewildered, Chen Luoi observed him closely. It's nothing. You simply fell asleep and took a tumble. Sun Xiaoqiang's expression turned to one of surprise. We should be on our way. Chen Luoi's gaze was intent, having also heard the ominous roars from the heart of the corpse nest. The others nodded in agreement, their faces etched with fear. If they were surrounded by the tide of the deceased, there would be no hope of escape. Have all the people been rescued? Sun Xiaoqiang asked. Let's hurry. Stop worrying unnecessarily, Zhao Meiling urged. Thus, the group hastily departed from the sugar factory, racing towards the riverbank. Fortunately, they remained on the periphery of the corpse nest, and soon they could hear the gentle flow of the river. However, beneath the dim cover of twilight, the river ahead lay shrouded in darkness. Chen Luoi glanced back. The tide of the dead was drawing ever closer, causing the earth to tremble slightly, while terrifying figures began to emerge on the distant streets. A few construction workers rushed forward, emanating an aura of coldness, and, just as before, they began to reconstruct the ice bridge. This time, however, the ice bridge took on a slight curvature, resembling a slide. Once everyone jumped onto it, they glided smoothly across to the opposite bank of the river. Ah, how delightful! Sun Xiaoqiang has once again discovered the joys of his childhood. Upon reaching the shore, they hastily dismantled the ice bridge. Who is still alive? The terrifying apocalypse is indeed perilous. Each day, people live in a state of constant trepidation. Across the river, the silhouettes of zombies have begun to materialize. They have pursued their prey to the riverbank, yet now, the zombies can only gaze longingly at the river, their roars echoing in futile anger, revealing their utter helplessness. The dilapidated candy factory is completely shrouded in darkness. Cole, an aged figure slowly emerges from the gloom, a hunched old woman with disheveled white hair. Yet, what is most fearsome is her visage. One half is a face riddled with wrinkles, while the other half is a terrifying pitch-black feline countenance. Chapter 88, The Climbing Tiger He. Behind the old woman, a sinister laughter resonates as a gaunt figure steps forth. He is emaciated, skin barely clinging to bone, particularly his hands, which are devoid of flesh, exposing stark, white bones. It is splendid that they are all dead. It saves me from the incessant wails that irritate my ears. This corpse king grins widely, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The old woman, with a gaze filled with wrath, turns her half-cat face towards him, fixing him with a sinister stare. However, after a moment of contemplation, she refrains from acting out. It is human. Their lingering essence remains here. Merely food, nothing that could stir significant turmoil. Yet, one must be wary of the corpse king across the river, as he has been aggressively expanding his territory and is currently quite formidable. We must tread carefully to avoid becoming his next target. The Bone Corpse King spoke, and the old woman cast a sidelong glance at him. Humph, do you really need to say that? I have long been prepared. They will not come. Very well then. The Bone Corpse King, unwilling to engage further, clearly indicated a rift between them, and he turned away, humming a soft tune as he departed. Let's learn to meow together. Meow, meow, meow. The old woman, with a face of terror, ground her teeth, feeling as though he was deliberately provoking her. As was customary, she indulged in a warm bath, donned a clean outfit, and consumed 2 crystal nuclei, followed by a refreshing drink. At this moment, the night had fully descended, enveloping the outside world in darkness. Each night, regardless of the zombies or mutated beasts, a restlessness stirred within them. The city of the apocalypse echoed with incessant roars, while the bloodshed continued unabated. In Lin Dong's territory, tranquility was not a constant. Particularly in the border regions around North Mountain, the creeping vines had already infiltrated the city, entwining the ruins of buildings and scaling the lampposts. These tendrils exuded a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood vessels, with blood flowing within. In the pitch blackness, the vines on the lampposts seemed to suddenly awaken, their tendrils slithering like serpents, beginning to move slowly. Beneath the street lamp stood a zombie, its clothing tattered and face smeared with blood, swaying its head in a daze. Little did it know, the tendrils above were stealthily closing in, reaching a distance of about a meter. Suddenly, the vines lunged like a constrictor. Whoosh, they swiftly coiled around the zombie's neck. Ugh! The zombie, caught off guard, emitted a frenzied howl, its hands clawing desperately at the constricting vines. Yet the vines proved extraordinarily resilient, refusing to yield as they ensnared the zombies. With a sudden jerk, one was hoisted aloft, suspended in midair, its legs flailing wildly, emitting a cacophony of screams. However, in the next moment, several more vines crept forth, piercing the zombie's body with apop, resembling straws as they voraciously siphoned its flesh and blood. Dark fluid streamed from the stem, exuding an ominous hue. This occurrence was not isolated. Several other zombies nearby fell victim to the vine's assault, some ensnared around their waists, others around their ankles. The once tranquil night was abruptly shattered by the incessant wails of the undead. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed as the formidable figure of the tank emerged. Had they come under attack? He hastened forward, seizing the vines that ensnared the zombies, and with a powerful tug, they snapped with apop, unleashing a torrent of the dark blood that had been siphoned. Yet the tenacious vines were undeterred, stealthily advancing in droves to bind the tank. Some coiled around his ankles, while others ensnared his wrists. Nevertheless, the tank's brutish strength was unmatched. With sheer force, he tore the vines asunder, sending the dark blood spraying. The ordinary zombies, sprawled on the ground, desperately clawed forward, but their feeble strength was insufficient to break free from the vines, and in an instant, they were dragged several meters away. Just then, a fierce gust heralded the arrival of a figure. With elongated, razor-sharp claws akin to steel blades, they effortlessly severed the vines, rescuing the beleaguered zombies. Xiao Ba transformed into a veritable scythe, her claws flailing with relentless vigor. The vine-climbing tigers, realizing their defeat, retreated like a receding tide into the forest. Xiao Ba and Tank pursued them relentlessly, quickly reaching the edge of the woods. However, the sheer density of the vines proved overwhelming, and several zombies were ensnared and dragged into the thicket. It was as if the darkness had consumed the zombies, their anguished cries fading into the distance until they were utterly silenced. Tank, of course, was unwilling to concede defeat and contemplated venturing into the forest to continue the chase. Yet, he was swiftly restrained by Xiao Ba. Hey, don't pursue them any further. Tank paused, his expression one of indignation. How dare even a blade of grass defy us? I want to go in and uproot them all. The vegetation is far too dense. Do you wish to find yourself in a situation like last time, where the boss had to come and rescue you? Xiao Ba replied. The mention of the previous embarrassing incident calmed Tank somewhat. Fine, I shall spare them this time. But what should we do about this? That is simple. Xiao Ba calmly analyzed the situation, contemplating seriously. We need to inform the boss. That evening, Lin Dong learned of the matter and was not particularly surprised. He had already sensed that the vine-climbing tigers were exhibiting unusual behavior and expanding into his territory. They have indeed come. Lin Dong pondered silently. Knowing that to fend off external threats, one must first secure internal stability. The vine-climbing tigers would undoubtedly return, and this issue required thorough resolution. Having expended some energy during the battle at the sugar factory that day, Lin Dong chose not to rush into action. Instead, he rested for the night to restore his body to peak condition. The following morning, he arrived at the site of the incident, with Tank and Xiao Ba respectfully following behind him. The leader began recounting the events, illustrating how his younger brother was dragged into the thicket. Tank gestured animatedly, striving to convey the narrative with clarity. Lin Dong's gaze swept across the scene before him, a disarray of shattered plant roots and dark, ominous stains of blood. The remnants of the struggle were evident, with long trails of crimson leading ominously into the depths of the forest. In the distance, the lush greenery was adorned with clusters of ivy, swaying gently in the breeze, appearing deceptively ordinary and unremarkable. Lin Dong discerned that these tendrils lacked any autonomous awareness. They were akin to tentacles, with a mastermind lurking behind them, orchestrating their movements. The true instigator lay concealed within the dense woodland. Chapter 89. Endless growth. I shall venture inside to investigate, Lin Dong declared. Oh, very well. Tank nodded foolishly, initially intending to express concern and caution his elder brother. Yet, upon turning, he realized Lin Dong's figure had vanished without a trace. He had activated his stealth ability, advancing step by step into the forest, silent as a specter. The woods were dark and damp, enveloped in an eerie stillness, occasionally broken by the rustling of leaves and the calls of unfamiliar birds. Lin Dong refrained from touching the ivy, instead following their growth patterns deeper into the forest. Aptly described as following the vine to find the melon. His curiosity piqued. What lay at the heart of this tangle of ivy? The journey proceeded smoothly. During this period, he encountered numerous corpses, including those of small animals and humans, as well as the undead. These bodies emitted a foul stench, their states of decay varying considerably. Some were infested with maggots, while flies, as large as thumbs, flitted about them. As he ventured further, the ivy became increasingly dense, indicating that this forest had been entirely claimed by it, becoming its dominion. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Dong emerged from the thicket onto a forest road. This road led to the mountaintop, where the affluent resided in numerous villas. Now, however, this thoroughfare lay in utter disrepair, overrun by vegetation. Along the roadside, he could still see several overturned, abandoned vehicles, remnants of those who had fled into the mountains during the apocalypse. The compartments, trunks, and even the fuel tanks of the vehicles had been pried open, bearing clear signs of having been looted. Humanity had once traversed these mountains. In the wake of the apocalypse, city dwellers fled to the hills to escape the zombies, embarking on a quest for survival in the wild. Although the depths of the forest were fraught with peril, inhabited by mutant beasts and bizarre flora, the awakened among humanity had a chance to endure. Lin Dong turned to gaze, noticing the tendrils of ivy extending along the road, trailing ever forward. He continued to follow it, and it became increasingly evident that the corpses had grown more numerous, ensnared and utterly drained, reduced to desiccated remains. After walking a while longer, a villa appeared ahead. Once a symbol of opulence, the structure now stood in ruin, its yards fenced and the villa's walls engulfed in ivy. The leaves, broad and fan-like, displayed a deep purplish-black hue, while the plant's roots had thickened considerably, pulsating with foul blood within. In this eerie setting, Lin Dong had already sensed an unusual atmosphere lurking within the villa. He cast a glance and was struck by the surreal spectacle in the courtyard. Bodies lay buried beneath the earth, their heads protruding, with the roots of the climbing vine emerging from their skulls. Some craniums had decayed into skeletons, while others appeared fresh. Having recently met their demise, one could only wonder from where the vine had procured these unfortunate souls. The landscaping of the courtyard was indeed peculiar, Lin Dong mused, noting a strange artistic quality in the climbing vine. As he stepped into the courtyard, the overwhelming presence of death enveloped him. The air was thick with a chilling and oppressive aura, and a pungent stench of decay assaulted his senses. At that moment, any passerby would unmistakably recognize this as an accursed place, too fearful to approach. Yet here was Lin Dong, venturing alone into this macabre scene, where the once luxurious villa's floor-to-ceiling windows lay shattered. Peering inside, he was confronted with a horrifying tableau. Numerous corpses hung from the ceiling like grotesque sausages, a mix of humans and animals swaying gently in the draft of a chilling breeze. Is this a macabre exhibition? Lin Dong silently scoffed. Just as he contemplated moving forward, the nearby grass suddenly rustled ominously, reminiscent of a rattlesnake, sending a shiver down his spine. The climbing vines on the ground writhed like serpents, rearing up behind him, poised to strike. They had been detected. With a swift thought, Lin Dong unleashed the domain of the dead, causing the attacking vines to explode in a series of violent bursts. As the domain of the deceased expanded, pressure radiated in all directions. Nearby vines, akin to loaches plummeting into a cauldron of oil, abruptly rose and began to writhe violently. In quick succession, they shattered one after another. Before Lin Dong's eyes, writhing vines and swirling putrid blood surrounded him. The once silent courtyard descended into chaos. A piercing shriek echoed through the villa, reminiscent of a witch's wail, sharp and hysterical. Are they emerging? With a swift gesture, a long blade materialized in Lin Dong's hand. Its energy ignited, flames surging forth to envelop the entire blade. Fire, the nemesis of Flora. Lin Dong swung forward, reducing countless vines to ashes, while the remaining ones retreated in haste. With the foliage no longer obstructing his vision, Lin Dong regained clarity. Ahead, on the villa's walls, dense leaves formed the silhouette of a figure, which gradually stepped forth. You should not be here, the figure intoned, its voice androgynous. Lin Dong gazed intently. This being was enveloped in verdant hues, resembling a creature woven from grass, its classification as plant or animal ambiguous. However, one thing was certain, it was the mastermind behind the climbing vines. Do you presume to trespass in my domain? Am I not allowed to seek you out? Since you desire death, I shall oblige. A faint green radiance emanated from the figure, surging towards the surroundings. Simultaneously, the entire area witnessed the frenzied growth of climbing vines. An overwhelming tide of tendrils rushing forth. Lin Dong's vision became once again obscured by the encroaching flora, as if ensnared within a verdant realm. His eyes glimmered with a crimson light, the domain of the Corpse King reaching its zenith. The overwhelming pressure surged forth once more, akin to a tumultuous ocean of blood rushing ahead. A thunderous roar echoed, shattering everything in its vicinity, including the dense vines, as if swept away by a tempest. Countless blades of grass were sent flying, only to be reduced to powder under the immense pressure. The figure of the grass man trembled, seemingly shaken, clearly taken aback by the formidable nature of his opponent's domain. Yet, he steadied himself and continued to channel his energy. Endless growth. With a soft utterance, the formerly shattered vines sprouted anew, rapidly thickening. The myriad of plants enveloped Lin Dong once again. HM? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, discerning that the grass man's abilities were indeed peculiar. With his strength, he was certainly no less formidable than any of the necromancers outside. Moreover, this method of attack bore the semblance of forming a domain. Chapter 90. Rooting out the weeds, the chaotic energies clashed, causing the forest to descend into utter turmoil. The two were locked in a seemingly stalemated confrontation. However, the grass man was brimming with confidence, for since his inception, he had consumed the flesh and blood of creatures ranging from the tiniest insects to ferocious beasts, including zombies and humans, evolving to his present state. The energy he had absorbed undoubtedly surpassed that of most beings. Let us see how long you can endure. Surrounded by an endless sea of vines, Lin Dong remained composed, unfazed by the relentless onslaught. From his assessment, the grass man's strength was assuredly at the A rank, perhaps even beyond, making him quite a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of time. Yes, so be it. Lin Dong suddenly stepped forward, unleashing his formidable physical strength. As his foot struck the ground, a thunderous roar echoed, and the earth cracked beneath him, resembling the aftermath of an earthquake. The soil began to collapse, and the corpses long buried beneath the surface were shattered in the chaos. Decayed flesh and shattered bones were thrown into the air, accompanied by the roots of the grass that had taken root among them. To eradicate the roots, one must first sever the grass. As Lin Dong advanced, the terrifying realm of the dead surged forward, its overwhelming pressure radiating outwards for over 10 meters, poised to envelop the grass figure within its grasp. With his immense physique intertwined with the domain of the dead, Lin Dong became an unstoppable force. The grass figure, startled, sensed an anomaly. The destructive power emanating from Lin Dong instilled a twinge of foreboding within it. The creature before him was indeed powerful. The growth of the vines slowed significantly, and while the energy of the grass figure continued to radiate, it was evident that it was at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, Lin Dong remained formidable, his spirit unyielding as a rainbow. Such intense confrontation was undeniably taxing. He had already expended 20% of his energy. However, he could distinctly feel the resistance from the opponent waning considerably. Stepping forward once more, Lin Dong bent his knees slightly, his body coiling like a spring as he gripped the blade with both hands, poised like a cheetah ready to pounce. The domain of the dead continued to expand, enveloping the grass figure, while the villa behind him appeared to disintegrate spontaneously, collapsing into dust in an instant. With a fierce determination, Lin Dong tightened his grip on the long knife, channeling energy into it. As fiery flames erupted from the blade's edge, he propelled himself forward with powerful leg strength, the immense recoil causing the ground beneath him to collapse further. Like a cannonball, Lin Dong surged ahead, carrying with him the terrifying momentum of the realm of the dead. The scenery on either side recedes rapidly, with grass roots, branches, and tainted blood swirling around. At this moment, the scarecrow perceives an approaching tempest. A calamity descends. No. A profound sense of unease burgeons within the scarecrow's consciousness. The essence of death draws near. I do not wish to perish. The scarecrow as heart is filled with reluctance. From a humble blade of grass, beginning with the consumption of ants, it has grown to this magnitude, and yet it is dissatisfied with its current existence in the mountains. Yearning to venture into the city, it dreams of a day when it will flourish across the globe. Little did it anticipate that upon leaving the mountains, it would provoke such a formidable force. In the blink of an eye, a searing presence looms before it, a sharp edge poised to sever its being. Yet, under the ominous shroud of the corpse domain, the scarecrow finds itself utterly unable to evade. Whoosh! Lin Dong, wielding a long knife, cleaves through the scarecrow's form. Ah! The scarecrow emits a hysterical scream, revealing its excruciating agony. Simultaneously, all its resistance dissipates. The serpentine vines retract swiftly, wilting and decaying. In an instant, the chaotic forest descends into tranquility, leaving behind mere ruins. The scarecrow's body lies severed in two upon the ground, its hard-won consciousness gradually fading. Lin Dong examines closely, intent on discerning the nature of this creature. Upon careful scrutiny, he realizes it is indeed a mass of grass, intricately woven into a humanoid shape. In the chest area, a circular crystal flickers, serving as its source of energy. It appears akin to a core, yet with subtle differences. How powerful are you? A signal resonates within the scarecrow's consciousness. I do not know. The soul of the scarecrow is profoundly shaken. Are the creatures beyond the mountains truly so terrifying? Alas, I cannot grow to encompass the entire world. Even a humble blade of grass harbors aspirations of dominion, and in its final moments, it births a fleeting thought. The city is fraught with peril. I ought to remain in the mountains. Subsequently, its frail body begins to wither, decay, and dissolve into ephemeral ash. After the demise of the grassman, a radiant crystal is left behind, emanating a soft glow. The crystal's interior is not entirely transparent, but rather contains fibrous structures resembling a seed. Is it edible? Lin Dong pondered internally. As a being of the undead, his essence still concerns itself with the matters of edibility and inedibility. The grass had consumed a hodgepodge of flesh, including insects, animals, zombies, and even nutrients from other plants. Surely, it is not toxic. Lin Dong, confronted with this seed-like object, felt no surge of appetite, for he was no herbivore. Driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, he placed the seed into his storage space. Just as he was attending to this matter, he caught a whiff of human scent drifting closer. Indeed, there are survivors in the northern mountains. The commotion from his battle with the grassman must have attracted them. At that moment, two individuals were stealthily crouched behind a rock, keenly observing the scene ahead. Unbeknownst to them, the vines are indeed gone. Yet look, there still stands a person, one youth remarked. Indeed. Another individual nodded repeatedly, pondering the impossibility of human or any other life existing in the presence of the man-eating vines. Could it be that he had vanquished them? What are you thinking? The young man retorted, for in his understanding, the man-eating vines were utterly terrifying, sprawling across the mountains in abundance, far beyond the capability of a solitary being to eradicate. It seemed he, like us, had been drawn here by the commotion. Yet, what could possibly have caused the sudden demise of the man-eating vines? The other found it hard to believe. The young man contemplated, suggesting that some plants, upon reaching maturity, cease to grow and simply perish. Alternatively, perhaps the man-eating vines ingested some toxic substance and succumbed to poisoning. Both individuals were awakened beings at the brain dance stage, lacking in perceptive abilities, having served as security for the wealthy in a villa district prior to the apocalypse. At this moment, they were thinking about how the man-eating vines had consumed countless flesh and blood, absorbing immense energy, which must have coalesced into a supercrystal core. If they were to acquire it, they would surely ascend to new heights. Chapter 91. The concealed cave, however, in this desolate wilderness, even upon encountering another person, they dared not let their guard down, covertly observing Lin Dong and analyzing his background. Noting that he was alone, they speculated that he could not belong to the Black Scorpion organization, as that group was known for its collective operations. Moreover, his attire was immaculate and appropriately refined, exuding an air of a successful entrepreneur or a wealthy heir. He was likely a survivor from the Villa district and possessed a substantial amount of resources. Whether for the crystal core or the supplies, they deemed it essential to ensure he remained with them. Let us proceed. Once they had made up their minds, they no longer concealed their presence and approached directly. Lin Dong cast a fleeting glance, inwardly acknowledging their emergence after waiting for what felt like an eternity. Meeting Lin Dong's gaze, the two individuals raised their hands, smiling reassuringly. "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions." Lin Dong nodded in response. Observing their tattered light blue security uniforms, torn by branches, their unkempt long hair, unshaven faces, and smeared with dirt, they resembled wild men. One of the youths, named Wu Daji, broke the silence. "Brother, where has the man-eating vine gone?" "I have no idea," Lin Dong replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. The two exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. He too had arrived, drawn by the rumors, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Have you found anything?" "Nothing," Lin Dong answered. Meanwhile, the other individual scanned the ground, searching amidst the lifeless vines and decaying roots, finding no trace of the anticipated supercrystal. Could it be that there was none? Wu Daji, possessing a touch of cunning, remained skeptical, convinced that Lin Dong was deceiving him. In these desolate mountains, anyone with sense would not divulge the discovery of treasures to strangers. Cough. "Very well." Wu Daji nodded, displaying no further signs of suspicion. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Brother, this forest is perilous. Where have you been hiding for the past half-month?" "I did not evade." Wu Daji squinted slightly, and his inquiry was intended to probe into Lin Dong's secret base, which he presumed housed a considerable amount of supplies. To his surprise, the individual before him was rather cautious, revealing nothing. In this apocalyptic world, each additional person represents an increase in strength. We ought to unite and collaborate to ensure our survival. "I believe you could join us," Wu Daji continued. "You all? Are there others?" Lin Dong inquired, seeking more information. Indeed. Without waiting for Wu Daji's response, a person nearby nodded in affirmation. "Our security team originally comprised over 20 members, but now more than 10 have perished, and—" As the words hung in the air, he abruptly fell silent, as if the subsequent thoughts were too difficult to articulate. Yet, Lin Dong had already deduced the unspoken truth. In the Hillside Villa district, aside from the security personnel and servants, there were only the affluent, hailing from distinguished backgrounds. However, in this end-of-days scenario, the wealthy, the second-generation rich, and the stunning heiresses found themselves leveled to the same starting point. It was a true egalitarianism, where everything hinged upon strength. Previously, the security guards had served the wealthy, subjected to their whims and rebukes. Some harbored intense resentment towards the affluent, driven by jealousy and hatred. Now that they had seized power, it was not difficult to imagine the actions they might undertake. It was likely that they would inflict considerable torment upon those once privileged, such as the inherent vice of human nature, which Lin Dong had witnessed time and again. Wu Daji added, "Our captain is a core awakener, possessing formidable strength, and he treats people well. It is due to his protection that we have survived to this day." The meaning of this statement is quite evident. It conveys to Lin Dong that he is under the protection of the Crystal Core Awakeners, urging him not to harbor any ulterior motives. However, Lin Dong retorts, "Then, did you not still lose over 10 individuals?" Wu Daji, taken aback, opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily speechless. A companion nearby hastily interjected, "Regardless, you should join us. The captain will certainly protect you." "Oh, I might as well take a look at your camp first," Lin Dong replied. "All right, no problem. If you find it unsuitable, you are free to leave at any time." A slight smile curved the corners of Wu Daji's mouth. Subsequently, Lin Dong ambled along with the two into the dense forest. Each of them, of course, harbored their own secret agendas. Wu Daji contemplated that this individual, dressed so impeccably, must possess a wealth of resources, possibly even a small refuge. It was not uncommon for some bored scions of the wealthy class to construct such shelters prior to the apocalypse, inadvertently hitting the mark. Furthermore, the crystal core of the man-eating vines might very well have been discovered by him. It was simply a matter of where it was hidden. Therefore, he resolved to keep Lin Dong close for now, gradually extracting information from him, or perhaps he could discreetly follow him. When hunger strikes, Lin Dong would undoubtedly seek food, at which point Wu Daji could ascertain where he had concealed his supplies. As for Lin Dong's own hidden intentions, they require no elaboration. He originally intended to deal with the climbing vine. Wu Daji smiled and remarked, "In truth, this mountain does not lack for sustenance. Food is not the sole criterion for survival in the apocalypse. Those man-eating creatures are evolving, hence strength is paramount. Would you not agree?" "Indeed, the sparrow's meal," Lin Dong conceded. Simultaneously, he discerned the underlying message in the words spoken. Food is of no use if one does not enhance their strength. Inevitably, they would be devoured by monsters. It would be far more prudent to share their provisions with teammates and collectively hunt the monsters to grow stronger. In essence, he was subtly insinuating and attempting to influence, reminiscent of manipulative tactics. However, it was evident that he had misjudged his audience. After approximately 20 minutes, signs of human activity began to emerge. Lin Dong noticed a tree beneath which a wire snare had been set, specifically designed for trapping hares. Numerous such small traps dotted the vicinity. Moments later, a dirt mound came into view. This was the concealed location of Wu Daji and his companions. Lin Dong silently sensed the presence of over a dozen living beings within, half of whom were awakened individuals. "Here we are, let us proceed inside," Wu Daji remarked. Yet, the mound was overgrown with weeds and bore no entrance, resembling a colossal burial mound. Wu Daji stepped forward and called out, "The password." A muffled voice emerged from within. "The king covers the earth." Wu Daji promptly responded. Immediately, a thunderous sound resonated as the earth gradually split open, shifting to the left and right, revealing an opening approximately 2 meters in length, width, and height. This was the ability of an earth element awakened individual. Furthermore, the entrance was not shrouded in darkness. Flickering flames danced within, dispelling all shadows and dampness. Quite impressive, Lin Dong mused inwardly. Moreover, this place is indeed quite concealed, even for oneself. It would be challenging to discover without deliberate searching. Chapter 92. The celebrity Wu Daji was the first to step inside. Awaiting them was a robust middle-aged man, bare-chested and powerfully built, known as Third Brother, an awakened earth type. "Daji, what is the situation outside?" Third Brother inquired eagerly. "The man-eating vines are truly gone. They have withered away, and I witnessed it with my own eyes." Wu Daji's face brightened with joy. For them, this was indeed splendid news, facilitating their endeavors to hunt and seek resources. "This is marvelous." Third Brother echoed the sentiment, relief washing over him. They had once encountered such a menace, evading it like a deadly serpent. Many brothers had perished at its hands, and now that it had finally vanished, it felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his heart. At that moment, Third Brother's gaze swiftly fell upon Lin Dong, revealing a hint of caution. "Who is he?" "He is someone we encountered during our reconnaissance." Wu Daji recounted the events, narrating the tale with ease, and subtly exchanged a knowing glance. "Oh," Third Brother immediately comprehended. "Then let us proceed inside and share this good news with the captain." The group ventured deeper into the cave. The surrounding light dimmed abruptly, leaving only the flickering torches on the walls, casting the faces of the group in a dance of shadows and light. As Lin Dong advanced further, he discovered that the entire earth mound had been hollowed out, becoming increasingly spacious as they ventured deeper. Before long, they arrived at the belly of the mountain, standing before a grand hall. The walls around were still illuminated by flickering torches, accompanied by rudimentary furnishings such as earthen tables and stools. At the center, there lay a long bench adorned with a bearskin, upon which a young man reclined. Clad merely in oversized shorts, he held a roasted rabbit head in his hand, gnawing on it while his gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong and his companions. His demeanor exuded the air of a bandit chief, unmistakably marking him as the leader of this enclave. This young man was Zhang Zihong, who, prior to the apocalypse, had dropped out of high school and taken on the role of a security guard, thereby circumventing 40 years of the ordinary man's tribulations. Despite being in his 20s, he boasted 5 to 6 years of experience, having risen to the rank of captain. "What news from outside?" Zhang Zihong inquired. Wu Daji recounted the events in meticulous detail, not daring to omit a single point. Upon learning about the withering of the man-eating vines, Zhang Zihong's spirits lifted. He pondered the possibility of expanding his influence, aspiring to grow and strengthen his band. As his gaze shifted to Lin Dong, he refrained from direct confrontation, instead breaking into a grin and welcoming him. "Welcome to our abode." "Thank you," Lin Dong replied sincerely, his gratitude genuine. As his eyes swept across the surroundings, it became evident that Zhang Zihong was not the sole occupant within the mountain's embrace. Several members of the security team were present, along with a few individuals huddled in a dark corner, men and women alike, clad in tattered garments or even naked, their faces smeared with grime, resembling refugees. Zhang Zihong, noticing Lin Dong's gaze, leapt from the bench and approached that shadowy corner, seizing a girl and tossing her into the center. The girl cried out in pain, kneeling gracefully on the ground, her figure slender and alluring, showcasing a perfect silhouette. "Come, lift your head," Zhang Zihong said, bending down to raise her chin with a single finger, as if flaunting his conquest. "Do you recognize her?" "Who is she?" Lin Dong inquired, studying the girl. Despite the dirt on her face, her beauty remained evident. She had an oval face, a high nose, and large, expressive eyes. At that moment, her thin lips were pressed together, revealing an expression of humiliation that made her appear utterly pitiable. "It's the illustrious star, Jiang Shui," Zhang Zihong exclaimed. "Oh." Lin Dong, though rarely attentive to the entertainment industry, had heard of Jiang Shui, a renowned first-tier celebrity. He scrutinized her once more and confirmed it truly was her. However, the once resplendent star had now fallen into utter despair, reduced to a mere plaything for others to torment at will. It was no wonder that others failed to recognize her. The contrast was simply too stark. Clearly, before the apocalypse, Jiang Shui had resided in a luxurious villa atop the mountain, only to succumb to the whims of this group. "Come, starlet, sing us a tune to lift our spirits." Zhang Zihong jested. As Jiang Shui had debuted as a singer, her vocal prowess was exceptional, often referred to as a walking CD. In this moment of idleness, they would request her to sing. Jiang Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as the title of star now felt like a cruel mockery, piercing her deeply. Yet, she began to sing. "Every time, I stand strong amidst the solitude and wandering. Every time, even when deeply wounded, I refrain from shedding tears. I am aware that I possess a pair of invisible wings that carry me beyond despair, urging me not to dwell on it. Due to a prolonged period without water." Her voice bore a hint of hoarseness. Jiang Shui's singing prowess was indeed remarkable, perfectly encapsulating the essence of her current despair. As her melodious voice resonated, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. From being a celebrated superstar, she had, in a single day, been reduced to a mere plaything for others, specifically a security guard who had once stood watch over her. This drastic fall from grace felt akin to plummeting from heaven to hell in an instant. "Ha. I must say, the end of the world suits me just fine. In the past, those lofty individuals wouldn't spare us a glance. Yet now they must obediently heed our words," Wu Daji remarked with a grin. His companions nodded in agreement, their gazes darting towards a particular corner. There stood a billionaire, alongside his wife, who appeared to embody the essence of a wronged woman, having previously tormented me and made my life difficult. Now, however, she found herself subdued, allowing me to finally vent my frustrations. Lin Dong's gaze followed suit, and indeed, there was a middle-aged man accompanied by a woman, who, upon overhearing their conversation, began to tremble uncontrollably. One could only wonder what torment she had endured prior to this moment. Wu Daji and his companions continued to muse about the cyclical nature of fortune, recalling the adage that in 30 years, the tides of fate may turn. They felt like protagonists of an exhilarating tale of revenge. At that moment, Jiang Shui completed her song, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest. She buried her head in her arms, weeping in anguish. Zhang Zihong sensed that the display had reached its zenith and turned to Lin Dong, speaking softly. "If you wish to join us, now is the time to present the man-eating vine crystal cores, along with any stored supplies you possess. We may still regard each other as brothers. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror that of those before you. Consider the outcome you desire." "Oh, very well." Lin Dong nodded, gradually lifting his gaze. In the dim light, his pupils reflected the flickering flames. "You seek the crystal cores, do you? Allow me to retrieve them for you." Chapter 93, Liberation O. Upon hearing this, everyone regained their focus. Are there truly crystal cores? They were well aware that the vine had claimed countless lives, feasting upon flesh. Thus the gathered crystal cores must be of exceptional quality, a rare treasure indeed. Just moments ago, it was claimed there were no crystal cores. "Hurry," bring them forth. The impatient third brother exclaimed, raising his voice. Lin Dong turned his attention to him. Come closer, and I will show you. Very well. Without a second thought, third brother strode forward, blissfully unaware of how perilously close he was to death. Nearby, Wu Daji and others gazed intently, curious about the appearance of the man-eating vine crystal cores, while quietly murmuring amongst themselves. He previously asserted there were no crystal cores, yet now they seemed to materialize. It appeared that his intimidation factor was lacking, while the captain exuded a formidable presence capable of instilling fear. Where are the crystal cores? At this moment, third brother approached Lin Dong, closing the distance to less than 2 meters. In the next instant, Lin Dong raised his slender hand and suddenly reached forward, his hand plunging directly into the giant's skull. Then, with a gentle grasp, he extracted a dark brown crystal core. Here, is this not the crystal core? Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. Due to his remarkable speed, the most crucial factor was that no one around him anticipated such a maneuver. A collective gasp resonated as they recognized the anomaly. They watched in disbelief as the imposing figure of third brother crumpled to the ground. You, exclaimed a companion, eyes wide with shock, poised to utter something. However, with a swift motion, Lin Dong brandished a long blade, which struck at the neck of his adversary with a chilling thud, severing the head cleanly, leaving no words left to be spoken. Damn it! This guy is launching a surprise attack. Quick, eliminate him. How dare he play us for fools? The surrounding individuals erupted in fury, charging forward en masse. Yet, Lin Dong remained as serene as a tranquil lake, moving with the swiftness of a startled hare. Once he unleashed his lethal intent, he left them no opportunity to retaliate. As a crimson light flickered in his eyes, an aura of dread enveloped the scene. The first two who surged ahead appeared as though ensnared by an immobilizing spell, their expressions of rage instantly morphing into sheer terror. With a deft horizontal slash of his blade, Lin Dong claimed yet another 2 heads. Such ferocity! Wu Daji was profoundly shaken, perceiving that this individual executed murder with the ease of slaughtering livestock, his movements remarkably adept, clearly indicative of a seasoned killer. Far from an ordinary survivor. What have I inadvertently summoned? A chilling sensation coursed through his veins. He retreated swiftly, seeking refuge beside Zhang Zihong, who he regarded as the strongest entity in their midst. Captain, what shall we do? This individual poses a grave threat. Zhang Zihong, an awakened core user, had already sensed the danger. Wu Daji's eyes widened in alarm. Even the captain has spoken thus. At this moment, chaos reigned within the heart of the mountain. As members of the security team fell one after another, their heads severed and blood mist swirling in the air, under the flickering glow of flames. A layer of eerie crimson enveloped the scene. For these low-level awakened beings, Lin Dong was an overwhelming force of slaughter. They stood no chance against him. In the blink of an eye, they were on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui and the others, drawn by the sounds of battle, raised their gazes in disbelief. In a corner, the billionaire's wife's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Look, dear, that group of beasts is being exterminated. Are we to be saved? I hope he is from the shelter, coming to our rescue. The billionaire silently echoed her prayers. In any case, the massacre of the security team brought them immense satisfaction. Zhang Zihong clenched his jaw tightly, witnessing the slaughter of his comrades. Although he sensed the extreme danger, retreat was not an option now. He had no choice but to engage. A fierce heat emanated from his body, flames beginning to rise and enveloping him, clearly indicating he was an awakened being of B-class fire affinity. Zhang Zihong's method of attack was conventional. After enveloping himself in energy, he leaped into the air, raising his fist to strike Lin Dong. His fiery fist crackled through the air, producing a series of sonic booms. To an ordinary observer, it appeared incredibly swift. Go, Captain! Wu Daji silently cheered, for he was merely an awakened being at the brain core stage and could not participate in such a battle. Yet, witnessing the captain's move, he felt a glimmer of hope for a turning tide. However, Lin Dong sensed the fiery figure charging towards him. With a mere glance, the domain of corpses erupted, akin to a tidal wave sweeping forth. Zhang Zihong felt his body become heavy, as if he were sinking into the depths of the ocean. He clenched his teeth, managing to move only with great effort, though it proved futile. Lin Dong swung his blade, the sharp edge effortlessly slicing through Zhang Zihong's form, cleaving him in two. The once blazing flames extinguished in an instant, and his lifeless body fell to the ground, a crimson crystal core bursting forth from within. At that moment, Wu Daji stood in stunned disbelief. His strongest captain had been slain with such ease, as though the act bore no distinction from the slaughter of an ordinary human. How could this be? It was as if his very faith had crumbled. Lin Dong, with a series of swift strikes, dispatched the awakened humans, the entire process transpiring in mere moments. After he had eliminated the earth element awakened one, the remaining individuals found their escape from this grave mound a formidable challenge. Death was their inevitable fate. Following Zhang Zihong's demise, Lin Dong approached Wu Daji, bloody blade in hand, each step instilling terror within Wu Daji, who trembled like a fledgling chick caught in the wind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was the man-eating vine eliminated by you? Indeed. You are the only one to deduce the truth, but there shall be no reward, Lin Dong replied, as he swung his blade once more, extinguishing yet another life. Thus, the security team was annihilated, and tranquility returned to the grave mound, save for the crackling of flames that surrounded them. The flickering light cast an eerie glow, illuminating the ground littered with headless corpses, blood flowing freely, its metallic scent overwhelming, while the enclosed space intensified the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Dong glanced at the survivors in the corner and stepped toward them. Well done. Those beasts deserve to die? A woman exclaimed with a fierce countenance, revealing a hint of a shrewish demeanor. Hurry, get me out of here. Without further ado, Lin Dong raised his hand and swiftly severed her throat. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she attempted to utter something, but only a muffled sound escaped her lips. Blood surged into her trachea, suffocating her as her body collapsed into the arms of a wealthy man nearby, who trembled with spasms. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The wealthy man, nearly paralyzed with fear, wept profusely. I have money. I can give you all I possess. Just let me live. Look at you, already talking nonsense. Lin Dong remarked with a glance. In the apocalypse, money was as worthless as scrap paper, devoid of any real utility. It seemed these individuals could offer no other value to themselves, so he mercifully granted them release. Chapter 94. The flower pot having dealt with several humans. Lin Dong found himself alone with Jiang Shui in the entire grave mound. She stared blankly at the scene, devoid of fear or panic. Her expression more one of numbness with a hint of relief. From a dazzling star to a prisoner at the mercy of others, the drastic fall from grace was overwhelming, sapping her courage to continue living. Another tortured soul redeemed, Lin Dong mused to himself. I, the reborn corpse king, the redeemer of the apocalypse. After completing all of this, he collected the bodies and blood, utilizing his ability to traverse the realm of the deceased, directly passing through the wall to emerge from the burial mound. Outside, it was midday. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, cascading down like countless threads, creating a Tyndall effect. Occasionally, strange bird calls echoed through the forest, imbuing the atmosphere with an extraordinary tranquility. It was likely that survivors remained in the villa area atop the mountain. However, at this moment, Lin Dong had no intention of pursuing them, for he believed it unnecessary to eradicate every last one, as such an endeavor held little significance for him. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Dong emerged from the woods. Xiao Ba and Tank, accompanied by a cadre of elite followers, awaited him respectfully at the periphery. Not long ago, they had noticed the dense ivy had withered. The boss has never failed when he takes action, Tank remarked with admiration. Time to eat, Lin Dong succinctly declared, then with a flick of his wrist, he cast forth a dozen corpses. The lifeless eyes widened at the scent of blood, stirring them into a frenzy as they lunged forward like ravenous wolves. The boss even captured prey. Is this an unexpected bounty? How splendid. After a refreshing bath, he settled onto the sofa, and with a mere gesture, a seed appeared in the palm of his hand. Its energy was a chaotic yet formidable amalgamation. How should this be planted? Lin Dong pondered. Clearly, this grass seed crystal nucleus could not simply be buried in a hole with some soil. Conventional methods would undoubtedly prove futile. Perhaps he ought to approach it in a different manner. Rising, he gazed out at the street where zombies wandered aimlessly, and a peculiar thought suddenly sparked in his mind. In the past, during assaults on various territories of the undead, I encountered numerous amalgamated creatures, such as the human-faced rat and the octopus-like spider-woman. This indicates a remarkable compatibility among the zombies. Thus, I pondered whether I could create an amalgamated monster myself, merely by fusing mutated plant seeds with a zombie. Lin Dong, with determination, decided to take action. He utilized his abilities within the domain of the undead and descended to the street below. Upon his arrival, the surrounding zombies bowed their heads in submission. Lin Dong's gaze swept across the area until it settled on a particularly elite zombie. One that had been injected with the Z virus, the ace of the Legion. You come here. The zombie glanced up, curiosity piqued. It was unprecedented for the leader to call for it alone, an occurrence that had never transpired before. Nonetheless, it approached with utmost respect. Lin Dong selected this elite specimen out of concern that the energy from the seeds might be too potent for an ordinary zombie to handle, potentially leading to its complete consumption as mere sustenance. However, even with an elite zombie, success could not be guaranteed. A failure would mean the loss of a valuable subordinate, while success would yield a formidable amalgamated creature. The tech corporation frequently conducted human experiments. In this instance, Lin Dong was performing an experiment on zombies. He produced the seeds and, employing his abilities, placed them within the zombie's cranium. The zombie stood there, momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What just happened? Do you not feel anything? Lin Dong inquired with curiosity. I feel nothing, the zombie replied, shaking its head. Yet as it did so, a peculiar sound of crackling resonated within its skull, akin to the sound of roots taking hold. Suddenly, an intense itch overcame it. The zombie, overwhelmed by discomfort, grasped its head and knelt on the ground, visibly writhing in agony. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. Was failure imminent? Suddenly, a zombie let out a thunderous roar, its eyes snapping open to reveal eerie green pupils. In an instant, a crisp crack echoed as a delicate green sprout emerged from the top of its head. The zombie's presence intensified significantly. The peculiar itch vanished, and it spread its arms wide, fingers transforming into tendrils that radiated outward, startling the nearby undead. What was happening with this fellow? Boss, I feel an extraordinary surge of energy. I have grown considerably stronger, it exclaimed. Lin Dong nodded, his gaze fixated on the tender green shoot atop the zombie's head. Clearly, his experiment had succeeded. He had acquired a fusion creature as a subordinate. While others had terrifying or imposing fusion beasts, this one sported a sprout, rendering it somewhat comical. Nonetheless, he accepted this reality, after all, to endure in life. One must carry a touch of green. However, the zombie's aura had indeed strengthened considerably, and its potential was boundless. Should it consume enough flesh in the future, it might even achieve the endless growth characteristic of a living plant. Thus, it became the fifth formidable ally under Lin Dong's command, and he aptly named it Flowerpot. As night fell, the sky grew overcast, a cool breeze sweeping through, soon followed by a gentle rain that drummed softly against the window. Yet, the rain-soaked night could not quell the bloodshed in the apocalyptic city. Beneath the darkened heavens, frenzied roars still echoed intermittently. Lin Dong remained comfortably ensconced in his home. At ease amidst the chaos, he sat on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile phone, gathering intelligence. Recently, Lin Dong had been particularly attentive to tech company, contemplating how to obtain the Q virus. Upon logging on to the official website of tech company, he indeed found several updates. According to our research, we have mastered soil-less cultivation technology, allowing crops to thrive in nutrient solutions, maturing at an accelerated pace, thereby addressing a portion of the food crisis. Good news. Our company will soon be transferring an A-class awakened to safeguard the safety of survivors. These two announcements, seemingly mundane, were merely self-promotional, a daily display of self-commendation to bolster public trust. However, Lin Dong pondered, an A-class awakened. Could it be that they are arriving alongside the Q virus? Chapter 95. Ambush. Below that announcement, numerous comments poured in. Wow, an A-class awakened. That must place them among the top 10 in our shelter. Currently, most zombie kings have only evolved to B-class. An A-class is indeed formidable. Tech company is fantastic. With food and strong individuals, I almost feel tempted to seek refuge there. Be careful. They might use you as a human experiment and feed you to the zombies. Who knows if the A-class awakened can alter the dynamics of Jianbei City. We shall await further developments. Lin Dong closed his phone, ceasing his observations, estimating that it would not be long before he encountered the A-class awakened. Simultaneously, he prepared himself to consume the A-class crystal core. The incessant drizzle had persisted for several days, casting an air of dampness over the entire city of the apocalypse. At last, the rain ceased, and the cleansing of the downpour rendered the atmosphere considerably fresher, with myriad insects frolicking in the muddy soil. On the outskirts of the desolate city, the sound of a propeller resonated through the sky as a helicopter descended gracefully. A squad of awakened individuals from Tech Corporation, accompanied by several armed personnel, awaited below. This time, they had learned from experience and refrained from navigating the helicopter directly over the city. For humanity was vulnerable in the skies. Once the helicopter landed smoothly, the whirring of the propeller gradually diminished. A tall young man clad in a nano-combat suit emerged from the helicopter. He had striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, unmistakably a foreigner. This youth was Tang Sena, an A-level awakened individual dispatched from the headquarters of Tech Corporation, tasked with the transport of the Q virus. In his left hand, he carried a gleaming metallic case. Greetings. Mr. Tang Sena, the captain of the awaiting squad, named Kai Jian, approached him and offered a handshake. Tang Sena nodded in acknowledgement. Shall we proceed? He inquired. Certainly. I have mapped out the safest route into the city, where the zombie presence is relatively sparse, replied Kai Jian, a speed-enhanced awakened individual. Tang Sena, however, appeared unfazed by the prospect of encountering the undead. More zombies are of no consequence. We shall eliminate them, he stated nonchalantly. Kai Jian responded with a slight acknowledgement. Sensing the foreigner's audacity, Mr. Tang Sena, you may not be fully aware of the situation in Zhongbei City. It would be prudent to exercise caution. There is nothing I do not understand. The city I once inhabited boasted a population of 20 million, densely populated, and evolved many formidable zombie overlords. No one comprehends the undead better than I do, Tang Sena stated. Impressive, truly impressive. Several team members exclaimed, clearly in awe of someone who had witnessed grand spectacles. Surely, you have encountered the eerie zombies? One girl inquired curiously. Indeed, I have dispatched more than one. I possess considerable experience in dealing with them, Tang Sena replied. Kai Jian and the others nodded, sensing that this foreigner was extraordinary. Perhaps due to his nationality, he exhibited a rather flamboyant personality, contrasting with the more reserved demeanor typical of his compatriots. As they conversed, they proceeded towards the city, stepping onto the urban streets. Following the usual route, they would need to traverse the territory previously owned by the Serpent's Eye, which had been subsumed by Lin Dong. Currently, the tech company dared not provoke Lin Dong, opting instead to take a detour along the outskirts of other zombie overlords' domains. However, a few zombies still roamed the streets. Upon noticing the humans, they charged like rabid dogs. Yet, these lowly zombies posed no real threat. The armed personnel wielded alloy-long knives, dispatching the undead with ease. During this skirmish, Tang Sena also engaged his awakened ability. The body part enhancement, Phantom Ghost Hand, manifested as dark energy swirling around his right hand, resembling flames. With a swift motion, he grasped the zombie by the neck. The once ferocious creature fell silent in his grasp, its body immobilized as if paralyzed. The Phantom Ghost Hand indeed possessed a paralyzing effect. Any contact with a living being rendered it incapable of movement. Tang Sena exerted strength through his 5 fingers, and with a resounding crack, he severed the zombie's head. Indeed, he was formidable. Kai Jian and the others observed quietly, their hearts filled with amazement. Several zombies were effortlessly dealt with by humans. It was manageable, as long as they did not encounter the zombie king in the skyscraper area. A female team member lamented, clearly affected by the psychological shadow of past encounters. Kai Jian spoke to console her. This time it won't happen. We've taken such a long detour. How could we possibly run into him? Exactly. Unless he intentionally sets a trap for us, another male team member remarked. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong had obtained intelligence regarding the Q virus. Meanwhile, a black crow soared swiftly through the sky, its crimson eyes glimmering as it surveyed the scene below. After dispatching the zombies, Kai Jian and the others continued onward, posing a question to Tang Sena, pondering his extensive knowledge, hoping he could provide insight. Mr. Tang Sena, do you believe there is a limit to the evolution of zombies? For instance, once they reach a certain level of power, will they cease to grow stronger? I believe there will be. Every species has its limits, Tang Sena contemplated. Oh, that is reassuring. Kai Jian felt a slight relief, for if zombies were to evolve endlessly, it would indeed be terrifying. However, Tang Sena shifted his tone. If zombies reach their limit, they may dominate the entire world, becoming the gods of this blue planet. With your strength, you need not worry too much. Oh well. Kai Jian nodded absently, sensing the gravity of the situation. The struggle for human survival was immensely challenging. Tang Sena continued, moreover, for those who have evolved into exceptionally intelligent undead kings, referring to them merely as zombies is an understatement. I would rather designate them as the Undying Clan. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The term Undying Clan invoked an unsettling aura, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, Kai Jian suddenly noticed a peculiar silence enveloping the surroundings. The street ahead was devoid of zombies, littered instead with debris and abandoned vehicles. Additionally, the dilapidated buildings on either side were entwined with vibrant green vines, sprawling along the lampposts and clinging to the forsaken cars. It was strange. The stillness felt unnerving to Kai Jian. One of the team members spoke up. "No zombies is a good thing. It saves us trouble." With that, they pressed onward. Tang Sena remained unperturbed. As a physically augmented awakener, his level was commendable, yet his perception was quite limited. The group soon ventured into the realm of the creeping vines. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the lush foliage to sway harmoniously, while the vines beneath began to writhe slowly. They stealthily followed the two armed personnel, and before long, they had ensnared the ankles of both men. Chapter 96. The delivery. As the two armed personnel took their strides, they suddenly felt a constriction around their ankles, as if something had grasped them. Glancing down, they were startled to find green vines coiling around their legs. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth. The vines yanked back with a ferocity akin to a serpent rearing its head, hoisting both individuals into the air. "Help! Help! What is this ghastly thing?" The two individuals hung head down, struggling relentlessly. Yet, around them, numerous vines rose like arrows, shooting towards them with alarming speed. Thud! The vines pierced their bodies, greedily siphoning their life essence as if they were straws, visibly draining their flesh until they were on the verge of becoming mere corpses. The vines, now stained a deep crimson from the copious blood they consumed, dangled the lifeless bodies like bloodthirsty serpents in a frenzied dance. What manner of creature is this? Even Tang Sena, well versed in the peculiar, had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. The surrounding vines seemed to awaken, crawling along the ground with a rustling sound. Advancing towards the group. "Defend yourselves," Kai Jian exclaimed, realizing they were under assault. He swiftly drew his alloy blade, severing the encroaching vines. The awakened individuals were not weak, and the vines alone could not vanquish them. It appeared to be merely a mutated plant, undoubtedly controlled by a central intelligence. Eliminating it would suffice. Tang Sena remained utterly unperturbed. Kai Jian and the others nodded in agreement, directing their gazes towards the source of the vines, intending to trace them back to their origin. However, as their eyes widened, they discovered a slender girl standing ahead. Hee hee. The female zombie grinned grotesquely, her mouth stretching to her ears, revealing a set of sharp fangs. She then extended her claws and charged forward, frenzied. A collective gasp escaped the group, their pupils dilating in sheer terror. It was unmistakably a corpse lord. Moreover, the speed of Xiao Ba increased exponentially, reaching its peak in an instant, her form vanishing like a wisp of smoke. A spectral corpse. Several individuals faced that direction, their senses heightened and alert, as if confronting a formidable enemy. Among them, one psychic awakeners focused intently on their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow stealthily crept behind, emerging from her own shadow. The figure, cloaked in darkness, appeared as if surrounded by black flames. Its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at her heart. With a sickening thud, the group, captivated by the presence of Xiao Ba in front, failed to notice the imminent danger. The claws of the shadow penetrated the girl, extracting her heart with a swift motion. A sinister cackle echoed as the entity held the bloodied heart aloft. Kai Jian turned around, shocked to the core. When had this creature arrived? Another ghastly specter? I shall slay you. Enraged by the loss of his comrade, he charged forward, brandishing his knife with the speed of an enhanced awakener. However, the shadow, having executed its lethal strike, showed no inclination to linger and swiftly retreated. Just as Kai Jian prepared to pursue, he was startled by two anguished screams, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. He turned in haste, discovering Xiao Ba's emaciated figure had inexplicably appeared before two armed personnel, her nails, sharp as daggers, severing their throats. Witnessing this, a nearby teammate rushed to provide assistance. But as he ignited his fiery aura, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his mind, nearly causing him to faint, and the blazing energy dissipated instantly. There, in the shadows of the alley, the ominous visage of the doctor surveyed the scene with a malevolent gaze. Damn it, a gaggle of deceivers. Kai Jian cursed inwardly. At this moment, the surrounding vines danced wildly, as Xiao He and Xiao Ba launched a coordinated attack, while the doctor intermittently executed surprise assaults from the side. In a brief skirmish, they dispatched several armed personnel and one awakened psychic. Mr. Tang Sena, what shall we do now? There are merely a few B-class zombies. Their abilities are somewhat peculiar, yet they have not transcended into A-class. Let us maintain our formation, remain composed, and exercise caution. We will surely prevail over them. Have no fear. No one understands zombies better than I do. Tang Sena remained calm, using his spectral hand to sever several vines. Oh, Kai Jian and the others felt a slight sense of relief. However, it was short-lived as an unsettling realization dawned upon them. They looked up to behold a tall figure on the distant building, surrounded by a few circling crows, clad in a white shirt with black crows. It was evidently the signature of a certain zombie king. Damn it! Kai Jian and his companions cursed inwardly, recognizing him, their legs beginning to tremble. Just moments ago, they had hoped not to encounter him, and now he had appeared. Mr. Tang Sena, I believe we should flee. Flee. Abandoning our backs to the zombies is the most perilous course of action. Yet, at least in death, one can preserve a complete body. Kai Jian was unwilling to confront the terror of Lin Dong. Tang Sena cast a sidelong glance, perplexed by his sudden fear. Have faith, follow my lead. No one. No, you do not comprehend that zombie. Kai Jian interrupted hastily, for in a fleeting glance, he noticed that the figure atop the building had vanished into thin air. He was coming. Lin Dong was certainly there to collect a package. Being in unfamiliar territory, he had brought only a few companions. He Ying, Xiao Ba, Bo Shi, and Hua Pin Si Wang, even leaving the tank at home for safekeeping. However, in the next moment, Xiao Ba appeared before him, a sinister smile gracing his face, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Kai Jian gritted his teeth, wielding a long knife as he lunged forward. I'll fight you. As a speed-enhanced awakener, his blade flashed with afterimages, moving with astonishing swiftness. Xiao Ba, equally adept in speed, immediately brandished his claws. The clash between them resonated with the sound of steel colliding, sparks flying from the alloy knife. Meanwhile, Xiao He stealthily crept behind Tang Sena, fixating on the briefcase, remembering the boss's instructions to retrieve it. He cautiously extended his claws toward the case. However, Tang Sena was alert, keeping a vigilant eye on the briefcase. In a swift motion, he seized Xiao He's wrist. Heh, caught one. Tang Sena grinned, as the ghostly claws activated, enveloping his hand in swirling darkness. Xiao He was instantly taken aback, feeling a chilling sensation wash over him, as if gripped by a vengeful spirit, rendering his body immobile. The shadowy form he had taken on vanished, revealing his true, coal-black essence. This is not a local corpse, is it? Tang Sena speculated, suspecting he hailed from some tribe. He then prepared to deliver a devastating blow to Xiao He. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tumultuous sea of blood, enveloping him in an instant. A tall figure materialized before him. Chapter 97. The virus in hand. Tang Sena felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, his composure tightening in response to the immense force. How formidable! Lin Dong's gaze was intense as he swiftly raised his hand, a long blade appearing in his grasp. Slicing down with a powerful arc, the blade cleaved through the air, seemingly intent on severing life itself. Startled, Tang Sena hastily released Little Black, bracing himself against the tremendous pressure as he retreated a step with all his might. Whoosh! The tip of the blade grazed his cheek, shearing off half of his golden bangs, which danced in the air. The domain. This was a domain. While astonished, Tang Sena realized the gravity of the situation. He had encountered a corpse king who had just awakened their domain upon his arrival. In the bustling metropolis of 20 million where he had lived previously, such evolved corpse kings were exceedingly rare. However, they all shared a common trait. They were notorious, residing in the human forbidden zones. Lin Dong, unfazed by Tang Sena's thoughts, continued to strike with relentless ferocity. The heat of his breath spread forth, flames igniting along the edge of the blade. Tang Sena furrowed his brow, refusing to show the slightest sign of complacency. A surge of black mist enveloped his arm as he raised it to block the long knife. Clang! The collision produced a resounding metallic ring, astonishingly allowing Tang Sena to deflect the blade. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, noting that this enhanced physical capability was not to be underestimated. An A-level awakener indeed possessed some skill, yet it was merely enough. Lin Dong pressed on, continuing to swing his blade with unyielding ferocity. Although shrouded in the realm of corpses, the A-class awakened one's physique remained resilient, allowing for a tenuous movement, albeit at an immense cost, with energy rapidly depleting. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. In the distance, the fierce battle involving Kai Jian and others revealed that he was indeed engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lin Dong. Mr. Tang Sena, what should we do next? Based on my experience, it would be prudent to retreat now. As Tang Sena fought while gradually retreating, Kai Jian and the others remained speechless. It was evident that he possessed considerable experience in dealing with the eerie corpses. Lin Dong's blade sliced through the air with a resonating hum, emitting a series of metallic wails, yet it could not sever the spectral, ghostly hand. Clearly, such a weapon was ill-suited for the current intensity of the battle. Lin Dong pondered, forgetting to inquire with Cheng Luai whether the sword had a warranty. Suddenly, Tang Sena on the opposite side exhibited curiosity. As he fought, he sheathed his weapon. Was he perhaps creating an opportunity for himself? He contemplated, probing the ghostly hand as it lunged towards Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with a crimson light. The realm of corpses expanded to its limit as he clenched his fist and propelled it forward. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming force erupted like an explosive shell, extinguishing Tang Sena's ghostly claw in an instant. His entire arm cracked and twisted into a grotesque arc. He was propelled backward nearly 100 meters, akin to a kite severed from its string. The suffocating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Gasping, Tang Sena was utterly astonished, gritting his teeth as he lay on the ground, raising his gaze. As Lin Dong advanced step by step towards him, the extreme expansion of the corpse domain caused the debris around him to shatter, and even the buildings along the street crumbled and collapsed with a continuous rumble. It was as if a terrifying natural disaster was drawing near. How could this be possible? Tang Sena was bewildered. Clearly, Lin Dong's physical prowess far surpassed that of the weapon. The moment he sheathed his blade, Tang Sena found himself devoid of any chance to resist. Then why did you fight me with a weapon before? Oh, it was merely to avoid getting my hands dirty by killing you. You. Blood seeped from Tang Sena's clenched teeth as the realization dawned upon him that the corpse king before him had undergone a remarkably high level of evolution. His physical strength exceeding Tang Sena's own, undoubtedly reaching an S-grade classification, far stronger than any corpse king he had previously encountered or even heard of. In the distance, Kai Jian and the others felt a chill settle in their hearts. Were they truly on the brink of defeat? Was this some kind of joke? As Lin Dong stepped forward, Tang Sena was once more enveloped by the corpse domain. Due to his previous intense exertion and his current severely injured state, he had completely lost any possibility of resistance. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Dong extended his hand towards his head. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Lin Dong stood still, clutching an A-grade crystal core, its pure energy swirling within, emanating a faint glow. The A-grade external aid from Tech Company had met its demise upon arriving in Jiangbei City. Subsequently, Lin Dong seized the alloy box, tearing it forcibly from his arm and placing it into his storage space. The Q-virus was now within his grasp. Damn it, this is bad. Kai Jian felt a surge of panic, but just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen as Xiaoba's sharp claws pierced his body like a scalpel. Blood gushed forth in torrents, the breath of life swiftly ebbing away. Swish, swish, swish. Little 8 plunged its claws into the victim, eviscerating him and extracting the blood-soaked kidney. With Kai Jian's demise, the situation was irrevocably sealed. The remaining awakened ones were enveloped in despair, soon to be dealt with by Little Black, the doctor, and the flower pot. Before long, the battle reached its conclusion. Little 8 licked its blood-stained claws, thoroughly satisfied with the carnage. Beside it, Little Black feasted upon a heart, adhering to the age-old custom of honoring the first bite. Just as they were about to take their leave, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the surrounding streets, and zombies began to emerge from all directions, some of them agile and nimble, clearly elite among their kind. Lin Dong glanced over, easily deducing that the earlier skirmish had roused the local zombie king. However, Brother Crow had previously scouted this area, revealing that the local zombie king was not particularly formidable, and its minions were scant. The place had been classified as a 2-star zombie nest by Tech Company, inferior even to the initial red-faced zombie king. As those zombies drew nearer, they did not initiate an attack. Instead, they encircled the area, incessantly howling. Little 8 and the shadowy figures exchanged glances, remaining entirely unperturbed. merely a trivial spectacle. Soon, a zombie king squeezed through the throng of zombies, taking a position at the forefront. He was of modest height, somewhat stout, and most strikingly, sported a pair of prominent ears. Having just reached B rank, his awakened ability was super hearing. During the early days of the apocalypse, he had thrived on this ability, successfully preying upon numerous survivors and enjoying a rather prosperous existence. As the apocalypse progressed, the lack of combat attributes rendered rapid development insufficient, subtly hinting at a trend of elimination. Zayafinger scrutinized the surroundings. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare provoke Lin Dong, a dominant-level undead king. However, emboldened by sheer numbers, he found a modicum of courage. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to come to my territory, slaughter, and then depart? Then should I consider eliminating you before leaving? Lin Dong inquired with a playful tone. Behind him, Xiao Ba and Xiao He displayed excitement, despite being surrounded by a horde of zombies. They exhibited no fear, instead breaking into cruel smiles. Zayafinger was momentarily taken aback, realizing he could not intimidate them, and his demeanor softened considerably. You must leave at least one human corpse, right? Not a single one? Lin Dong, disinterested, turned and walked away. The elite zombies, sensing the imposing aura of the high-ranking undead king, instinctively parted to create a path. Xiao Ba and several other zombie kings followed Lin Dong, their gazes sweeping over the undead with palpable disdain. Yet, until the very end, the zombies dared not strike, merely watching helplessly as they departed. Boss, they are so imposing, an elite zombie exclaimed. Zayafinger nodded in agreement. In this urban area, few can contend with him. Likely only the zombie nest across the river remains. What if they engage in battle? Which side should we take? Questioned the elite zombie. Due to the lack of combat attributes, the corpse king known as is destined for elimination and will ultimately lose its royal status. Its final fate shall be to join the ranks of other corpse kings. Presently, the most formidable corpse kings in the urban area are undoubtedly Lin Dong and the nest across the river, which appear capable of standing their ground against one another. With its eyes darting around, pondered for a moment and remarked, "Whoever emerges victorious, we shall assist them." On their way back, felt a surge of curiosity. Boss, why didn't you eliminate that big-eared one? It could prove useful in the future. Lin Dong casually replied, "What were you all doing out there? Why didn't you take me along?" Tank inquired with a hint of curiosity. Slightly disdainful, retorted, "Who told you to be so large and incapable of concealing yourself? This battle was not suited for you." Tank, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "Who says I cannot hide? I am quite adept at playing hide and seek. If you don't believe me, we can test it." "Enough," Lin Dong interjected, halting their banter. To Tank, he said, "Do not fret. There will be plenty of opportunities for you in the future. For now, let us eat." With a casual wave of his hand, he tossed out several corpses. Upon seeing the blood and flesh, Tank's previous gloom dissipated instantly. Moreover, the boss had assured him of future utility, indicating that he was indeed the ace to be played at pivotal moments. He had not been dismissed after all. He poured himself a glass of beverage and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window to drink. The weather, which had just cleared, was now shrouded in ominous clouds, and a cold wind swept through, bringing with it a downpour. It seemed as though the heavens had opened, as the rainfall had become exceedingly abundant of late. On the street below, a horde of frenzied zombies congregated, the elite legion of Lin Dong. The doctor, wielding a syringe, administered the Q-virus to them. Lin Dong observed silently, noting the absence of any unexpected events. After being injected with the Q-virus, the zombies' bones crackled ominously, as if undergoing a second metamorphosis, becoming significantly more resilient. Their healing abilities surged, reflexes quickened, and their skeletal structure hardened, resulting in a considerable enhancement of their strength. In terms of physical prowess, they had reached a formidable B-grade level, even bordering on B. However, due to the forced enhancement catalyzed by the drug, they had not awakened any latent abilities, leaving them still inferior to the tank-like corpse kings. These elite zombies resembled humanoid weapons meticulously crafted for combat. Lin Dong marveled at the capabilities of Tech Corporation, even beginning to suspect that the original zombie virus was a creation of theirs, intended as an instrument for world domination, which had inadvertently leaked, spiraling out of control. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong retrieved the recently captured A-grade crystal core and raised it to his lips. The core dissolved upon contact, imparting a subtle sweetness. Its energy rich and nourishing, flowing through his limbs and revitalizing his body. Lin Dong felt his pores open in a state of utter comfort as the energy was absorbed. His body was in a constant state of evolution, his physical strength reaching terrifying levels, with bones harder than steel or alloys. Lin Dong was uncertain of how he would ultimately evolve, as he was among the fastest evolving of the zombies, with no prior benchmarks for comparison. The zombies downstairs, after receiving the Q virus, clearly sensed a remarkable enhancement in their own strength. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, punctuated by continuous roars. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Corpse King, the Flower Pot, was dispatched by Lin Dong to the east, a region adjacent to the North Mountain and the Grand River, which was relatively more perilous. The original habitat of the climbing tiger lay atop the North Mountain, rendering it a suitable battleground for him. Everything was meticulously orchestrated by Lin Dong. He remained ensconced in his tidy abode, untouched by any turmoil, basking in safety and comfort. Before retrieving his phone to log onto the official website of tech company to ascertain their current status. Upon entering the homepage, he found it rather tranquil, devoid of new announcements. Nevertheless, numerous survivors had left inquiries below, questioning the arrival of the A-Class Awakened. Hasn't it been several days? Shouldn't they have arrived by now? Yet, there seemed to be no news. Could it be that their hopes had been dashed midway? What, indeed, were tech company's forthcoming plans? Due to inclement weather, the flights had been delayed, and the A-Class Awakened could not come for the time being. Outside, the rain intensified, casting an ominous veil over the sky and ushering in an early night. By the eastern riverbank, a robust figure known as Tank stood resolutely impervious to the torrential downpour. Resembling a steadfast pine, the relentless rain over several days had significantly raised the river's level. Ahead, the waters surged and roared, shrouded in mist, evoking a surreal landscape akin to a celestial realm. Tank gazed in wonderment at the scene before him, feeling an urge to compose a poem. However, after a prolonged struggle with his thoughts, he could only exclaim, "Goodness, what a deluge!" Yet, as the winds and waves intensified, the abundance of fish increased. During the rain, the larger fish in the depths of the river found it easier to ascend to shallower waters. In recent days, Tank had captured a considerable number, gratifying his appetite. Observing the favorable rain today, Tank decided to venture forth once more, seeking to catch a fish. Though Tank was somewhat reckless, he dared not plunge directly into the water to grasp the fish. Instead, he crouched by the riverbank, using himself as bait to lure the mutated fish. He plunged his massive hand into the frigid river, stirring the water haphazardly, causing splashes to scatter. The scent of blood and flesh wafted through the currents, easily attracting the aberrant fish. Before long, a dark shadow appeared downstream, swimming against the current, its formidable strength parting the waters. It was approaching, and it was a sizable creature. Tank squinted as the shadow closed in, and with a splash, the large black fish leaped from beneath the surface, heading straight for him. The creature's body resembled that of a python, cylindrical in shape, adorned with numerous patterns, and its gaping maw was filled with sharp fangs, exuding an aura of ferocity. Tank, not lacking in strength, reacted swiftly. His powerful hands seized the fish by its neck as if they were iron claws. He then turned and hurled it onto the ground behind him with a thud, causing the earth to crack beneath the impact. However, the fish, resilient as ever, still clung to life. Grasping its tail, Tank struck it against the ground with force, creating a resounding noise. Yet still unsatisfied, he delivered a decisive stomp to the creature's head. At last, the fish ceased its struggles. Due to the considerable commotion, Xiao Ba's figure appeared not far away. Tilting his head to observe, the Tank seemed a bit embarrassed under the scrutiny, scratching his head as he lifted the large fish and inquired, "Would you like some? You've already stepped on it, and I certainly do not relish the old pickled cabbage fish." Xiao Ba disdainfully shook his head. "If you don't want it, then forget it." The Tank pursed his lips and decisively removed the fish's head, exclaiming, "There's still the brain." He then proceeded to indulge in a hearty meal. Though the fish was sizable, it barely satisfied the Tank's appetite, leaving him yearning for more. Xiao Ba cautioned from behind, "Hey, be careful not to drop it into the river." "Rest assured, I am quite clever," he replied. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the air. The Tank employed the same technique, luring the fish to bite, and this time, it came more swiftly. From a distance, he could see dark shadows writhing beneath the surface. "Wow, a much larger one," the Tank marveled. However, if nothing unexpected occurred, it certainly would. In a flash, the shadow moved with remarkable speed, shooting towards him like a dart, and with a splash, it leaped from the water. The tank quickly reached out to grasp it. As he made contact, he was met with an unexpectedly soft and slimy texture. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a tentacle. It resembled that of a squid, but its girth was astonishingly thicker than the tank's arm. What kind of fish is this? Before the tank could fully comprehend the situation, the tentacle coiled around his wrist like a serpent, extending up his entire arm, and with a sudden, powerful tug, splash, the sound of him falling into the water echoed. Due to the tank's inherent crouched position, its center of gravity was unstable. Suddenly, it was yanked, causing its head to plunge downwards into the river. Thirsty? The tank struggled valiantly in the water, its head bobbing up and down, emitting a gurgling sound. Its arms and ankles were ensnared by tentacles, which multiplied in number. Nevertheless, the tank's strength was formidable. It bit down on a tentacle and, with a fierce tug, blue-black blood spurted forth. From beneath the water, a series of high-pitched, agonized shrieks echoed. Turning to glance, a colossal and grotesque head emerged from the depths, its overall hue a ghastly gray-white, with two pitch-black eyes resembling enormous brass bells. Most chilling of all was its mouth, which opened in 4 petals, akin to a blossoming flower, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth. As this creature lunged to bite, the tank hastily braced its hands against the beast's head. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with the tank's strength preventing it from being overpowered. However, being in the river, where the currents were tumultuous, they began to drift downstream in their entangled state. It appeared that the tank was on the verge of embarking on a perilous adventure. Just as the situation grew dire, countless vines surged from the riverbank, ensnaring the tank's body and pulling it toward the shore. Clearly, the flowerpot had intervened. Yet, the grotesque creature remained relentless, attempting to drag the tank into deeper waters, resulting in a tug-of-war between the two. In the distance, Xiaoba leapt into action, landing deftly upon the dense vines, using them as a bridge to charge toward the creature. In the blink of an eye, it was before the monstrous entity. As the claws incessantly danced, they tore into the monstrous creature, sending flesh and blue blood flying. The beast emitted a heart-wrenching howl, immediately releasing its tentacles in an attempt to flee. However, Xiaoba was relentless. With a final strike, she plunged her claw deep into the creature's head, nearly inserting her entire arm. The monstrous fish ceased its struggles, and its dark blue blood flowed through the waves, leaving a murky trail in its wake. The flowerpot, utilizing its vines, pulled them all ashore. Tank, drenched to the bone and resembling a wet chicken, wore an awkward expression as